Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 1701. Chapter 1701, 1701. Chapter 1701, Found My Path in the Mist. Lin Moyo asked many questions, and Holy Venerable Hao answered many of them, providing detailed responses. As a Holy Venerable, his understanding of cultivation far surpassed that of a god sovereign. His words were often profound, containing vast amounts of information, worthy of deep contemplation. Gradually, Lin Moyo gained clarity and found a path suitable for himself in a world full of mist. This path was very strong but also very difficult. The starting point of this path was the god sovereign realm, but as for the endpoint, Lin Moyo did not set an endpoint for himself. His current vision had greatly expanded, and the other shore realm would not be the endpoint, far from it. This was a long conversation, and the two talked for a long time. Lin Moyo also raised some other questions. He asked Holy Venerable Hao about the realm of the invincible powerhouse. Holy Venerable Hao's answer was somewhat unexpected. The invincible powerhouse was a realm from ancient times, and specific information about it had been lost. Perhaps the dragon race still had records, but the dragon race's information was not shared with outsiders. Even Holy Venerable Hao could not easily obtain information from the dragon race. In ancient times, the descriptions of realms were different from now. Because of this difference, Lin Moyo could not determine the specific realm of the invincible powerhouse. However, he instinctively felt that it should be stronger than the Holy Venerable. 3 days later, Holy Venerable Hao sent Lin Moyo back. This trip was extremely rewarding for Lin Moyo, even more so than clearing the Maple Forest secret realm. The Maple Forest secret realm had closed, and the starry sky was empty. Only the teleportation array specially set up for the Maple Forest secret realm remained. According to Holy Venerable Hao, the teleportation array would be removed after he left. The teleportation array brought Lin Moyo back to the initial 13,283 star system. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array, he heard Luo Fiio's hearty laughter. "Junior brother Lin, you finally returned." It was clear that Luo Fiio had been waiting for him specifically, though it was unclear how long he had been waiting. Lin Moyo asked, "How did you know I would return here?" Luo Fiio laughed, "Junior brother Lin left from here, so you could only return here." Lin Moyo was taken aback, not realizing there was such a rule. The human race's rules were indeed numerous, considering all aspects. It was truly a case of returning to where one came from. Luo Fiio pulled Lin Moyo along. Come, senior brother Xiao and senior brother Qingjian are also waiting for you. They've been drinking for 2 days and nights. If you don't come back soon, my Luo family's wine cellar will be emptied." Luo Fiio exaggerated, but Xiaoxing and Qingjian's drinking capacity couldn't possibly empty the Luo family's wine cellar. The Luo family had stored countless years' worth of fine wine, an astonishing quantity. It wasn't until they returned to the Luo family that Lin Moyo realized Luo Fiio wasn't talking about drinking it all but rather taking it all. Xiaoxing and Qingjian shamelessly packed a lot of aged wine from the Luo family's wine cellar. The Luo family's ancestor, wanting to curry favor with them, did not stop them and even offered more fine wine. It wasn't that Xiaoxing and Qingjian were too talented, but their backgrounds were not simple. Xiaoxing's identity was mysterious. He shared the same surname as the god of war. Qingjian was a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect in the advanced area of the Divine City, holding an ancient inheritance called the Qingjian. These two factors alone were enough for the Luo family to want to win them over. In Luo Fii's small courtyard, the two were drinking and singing, holding 100-pound wine jars and drinking directly. Using bowls was too childish for them. Lin Moyo couldn't help but laugh. They're really having a good time. Seeing Lin Moyo, the two shouted in unison, "Teacher Lin, you're finally back. Tell us how you cleared the secret realm." Xiaoxing shouted, "I tried all kinds of methods but couldn't find a way to trigger the second stage." Qingjian added in a low voice, "I killed both types of maple trees, but it was useless." Lin Moyo joined the drinking session, drinking while explaining how he cleared the Maple Forest secret realm. He omitted the part about the ancient swordsman, as it wasn't necessary to mention. Xiaoxing listened in shock. "According to you, if one's soul realm isn't at the peak of the 4th rank, they would fall into the illusion and be unable to escape." Lin Moyo thought for a moment. If one's Dao heart is firm enough, the soul realm can be a bit lower. But he added, "However, everyone has weaknesses, and the illusion targets those weaknesses. It's best to have a strong soul to be safer." Xiaoxing muttered, "Luckily, I didn't reach the second stage, otherwise, I wouldn't have made it out." Qingjian said, "Illusion attacks are troublesome, and soul treasures are relatively limited in their usefulness. But many secret realms have illusion abilities, so we should prepare for them in the future." Xiaoxing nodded. "Teacher Lin, does this mean your soul has reached the peak of the 4th rank?" Lin Moya smiled slightly and did not deny it. Qin Jian asked, how many merit points did you get for clearing the secret realm? Lin Moya calculated, including the rewards for the blood-red maple leaves, a total of 4798 Divine City merit points. Pfft. Xiaoxing spat out his wine. Qin Jian reacted quickly, waving his hand to gather all the spilled wine into a ball and sending it far away. Although Qin Jian didn't spit out his wine, his eyes were full of shock. Luo Fiio was also stunned, holding a wine jar and staring wide-eyed, as if frozen in place. Xiaoxing regained his composure. Damn, 4798 Divine City merit points. Others need hundreds of years to earn that, and you did it in one secret realm. Qin Jian's mouth twitched. Even in the intermediate area, a basic task only gives 100 Divine City merit points. Teacher Lin, if people find out, they'll be furious. Xiaoxing snorted, don't talk about others, even I'm furious. I've been doing tasks for so many years and only earned a bit over 10,000 merit points. Qin Jian said he was about the same. Xiaoxing and Qin Jian were born in the advanced area, giving them a natural advantage. Although their permissions in the Divine City were only intermediate, they could enter the advanced area. However, they couldn't take on tasks in the advanced area. Those born into families or sects in the intermediate or advanced areas had this advantage. The resources they received from birth were more than others. As the saying goes, when one person attains the Tao, their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. The Luo family's ancestor was about to be promoted to a high-level god sovereign, and when that happened, the Luo family could move to the intermediate area. Everyone in the Luo family would then have the qualification to operate in the intermediate area. However, without sufficient permissions, they would still have to take tasks in the primary area to earn merit points, and that wouldn't change. Qin Jian asked, Teacher Lin, are you planning to take on the promotion task next? Lin Moya nodded, yes, I plan to. Qin Jian nodded, then go ahead. The sooner, the better. Xiaoxing said, with Teacher Lin's strength, the promotion task should be no problem. Qin Jian shook his head, that's not necessarily true. There are many promotion tasks, and some are quite difficult. Xiaoxing disagreed, that's for others. Teacher Lin will be fine, but Qin Jian is right, the sooner, the better. Alright, let's finish this drink and then go. Lin Moya smiled, raising his wine jar again. Chapter 1702. Chapter 1702 1702. Chapter 1702 From idle to only being able to look up. In the past, in the Divine City star domain, there were countless star systems, numbering in the trillions. That was an extremely prosperous star domain, inhabited by countless living beings. However, a great battle between the ancient swordsman and the giant directly shattered the entire star domain. The star systems were destroyed, and not a single living being survived. Countless years later, when the secret realms evolved from runes appeared, experts from various races gathered, leading to another great battle. The human race emerged victorious and began to rebuild the star domain. But the current Divine City star domain pales in comparison to its ancient glory. As of now, the primary area of the Divine City has only 100,000 star systems. These star systems were all moved and reconstructed by the great abilities of the human race. Each star system is suitable for the human race to multiply and cultivate. The initial 100,000 stars are located at the core of the primary area. Only here can one undertake promotion tasks to increase permissions within the Divine City. The promotion of permissions in the Divine City is very strict. When the rules were established, they were made to have very few exceptions. In the Divine City, there are only two types of people who do not need to undertake promotion tasks. One type is from the military, and the other is from the God of War Palace. But whether it's the military or the God of War Palace, they have their own promotion systems, with difficulties no less than that of the Divine City permissions. Apart from these two types, even if you are a descendant of a being from the other shore realm, you must still follow the rules. They drank for a full 10 days. After drinking their fill, Lin Muya spent 10 Divine City merit points to travel across tens of thousands of light years to the initial 100,000 star. This star is extremely special, one cannot come here as they please. Only after meeting the merit point requirements in the Human Emperor Network can one apply to come here. After the application is approved, one gains the qualification to arrive at this place. The initial 100,000 star is not a star system but a massive star belonging to the initial 100,001 main star system. At a distance of 10,000 kilometers from it, 3 enormous buildings stand tall. The buildings are rapidly orbiting around the star. One of the buildings is square and completely black, clearly bearing the style of the military. Another building is the God of War Palace, a place Lin Muyo has visited before and is familiar with. The last one is a tall tower, similar in appearance to the Tower of Belief, called the Human Race Tower. The Human Race Tower is Lin Muya's destination this time, as promotion tasks can only be undertaken after entering it. Many people do not understand why they cannot directly undertake tasks through the Human Emperor Network, since the Human Emperor Network can interfere with reality and is almost omnipotent. Wouldn't it be more convenient to do it through the Human Emperor Network? However, there must be a purpose behind this design. Undertaking promotion tasks is not as simple as meeting the merit point requirements. Entering the Human Race Tower is a non-trivial test in itself. Moreover, this test is tailored for each individual. The 3 buildings belonging to different forces are orbiting the star at an astonishing speed of 100,000 kilometers per second, surpassing the flight speed of many minor god sovereigns and even most god kings. Furthermore, due to the rotational motion, a repulsive force is generated, preventing one from easily approaching. At the same time, the star exerts an attractive force on everyone, sometimes repelling, sometimes attracting, while maintaining an astonishing speed. For many cultivators, it is not easy to enter the corresponding building. Almost every day, a large number of cultivators fail to enter and are thus unable to undertake promotion tasks. This is why Xiaoxing and Qing Jian advised Lin Wuya to come early. The repulsive and attractive forces will become stronger as one's realm increases, so the earlier one comes, the lower the difficulty. After all, those who can meet the promotion requirements early are geniuses whose combat power far exceeds their realm. However, as their realms increase, the gap will gradually diminish and even disappear. In the starry sky, there were already over 1,000 people present, all eager to try. Failure here is not a big deal, as one can repeatedly attempt until successful. The over 1,000 people were divided into 3 factions, with the God of War Palace having the fewest at just over 100. The military faction had more, exceeding 300. The largest number was the ordinary Divine City personnel, with over 500. As Lin Wuyu approached, many people recognized him and revealed looks of astonishment. It's Lin Wuyu. Lin Wuyu actually came here. His Divine City merit points must have reached 10,000. My god, I remember he only joined the Divine City not too long ago. How did he earn so many merit points? It should be the rewards from clearing secret realms. I remember someone said the rewards for clearing secret realms are quite substantial. The gap between people is truly vast. I've been doing tasks for over 800 years and only barely met the promotion requirements. Sigh, my old man said the other day, look at Lin Wuyu, then look at me, it feels like I gave birth to a waste. Same here, the one in my family said the same thing. A group of people discussed Lin Wuyu, but no one approached him. Previously, Lin Wuyu was a top-tier genius, and many regarded him as an idol. Even a slight breeze would attract a large crowd to observe him. After the Maple Forest Secret Realm incident, people realized that not only was Lin Wuyu a genius, but he could also associate with talents like Xiaoxing and Qing Jian. Even a great figure like Lady Yu addressed Lin Wuyu as little friend. Not to mention anything else, Lin Wuyu's future prospects were limitless. The gap in status had widened. Lin Wuyu was no longer a simple idol. He had become an existence that others could only look up to, not just casually admire. The god kings at the 9th rank and minor god sovereigns present consciously made way for Lin Wuyu. They did not act pretentiously but rather did so naturally. Their eyes even revealed a hint of admiration. Not to mention anything else, being the only person to clear the Maple Forest Secret Realm throughout ancient and modern times was Lin Wuyu. The people from the military and the God of War Palace also noticed Lin Wuyu. The Divine City announcement was open to everyone within the Divine City, so they naturally knew about him. Lin Wuyu's gaze swept over and suddenly noticed Dongfang Ziyi among the crowd. He did not expect Dongfang Ziyi to be here as well. Lin Wuyu nodded and smiled at Dongfang Ziyi, a greeting of sorts. Dongfang Ziyi nodded slightly and forced a smile in return. He never imagined that after joining the Divine City, Lin Wuyu would cause such a stir. Previously, he felt he had a chance to compete with Lin Wuyu. He lost the 4-star domain competition, but that didn't mean he would always lose in the future. After returning to the Divine City, he worked hard on tasks, ventured into secret realms, and finally earned back the merit points he had lost. But Lin Wuyu kept shattering his perceptions, time and time again. He even made Dongfang Ziyi feel that secret realms were not that difficult and could be easily cleared. As a result, he almost died in his secret realm. Secret realms were never simple, they were deathly difficult. The key was that Lin Wuyu had cleared 3 secret realms that Dongfang Ziyi had also attempted. Comparing their experiences, Dongfang Ziyi gradually lost the desire to compete with Lin Wuyu. It wasn't until recently, when Lin Wuyu cleared the Maple Forest Secret Realm, that he completely abandoned this desire. He couldn't compare, he truly couldn't compare. At that time, Dongfang Ziyi had also entered the Maple Forest Secret Realm and earned over 200 points, finally meeting the promotion requirements. Unexpectedly, Lin Wuyu had also met the promotion requirements. It was too fast, far too fast. Lin Wuyu passed by Dongfang Ziyi, stopped, and said, "Senior brother Dongfang, long time no see." Dongfang Ziyi felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Junior brother Lin, I apologize for what happened before." Lin Wuyu showed a look of confusion. What happened? Lin Wuyu did hold grudges, but he wouldn't hold on to such a minor grievance from Dongfang Ziyi. This was also a way for him to give Dongfang Ziyi a way out. Dongfang Ziyi understood Lin Wuyu's intention and immediately laughed heartily. "Junior brother Lin, you will surely succeed in your promotion this time." Chapter 1703. Chapter 1703, 1703. Chapter 1703, Attraction and Repulsion, the first test. Lin Wuyu looked at the 3 buildings flying at a speed of 100,000 kilometers per second. Someone had already rushed over and was approaching them. The one rushing over was a minor god sovereign named Yanrong, a member of the Divine City personnel. Yanrong's target was the human race tower. He was very fast, slightly faster than the human race tower. Normally, Yanrong could adjust his speed to eventually match the speed of the human race tower, achieving relative stillness, and then enter it calmly. But that was not the case. When he was still 300,000 kilometers away from the human race tower, an invisible force fell upon him. His speed suddenly increased, surpassing his own limit, reaching 150,000 kilometers per second. His face showed obvious panic as he tried to control his body with all his might. The attraction from the star not only increased his speed but also caused him to deviate from his direction. Yanrong struggled to control himself, fighting against the attraction while adjusting his direction. Just 1 second later, the attraction suddenly disappeared without a trace, and at the same time, a repulsive force fell upon him. He had been fighting against the attraction, and suddenly it turned into repulsion. He had no time to react and was violently thrown away. The speed of being thrown away was as high as 200,000 kilometers per second. He flew like a meteor into the distance. Moments later, Yenrong flew back, disappointed, failed again. Someone comforted him, "It's okay, try a few more times." Recently, out of 10 people, only 1 succeeds. Who came up with this method? It's really tricky. Don't blame others, blame yourself for not being strong enough. Like me, I failed 7 times. Keep trying, you'll succeed eventually. Some people comforted Yenrong, and he felt a bit better, his disappointment gradually fading. Lin Moya watched this and thought to himself, it's not just about strength, the key is reaction and response methods. In fact, he had a better response method just now. People from the Divine City are indeed not as good as those from the 4 Great Star Domains in this regard. Cultivators from the 4 Great Star Domains, before reaching level 5 permissions, are still strictly protected by the Human Emperor network. Their range of activities is extremely limited, and the tasks they perform are relatively safe. Only after reaching level 5 permissions can they truly move freely in the vast world. Level 5 permissions are equivalent to leaving the novice village and truly entering the cruel great world. Of course, if they want to experience the cruelty of the great world in advance, they can enter the battlefield, and the Human Emperor network will not stop them. Cultivators with level 5 permissions are mostly at the 3rd or 4th rank of the God King realm. In other words, from the 3rd or 4th rank of the God King realm, cultivators from the 4 Great Star Domains begin to face various dangers. They engage in battles with alien races, explore the boundless world, and face all kinds of dangers. Many cultivators die in this process, and those who survive have impressive combat abilities and response capabilities. In the Divine City, most cultivators compete with secret realms. The strength and number of exotic beasts on resource stars are insufficient. Although secret realms are also dangerous and not protected by the Human Emperor network, they are still singular. This leads to most cultivators in the Divine City having less practical experience compared to those from the 4 Great Star Domains. For the same minor god sovereign, if their combat power is comparable, the cultivators from the 4 Great Star Domains have a higher chance of winning. This is why Lin Moyo always considered the people from the Divine City as greenhouse flowers. The greenhouse here actually refers to the secret realms. This disadvantage is particularly evident in the junior personnel of the Divine City, but it improves significantly at the intermediate level. After reaching the intermediate level, the tasks change and are no longer limited to secret realm tasks. Some tasks involve battlefields and the world outside the Divine City. This is equivalent to the level 5 permissions in the 4 Great Star Domains, qualifying them to face the harshness of the outside world. In this way, the lack of experience is also compensated. Lin Moya concluded that the human race's training method had no issues. The entire process is a continuous selection, sifting through the sands. In the end, those who stand at the top are all elites. While thinking, Lin Moyo also watched the 3 buildings flying continuously. From time to time, someone would go and try, but most ended in failure. In the 2 or 3 hours he observed, at least 20 people tried, but only 3 succeeded, a low success rate. Those who succeeded never came out after entering the human race tower. Lin Moya sensed the presence of a teleportation array. He realized that there was a teleportation array inside the human race tower, and after taking the task, people would be directly sent away. Dongfeng Zi came to Lin Moya's side. "Junior brother Lin, when do you plan to try?" Lin Moya smiled, "Anytime." "What about you, senior brother Dongfeng?" Dongfeng Zi said, "I failed once before. This is my second attempt. I hope to succeed." Lin Moya said, "You should be fine." Dongfeng Zi laughed heartily, "Then I'll take your good wishes." After speaking, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the human race tower. Lin Moya wasn't speaking casually. Dongfeng Zi's strength was among the top of these minor god sovereigns. His combat power had barely touched the threshold of the God Sovereign realm, and he had undergone half of the Lost Star River baptism, capable of bursting out God Sovereign level combat power in a short time. As long as he responded appropriately, entering the human race tower smoothly was not difficult. Dongfeng Zi approached the human race tower, and when he was still 400,000 kilometers away, his speed suddenly slowed, and the distance between him and the human race tower quickly increased. Everyone could see that a repulsive force was acting on Dongfeng Zi. Dongfeng Zi let out a light shout, his whole body shining brightly, fighting against the repulsive force. His speed increased again, continuing to approach the human race tower. 2 seconds later, Dongfeng Zi staggered as the repulsive force disappeared. His speed instantly increased to the limit, reaching 200,000 kilometers per second, and his direction shifted towards the center of the star. Dongfeng Zi was prepared, calmly adjusting his direction without fighting against the attraction. Just as he was about to be sucked into the star, the attraction suddenly turned into repulsion, pushing him away. Dongfeng Zi had been adjusting his direction all along, always aiming at the human race tower. At this moment, the repulsion arrived, and he followed the repulsion, crashing towards the human race tower at a speed exceeding 200,000 kilometers per second. This speed had already surpassed his limit, making it difficult to control. Just as he was about to crash into the human race tower, Dongfeng Zi's whole body burst out with an astonishing aura, and his speed suddenly slowed down. He began to fight against the repulsion, approaching the human race tower at a stable speed. He's going to succeed. Go with the flow, I seem to understand. I'll try this next time, no more resistance. People discussed, feeling like they had found a new method. Lin Moyo felt it shouldn't be that simple. Dongfang Zi's method was good, but it wasn't that easy to succeed. Just as Dongfang Zi was less than 10,000 kilometers away from the human race tower, his body suddenly stopped, and the repulsion from the human race tower suddenly increased, preventing him from getting closer. Dongfang Zi reacted quickly, fully unleashing his minor god sovereign power, using all his strength to counteract the repulsion, continuing to charge towards the human race tower. The closer he got to the human race tower, the stronger the repulsion became. The last 10,000 kilometers should have been a blink of an eye for Dongfang Zi. Just as he was about to touch the human race tower, the repulsion suddenly disappeared, and Dongfang Zi's speed suddenly increased, crashing into the human race tower with all his might. The human race tower shone brightly, and the huge counterforce hit Dongfang Zi like a heavy punch. Dongfang Zi was sent flying, and at this moment, the star erupted with an attraction, pulling Dongfang Zi away from the human race tower. In the next moment, the human race tower erupted with repulsion again, pushing Dongfang Zi further away. Dongfang Zi was pushed nearly 1,000,000 kilometers before stabilizing himself, his expression stiff and somewhat disappointed. He had failed. Chapter 1704. Chapter 1704, 1704. Chapter 1704, no way, is this even possible? Dongfang Zi returned, looking somewhat dejected. This was his second failure. If the first time could be attributed to inexperience, this time it was entirely due to his own mistake. At the last moment, he thought he was going to succeed, but the sudden repulsive force from the human race tower gave him a heavy blow. Reality is cruel. He went in full of confidence but returned disappointed. Seeing Dongfang Zi's dejected look, Lin Moya said, "Actually, failing a few times isn't a bad thing. If this were on the battlefield, a single failure could cost you your life." The human race tower, the god of war palace, and the military fortress, these three rapidly rotating buildings, were telling everyone that failure is commonplace. No matter how well prepared you are, the final result may not always be satisfactory. Lin Moya's words seemed to be directed at Dongfang Zi, but they were actually meant for everyone present. Some of the people here had been to the world outside the divine city and had seen the cruelty of the battlefield, but many more had never been outside. In their years of cultivation, they only knew about tasks in secret realms. At most, they dealt with exotic beasts on resource stars and evil spirits in ancient battlefields. As long as they were well prepared, they rarely failed. But the battlefield is different. No matter how well prepared you are, various unexpected situations always arise. The soldiers in the divine city can't be compared to those in the four great star domains. Their combat experience is far inferior. The god of war palace is even more mysterious. No one knows what they are doing. Lin Moya didn't care if they understood his words. Dongfang Zi somewhat understood Lin Moya's words and cupped his hands. "Thank you, junior brother Lin, for your guidance. Indeed, failing here is nothing as long as we don't fail on the battlefield, it's fine." Lin Moya smiled and slowly flew out, heading towards the human race tower. As he moved, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Those who were about to make their move also paused. They all wanted to see how Lin Moya would pass this test, whether he would succeed or fail. Lin Moya had already become a legend in the divine city. He had consecutively cleared 3 ordinary secret realms and even cleared a special secret realm that no one had ever cleared before. This was an unprecedented record, and it was estimated that it would be difficult for anyone to break it in the future. Some even thought that this was just the beginning and that Lin Moya would clear more secret realms in the future. Do you think Lin Moya will succeed? Not many people succeed on their first try, but Lin Moya was very likely to succeed. Lin Moya was indeed very strong in clearing secret realms, but this is different. There's nothing different. Don't forget, Lin Moya was only at the 6th rank of the God King, but his real combat power is far beyond that. Some say he relies on puppets for his strength, and his own combat power isn't that strong. We'll see. No matter how many rumors you hear, it's not as good as seeing it with your own eyes. Lin Moya flew at a speed of 50,000 kilometers per second, approaching the star. This was only 1/3 of his maximum speed, so it could be considered slow. The human race tower whizzed by, but Lin Moya didn't chase it. It was as if Lin Moya's destination wasn't the human race tower but the 100,000 star. Lin Moya bypassed the human race tower and continued to approach the star. When he was 500,000 kilometers away from the star, a strong attractive force suddenly fell upon him. Lin Moya's speed was almost instantly accelerated to 100,000 kilometers per second. At this speed, he would crash into the star in just 5 seconds. Many people would instinctively resist, but Lin Moya didn't. He crashed towards the star like a meteor. When he was only 10,000 kilometers away from the star, the attractive force suddenly disappeared, and a huge repulsive force appeared, bouncing him high like a ball hitting the ground. At this moment, Lin Moya adjusted his direction, flying and rotating in the same direction as the human race tower. Bounced back, Lin Moya's speed was maintained at about 80,000 kilometers per second, slightly slower than the human race tower. The human race tower circled the star once and caught up from behind Lin Moya. The distance between the human race tower and Lin Moya was constantly shrinking. It should be said that the human race tower was catching up to Lin Moya. Lin Moya's method immediately sparked discussions among the crowd. His method was different from anyone else's. No way, is this even possible? Really, you don't have to do anything? Aren't the attractive and repulsive forces meant to be resisted? I think I understand a bit. The attractive and repulsive forces are like ocean waves. Waves come one after another, rising and falling. You shouldn't fight against the waves but go with the flow, like surfing. It seems to make sense, but you know, the hardest part isn't now, it's the moment you enter the tower. Dongfang Zi stared without blinking. He had been thrown off at the last moment, leading to his failure. He didn't know if Lin Moyo would end up like him, but based on his understanding of Lin Moyo, he felt that Lin Moyo was very likely to succeed. Lin Moyo seemed to never do anything he wasn't confident about. Lin Moyo was indeed surfing, with the waves being the attractive and repulsive forces. He had observed many times and concluded that the last step was the hardest in the entire process. Many people were on the verge of entering the human race tower but were suddenly eliminated. When the distance to the human race tower was less than 10,000 kilometers, the tower would react, erupting with a strong repulsive force. If the repulsive force was ineffective, the star would simultaneously generate an attractive force. At that time, the two opposing forces would intertwine, pulling and pushing, enough to disrupt the cultivator's flight path, leading to failure. Dongfeng Zi experienced this. When the repulsive force suddenly disappeared, he couldn't retract his own power in time, disrupting his flight path and crashing into the human race tower. Then the two forces alternated, instantly pushing him away. The whole process took less than half a second, clean and swift. It wasn't just Dongfeng Zi, several others experienced the same. So Lin Moyo didn't exert any force himself, he went with the flow, letting the human race tower approach him. 100,000 kilometers, 50,000 kilometers, 30,000 kilometers. When the distance to the human race tower was less than 10,000 kilometers, a repulsive force suddenly erupted. Lin Moyo still didn't react, letting the repulsive force act on him. The strength of the repulsive force would adjust according to the cultivator's realm. The repulsive force wasn't strong, just slightly pushing Lin Moyo away. However, Lin Moyo still maintained the same trajectory as the human race tower. The human race tower continued to generate repulsive force, pushing Lin Moyo. The human race tower is pushing him to fly. This method is good, very energy saving, but he won't be able to enter the tower this way. No, look closely. The distance between him and the human race tower is shrinking. Lin Moyo wasn't completely passive, he was now using some force to counteract the repulsive force. So the distance between him and the human race tower was gradually shrinking. A layer of grey gas surrounded Lin Moyo. The power of death from the undying law was corroding part of the repulsive force. In his eyes, the repulsive force was just a type of law power, and since it was a law, it could be corroded. The closer he got to the human race tower, the stronger the repulsive force became. However, Lin Moyo continued to increase the output of the power of death, corroding the repulsive force faster and faster. Chapter 1705. Chapter 1705, 1705. Chapter 1705, Random Task Selection, Luck Matters. Actually, it doesn't necessarily have to be the power of death, the power of life works just as well. Lin Moyo understood that repulsion is a type of law, and its essence is to counteract law with law. As long as you use the power of law, you can offset the repulsion. Many people do this, but most do it in a rough and crude manner, unlike Lin Moyo, who performs precise operations. If the rough and crude method succeeds, it is highly efficient and can break into the human race tower within seconds. However, it is also prone to failure, leading to repeated attempts. Lin Moyo's method, although less efficient, is stable. Lin Moyo was pushed by the human race tower, flying around the star in circles. The repulsion always existed, and the star never generated attraction. The two forces only alternated and never coexisted. As he flew in circles, Lin Moyo got closer and closer to the human race tower. 10,000 kilometers, 8,000 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers. When the distance was reduced to 2,000 kilometers, the repulsion reached its limit and no longer increased. At this moment, Lin Moyo clenched his fist, knowing that the final moment had arrived. As he continued to get closer, he finally reached 1,000 kilometers. Without any warning, the repulsion from the human race tower suddenly disappeared. It's now. Lin Moyo suddenly turned around, transforming into a stream of light, and rushed into the human race tower. Everyone watching was stunned, they couldn't understand what had just happened. He succeeded. How did he do it? What did he do at the last moment? I don't understand, I completely don't understand. Who has him as a friend? Go ask him. Ask, did you forget the rules of the Human Emperor Network? Can this be discussed? Exactly, if you don't understand, study it carefully. He figured it out in half a day, and we've been here for so long and still don't get it. How can we have the face to ask? Lin Moyo figured out the key in just half a day and succeeded in one go. Moreover, it seemed effortless. His light and agile method was completely different from their rough and clumsy attempts. Dongfeng Zi indeed wanted to ask, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. It was too embarrassing. Inside the human race tower, it was very spacious, and he couldn't feel that he was moving at a speed of 100,000 kilometers per second. Lin Moyo recalled the process just now, smiling. Once you see through it, it's not difficult at all. He had at least several methods to enter the human race tower, and the one he chose just now was the most effortless. The principle was simple. First, get on the same orbit as the human race tower. But instead of chasing the human race tower, you should be ahead of it, letting the tower chase you. In this regard, most people got it wrong. Once this is achieved, half the battle is won. The second point is to counteract the law with the law. If the power of the law is too strong, it will cause chaos in the attraction and repulsion, breaking the existing order. Attraction and repulsion are like two sleeping beasts. If you don't provoke them, they will breathe in a fixed rhythm. If you provoke them, they will turn over and snore, causing chaos. Everyone previously felt that the attraction and repulsion were chaotic and hard to grasp, but that wasn't the case. The most crucial step is to seize the moment when the repulsion and attraction switch. Repulsion and attraction alternate but do not coexist. During the switch, there is a brief window of less than 0.01 seconds. For many people, even if they sense this window, it's hard to react in time, but Lin Moya could. He seized the 0.01 second window when the repulsion faded and the attraction hadn't arrived, crossing the final distance. In 0.01 seconds, he could fly 1,500 kilometers, so he only needed to get within 1,500 kilometers of the human race tower. Based on previous observations, the final switch of the human race tower's repulsion occurs at a distance of 1,000 kilometers. It seemed effortless for Lin Moya to break into the human race tower, but it involved careful observation and precise calculation. This level of control over power is not something an ordinary minor god sovereign can achieve. Unleashing great power is not difficult, precise control is. If explained clearly, at least half the people could do it. But Lin Moya couldn't say it that wouldn't comply with the rules of the human race. Inside the human race tower, the first thing that came into view was a giant teleportation array. The teleportation array was enormous, comparable to half a city. Lin Moya had never seen such a large teleportation array before. Even those that span star domains weren't this large. Lin Moya was somewhat shocked. Where is this teleportation array supposed to send people? Looking up, he saw an array operating above. The array continuously drew power from the star to supply the teleportation array. To drive such a massive teleportation array required an enormous amount of energy. Please choose a task platform to determine your promotion task. Each task platform represents a different type of task, which will be randomly determined. Good luck. The reminder from the Human Emperor Network arrived as expected. Lin Moya saw 3 task platforms at the edge of the teleportation array. The 3 task platforms had no markings. According to the Human Emperor Network's reminder, the 3 task platforms represent 3 types of tasks. But it doesn't specify what types. Choose one to determine the task type, then the task will be randomly determined. This is a test of luck. Lin Moya always knew that the high-level figures of the human race valued luck greatly. People with good luck might not have strong talent or fast cultivation speed, but they can still progress step by step. When encountering bottlenecks, they gain some opportunity and then break through. When facing danger, they survive due to various reasons. People with bad luck might have great talent and limitless potential, but they suddenly perish at some point. Luck cannot be measured, it can only be observed and inferred from daily events. Similar things have happened many times before, and the Human Emperor Network has always been recording, selecting those with particularly good luck. Lin Moya didn't know what the high-level figures wanted to do, but there must be a reason. 3 types of tasks. Let me guess, the first type should be exploration tasks, like secret realms or some peculiar places. The second type should be collection tasks, going to specific places to collect specific items. The third type should be combat tasks, involving one or several battles. The teleportation array should send people to the task location. If it's a battle, it won't be within the Divine City Star domain, it will likely be on a battlefield or a distant place. Lin Moya analyzed, not knowing if he was right. Then he laughed at himself. Why think so much? Just pick one and find out. It doesn't matter which one. Lin Moya knew himself well, he had no weaknesses and could handle any task. No matter how difficult the task, it wouldn't be a death sentence. Lin Moya chose the task platform on the far left, simply because it was the closest. He placed his hand on the task platform, which was instantly activated. You have chosen a combat task. Selecting a task, please wait. In the next second, Lin Moya saw countless tasks scrolling before his eyes, densely packed, at least in the thousands. Chapter 1706. Chapter 1706, 1706. Chapter 1706, I come from Divine City, number 1003. The human race is a powerful race, and within the powerful races, it is a large one. Lin Moya saw thousands of tasks scrolling by, each with a rating at the end. The ratings were divided into 3 levels: simple, difficult, and extremely difficult. After 10 seconds, the scrolling tasks suddenly stopped. Lin Moya saw his task: go to the Suanmu battlefield, assist the human army in destroying the Golden Eagle Fortress, and kill the Golden Eagle clan. The difficulty rating for this task was extremely difficult. As soon as he saw the task, the reminder from the Human Emperor Network appeared. Your permission promotion task has been determined. The task is to destroy the Golden Eagle clan fortress, with a difficulty rating of extremely difficult. You can choose to abandon this task, but 1,000 Divine City merit points will be deducted American Samoa a penalty, and you will not be allowed to promote for 100 years. If you accept the task and fail, 1,000 Divine City merit points will be deducted American Samoa a penalty. Please choose whether to accept the task. The Human Emperor Network does not force you to accept the task, it allows you to abandon it. However, abandoning the task comes with a penalty, and the penalty is not small. 1,000 Divine City merit points are one thing, but being unable to promote for 100 years is a headache for many people. If you accept the task and fail, although you will also be penalized 1,000 Divine City merit points, you can attempt the task again as long as you have enough merit points. Under such circumstances, no one would choose to abandon the task. A combat task, fighting and killing, is what I'm best at. Even though it's an extremely difficult task, so what? Lin Moya's eyes were filled with confidence. It had been a long time since he had fought a real battle after leaving the battlefield. This task was good, he liked it. Without hesitation, he chose to accept the task. The next second, the detailed information of the task appeared before his eyes. The reminder from the Human Emperor Network appeared simultaneously. Divine City Promotion Task: destroy the Golden Eagle Clan Fortress, kill the Golden Eagle Clan God King. Suunwoo Battlefield, Zone 2, the human Suunwoo army is in direct conflict with the Golden Eagle clan. You need to assist the human Suunwoo army in destroying the Golden Eagle clan fortress in Zone 2. Restriction: if you fail to destroy the Golden Eagle clan fortress, the task will be considered a failure. Completion conditions: 1. Destroy the Golden Eagle clan fortress. 2. Kill 1,000 Golden Eagle clan god kings. 3. Kill 10 Golden Eagle clan minor god sovereigns. 4. Kill 1 Golden Eagle clan god sovereign. Task 1 is mandatory and is the criterion for task completion. Tasks 2, 3, and 4 are additional. Extra rewards: completing any of tasks 2, 3, or 4 will earn extra rewards. Exceeding the requirements will increase the rewards. Outstanding performance in battle will also earn extra rewards. Note: your real information will be hidden during this task. Your number is 1003. Do not voluntarily disclose your real information. The teleportation array will activate in 10 minutes. Please enter the teleportation array within 10 minutes. The voice of the human emperor network was as calm as ever, without any emotion. It was like a high and mighty ruler, only issuing tasks without caring about anything else. The promotion task seemed to leave no room for preparation. If it were an ordinary Divine City cultivator receiving this task, it would be very difficult to complete. The Golden Eagle clan is very fast. Their ordinary god kings can surpass the human minor god sovereigns. Killing them is not easy. Even Shaoxing failed to kill a Golden Eagle clan god sovereign when chasing one. Moreover, many minor god sovereigns in Divine City lack actual combat experience. On the battlefield, they would be like blind men. Group army operations on the battlefield are fundamentally different from ordinary battles. Even if you are a minor god sovereign, facing the Golden Eagle clan's god king army and their battle formations, you are still likely to die. If someone else received this task, they could only leave it to fate and follow the Suunwoo army. If the Suunwoo army won, they would complete the task along with them. If the Suunwoo army lost, the task would also fail. One person's strength cannot change the entire battle situation after all. You are just a god king or a minor god sovereign. Even a god sovereign might not be able to change the entire battle situation. But Lin Moya knew he was different. During the 10 minutes waiting for the teleportation array to activate, Lin Moya thought about how to complete this task as quickly and efficiently as possible. He had been to battlefields before and was very familiar with the Vermilion Bird battlefield. He thought the Suunwoo battlefield wouldn't be much different. Therefore, he had a rough idea of the battlefield layout. He could gather specific information once he arrived at the battlefield, but he already had a general plan in mind. 10 minutes later, the teleportation array activated with a roar. An astonishing power erupted from the teleportation, and Lin Moya saw countless runes simultaneously emit dazzling light. Lin Moya endured the dazzling light and observed these runes. There were tens of thousands of runes, each a high-level rune. These runes formed a huge rune array, integrated with the teleportation array, giving it ultra-long distance teleportation capability. From Divine City directly to the battlefield, spanning hundreds of thousands or even millions of light years. The connections between the high-level runes were ancient runes. Not complete ancient runes, but fragments of ancient runes. Using ancient runes as nodes, connected by high-level runes, and drawing power from stars as the energy source. This array can perform ultra-long distance teleportation, essentially relying on ancient runes. And these are just fragments of ancient runes. If they were complete, how powerful would they be? Could they teleport from one end of the Great World to the other? Lin Moya didn't know how vast the Great World was. But the human race occupied a star domain spanning millions of light years, just a tiny corner of the Great World. This showed how terrifyingly vast the Great World was. The teleportation array fully activated, and the scene before his eyes instantly became blurry. Lin Moya entered the teleportation channel, feeling himself traversing the starry sky at an unprecedented speed. Countless starlights elongated, flashing past his eyes. Every second, he traveled thousands of light years. Even with his soul eye activated, he could only see some blurry images, barely distinguishing real scenes. In just a moment, he had left Divine City. Soon, the 4 great star domains appeared in his sight. Then the Suunwoo star domain grew larger in his vision, and he flew past it towards a more distant place. In the Suunwoo battlefield, the guiding markers on Fortress Number 1 hung like ribbons. The human fortresses in the Suunwoo battlefield were different from those in the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Although both were square and pitch black, the totem here was Suunwoo. Suunwoo was both the name of the battlefield and the name of the human army. The human army stationed here was called the Suunwoo army. A bright light shot from a distant place, falling like a meteor. The next second, the teleportation array in Fortress Number 1 lit up, and Lin Moya appeared in the teleportation array. A familiar aura greeted him. It feels similar to the Vermilion Bird battlefield. It's the smell of the battlefield. Lin Moya closed his eyes, feeling a bit nostalgic. "Excuse me, are you a cultivator from Divine City?" A clear voice reached his ears. Lin Moya saw a beautiful woman with bright eyes and white teeth, exuding heroic spirit, looking at him with big eyes. Lin Moya nodded. "I come from Divine City, number 1003. Chapter 1707. Chapter 1707, 1707. Chapter 1707, since it has been found, destroy it. The woman named Xiang Shaoxing is a minor god sovereign with the military rank of a 4th rank captain. Lin Moya noted that achieving the rank of a 4th rank captain is not easy and requires completing numerous tasks and participating in many battles, both big and small. Lin Moya remembered that some elders in the fortresses had reached the god-sovereign realm, yet their military rank remained at the second or third rank of captain. On the other hand, some god kings who had been performing tasks for many years had already achieved the rank of captain early on. From the aura she exuded, it was clear that Xiang Shaoxing had the sharpness unique to the battlefield, indicating that she was a battle-hardened female soldier. While Lin Moya was observing Xiang Shaoxing, she was also scrutinizing him. All of Lin Moya's information was hidden, revealing nothing. However, she could sense that Lin Moya was a god king. She couldn't help but frown slightly, suspecting that Lin Moya might be using some treasure to conceal his aura. If he was really just a god king, what use would he be here? Regardless, Xiang Shaoxing knew what she had to do. "Please follow me," she said crisply, turning to lead Lin Moya towards the core of the fortress. Along the way, Lin Moya sensed a somewhat heavy atmosphere in Fortress Number 1. The fortress was heavily guarded, with troops on high alert, ready to face any enemy at any moment. Based on the battlefield's layout, Zone 2 was not far from Fortress Number 1. If the conflict escalated, it could indeed affect Fortress Number 1. The troops were on guard to prevent a sudden attack from the Golden Eagle clan. Lin Moya followed Xiang Shaoxing and asked, "Captain Xiang, can you tell me the specifics of the situation?" Xiang Shaoxing replied bluntly, "I'm only responsible for bringing you back. As for other matters, I am not authorized to disclose them." In other words, she had nothing to say. From this brief exchange, Lin Moya understood her temperament and knew he wouldn't get any more information from her. Xiang Shaoxing was a very qualified soldier, embodying the conduct and style of a military person. The two walked in silence, entering the core area. The overall structure of the fortress was not much different from those in the Vermilion Bird battlefield. The buildings inside also had a military style, similar in appearance, and Lin Moya lost interest after a few glances. The fortress itself was a terrifying war machine, with the core area filled with formations. Once war broke out, these buildings would transform into powerful weapons, unleashing deadly attacks. Even in peacetime, these buildings exuded a strong pressure that could affect even a god sovereign. Seeing Lin Moya's unchanged expression, Xiang Shaoxing thought to herself, "He seems quite calm. I wonder if he's just pretending." She had seen people from Divine City before, and many of them showed some surprise when they saw the fortress. But the person in front of her, numbered 1003, showed no surprise at all. Under Xiang Xiaoxing's guidance, they arrived at a reception room where a stern-looking man was sitting. Reporting to the Legion commander, "The person has been brought." Xiang Shaoxing saluted the man and then stood aside without saying a word. The man nodded slightly, then slowly stood up and looked at Lin Moya, introducing himself, "Xiang Yan, Suumyu Battlefield, Suumyu Army, commander of Fortress Number 2. Lin Moya saluted back, "Hello, I am number 1003. He couldn't reveal any information, as that was the rule. Xiang Yan looked at Lin Moya and said, "From now on, let's address you as sir. Using numbers is too cumbersome." "Alright," Lin Moya nodded in agreement. Using numbers was indeed a bit troublesome. Xiang Yan scrutinized Lin Moya. "Sir, have you served in the military?" Lin Moya admitted directly, "Yes." Xiang Yan didn't ask further, knowing that he wouldn't get any more information. As a Legion commander, he understood what to ask and what not to ask. He handed Lin Moya a battlefield token. "This is your battlefield token." Lin Moya took the token, imprinted his soul mark on it, and then hung it on his waist. Without a battlefield token, moving around the battlefield would be very inconvenient. The battlefield token served as an identity verification, managed by the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moya's actions were smooth and natural, indicating his familiarity with the battlefield token. Xiang Yan then handed him a jade tablet. "All the information about this war is in here. You can take a look." Alright, Lin Moya used his soul to communicate with the jade tablet and began to read the information. The war between the human race and the Golden Eagle clan had erupted a month ago. A month ago, human cultivators encountered Golden Eagle clan cultivators in Zone 2-83. The two sides, being old enemies, immediately engaged in fierce combat. Such battles happened daily, and with the Golden Eagle clan's speed, they could attack or retreat at will. If they were determined to escape, the human race couldn't do much to stop them. However, this time was different. The human cultivator was a genius, not only powerful but also possessing a speed-type treasure. The human race initially feigned weakness, lulling the Golden Eagle clan into complacency before striking. The Golden Eagle clan members were not killed but were severely injured and fled. The human cultivator, using the speed-type treasure, pursued relentlessly. One fled, and one chased, eventually leading them to a mysterious place where they discovered a massive star. This was no ordinary star but one made of crystal jade. Crystal jade is a material of the God-Sovereign realm. Though the lowest grade, it is still a God-Sovereign realm material. A star made entirely of crystal jade was of immeasurable value. Both sides reported the discovery, and armies were dispatched to claim the crystal jade star. In the initial clash, the human army gained the upper hand. The Golden Eagle clan army was defeated, and the human army pursued them, accidentally discovering their fortress. The location of the fortress was highly classified. Once discovered by an enemy, the human race would do everything possible to destroy it. Now, the human race aimed not only to claim the Crystal Jade Star but also to destroy the Golden Eagle clan's fortress in Zone 2, uprooting their base. Lin Moya understood the importance of the fortress. It was a base for a race on the battlefield. To reach any area in the zone, one had to pass through the fortress. If the fortress was destroyed, the clan members in the zone would become homeless orphans. The human race could then deploy their army to sweep through the zone, eliminating most of the Golden Eagle clan. For the Golden Eagle clan, the destruction of the fortress would be an unimaginable disaster. The war had been ongoing for a month, and the human race seemed to have the upper hand. To support the war in Zone 2, the human armies from Zones 3, 4, and 5 had also been mobilized to prevent reinforcements from the Golden Eagle clan in those zones. After reading the information, Lin Moyo had a clear understanding of the overall situation. In the Vermilion Bird battlefield, the human race's main opponent was the Demon clan. In the Suanmu battlefield, the main opponent was the Golden Eagle clan. Since the fortress has been found, it must be destroyed, Lin Moyo thought to himself, slowly opening his eyes. At this moment, Xiangyan spoke, "Sir, do you plan to join the army and act with them, or do you intend to lead your own team? If you have any requests, we will do our best to accommodate them. I can allocate a 10,000-strong army for you to command." Chapter 1708. Chapter 1708, 1708. Chapter 1708, His life or death has nothing to do with me. Xiang Shaoxing, who had been silent all along, widened her eyes at this moment. Xiang Yan actually said that he could allocate a 10,000-strong army for Lin Moyo to command. Commanding an army is no small matter, especially a 10,000-strong army. Even she did not have the qualifications to command such a large force. What qualifications did this person from Divine City, number 1003, have? Just when she thought Lin Moyo would readily agree, he shook his head and declined. "Thank you for your kind offer, Commander, but I plan to act alone." Xiang Yan was slightly taken aback, not immediately understanding Lin Moyo's intention. Lin Moyo added, "You don't need to worry about me. I have my own methods. You should continue with your plans as usual. Just inform the commander of Fortress Number 2 to allow me some freedom of movement." Lin Moyo's choice surprised Xiang Yan. "Sir, your choice seems a bit unwise. The battlefield is very dangerous." Lin Moyo smiled but spoke with a slightly serious tone. "I am well aware of the dangers of the battlefield. You mentioned you would do your best to cooperate with me, and I hope you will keep your word." Seeing Lin Moyo's insistence, Xiang Yan no longer tried to persuade him. "Since that's the case, I won't say more. Please take care, sir." "Then I will take my leave." Lin Moyo nodded slightly and turned to leave. Xiang Yan signaled to Xiang Shaoxing, who immediately went over to guide Lin Moyo. After all, this was the core area, and there were many restricted zones. Xiang Yan sat back down, his fists clenched, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Moments later, Xiang Shaoxing returned. Xiang Yan asked, "Where did he go?" Xiang Shaoxing shook her head. "He took the teleportation array to Fortress Number 2. Xiang Yan nodded. "It seems he is a man of action." Xiang Shaoxing, puzzled, asked, "Father, why did you want him to command a 10,000-strong army? That's not something just anyone can do. Even though he is from Divine City, we've seen many people from there. How many of them have the ability to command? And from what I sensed, he seems to be just a god king." Xiang Yan replied, "No need to guess, he is indeed a god king, and only at the 6th rank." Xiang Yan, being a 6th rank god sovereign, could see through Lin Moyo's hidden information. Xiang Shaoxing frowned. "Why would Divine City send a 6th rank god king here? What's the use? Is he here to die?" Xiang Yan shook his head slightly. "I don't know the specific reason. We just received a task from Divine City and are following the rules. But since he is from Divine City, whether he is useful or not, we must do our best to protect him. Do you think I would give him a 10,000-strong army without a deputy?" Xiang Shaoxing began to understand Xiang Yan's approach. On the surface, it seemed like Lin Moyo was given command of 10,000 soldiers. In reality, these soldiers would not fully obey Lin Moyo's orders. The true commander would be the deputy assigned to him. The purpose of the 10,000-strong army was actually to protect Lin Moyo. After all, he was from Divine City. If he had an extraordinary background and died here, it would be troublesome. Xiang Yan preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. Xiang Shaoxing said solemnly, "But he refused." Xiang Yan nodded. "Yes, he refused. Since he refused, it has nothing to do with us. Even if something happens to him, it won't be our responsibility. Even the high-ranking officials in Divine City must follow the rules of the human race. That's the bottom line." Xiang Shaoxing slowly nodded, fully understanding now. If Lin Moyo had accepted, the 10,000-strong army would have ensured his safety. Even if he disobeyed orders, it wouldn't matter. After all, Lin Moyo was not part of the military and had no authority over military matters. Now that Lin Moyo chose to act alone, he was completely detached from the army. His life or death had nothing to do with them. Neither Xiang Shaoxing nor Xiang Yan knew Lin Moyo's specific task. Their orders were simply to cooperate with Lin Moyo as much as possible. Now, this arrangement suited everyone. They wouldn't interfere with each other, and everyone could go about their business. Lin Moyo used the teleportation array to reach Fortress Number 2. The battlefield token served as his temporary identification, granting him both significant and limited authority. His authority was significant in that he could move freely within the areas of Fortresses Number 1 to Number 3. He could even receive some assistance from the military to a certain extent. However, his authority was limited in that he could not enter areas beyond Fortress Number 4, and his activities were strictly confined. But this didn't matter as long as it didn't affect his task completion. The atmosphere in Fortress Number 2 was even more tense than in Fortress Number 1. Not only the military but also the cultivators here wore solemn expressions. The human race was united. When war broke out, the cultivators didn't retreat but instead flocked to Fortress Number 2. Currently, besides the fortress's own army, there were over 100,000 cultivators who had come to join the fight. The weakest among them were god kings. True gods were no longer qualified to appear on such a battlefield. The human race needed warriors, not cannon fodder. Lin Moyo observed the hurried cultivators on the streets, reflecting on the recent events. Xiang Shaoxing and Xiang Yan share a similar appearance and temperament. They must be father and daughter. The father is a legion commander, and the daughter is a captain. This is a military family. Giving me 10,000 soldiers seemed like granting me authority, but it was actually to protect me. The real power wouldn't be in my hands. It seems the Human Emperor Network didn't tell them my true task. They might think I'm some big shot son from Divine City, here to gain some experience. Lin Moya found it amusing. Since I'm here, let's end this war. With this thought, Lin Moya returned to the teleportation array, selected his destination, and headed to Zone 2 to 102. Zone 102 was not close to the Golden Eagle clan's fortress. According to the battlefield map, Zone 102 was already behind the Golden Eagle clan's fortress. There weren't any significant tasks here, so human cultivators rarely ventured into this area. However, Zone 102 produced a mineral called Golden Lightstone. This mineral was not very useful to the human race but was valuable to the Golden Eagle clan. By absorbing Golden Lightstone, the Golden Eagle clan could enhance their speed. Speed was the Golden Eagle clan's advantage, and they would spare no effort to maximize it. Therefore, encounters with the Golden Eagle clan were frequent in Zone 102. A few minutes later, Lin Moya emerged from a shattered asteroid. In the silent starry sky, such asteroids were countless, numbering in the trillions. The human race had built the teleportation array within the core of a shattered asteroid, without stationing any troops, making it almost impossible to detect. This was the edge of Zone 102, nearly a billion kilometers from the Golden Lightstone production area. At Lin Moya's speed of 150,000 kilometers per second, it would take just over 10 minutes to reach. Lin Moya transformed into a stream of light, streaking through the dark starry sky. 10 minutes later, he saw specks of golden light in his vision. These golden lights were golden lightstones. Among the golden lightstones, there were even more dazzling golden lights, belonging to the Golden Eagle clan. Found them. Lin Moya smiled coldly and shot forward. Chapter 1709. Chapter 1709, 1709. Chapter 1709, Recognize Reality, You Are All Bait. The Golden Eagle clan members, greedily absorbing the golden light stones, were completely unaware that danger had already arrived. Lin Moya saw a streak of light rushing towards him. The speed was very fast, far exceeding his own. By the time he saw who it was, Lin Moya was already close. Human. He was horrified and instinctively shouted. The response he got was a fist, a golden, dazzling fist. Lin Moya's punch shattered his head. A mere 9th-rank true god of the Golden Eagle clan couldn't withstand a punch from a god king with a golden body. Correct answer, but no reward. Lin Moya chuckled and continued to search for the next target. At the same time, a skeletal god general appeared beside him. Lin Moya handed him a net-like magical treasure. The skeletal god general quietly followed Lin Moya, putting the corpses into the net. Soon, the second target was found, this time even weaker, only an 8th-rank true god. Lin Moya didn't even greet him, directly rushing over and killing him with a punch. The net now contained a second corpse, then the third, the fourth. Each Golden Eagle clan member found was killed. The number of corpses in the net quickly increased, surpassing 20 in the blink of an eye. Finally, someone noticed Lin Moya and saw the corpses in the net. For a moment, the starry sky was filled with dazzling golden light, and the Golden Eagle clan members sounded the alarm. All the Golden Eagle clan members in this star field received the message simultaneously. Hundreds of Golden Eagle clan members gathered together, aggressively heading towards Lin Moya. Before they even got close, various spells were already overwhelming, covering Lin Moya. Lin Moya, bathed in golden light, emerged unscathed from the spells. He charged forward, killing with a punch each time, enjoying the slaughter. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Golden Eagle clan members were killed by Lin Moya's punches. No matter what spells or magical treasures they used, they were all useless. No life-saving techniques worked in Lin Moya's eyes, they were all trash. Not good, he's a god king. Run, he's a human god king, we can't beat him. Run, don't throw your lives away. The Golden Eagle clan members finally realized that Lin Moya was not a true god but a god king. A god king had come here to slaughter them wantonly, which was simply shameless. They couldn't win the fight, but they still had a chance to escape. The Golden Eagle clan members scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. In their view, Lin Moya was alone and couldn't possibly kill them all. Whether Lin Moya would chase them depended on luck. Lin Moya casually chose a direction, killed 2 people, and then stopped. That should be enough. Don't disappoint me. The Golden Eagle clan is known for their vengeance. Now that they know I'm here, they will definitely send people over. I've shown that I'm at the God King realm, so the ones coming will also be God Kings, possibly high-rank God Kings or minor God Sovereigns. They probably won't send an army or a God Sovereign. This bait might need to be used a couple more times. Killing some true gods was not the goal, the real purpose was to lure out stronger beings through the slaughter of true gods. The true gods were just bait, now it was time to wait for the real fish to bite. The skeletal god general flew over, putting the new 2 corpses into the net. Now the net contained nearly 100 Golden Eagle clan corpses, looking like a pile of gold. Lin Moya continued to search the starfield, looking for any remaining Golden Eagle clan members. Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well kill a few more. He wasn't in a hurry, he knew the Golden Eagle clan members would definitely come. Each battlefield area was vast, and the previous battle only affected a small space. In Zone 102, many Golden Eagle clan members were still unaware of what had just happened. Then, another batch of unlucky ones became Lin Moya's victims. Lin Moya's soul was extremely sensitive, with an extraordinary sense of perception, able to detect even the faintest breath and find it. With Lin Moya's speed, these true god-level Golden Eagle clan members had no chance of escaping. Lin Moya became a ruthless killer, wandering back and forth in this area. 3 days later, the net contained over 1,000 corpses. During this time, many Golden Eagle clan members escaped, spreading the news of Lin Moya's rampage. In these 3 days, Lin Moya hadn't encountered any Golden Eagle clan members sent to kill him. But he wasn't in a hurry, he knew they would come soon. 2 days ago, he felt a sense of being watched. It should be some unknown magical treasure, with the Golden Eagle clan using it to monitor him and determine his location. Lin Moya knew they would come soon. On the 4th day, the sense of being watched suddenly intensified. It went from being sneaky to being blatant. Half an hour later, Lin Moya saw a massive golden light flying from the depths of the starry sky, targeting him. The opponent's aura was strong, all god kings, with the leader being particularly powerful, a minor god sovereign. The Golden Eagle clan's god kings were somewhat reckless, full of killing intent, as if they weren't afraid of Lin Moya escaping. At the same level, the Golden Eagle clan's speed was unmatched, making it difficult for cultivators of other races to escape from them. Lin Moya smiled. Finally, they came. 100 god kings, 1 minor god sovereign, not bad. You will be the second batch of bait. Lin Moya didn't retreat but advanced, actively needing them. The Golden Eagle clan members saw Lin Moya not fleeing and each showed a cruel smile. The leading minor god sovereign sneered, courting death. A human god king, so reckless. A god king dares to come here to kill. Tear him apart. Tear him apart. In an instant, killing intent swept across the starry sky. Lin Moya stopped 1,000,000 kilometers away from them. The skeletal god general, always following Lin Moya with the net, flew ahead of him. The Golden Eagle clan members saw the skeletal god general and showed strange expressions. A skeleton, is it a puppet? What's the point of sending out a skeleton? The net held by the skeleton is full of our clan's corpses. Damn it, he actually put our clan's corpses in a net. I'll tear him to pieces. Amidst the Golden Eagle clan's curses, the skeletal god general raised its bone sword. Lin Moya's mouth curled into a cold smile. Die. A white light appeared in the starry sky, illuminating it like daylight. The advancing Golden Eagle clan members were pierced by the white sword light, creating a huge hole in their formation. The previously shouting voices abruptly stopped. The leading minor god sovereign was instantly killed by the sword light, leaving no remains. The 20 or so Golden Eagle clan members behind him also died under the sword light. The surviving Golden Eagle clan members showed fear on their faces. This is a god sovereign. This puppet is a god sovereign. It's a god sovereign level puppet. Run! Run, we can't win, don't throw your lives away. The previously aggressive Golden Eagle clan god kings scattered like beasts. Just like the true gods a few days ago, there was no difference. Lin Moya, unhurried, commanded the skeletal god general to chase and killed a dozen more before stopping. The skeletal god general displayed a speed of 200,000 kilometers per second, the speed of a god sovereign, far surpassing the Golden Eagle clan god kings. Afterward, the skeletal god general once again used the net to collect the corpses. Lin Moya stood in the starry sky. The second batch of bait has been set. Let's continue waiting. At this moment, Lin Moya's expression showed a hint of disdain and strong arrogance. He muttered to himself, a bunch of trash. Chapter 1710. Chapter 1710, 1710. Chapter 1710 Fake, all fake. The Golden Eagle clan can monitor me through some special means. Lin Moya believed they could also see his expressions. So he displayed an arrogant demeanor, which looked somewhat deserving of a beating and would seem ignorant in front of true experts. The higher the realm of the strong, the more humble they often are. They can see a broader world and know their insignificance. Only those who have just reached a certain realm and think they are remarkable would show expressions like Lin Moya's now. This kind of behavior would be looked down upon by true experts. Lin Moya did it on purpose. He wanted the Golden Eagle clan monitoring him to see how arrogant and ignorant he was. Moreover, Lin Moya always acted as if he didn't know the Golden Eagle clan was monitoring him, making it impossible to judge that he was doing it on purpose. 000. Less than 1 light year away from Lin Moya, the fortress of the Golden Eagle clan was located there. On a wall that looked like it was made of gold, Lin Moya's image was displayed. The image wasn't particularly clear, but Lin Moya's annoying expression was still discernible. An ignorant brat, looking for death. Does he think he can do whatever he wants with a puppet of a god-sovereign realm? He even wrapped our clansmen in nets. This is simply blasphemy. He must die. If we let him go back, our Golden Eagle clan will lose face. A god-sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan was furious. I'll go over and kill him. Another god-sovereign also said solemnly, I'll go with you. No need. Just a puppet that has barely reached the god-sovereign realm. It's nothing, I can handle it alone. Saying this, he stepped into the teleportation array. In the next second, the teleportation array activated, and he disappeared from the fortress. 000. In Area 102, a powerful pressure swept over. He's here. This time they acted quickly, making me wait only half a day. Lin Moya knew the god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan had arrived. He thought he would have to wait a day or two, but it was quicker than expected. The pressure of the god sovereign spread wantonly in the starry sky, as if saying, you're arrogant, but I'm more arrogant. When he was still 1,000,000 kilometers away, Lin Moya felt himself being locked on. He had a thought, and the skeletal god general beside him swung out a brilliant sword energy. The god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan produced a golden war knife, fiercely slashing and scattering the swordlight. The god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan spread his huge golden wings and laughed loudly. "You're dead. Do you think a mere puppet can compare to a true god sovereign? I'll chop you into pieces and make you into minced meat." At this moment, Lin Moya's face changed, and the skeletal god general rushed up. The skeletal god general was very fast, only slightly slower than the god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan. The two collided with a boom. The entire body of the god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan shone brightly, and a golden Lost Star river appeared above his head. The god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan swung his war knife, which expanded several times instantly, slashing the skeletal god general in half. He seemed mad, but actually wasn't careless. Madness was also a facade. Lin Moya showed a hint of panic in his eyes, spread his necromantic wings, broke the soul lock, and fled. "You can't escape." The god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan laughed madly and quickly pursued. Lin Moya kept urging his necromantic wings, fleeing quickly. But the god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan was faster, and the distance between them rapidly shortened. At this time, another skeletal god general appeared beside Lin Moya, with a sharp white sword energy crossing the void. "There's more." The god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan was first stunned, then forcefully slashed and broke the sword energy. However, his speed also slowed down, and the distance between him and Lin Moya increased again. This time, the skeletal god general didn't fight head-on with the god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan but started to skirmish, seemingly to buy time for Lin Moya. "It's useless, you can't escape." The god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan shouted angrily, and the Lost Star river above his head shone even brighter. The Lost Star river sprinkled golden light, making him faster. At the same time, under the golden light, the speed of the skeletal god general greatly reduced. Lin Moya felt himself locked on again. A beam of golden light shot out from the Lost Star river, like an arrow. The necromantic wings flapped, breaking the lock again and dodging the arrow. "You can dodge, let's see how you dodge this." Golden lights shot densely from the Lost Star river, covering the starry sky, giving Lin Moya nowhere to escape. A Death Knight appeared beside Lin Moya, who then leaped onto the Death Knight's warhorse. The Death Knight charged, instantly leaving the area covered by the golden light, and the distance between them increased again. The god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan felt humiliated, angrily chasing. Lin Moya fled frantically, and the god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan chased madly, flying further away. Unknowingly, they left Area 2 to 102. The sense of surveillance is gone. Lin Moya thought, but he didn't stop. After fleeing another billion kilometers, he finally felt at ease. Lin Moya suddenly stopped, no longer escaping. The god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan flew to Lin Moya, with only 10,000 kilometers between them. At this distance, for a strong person of the god sovereign realm, it was as if face to face. The god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan sneered, "Why did you stop running? Are you resigning yourself to fate?" Lin Moya shook his head, "There's no surveillance here." The god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan felt something was wrong. There was a deeper meaning in Lin Moya's words. "You knew we were monitoring you." As he spoke, he looked around and saw no ambush, then relaxed slightly. At this time, Lin Moya took out a head, which emitted the aura of a god sovereign. It was a god sovereign's head. The god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan's face changed greatly. Lin Moya actually had a god sovereign's head. He realized he had been tricked. Lin Moya was luring him here. "Not good, it's fake, everything is fake." He turned to flee, but it was too late. A violent explosion sounded, and his consciousness fell into darkness, quickly sinking. Corpse explosion is still very useful. Alright, one extra task completed. Lin Moya smiled, feeling good. 3 extra tasks: kill 1,000 god kings, 10 minor god sovereigns, 1 god sovereign. Of the 3 tasks, killing a god sovereign was the hardest, but it was completed first. Lin Moya flicked his fingers, a gray flame flew out and landed on the corpse. Star-level spell, Resurrection of the Dead. Flesh and blood were reborn, soul reorganized. The just dead god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan revived in the immortal flame. He knelt respectfully before Lin Moya, not daring to raise his head, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. From the outside, he was no different from when he was alive. Even those at the other shore realm couldn't distinguish between the resurrected and the living. In life, he was a first-tier god sovereign, medium among them, not the strongest. But after resurrection, with Lin Moya's talent boost, he became stronger than before. The first step of the plan succeeded, now for the second step. Tell me about the situation in the Golden Eagle clan fortress, the more detailed the better. Literature. Chapter 1711. Chapter 1711, 1711. Chapter 1711, The Self-Destruction of the God Sovereign, Confused. Faced with Lin Moya's command, the resurrected Golden Eagle clan God Sovereign immediately began to explain in detail. Lin Moya obtained a lot of information that he had not previously acquired. The Golden Eagle clan's fortress was significantly inferior to the human clan's fortress. The Golden Eagle clan was not skilled in crafting magical treasures. While they could manage to craft ordinary magical treasures, creating a fortress was beyond their capabilities. In other words, the Golden Eagle clan relied on their innate talents. Many races in the Great World were like this, relying on their natural abilities. During the ancient times, the Golden Eagle clan benefited from an attack on the human clan, obtaining some information on crafting magical treasures. Among this information was data on crafting war fortresses, but it was incomplete, resulting in poorly made fortresses. The human clan's war fortresses were powerful magical treasures that, when fully activated, could rival a god sovereign. In Lin Moya's view, the Golden Eagle clan's war fortresses were more like large warships, and not very powerful ones at that, primarily used for transportation. After listening to the detailed description from the Resurrected One, Lin Moya began to ponder his next move. There are 10 teleportation arrays in the fortress, which is quite a number. Fortunately, the 10 teleportation arrays are together, which is good news. This place is about 1 light-year away from the Golden Eagle clan's fortress, a total of 900 billion kilometers. If I don't use the teleportation array, I definitely can't fly over there. But if I use the Golden Eagle clan's teleportation array, I will end up in the fortress, facing 13 god sovereigns, including a 6th-rank god sovereign. This is too dangerous. I might not even be able to use the Golden Eagle clan's teleportation array. After considering various pros and cons, he finally came up with a feasible plan. Lin Moya gave instructions to the Resurrected One, who spread his wings, and Lin Moya stood directly on his back. In the next second, he turned into a golden light and flew into the distance. This time, because he was not chasing an enemy and did not need to precisely control distance and direction, the Golden Eagle clan's speed was fully displayed. The space began to distort, vibrating like waves. Lin Moya felt like he was surfing in the starry sky, leaping billions of kilometers every second. This method, known as Space Leap, was unique to the Golden Eagle clan and could only be performed by those at the God Sovereign level or above. Space Leap had nothing to do with space laws and was far inferior to true space laws, but it was much faster than normal flight. Human God Sovereigns needed flying magical treasures to achieve this, but the Golden Eagle clan God Sovereigns could do it with their innate abilities. This was the Golden Eagle clan's talent, affecting space with extreme speed. However, this method placed a great burden on the Golden Eagle clan God Sovereigns, and accuracy could not be guaranteed. They could easily veer off course, and the distance could not be accurately controlled. During the chase earlier, he couldn't use this method. If he had, Lin Moya would have lost track of him long ago. The Golden Eagle clan indeed makes a good mount, especially a God Sovereign level Golden Eagle clan member. Lin Moya thought to himself that if the Resurrected One could maintain this state for a long time, he would have a God Sovereign level mount. Not only could it travel quickly, but it could also serve as a fighter. 2 hours later, Lin Moya had arrived within 50 million kilometers of the Golden Eagle clan's fortress. He couldn't get any closer. If he did, he would be detected by the Golden Eagle clan. He now knew that the Golden Eagle clan used a special ability called Eagle Eye to monitor him. This was a very special technique that required some special magical treasures to perform. This technique could monitor specific areas and could also be used for defense. When used for defense, it was somewhat similar to the human clan's Demon Eye. Once an enemy entered, it would automatically alert. The magical treasures used with Eagle Eye were as small as dust and hard to detect. Many of these magical treasures were placed near the fortress, making it easy to be detected if one got too close. The Golden Eagle clan was very confident in their Eagle Eye. Besides Eagle Eye, there were no other defense measures here. With the speed of the skeleton god generals, it would take about 4 minutes to reach the Golden Eagle clan's fortress from here. 4 minutes is a bit slow, but barely acceptable. Lin Moya released a large number of skeleton god generals, surrounding the Golden Eagle clan's fortress within a 50 million kilometer radius. The area was vast, and although Lin Moya had as many as 50 million skeleton god generals, it was still not enough when it came to actual deployment. The starry sky was three-dimensional, not flat, so a single circle was not enough. Multiple circles were needed, interwoven with each other. In the end, the distribution was such that a skeleton god general was placed every few dozen kilometers. But this was enough, as the skeleton god generals could fully control this range. Unknowingly, the starry sky had been completely surrounded by skeleton god generals, making it impossible for anyone to escape. While Lin Moya was setting up the encirclement, the resurrected Golden Eagle clan god sovereign had returned to Area 2 to 102. Upon receiving Lin Moya's command, he returned to the fortress through the Golden Eagle clan's teleportation array. "You're back. How did it go? Did you take care of it?" That human clan member was really slippery, making us chase for so long. The Golden Eagle clan god sovereigns all asked one after another. The Resurrected One stood in the teleportation array, motionless and silent. Amidst everyone's confusion, a powerful aura suddenly swept out. The Resurrected One burst into dazzling golden light, and the powerful god sovereign's power surged out like waves. A golden river of laws appeared above his head, different from the usual river of laws. At this moment, the river of laws turned into giant waves, surging like a tsunami. In the next moment, the river of laws trembled, and a vast amount of power gushed out. "He's going to self-destruct. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Stop it, what are you doing?" The dozen or so Golden Eagle clan god sovereigns panicked. They all knew each other and had good relationships. No one expected their friend to suddenly self-destruct. If a god sovereign self-destruct in the fortress, the consequences would be unimaginable. But the other party didn't listen at all. The energy grew more and more intense, and the golden light illuminated the entire fortress. The self-destruction was inevitable. "Retreat, retreat, retreat. Everyone, evacuate the fortress immediately, hurry. Retreat quickly, if you don't want to die, get out of the fortress now." The god sovereigns began to evacuate the fortress, and the Golden Eagle clan's god kings and true gods also fled frantically. Boom! With a loud bang, the fortress was enveloped in golden light, turning into a star. The golden light contained surging energy, and none of the Golden Eagle clan members who hadn't escaped survived. The self-destruction of a god sovereign was incredibly terrifying. The fortress was blown to pieces, almost turning into ruins. The god sovereigns and god kings who escaped looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Why did he self-destruct? What happened? How did it come to this? Could it be related to that human clan member? Are you saying this was caused by the human clan? But how could the human clan have such an ability? The demon clan's bewitching demon does have the ability to control god sovereigns, but it couldn't be them. The god sovereigns speculated, unable to find an answer. At the moment of the self-destruction, Lin Moya smiled and said, "Action." Chapter 1712. Chapter 1712, 1712. Chapter 1712. In the face of life and death, everyone is selfish. 10 million kilometers outside the Golden Eagle clan's fortress, a force of 500,000 Golden Eagle clan soldiers was stationed. Normally, the number of troops in a war zone is around 100,000. This is true for the human clan, the demon clan, and the Golden Eagle clan. However, as the war began, both sides clashed several times. The Golden Eagle clan suffered some losses, so they started to increase their troops, gradually reaching 500,000. Half a minute after the god sovereign's self-destruction, they all saw the light coming from the fortress. In the pitch-black starry sky, a golden light cluster appeared like a star, particularly eye-catching. They all knew it was the direction of their fortress, but they didn't know what had happened. What happened there? Such a bright light, could it be a god sovereign experimenting with new magic? Should we go and check it out? The officers must have already sent someone, it's not our concern. Exactly, we're just soldiers, let's do our own jobs. The Golden Eagle clan soldiers were puzzled but didn't actually go to check. It wasn't their concern the officers would handle it. Soon, someone went to check the situation. Several golden lights streaked across the starry sky, quickly flying towards the fortress. 3 minutes later, these golden lights returned. Immediately, a beautiful golden firework exploded in the starry sky. All troops, be on alert. A commanding voice echoed through the army. All the Golden Eagle clan soldiers immediately became alert, and warships flew out, forming formations in the sky. The Golden Eagle clan didn't rely on warships, they were mainly used for rest and transportation. Is there going to be another battle? Didn't we just fight a few days ago? It seems something happened at the fortress, could it be the human clan attacking? I heard our fortress's location has been exposed, the human clan might try to destroy it. It's all that idiot's fault for leading the human clan here. The elders said they would move the fortress in a few days. We just need to hold on for a few more days, then we can fully compete with the human clan for the Crystal Jade. The elders also said that if we can seize the Crystal Jade Mine Star, everyone will get a share. That's God Sovereign level material. When I reach God Sovereign, I'll have materials to forge weapons. We must seize the Crystal Jade. The clan will continue to increase troops, and victory will surely be ours. The 500,000 Golden Eagle clan soldiers had their own thoughts. As they were lost in their fantasies, countless white sword auras streaked across the starry sky. The sword auras were vast and majestic, each carrying the power of a god sovereign. The dense sword auras swept in, instantly turning the Golden Eagle clan's formation into a beehive. Enemy attack! A sharp cry echoed through the starry sky. At the same time, golden fireworks exploded violently. But the only response was the endless, countless sword auras. As the resurrected one self-destruct, Lin Moyo had already ordered the skeleton god generals to set off. The skeleton god generals, moving at 200,000 kilometers per second, synchronized to shrink the encirclement. In just over 3 minutes, they made contact with the Golden Eagle clan's army. Because the fortress was destroyed, the Golden Eagle clan's Eagle Eye technique was completely broken. They relied too much on the Eagle Eye technique and didn't send out patrols, so they didn't notice the arrival of the skeleton god generals. It wasn't until the sword auras attacked that they realized they were under attack. But by then, it was too late. The encirclement formed by the skeleton god generals had shrunk to a small sphere, completely surrounding the Golden Eagle clan. No matter which direction the Golden Eagle clan's army flew, they couldn't break out. The dense god sovereign level sword auras completely shattered the Golden Eagle clan's army. Warships exploded under the sword auras, turning into fragments. Countless Golden Eagle clan members were reduced to bones in the sword auras. In just 5 seconds, half of the 500,000 Golden Eagle clan soldiers were dead or injured. Retreat, retreat quickly. Retreat towards the fortress, the enemy is a god sovereign. Oh my god, so many god sovereigns, how can there be so many god sovereigns? The Golden Eagle clan was in complete chaos, their morale utterly shattered. They fled frantically, without any thought of resistance. Countless Golden Eagle clan members, with their dreams of Crystal Jade, were forever frozen in the sword auras. Golden light streaked across the starry sky, flying towards the fortress. The dense sword auras continued to rampage, and the skeleton god generals maintained their formation, advancing steadily. By now, the skeleton god generals had slowed down. From the initial 200,000 kilometers per second, they had slowed to 50,000 kilometers per second. Wherever they passed, nothing grew, and no Golden Eagle clan member could survive. Outside the fortress, the 13 surviving Golden Eagle clan god sovereigns and thousands of god kings and true gods saw countless golden lights. Each golden light was a Golden Eagle clan member, flying from the direction of the army's station. At the same time, the god sovereigns saw the white sword auras. Something's wrong, something happened. The god sovereigns' heart sank. They had already ordered the army to be on alert, but they didn't expect the human clan's attack to come so quickly. It was clearly premeditated. Among those fleeing from the army, one was flying the fastest, the army's commander. The commander was also a god sovereign. He had been stunned by the attack, and after recovering, he knew he couldn't fight so many god sovereigns, so he rushed back immediately. It's skeletons, so many skeletons. Each skeleton is a god sovereign, at least hundreds of thousands. We're surrounded. He briefly explained the situation. The god sovereigns present felt their hearts sink. Skeletons, without a doubt, were the human clan's puppets. God sovereign level puppets, and in the hundreds of thousands. How could they fight this? Even combined, they were only 14. Although some were second or third rank god sovereigns, and the strongest was a sixth rank god sovereign, but it was still impossible to fight. Even self-preservation was difficult. They first destroyed our teleportation arrays in Fortress, disabling the Eagle Eye, preventing us from using the teleportation arrays to escape, and then launched a sneak attack. The human clan, what a tactic. We should leave first and report the situation back. The Golden Eagle clan god sovereigns quickly made a decision. Since they couldn't win, they decided to leave and save their lives. As for the god kings and true gods, they would die here. War is cruel like that, it's every man for himself. As long as they survived, they didn't care about others. In the face of life and death, their selfishness was fully exposed. They were god sovereigns, with high status and valuable lives. They spread their wings, ready to use Space Leap to leave. With Space Leap, no matter how tight the encirclement, it wouldn't matter. But the next second, they all found that Space Leap had lost its effect. The god sovereigns' faces turned grim, their eyes filled with rage. Space is locked. The human clan used a space locking array to seal the space. The human clan wants to kill us all, such ruthless tactics. Then let's break through in one direction. I don't believe we can't break out. We'll remember this grudge and repay it in the future. They thought of a second plan, and one god sovereign shouted, "Follow us, break through." Chapter 1713. Chapter 1713, 1713. Chapter 1713. If he doesn't die, the human clan will rule the world. Outside the encirclement, a formation disc floated beside Lin Moyo. The disc had a diameter of only 10 meters, appearing quite small. Embedded in it were a full 100 space-fixing pearls, which were fully integrated into the formation. The formation disc was called the space-locking formation, and it had only one function, to lock space. Under its lock, even a god sovereign would be affected. Only those who had mastered the laws of space could be exempt from its effects. The god sovereigns of the Golden Eagle clan were not exempt. The creation of this space-locking formation was specifically targeted at the god sovereigns of the Golden Eagle clan. The space-locking formation could lock an area up to 20 million kilometers in diameter. Within this area, one could only fly honestly. Lin Moyo had purchased the space-locking formation before setting out, spending a full 10 million points. So far, the effect seemed quite good. In fact, having the Resurrected One destroy the teleportation arrays was secondary. As long as they entered the range of the space-locking formation, the teleportation arrays would also fail. The greatest role of the Resurrected One was to eliminate the Eagle Eye, making the Golden Eagle clan blind. Now his plan had completely succeeded, and the Golden Eagle clan was fully surrounded. With 50 million skeleton god generals in the space-locking formation, the Golden Eagle clan was trapped. The god sovereigns of the Golden Eagle clan, along with the surviving 200,000 god kings and true gods, chose a direction to break through. They did not choose the direction of their army but the opposite direction. However, they did not know that no matter which direction they chose, the result would be the same. Golden light entered their sight. The Golden Eagle clan was too conspicuous, leaving long trails of golden light as they flew. This allowed Lin Moyo to grasp all their movements. The Eye of the Soul opened, and with the help of the undead vision, he had control over all the dynamics on the battlefield. This was a battle without suspense, or rather, it should be called a massacre. After confirming the movements of the Golden Eagle clan, the skeleton god generals accelerated again. The encirclement quickly shrank, and within seconds, they met the Golden Eagle clan's breakout team. So many skeletons. So many god sovereign level puppets, this is terrifying. The Golden Eagle clan members exclaimed, and the answer they received was the sword aura of the skeleton god generals. In the second encounter, within a single exchange, tens of thousands of Golden Eagle clan members died under the sword aura. The faces of the Golden Eagle clan's god sovereigns turned ashen, and they spread their wings, unleashing astonishing power. They each took out their weapons and fought fiercely with the skeleton god generals. In terms of combat power, one-on-one, the skeleton god generals were not their match. But this was not a fair duel, it was war. If one couldn't beat you, then hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands would. More and more skeleton god generals surrounded them. They had not yet succeeded in breaking through, and more skeleton god generals were arriving from all directions. The god sovereigns of the Golden Eagle clan charged in all directions, but the result was the same no matter which direction they chose. Lin Moyo finally appeared on the battlefield, like a monarch, his eyes cold and merciless as he watched the scene. The god sovereigns of the Golden Eagle clan also saw Lin Moyo and suddenly realized that they were not facing the human clan's army but this one human clan member. Just one human clan member, controlling countless skeletons, had beaten them into disarray. This person is terrifying. He will be a disaster for all races. With him around, the human clan will rule the great world. He must not be allowed to live. The god sovereigns of the Golden Eagle clan had almost identical thoughts. Among the 14 god sovereigns, 8 were first rank, 3 were second rank, 2 were third rank, and 1 was sixth rank. The sixth rank god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan was the leader of all. Kill him, he must not live. He roared and charged at Lin Moyo. At this moment, he didn't care about his own life or death. He had only one thought, to kill Lin Moyo and not let him survive. The other god sovereigns followed him, charging at Lin Moyo together. The skeleton god generals blocking their way were all knocked aside. The 6th rank god sovereign's full power was unleashed, turning into a golden arrow that pierced through numerous skeleton god generals. Above him, a vast golden river of laws appeared, and above the other god sovereigns, rivers of laws also appeared simultaneously. Connect the rivers, he roared, and the 14 rivers of laws connected together. The rivers converged into a lake, which expanded and turned into an ocean. Golden waves surged, like giant hands, slapping the skeleton god generals away. Golden armor symbols intertwined into countless layers of armor, all shattered in an instant. Not bad. Lin Moya's heart moved, and more skeleton god generals surrounded him, blocking in front of him. At the same time, he slowly retreated, and in front of him appeared several massive legion commanders. With the legion commanders came their armies. The rivers of laws of the legions appeared, and bone dragons and death knights merged into the rivers of laws. The power of the legion commanders surged, instantly reaching the peak of the 2nd rank god sovereign. They raised their war blades and launched deadly attacks at the god sovereigns of the Golden Eagle clan. The ocean formed by the rivers of laws surged with giant waves, constantly shaking. The faces of the god sovereigns of the Golden Eagle clan changed again. They hadn't expected that besides the skeleton god generals, there were even stronger beings. This only strengthened their resolve to kill Lin Moyo. This guy was too terrifying. If he continued to grow, they might face the disaster of extinction. The attacks of the legion commanders did not cut through the ocean of the rivers of laws, only causing giant waves. Lin Moya's eyes flashed slightly, and several alien heads appeared in his hand. Stellar level spell, Corpse Explosion. His target was the 1st rank god sovereigns. Since the rivers of laws had merged, he would directly blow up their bodies. Corpse Explosion had the characteristic of ignoring obstacles the rivers of laws couldn't protect them. Boom, boom, boom. 5 heads turned to powder, resulting in 5 explosions. The ocean of laws immediately weakened, and the 5 first-rank god sovereigns of the Golden Eagle clan who were charging together died on the spot. How is this possible? What kind of spell is this? The god sovereigns of the Golden Eagle clan were stunned, unable to believe it. This was not a puppet but a spell. A spell at the god king level, instantly killing god sovereigns. This human clan member is terrifying. Originally, Lin Moya was just considered formidable, but now he had become terrifying, a level higher. Lin Moya's face was expressionless, his eyes flashing with killing intent. His fingers pointed continuously, and Corpse Explosion was cast again. This time, he used the bodies of the god sovereigns who had just been blown up as materials, directly causing explosions. More explosions sounded, accompanied by screams. The remaining 3 first-rank god sovereigns of the Golden Eagle clan died on the spot, and another second-rank god sovereign was seriously injured. Using the bodies of first-rank god sovereigns as explosive materials could instantly kill those of the same rank and seriously injure those 1 rank higher. Your life is tough, surviving 2 explosions. Let's see how many more you can take. Lin Moya's hands didn't stop, continuing to cast Corpse Explosion. 3 more explosions occurred, with screams in the first 2, but the last scream was abruptly cut off. After being blown up 5 times in a row, the second-rank god sovereign finally couldn't hold on and died in the starry sky. At this point, the ocean formed by the rivers of laws had shrunk by more than half, its power reduced by at least a third. Only 2 second-rank god sovereigns, 2 third-rank god sovereigns, and 1 sixth-rank god sovereign remained. The 6th-rank god sovereign leader's eyes were bloodshot. I'll charge, you kill him. His entire body shone with dazzling golden light, his aura surging, and all his golden feathers shot out like arrows. He was burning his life force, ready to fight to the death. Chapter 1714. Chapter 1714, 1714. Chapter 1714, The Ruthless Ancient Talisman Punch. The leader of the Golden Eagle clan, burning his life force, shot out all his golden feathers, forcibly creating a path. Lin Moyo. The golden feathers formed a golden light path, directly reaching Lin Moyo. He paved the way for his companions, creating an opportunity for them. The remaining 4 god sovereigns of the Golden Eagle clan stepped onto the golden light path, charging towards Lin Moyo. Useless. Lin Moya shook his head slightly, pointing a finger. The undying flame burned fiercely, and the skeleton throne appeared. A 10,000-meter-tall skeleton king stood in front of Lin Moyo. The skeleton king exuded the aura of a third-rank god sovereign, even stronger than an ordinary third-rank god sovereign. The moment the skeleton king appeared, Lin Moya's aura also surged dramatically. Original spell, Strengthen Soldiers. Original spell, Gather Power. With both original spells activated simultaneously, Lin Moyo instantly reached the 4th rank of God Sovereign, even stronger than the Skeleton King. Spell, God Slaying. Lin Moyo and the Skeleton King swung their swords simultaneously, and 2 sword lights appeared. The 2 third-rank God Sovereigns of the Golden Eagle clan were shattered on the spot, not even getting a chance to approach Lin Moyo. The leader of the Golden Eagle clan was filled with disbelief, followed by deep despair. How could they kill such an enemy? Since they couldn't kill him, they had to escape and bring the information back. With a hateful heart, he let out a roar. A sea of laws, dominated by him, descended, enveloping the 2 remaining second-rank God Sovereigns and the 2 third-rank God Sovereigns who had just been shattered into pieces. Screams echoed as the 2 second-rank God Sovereigns were absorbed by him. The 2 God Sovereigns' golden light dimmed, and their power disappeared. Not only that, but even the blood and flesh of the 2 God Sovereigns killed by the God-slaying spell were absorbed at this moment. Lin Moya recalled the information about the Golden Eagle clan's secret technique, Eagle Soul Blood Sacrifice. Eagle Soul Blood Sacrifice could sacrifice oneself or others. He dominated the fused sea of laws, choosing to sacrifice others to enhance himself. After the blood sacrifice, he would gather the essence of multiple god sovereigns, greatly increasing his power. Lin Moyo felt his life force surge dramatically. Golden flames erupted from his body, the flames of life burning fiercely. The skeleton god generals were instantly killed upon contact. Even the legion commanders couldn't withstand it. The skeleton king swung its massive bone sword, but was sent flying before it could make contact. He charged towards Lin Moyo with golden flames, with an imposing aura, as if he intended to perish together with Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo quickly retreated, spreading his spirit wings to sever the soul lock. Regardless of its effectiveness, a massive number of skeleton god generals surged forward, forming a meat shield. The legion commanders released bone dragons and death knights from their laws. Although the eagle soul blood sacrifice was powerful, it was not his own strength and would eventually be exhausted. With the massive undead army, Lin Moyo intended to wear him down to death. Suddenly, the golden flames turned and charged in another direction. He's trying to escape. Lin Moyo was momentarily stunned, not expecting the god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan, who had just been determined to kill him, to suddenly try to escape. He chose the direction with the fewest skeleton god generals. If he escaped far enough, once he left the range of the space-locking formation, he would be impossible to catch. Lin Moyo took out a jade piece, given to him by the great figure Song Jia from the Netherworld realm. As soon as the jade piece appeared, the surrounding space distorted. Even the space-locking formation couldn't prevent this distortion. It felt as if something extremely heavy was collapsing the space. Lin Moyo, still in the gather power state, temporarily maintained his 4th rank god sovereign level. He injected 90% of his soul power into the jade piece, along with the belief power he had recently acquired. The jade piece glowed, and the ancient talisman inside was activated, releasing a vast pressure. The surrounding space finally couldn't withstand it and began to collapse layer by layer. Energy turbulence from the collapsed space swept out, making Lin Moyo feel like he was in a black hole. Power of rules. The god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan, who was breaking through, let out a sharp scream, becoming extremely frantic and filled with terror. Lin Moyo smiled, good insight. Locking onto him with his soul, a corner of the ancient talisman shot out from the jade piece. The ancient talisman transformed into a giant fist, flying towards the god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan with a rumbling sound, at a leisurely pace. Wherever the giant fist passed, space continued to collapse. Its speed was far slower than the Golden Eagle clan, but strangely, the god sovereign seemed to be drawn towards it, his speed suddenly slowing down. Not only did he not move away, but he also flew towards the giant fist. If not for the terror on his face, it would seem as if he was returning home. Not only him, but many skeleton god generals were also involuntarily flying towards the giant fist. Upon touching the giant fist, they silently turned to dust, leaving no bones behind. No! The god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan's expression twisted with indescribable fear. He trembled uncontrollably, unable to resist. Finally, he collided with the fist. Without even a scream, the golden flames disappeared, his flesh turned to dust, and like the skeleton god generals, no bones remained. After killing the god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan, the giant fist continued to fly forward, its momentum undiminished. Lin Moyo quickly recalled all the skeleton god generals he could. He couldn't help but laugh. This thing is powerful, but it doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. The giant fist, activated by the ancient talisman, was indeed powerful, almost reaching the peak of the god sovereign level. But it didn't distinguish between friend and foe, killing tens of thousands of skeleton god generals in one punch. The death of the god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan marked the end of the battle. Over 500,000 troops, mostly god kings and some true gods. The god kings in the fortress, along with 15 god sovereigns. Lin Moyo couldn't even count how many times he had exceeded the mission requirements, but he had definitely completed it. Not counting the mission rewards, the military merits alone were substantial. It's time to go back. Lin Moyo turned and walked towards the nearest human clan teleportation array. The human clan had set up numerous teleportation arrays on the battlefield, with one in almost every area. Even in areas like 2 to 102, completely controlled by the Golden Eagle clan, there were hidden teleportation arrays. The nearest teleportation array was just over an hour's journey away. Human clan Suunmu battlefield, fortress number 2. Xiang Yan sat on his legion commander's throne, with several elders seated below, including Xiang Shaoxing, who had no seat due to her lower status and could only stand aside. An elder asked, "Sir, are we really going to ignore the people from the Divine City this time?" Xiang Yan said solemnly, this was his own choice. I once suggested that he could be assigned a 10,000-man team or join the army and act with them. The elders, being shrewd, understood Xiang Yan's meaning. Xiang Yan didn't really want to care about the people from the Divine City, but he had to follow the rules. So, as long as their safety was ensured, it was enough. If they chose to act alone, their life and death were their own responsibility. No matter what happened, it wouldn't be Xiang Yan's fault. Lin Moyo had been missing for days, his whereabouts unknown. Xiang Yan said, according to the latest information, the Golden Eagle clan is reinforcing their troops here. Their reinforcements will arrive in no more than 10 days. I plan to launch a full-scale attack in 5 days and wipe them out. For this, the elders from fortresses number 3, 4, 5, and 6 will come to support us. By then, we will have 25 god sovereigns, enough to crush them. And he suddenly paused, having received a message from Lin Moyo. Chapter 1715. Chapter 1715, 1715. Chapter 1715, only this once, never again. Lin Moyo's battlefield token was specially made and could directly contact Xiang Yan. Xiang Yan suddenly stopped mid-sentence and said to Xiang Shaoxing, Go bring the gentleman over, he's at the teleportation array. They were in the core area of the fortress, and without a guide, Lin Moyo couldn't get in. Xiang Shaoxing saluted and immediately went out to fetch Lin Moyo. The people present continued to discuss the battle details. Xiang Yan planned to launch a full-scale attack on the Golden Eagle clan in 5 days. As long as their fortress was destroyed, the teleportation arrays set up by the Golden Eagle clan would become useless. Even if new fortresses arrived, these teleportation arrays would need to be reactivated one by one, a process that could take thousands of years. In other words, if this battle was won, not only would the Crystal Jade Mind Star belong to the human clan, but the Golden Eagle clan would also be unable to cause any trouble for 1,000 years. As for what would happen after 1,000 years, it was too far to consider. After continuous reinforcements, the human clan's army in Zone 2 had exceeded 1 million. Now, as long as there were enough god sovereigns, they could definitely defeat the Golden Eagle clan. While everyone was discussing, Xiang Yan's hand slightly moved, and everyone fell silent. 2 seconds later, the conference room door opened, and Xiang Shaoxing brought Lin Moyo in. Xiang Yan, who had been stern a moment ago, suddenly smiled. "Sir, you finally returned. Where have you been training these days? Any gains?" Although he didn't like people from the Divine City, he still had to be polite on the surface. Xiang Shaoxing glanced at Lin Moyo, thinking he must have been hiding somewhere. After all, he was just a god king and couldn't affect the overall situation. He was probably just here to gain some prestige, likely never having been on a real battlefield. Lin Moyo scanned the room. Those seated were all god sovereigns, and even those standing were minor god sovereigns. As a god king, he was the weakest in terms of strength. But in terms of aura, Lin Moyo was not inferior to them at all. Lin Moyo's voice was calm. "I just heard Captain Xiang say that it seems you are planning a full-scale attack on the Golden Eagle clan." Xiang Yan was slightly stunned and looked at Xiang Shaoxing. Xiang Shaoxing subtly shook her head, indicating she hadn't said anything. Xiang Shaoxing wouldn't lie, but how did Lin Moyo know? They had spoken softly, and with the special nature of the conference room, the sound couldn't have leaked out. Lin Moyo smiled. "I heard it myself. I have good ears." Xiang Yan forced a smile. "We are indeed discussing it. Will you join the army in action then?" Lin Moyo shook his head. Xiang Xiaoxing's eye showed a hint of disdain, thinking, as expected, he doesn't dare to go to the battlefield. He's just a pampered young master here to gain some prestige. Xiang Yan asked, "Do you still plan to act alone? But once the battle starts, it will be very dangerous." Lin Moyo still shook his head. "I mean, there's no need for a full-scale attack. The Golden Eagle clan is already dead, and their fortress has been destroyed." Wow! Everyone was stunned, including Xiang Yan and all the god sovereigns, who looked at Lin Moyo with doubt. Xiang Yan's mouth twitched slightly. "Sir, are you joking?" Lin Moyo shook his head. "I'm not joking. I went to the Golden Eagle clan these past few days. Their 500,000 troops, 15 god sovereigns, and a useless fortress have all been destroyed." Xiang Yan's pupils contracted sharply. He instinctively felt it was impossible, but he remembered that the information he gave Lin Moyo didn't mention the number of Golden Eagle clan troops, especially the number of god sovereigns. According to his latest intelligence, the Golden Eagle clan indeed had 15 god sovereigns, no more, no less, and the troops were indeed 500,000. So, either Lin Moyo was telling the truth, or he had his own intelligence system. An intelligence system was unlikely. This was Xiang Yan's territory, and even he had difficulty obtaining the information. Lin Moyo couldn't have gotten it. But if Lin Moyo was telling the truth, it was too incredible. Xiang Yan didn't dare to believe it, and neither did the elders present. But they all looked at Xiang Yan, waiting for his decision. Xiang Shaoxing couldn't help but say, "What nonsense are you talking about? You're just a god king. How could you kill god sovereigns, let alone 15 of them? Destroying 500,000 troops is even more impossible. Golden Eagle clan's god kings are hard to kill. If they want to leave, you can't stop them. Don't spread false information here. If..." Xiang Yan shouted angrily, "Shut up." Xiang Shaoxing immediately stopped talking. Lin Moyo glanced at Xiang Shaoxing. "Only this once, never again." His voice was calm but carried a murderous intent. Xiang Shaoxing shivered under Lin Moyo's gaze. "His eyes are terrifying." Xiang Shaoxing thought, feeling like she was facing death, more terrifying than being on the battlefield. Lin Moyo looked at Xiang Yan. "I came with a mission from the Divine City to assist the Suanweo army in destroying the Golden Eagle clan's fortress. I just don't like to waste time. So I went alone and completed the mission. If Captain Xiang has any doubts, you can send someone to check. The blood of the Golden Eagle clan should still be warm." Seeing Lin Moyo so confident, Xiang Yan couldn't refute. He wanted to ask why Lin Moyo didn't record it with a memory stone, but he didn't ask, not wanting to offend him. If Lin Moyo was telling the truth, he was a true genius, and Xiang Yan didn't want to offend him. Xiang Yan's thoughts were complex. As a legion commander, he had to consider many things, not as simple and pure as an ordinary soldier. He suddenly signaled, and an elder stood up. "I'll go check." Xiang Yan nodded. "Thank you, Elder Wang." Elder Wang was a 4th-rank god sovereign, one of the highest-ranking elders. He also had a speed-type god sovereign treasure, capable of space leap like the Golden Eagle clan. With him going, it would be fast and safe. After he left, the conference room fell silent. Xiang Yan coughed lightly. "Let's wait for the results. Shaoxing, make some tea." Xiang Shaoxing nodded and took out a tea set. Her movements were skilled, clearly not the first time. Lin Moyo casually chose a seat and sat down. Only god sovereigns could sit here, but Lin Moyo didn't seem out of place at all. The fragrance of tea filled the room, but no one was in the mood to enjoy it. The The atmosphere in the conference room was strange, and no one spoke. Lin Moya closed his eyes slightly, not in a hurry. Half an hour later, the conference room door opened again, and Elder Wang walked in with a strange expression, his eyes filled with shock. Especially when he looked at Lin Moya, his shock deepened, even with some admiration. Xiang Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be true? He immediately asked, Elder Wang, how is it? Chapter 1716. Chapter 1716, 1716. Chapter 1716, I want to destroy the reinforcements too. They're all dead. Lin. Elder Wang lowered his voice, his speech slightly trembling. It was clear he couldn't suppress his inner excitement. To make a god sovereign so emotional, one can imagine how shocking the scene he witnessed must have been. Xiang Yan continued to ask, what about the Golden Eagle clan's fortress? Elder Wang picked up a cup of tea from the table, not caring if anyone had drunk from it, and poured it directly into his mouth. It's destroyed too. Xiang Yan stood up, looking at Lin Moya with a complex expression. Not only Xiang Yan, but everyone present was now looking at Lin Moya. They naturally believed Elder Wang's words. Lin Moya had indeed single-handedly wiped out 500,000 Golden Eagle clan soldiers, 15 god sovereigns, and destroyed the Golden Eagle clan's fortress. This was simply a myth. Xiang Yan lightly coughed and softly said to Lin Moya, Sir, could you accompany us to take a look? Although he already knew it was true, he still wanted to see it for himself. However, his attitude towards Lin Moya had undergone a qualitative change, much better than before, even with a hint of respect. No matter where you are, strength commands respect. Lin Moya had shown his strength and thus earned respect. Lin Moya nodded, sure. A group of people left the conference room and, through the military's special teleportation array, arrived directly at the front line. Then Xiang Yan took out a warship-type magical treasure, and the group boarded the warship, flying towards the direction of the Golden Eagle clan's fortress. The starry sky was silent, a dark world rarely visited by starlight. The warship sped through this lightless world, and everyone on board stared ahead. They were getting closer and closer to the Golden Eagle clan's territory. Gradually, a bit of golden light came into view. The golden light grew more and more dense. Each point of golden light was a corpse of a Golden Eagle clan member. In the starry sky, countless corpses floated densely. Most of them were already shattered, like a jumbled puzzle, scattered everywhere. From these corpses, one could see how intense the battle had been. Lin Moya explained, this was the Golden Eagle clan's army station. I ambushed them, killed some, and the rest fled towards the fortress. He pointed in a direction. The fortress is about 10 million kilometers that way. The warship passed through the area filled with countless broken corpses, heading towards the direction Lin Moya pointed. 10 million kilometers passed in an instant. They saw a fortress that had already turned into ruins. The fortress had some similarities to the human clan's fortresses but also had characteristics of the Golden Eagle clan. When they saw the fortress, hatred flashed in everyone's eyes. The Golden Eagle clan had stolen the technology to craft fortresses from the human clan. Behind the fortress, there were even more broken corpses, more than they had seen before. Some of the flesh, though dead, still emitted a powerful aura. It still showcased their strength in life and their intense unwillingness. The warship silently stopped, and everyone disembarked into the starry sky. A strong smell of blood rushed over, not smelled by the nose but by the soul. Xiang Shaoxing and others, whose cultivation had not reached the god sovereign level, turned pale. They had been on battlefields before, experiencing many battles of various sizes. But such a bloody scene was a first for them. There wasn't a single intact corpse here, with severed limbs and internal organs floating freely in the starry sky. Standing here felt like being inside a meat grinder. These are the corpses of god sovereigns. They're really all dead. How was this done? Look, how did they end up like this? Someone noticed that among the pieces of corpses, there were 2 intact bodies, but they seemed to have been drained, turned into mummies. Even the feathers on them had completely lost their luster. Lin Moya explained, at that time, their rivers of laws were connected. The leader, in order to escape, used the eagle's soul blood sacrifice. Xiang Yan immediately said, I remember, the strongest Golden Eagle clan member here was a 6th-rank god sovereign. Lin Moya nodded, yes, after using the eagle's soul blood sacrifice, he should have reached a high-rank god sovereign, but it was useless, he still had to die. A high-rank god sovereign's combat power would rise to another level, but in the end, he still couldn't escape. Xiang Yan really wanted to ask, how did you do it? But he knew he couldn't ask. Even if he asked, Lin Moya might not say, and it could offend him. Now, Lin Moya had become incredibly mysterious in his eyes. He was not just someone from the divine city. Xiang Yan even suspected he might have been mistaken. Lin Moya might not be a god king but a top-tier god sovereign. But even a top-tier god sovereign couldn't achieve this. From the battlefield, it was clear that the Golden Eagle clan members were trying to break out and escape. If 500,000 people wanted to escape, even a top-tier god sovereign couldn't stop them all. Yet Lin Moya did it. Lin Moya suddenly asked, Captain Xiang, you mentioned that reinforcements from the Golden Eagle clan would arrive in 10 days. Xiang Yan nodded, yes. Do you have more specific information? This time, Xiang Yan didn't hide anything and immediately shared all he knew. The reinforcements are about 600,000 strong, led by 5 god sovereigns, one of whom should be a high-rank god sovereign. Lin Moya said, they should come here too, right? They should. Xiang Yan suddenly realized, sir, are you planning to ambush them? Lin Moya nodded, we can try to see if we can take them all down. Taking them all down naturally meant leaving behind their corpses. If they could indeed destroy the Golden Eagle clan's reinforcements, it would be a huge blow to the Golden Eagle clan. At that time, the Golden Eagle clan's power in the Suanwu battlefield, Zone 2, would collapse. Not to mention 1,000 years, even if given several thousand years, they wouldn't recover. Zone 2 would become the human clan's domain. With careful planning, the Golden Eagle clan wouldn't be able to interfere here in the future. Xianyan's mind raced, his eyes gleaming. Sir, what do you need me to do? I will fully cooperate. He decided to unconditionally cooperate with Lin Moyu, fulfilling any request he made. Lin Moyu didn't hold back. Give me the best space-locking formation disk, and then make sure no one disturbs me. You can go back and wait for news. Is it that simple? It felt like watching a show. But thinking about Lin Moya's previous actions, it didn't seem impossible to destroy the reinforcements. Since he decided to unconditionally cooperate with Lin Moyu, he naturally agreed to his request. The space-locking formation was essential for dealing with the Golden Eagle clan's god sovereigns, and he had plenty of them. He immediately took out a formation disk and handed it to Lin Moyu. This is the best space-locking formation we have. It can lock space within 100 million kilometers, rendering the Golden Eagle clan's space leap useless. At the same time, it can also limit the speed of the Golden Eagle clan. Their God King's speed will be limited to 100,000 kilometers per second. The speed of God Sovereigns can be limited to 200,000 kilometers per second. At this speed, they wouldn't be much faster than other races. Once their speed was limited, the Golden Eagle clan's advantage wouldn't be as significant. Lin Moyu put away the space-locking formation. I'll return it to you after dealing with the reinforcements. Xianyan quickly said, no need to return it, just keep it. Chapter 1717. Chapter 1717, 1717. Chapter 1717. Everything is ready, just waiting for the east wind. Xiang Yan and the others left on the warship. According to Lin Moya's request, they all had to withdraw and pretend they didn't know what happened here. Xiang Yan guaranteed that no one would come to disturb. After everyone left, Lin Moya began his work. It's really a huge project. Let's see the strength of the resurrected army. With a wave of his hand, a large group of undead flames flew out and exploded in the starry sky. Stellar spell, Resurrection of the Dead. The undead flames flew out one after another, blooming like fireworks. The starry sky filled with golden light was dyed with a layer of gray. The gray flames burned fiercely on the broken corpses and limbs. Following some unknown rules, flesh and blood reorganized, and souls were reborn. One by one, the dead Golden Eagle clan members appeared in the starry sky again. Their auras were powerful, and the golden light illuminated the starry sky, looking exactly the same as when they were alive. 640. No, they were even more powerful than when they were alive. Lin Moya didn't know if the Paramitha realm could see through it, but at least the Divine Venerates couldn't distinguish the difference between the resurrected and the living. In the eyes of the Divine Venerates, these were the Golden Eagle clan members, exactly the same as when they were alive. Lin Moya kept waving out undead flames, and more Golden Eagle clan members were resurrected. After he reached the Divine King realm, the quota for resurrection of the dead reached 50 million, the same as the 3 basic skeletons. The existence time reached 100 days. The hundreds of thousands of Golden Eagle clan members resurrected now seemed like a lot, but they only took up 1% of the quota. Even the Divine Venerates of the Golden Eagle clan were resurrected, a total of 14 Divine Venerates, except for the one who self-detonated. The strongest 6-star Divine Venerate, although he was smashed to ashes by the ancient seal Giant Fist, he had shot out all the golden feathers on his body before that. These golden feathers became the medium for resurrection. Go try to repair the fortress, especially the teleportation formation, repair it as much as possible. Lin Moyu issued the first order. The fortress had already been bombed into ruins, and it was basically impossible to completely repair it, but it was still possible to repair the teleportation formation. The teleportation formation in the fortress was connected to the teleportation formations in various areas of the number 2 war zone. Lin Moya knew that the Golden Eagle clan must have a backup plan, otherwise if the teleportation formation was damaged, wouldn't it be useless? Sure enough, the Divine Venerates who became resurrected beings immediately rushed into the fortress and began to faithfully execute Lin Moya's orders. They directly took out the complete teleportation formation from their storage items and replaced the already bombed teleportation formation. This kind of backup plan was not left in the hands of just one person. I have to say, the Golden Eagle clan was quite cautious. After some inquiries, Lin Moya learned that they had prepared a total of 3 sets of backup teleportation formations. If there was any damage, it could be replaced at any time. But if these 3 sets of backup teleportation formations were all broken, then there would be no way. At that time, the teleportation formations deployed in various areas would completely become isolated islands, and they would need to be redeployed and connected, which would be extremely troublesome. It only took half a day for the teleportation formation to be repaired, and the fortress looked much better than before. You could still see the traces of a great battle, but at least it wasn't ruins. That was enough. Lin Moya only needed the appearance. He came to a distance of 10 million kilometers and looked at the broken corpses and limbs filling the starry sky, and the undead flames exploded again. The Golden Eagle clan army was resurrected in large numbers again. The original army of 500,000 was only reduced by less than 1/10. At least 450,000 Golden Eagle clan members had become resurrected beings. As for those unlucky ones who were truly annihilated without any remains, Lin Moya had no way. After being resurrected, the army gathered outside the fortress and re-garrisoned. They maintained the appearance of the army when they were alive, looking as if they had just experienced a great battle and were recuperating. The teleportation formation was restored, and the Golden Eagle clan army collectively became resurrected beings. The first step of the plan was completed. Next was the second step. Lin Moya came to the void 20 million kilometers away and began to deploy the skeleton god generals. He did the same and evenly deployed a total of 50 million skeleton god generals here, forming a second encirclement of the fortress. In just 2 days, all the preparations were ready. About 1 million kilometers away from the fortress, Lin Moya found a broken small planet, concealed his aura, and hid himself. Now we just wait for them to come. Lin Moya was like a hunter in the dark, patiently waiting for the prey to appear. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and the teleportation formation in the fortress suddenly lit up. Lin Moya opened his eyes, and his gaze penetrated 1 million kilometers to see this scene. A large number of Golden Eagle clan soldiers were teleported through the 10 teleportation formations in the fortress. They came so soon. There's a problem with Xiangyan's intelligence. If they launch the general attack in 5 days as planned, what they will face is not an army of 500,000 Golden Eagle clan members, but an army of 1 million. At that time, even if they can win, they will have to pay a huge price. On the battlefield, once there is a problem with the intelligence, the price will inevitably be heavy. Lin Moya didn't know how Xiangyan obtained the intelligence, but obviously there was a problem with this method, and he got false intelligence. The teleportation formation continued to operate, and more Golden Eagle clan troops came out of the teleportation formation. This time, all those who came were Divine Kings, with the weakest being Divine King First Stage. 500,000 Divine Kings were the elite troops of the Golden Eagle clan, even stronger than the original garrison. Lin Moya had seen the human army, and in addition to Divine Kings, there were also many true gods in the army. Purely in terms of realms, the Golden Eagle clan had already surpassed the human army. But if they really fought, the humans would not be afraid. Humans could use warships, various formations, and fight in team formations, which could exert strength far beyond their own realms. The teleportation lasted for more than 2 hours, and the 500,000 Golden Eagle clan troops had all arrived. They formed battle formations of 10,000 people each in the sky above the fortress. Lin Moya had witnessed the army of the Golden Eagle clan before. Their power was not much worse than the demon army, and their speed was very fast. Once targeted, it was extremely difficult to escape. In the battle a few days ago, Lin Moya suddenly launched a sneak attack, giving them no chance to form battle formations. After the entire army arrived, the teleportation formation did not end there. A huge aura appeared from the teleportation formation, and the leading divine venerates had arrived. One after another, figures with dazzling golden light appeared in the teleportation formation. The divine venerates of the Golden Eagle clan, with heavy pressure, shot golden light straight into the sky, turning the starry sky into a golden yellow. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly. The first one to come was a high-level divine venerate, probably around 8th stage. Lin Moya couldn't accurately judge the other party's realm. High-level divine venerate was definitely correct, either peak 7th stage or 8th stage. After him, 4 more divine venerates appeared. The 4 were all 4th stage divine venerates, also very strong. Including the divine venerates originally in the fortress, the total number of divine venerates was close to 20. In particular, the existence of the high-level divine venerate, one of him could be equivalent to several ordinary divine venerates. If there were no high-level divine venerates on the human side to restrain him, it would also be very unfavorable. The 5 divine venerates who had just arrived ascended at the same time and came above the fortress, their gazes sweeping the surroundings. "Who is in charge here? Come see me." A huge voice resounded through the starry sky. "Take action." Lin Moya silently chanted in his heart, as if in response. Chapter 1718. Chapter 1718, 1718. Chapter 1718, the beautiful scene of mutual slaughter. Lin Moya still used his old method, without any new tricks. The method doesn't need to be new, as long as it works. The 14 resurrected god sovereigns flew out of the fortress, seemingly responding to the call of the high-rank god sovereign. The 14 god sovereigns flew in a fan shape, and as they approached, they suddenly attacked. Above their heads, a river of laws appeared, roaring and quickly forming a sea of laws. The sea of laws poured down, transforming into countless golden arrows, shooting in all directions. The newly arrived reinforcements were caught off guard and instantly lost tens of thousands of soldiers. No one expected them to attack their own people. "What are you doing? Why are you attacking your own people? Are you crazy?" Several god sovereigns were furious and immediately fought back. But the resurrected ones had the advantage, with the sea of laws rolling like waves, blocking the attacks and slaughtering the approaching god kings. In an instant, tens of thousands of god kings were killed. In just over a second, tens of thousands had already died. The leading high-rank god sovereign was furious. "You are courting death." He shone with golden light, and a river of laws appeared. As a high-rank god sovereign, his river of laws was larger and more solid than others. Although it couldn't compare in scale to the sea of laws formed by 14 god sovereigns, it was not inferior in momentum. He clenched his claw and punched out. A golden light shot out from the river of laws, transforming into a giant golden fist. As the golden fist punched out, the surrounding space cracked like a spider web. With a loud bang, the sea of laws surged with giant waves, and the entire sea of laws seemed to be on the verge of collapse under his punch. Lin Moya observed, high-rank god sovereigns are indeed powerful. He previously didn't understand why god sovereigns were called high-rank after reaching the 7th rank. After a conversation with the holy sovereign Hao, he understood why. High-rank god sovereigns are powerful because they have begun to touch the power of rules. Although still vague, with a touch of the power of rules, their combat power increases significantly. The 7th rank and the 6th rank of god sovereigns are a watershed. This situation is somewhat like the 9th rank of god kings and the small god sovereigns, but the gap is larger. After high-rank god sovereigns, there are peak god sovereigns. A peak god sovereign like Zhu Kaiwa was on another level. The high-rank god sovereign punched out continuously, almost shattering the sea of laws. Even with the combined power of 14 god sovereigns, they were no match for him. At this moment, the reinforcements also recovered and began to form battle formations. The resurrected army also charged, fearless of death, and engaged the reinforcements in battle. The battlefield quickly became chaotic. Both sides were Golden Eagle clan members, now slaughtering each other. The scene was as beautiful as it was chaotic. The skeleton god generals were approaching and would arrive in a few minutes. Lin Moyo activated the space-locking formation in his hand with a thought. An invisible force swept across the starry sky, stabilizing the space. The Golden Eagle clan members, who were in the midst of battle, suddenly felt a heaviness. Their speed was restricted, even the high-rank god sovereign was not spared. The teleportation arrays also lost their function at this moment. The high-rank god sovereign's face changed, and he roared, "The human clan's space-locking formation. You have colluded with the human clan, betraying your own race." But as soon as he said this, he felt something was wrong. He could sense that the Golden Eagle clan members he was fighting seemed off. They were expressionless, though still alive, their eyes lacked vitality, like puppets. A chill rose from his soul. What is going on? He thought this, but the battle didn't stop. Relying on a touch of the power of rules, he combined his own strength and forcibly shattered the Sea of Laws. As the Sea of Laws collapsed, the 14 god sovereigns were sent flying. But in the next second, his eyes widened, and he roared, "Run!" The 14 god sovereigns seemed to be sent flying, but they were actually flying towards various battle groups. Without exception, their auras fluctuated, their bodies swelled, clearly about to self-destruct. The high-rank god sovereign issued a warning, but it was too late. The resurrected ones were already prepared, and the Sea of Laws had covered them, so they hadn't been noticed. Now, they were at the end of their self-destruction. Boom! Golden fireworks bloomed brilliantly, illuminating the starry sky. In the dark starry sky, a huge golden light cluster appeared. The self-destruction of a god sovereign was extremely powerful, capable of turning a fortress into ruins, and any god king within the explosion range would die. Even with battle formations, it was useless. Under the effect of the space-locking formation, their speed was greatly reduced, leaving no escape. Boom! One explosion followed another. The self-destruction of god sovereigns was unstoppable. The high-rank god sovereign's eyes were almost bleeding. He flapped his wings and quickly flew towards the self-destructing god sovereigns. The river of laws descended, trying to cover the god sovereigns and limit the power of their self-destruction within a certain range. But before he could succeed, the self-destruction was triggered prematurely. In the violent explosion, he retreated in embarrassment. The chill in his heart grew stronger, feeling as if an invisible hand was manipulating everything behind the scenes. Who is it? Who is it? It shouldn't be the human clan, they don't have this capability. Who is it? He couldn't figure out who was targeting the Golden Eagle clan. Why were these god sovereigns being manipulated, not only slaughtering each other but also self-destructing? This manipulation was too terrifying. What if he was also manipulated? A chill ran through his heart. The more he thought, the more afraid he became. At this moment, he wanted to leave this place. In his eyes, this starry sky had become a hellish trap. If he didn't leave now, he might never leave. The self-destruction of the god sovereigns continued, and the army he brought was already in disarray. White light illuminated the starry sky, countless sword auras shot from the deep space, slaughtering the disarrayed Golden Eagle clan soldiers. The skeleton god generals had arrived, and Lin Moya began to close the net. Countless white light points appeared in the starry sky. 50 million skeleton god generals successfully surrounded them. The high-rank god sovereign's heart sank completely. These skeletons are all god sovereigns. He saw countless skeletons, each one a god sovereign. Suddenly, he thought of someone. When he was in the clan, he had heard of a genius in the human clan. A top-tier genius who could summon skeletons. This genius had killed god sovereigns while still a god king. At that time, he thought it was a joke. A god king killing god sovereigns, what a joke. Later, he heard more rumors about Lin Moyo, but he dismissed them with a laugh. But now, his voice echoed through the starry sky, "Lin Moyo, is it you?" In his angry shout, Lin Moyo slowly flew out. The two sides were tens of thousands of kilometers apart, looking at each other from a distance. Lin Moyo neither confirmed nor denied his identity. "It really is you." The high-rank god sovereign confirmed Lin Moya's identity at this moment. Lin Moyo frowned, "You recognize me." The high-rank god sovereign didn't say anything, but sneered, "Originally, I had no way to deal with you. Now that you've come out, it's easier. Kill you, and these skeletons should be useless." As he finished speaking, he suddenly charged towards Lin Moyo like a golden arrow, incredibly fast. Lin Moyo was prepared, the ancient talisman jade piece appeared in his hand, and the nearby space began to collapse. Chapter 1719. Chapter 1719, 1719. Chapter 1719, Are we going to kill the boundary realm? The original spell, Gather Power. Lin Moya's aura surged rapidly, quickly rising to the 4th rank of God Sovereign. Soul power was injected into the ancient talisman jade piece, and the power of belief was also added. The ancient talisman was activated, causing the surrounding space to collapse even more violently. The rules of power began to permeate as the ancient talisman was activated. The high-rank God Sovereign charging towards Lin Moya suddenly let out a strange cry, "Rules of power, impossible." Without a second thought, he turned around and fled. His wings flapped violently, pushing his speed to the limit. If it weren't for the space-locking formation, he would have already used the secret method of space leap to escape. Now he could only flee at a speed of 200,000 kilometers per second. It's useless. Lin Moyo chuckled. The ancient talisman had already been activated and had locked onto its target. Before he could escape far, the ancient talisman flew out from the jade piece, transforming into a fist. The space collapsed even more violently, and everything in the path of the fist turned to dust. Lin Moyo felt that this punch was not as powerful as the previous one. The reason was that the interval was too short, and his power of belief was insufficient. This punch could barely compare to a peak god sovereign. The high-rank god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan felt his flying speed suddenly slow down, getting slower and slower, and within half a second, he stopped. Then he was horrified to find that he was actually starting to move backward. No matter how he flew, he couldn't stop moving backward. In his vision, a giant fist was flying towards him, and he was also flying towards the fist. An eagle and a fist, moving towards each other, creating a beautiful scene. Lin Moyo admired this beautiful scene and calmly said, "I told you, you can't escape." The high-rank god sovereign's eyes were filled with fear. He used all his strength, and the river of laws fell, crashing into the giant fist, but the river of laws shattered on the spot. He used his last bit of rules of power to resist the giant fist, but it was crushed into powder. He burned his life force, shooting out all his golden feathers, leaving his body bare, but it was still useless. He took out his god sovereign level treasure and launched his strongest attack at the giant fist, but the treasure also shattered. After trying all methods, he was completely desperate. In the face of true rules of power, the high-ranked god sovereign was so powerless. The final outcome was the same. He collided with the giant fist at a not-so-fast speed. His body turned to powder inch by inch, completely disappearing from the world. After killing him, the giant fist continued to move forward. Lin Moyo quickly ordered the skeletons to move aside, as this thing recognized no kin. Lin Moyo watched and couldn't help but sigh. He remembered when he first came to the Great World, he once carried out a mission to rescue a god sovereign. At that time, he thought the life force of a god sovereign was extremely tenacious, with many life-saving methods, making them hard to kill. Back then, he was so weak, fleeing in embarrassment under a god king's hand. But now, killing a god sovereign didn't seem so difficult. In this cruel world, even god sovereigns were so fragile, always at risk of death. He knew he would kill more god sovereigns in the future. He might even face the boundary realm. As long as he was alive, he would be a disaster for all major races. With the death of the high-rank god sovereign, the 4 fourth-rank god sovereigns who came with him were terrified and fled in different directions. But the encirclement of the 50 million skeleton god generals had already formed. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't break out all at once. Lin Moyo shook his head lightly. "You can't escape either." With a light touch of his finger, the undying flames burned in the starry sky. The skeleton throne appeared in the undying flames, and the 10,000-meter-tall skeleton king slowly rose. The skeleton throne transformed into a giant bone sword in the skeleton king's hand. At the same time, the second original spell was activated. With the blessing of the spell, strengthened soldiers, Lin Moyo, his undead army, and the resurrected army in the melee all had their damage increased tenfold. Their combat power greatly increased, and the already collapsing Golden Eagle clan army was now in even worse shape. Lin Moyo pointed his finger, and a gray-white world appeared, instantly expanding to a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, covering the entire battlefield. The true target of the Bone Hell was the 4 fourth-rank god sovereigns of the Golden Eagle clan. Lin Moyo didn't care about ordinary god kings. He didn't even care about first or second-rank god sovereigns. The 6th-rank and high-rank god sovereigns were killed using the ancient talisman jade piece, so Lin Moyo wasn't sure if the Bone Hell would work on them. Moreover, facing the ruthless ancient talisman giant fist, the Bone Hell would probably be shattered, so it was useless. But now, let's get a mount. He and the Skeleton King swung their swords simultaneously. God-slaying sword. Both targeted the same god sovereign. 2 sword lights flashed almost simultaneously. Lin Moyo was now at the 4th rank of god sovereign, and the Skeleton King was at the 3rd rank. With the strengthened soldiers spell, their power increased tenfold, making it easy to kill a god sovereign of the same rank. The 4th rank god sovereign, who was trying to break out, suddenly stopped. He looked down and saw an inexplicable sword light on his body, then his consciousness fell into endless darkness. He died, and when he died, the Bone Hell was present. The power of the Bone Hell activated, and soon a 4th rank god sovereign slave appeared in the hell. As soon as he appeared, he joined the battle, attacking the nearest god sovereign. Lin Moyo and the skeleton god generals attacked other god sovereigns. Lin Moyo felt the feedback from the spell. The strengthened soldiers spell could absorb the soul power of those he killed. Besides maintaining the spell's duration, the refined soul power could also enhance his own soul. Killing a 4th rank god sovereign provided a considerable amount of soul power. Perhaps because his own soul quality was too high, the Boundary Realm's soul didn't care much for this level of soul power. After refining, the absorbable part was minimal. Lin Moyo couldn't help but think, do I have to kill the Boundary Realm in the future to absorb and refine their soul power? Lin Moyo felt he was being a bit fanciful. This was no longer aiming too high but truly daydreaming. In Fortress Number 2, in the conference room, Xian Yan and the elders held another meeting. This time, there were several more elders, making a total of 25 god sovereigns, including Xian Yan and Wang Ziahao. Elders from other fortresses came to support, bringing the human clan's army with them. At this moment, in Zone 2, the human clan's army had reached 1.5 million. An elder from Fortress Number 5 said in a low voice, Captain Xian, are you saying that the person from the Divine City wiped out the Golden Eagle clan? Xian Yan nodded, that's right. He indeed wiped out the Golden Eagle clan. We all went to see it, it's true. He not only wiped out the Golden Eagle clan's army but also plans to eliminate their reinforcements. The newly arrived god sovereign elders were clearly skeptical, but they couldn't refute Xiang Yan's words. After all, Xiang Yan was the host here, the Legion commander, and outranked them. Xiang Yan didn't give them time to question. Anyway, it's just a few days. We'll wait. He said he would be back soon. Whether it works or not, we have nothing to lose, right? Chapter 1720. Chapter 1720, 1720. Chapter 1720, Soldiers who don't look like soldiers. Words end here. Xiang Yan's tone made the newly arrived elders feel strange. Lin, a dignified Legion commander, a powerful existence at the 6th rank of God Sovereign, only a step away from becoming a high-rank God Sovereign. Why would he hold someone from the Divine City in such high regard? Could that person really be that strong? A high-rank God Sovereign, or even a peak God Sovereign? But even a peak God Sovereign couldn't single-handedly annihilate the entire Golden Eagle clan army. Strange, truly strange. However, Xiang Yan also said to wait a few days, and waiting a few days wouldn't cause any loss. Currently, on the second battlefield, the human clan held the upper hand. Even if the Golden Eagle clan had reinforcements coming, didn't the human clan have reinforcements too? In terms of numbers, the human clan could crush 10 Golden Eagle clans. In the silent starry sky, Lin Moyo was shrouded in a misty, illusory fog, which was the mist formed by the Bone Hell. At his feet was a God Sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan. The God Sovereign who died in the Bone Hell became a slave of the Hell, completely obeying Lin Moyo's commands. Thus, Lin Moyo had a very obedient God Sovereign mount from the Golden Eagle clan. Although the slave would lose most of the spells they mastered in life, some instinctual spells would be retained. But what was retained and what was lost was somewhat random. So, after killing 4 God Sovereigns, Lin Moyo was lucky that one retained the Space Leap ability. As for the other 3, they could still be used as fighters. Space rippled like waves, and Lin Moyo felt like he was surfing in the starry sky. Each wave covered over 1 billion kilometers. Although it couldn't compare to the laws of space, it was still very fast. What originally took over an hour now took less than 10 seconds. The only issue was a significant error, exceeding 2 million kilometers, requiring some additional flight. Overall, the long-distance travel speed was 100 times faster than flying by himself, saving a lot of time. Putting away the Bone Hell, Lin Moyo returned to Fortress Number 2 through the teleportation array. As soon as he exited the teleportation array, he saw Xiang Shaoxing. This valiant female soldier seemed a bit shy when facing Lin Moyo. Previously on the battlefield, she was surrounded by shattered corpses and flesh, and the aura left by the God Sovereign almost made her vomit on the spot. Although she held it in, she still lost face. Adding to that, the things she had said to Lin Moyo before, she now felt a bit ashamed in front of him. Are you waiting for me on purpose? Lin Moyo looked at her, roughly guessing her thoughts. Xiang Shaoxing nodded. The Legion commander ordered me to wait for you here. She used honorifics, much more polite than before. She continued, also, I want to apologize for last time. I was ignorant and spoke rudely to you. I hope you can forgive me. As a female soldier, speaking in such a refined manner made Lin Moyo find it amusing. Lin Moyo showed a slight smile. Do I look like someone so petty? But your attitude is good, keep it up. Saying this, he walked towards the core area, and Xiang Shaoxing quickly followed. Sir, why have you returned? Calculating the time, it had only been a little over 5 days. The Golden Eagle clan's reinforcements hadn't arrived yet, so Lin Moyo shouldn't have returned at this time. Lin Moyo said, the matter is resolved, so I naturally came back. Resolved? Xiang Shaoxing didn't quite understand. Lin Moyo suddenly asked, is Xiang Yin your father? Xiang Shaoxing nodded, yes. Lin Moyo smiled and nodded, indicating his approval. Father and daughter soldiers, very good. But let me give you a piece of advice, don't learn from your father. Ah. Xiang Shaoxing was even more puzzled, completely not understanding what Lin Moyo meant. Lin Moyo explained, your father thinks too much and has lost his original intention. You must remember, in this cruel world, having a strong fist is the hard truth. Everything else is false. As long as your strength is sufficient, everything becomes convenient. Just like this time, if your father were a peak God Sovereign, there would be no need for such trouble. He could just kill his way through. Those Golden Eagle clan guys wouldn't dare make a sound. Xiang Shaoxing seemed to understand but still had doubts in her eyes. Xiang Yan was her father, the Legion commander, a 6th rank God Sovereign, and her idol. From the bottom of her heart, she couldn't believe her father had any problems. She also worked hard to learn from Xiang Yan, but what Lin Moyo said seemed to make sense. Lin Moyo continued, your father has probably been stuck at the 6th rank of God Sovereign for a long time. With his current state, breaking through won't be easy. If he ever asks you, just tell him to maintain a pure heart, and there will be hope for a breakthrough. If there's no problem, you don't need to say anything. Remember. At this moment, Lin Moyo exuded a unique aura. The soul pressure belonging to the boundary realm unintentionally spread out. Xiang Shaoxing felt Lin Moyo becoming infinitely tall in her vision, almost comparable to her father. This feeling was very peculiar, hard for Xiang Shaoxing to describe. She could only instinctively respond, I remember. Lin Moyo nodded and said no more. Words are for those with fate. Whether there is fate depends on destiny. Returning to the conference room, Xiang Shaoxing respectfully opened the door for Lin Moyo. In the conference room, more than 20 pairs of eyes simultaneously looked at Lin Moyo, the pressure of the God Sovereigns overwhelming. Lin Moyo remained unfazed, his gaze falling on Xiang Yan, who was seated at the head. Xiang Yan had already stood up, smiling at Lin Moyo. Sir, you have returned. His tone also carried respect. Lin Moyo slightly frowned. A 6th rank God Sovereign, the Legion commander of Fortress Number 2, shouldn't have such an attitude, no matter who it was towards. A soldier should look like a soldier, but Xiang Yan didn't give him that feeling. Lin Moya's voice was calm, without any emotion, making it impossible to discern his mood. The matter is resolved, and the Golden Eagle clan's reinforcements have been killed. Your intelligence was wrong. The reinforcements arrived 5 days early. Be careful in the future. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave the rest to you. After saying this, Lin Moya turned and left, not even entering the conference room. He was just there to inform them, and the rest indeed had nothing to do with him. It wasn't until Lin Moya left that Xiang Yan reacted. His face changed dramatically, muttering to himself, the Golden Eagle clan's reinforcements arrived early? And 5 days early. A cold sweat broke out in his heart. Why exactly 5 days? 5 days early was the day he planned to launch the full attack. If they had followed the plan, they would have faced the Golden Eagle clan army with reinforcements. Although they might not have lost, the casualties would have been much greater. Commander Xiang, that gentleman just said the reinforcements have been killed by him. I think we should verify it. Hearing is believing, seeing is believing. We should go and see. Several newly arrived god sovereigns suggested, not fully trusting Lin Moya's words. Xiang Yan naturally had no objections. Yes, we should indeed check. Let's go now. Chapter 1721. Chapter 1721, 1721. Chapter 1721. If you have the opportunity, follow the gentleman. The Golden Eagle clan's fortress was turned into ruins in the Second Great Battle. The first time it still had some semblance, but this time it was completely destroyed. Above the fortress, countless broken corpses floated. The previously skeptical god sovereign elders now had no choice but to believe. This battle ended less than a day ago. The blood of those god kings was still warm. It's the aura of a high-rank god sovereign. A high-rank god sovereign has fallen here. That gentleman can even kill a high-rank god sovereign. Who exactly is he? One person, facing hundreds of thousands of Golden Eagle clan soldiers, didn't let a single one escape. How did he do it? The elders were all in disbelief. Xiang Yan and others smiled, remembering that when they first arrived, it was the same. Xiang Yan said, the gentleman comes from the Divine City. At that time, I only received a task from the Divine City to cooperate with the gentleman. Later, the gentleman said his task was to assist us in destroying the Golden Eagle clan's fortress, but because we were too slow, he chose to act alone. I never expected the gentleman to achieve this. Xiang Yan sighed deeply, his words full of admiration for the unnamed gentleman. Xiang Shaoxing listened and felt something was off. Her father indeed didn't seem like a soldier. She never considered this before, but after Lin Moya mentioned it, she started to notice. She thought to herself, father really seems to have changed. After looking around, Xiang Yan said loudly, from now on, for the next few thousand years, the second war zone of the Suanwu battlefield will have no place for the Golden Eagle clan. I will send troops to sweep through the Golden Eagle clan's teleportation arrays in various areas, cutting off any possibility of their return. At this moment, Xiang Yan felt a sense of pride. In the Suanwu battlefield, the biggest enemy of the human clan was the Golden Eagle clan. Although there were other races, as long as the Golden Eagle clan was gone, the other races were not a threat. The warship returned, and Xiang Yan saw everyone off. The battle in the second war zone was over, and the Crystal Jade Star finally belonged to the human clan. The Golden Eagle clan's forces here were wiped out in such a peculiar way. At this moment, Xiang Yan's battlefield token vibrated. He received a message from the Human Emperor Network. The gentleman has left the battlefield. Lin Moya had left the battlefield, and the battlefield token was automatically recovered. Xiang Yan also received the information. Lin Moya's battlefield token was special, recording all his information on the battlefield in detail. But when Xiang Yan tried to check, he found he didn't have the authority to view this information. In Xiang Yan's mind, Lin Moya became even more mysterious. Everyone had left, and only Xiang Yan and Xiang Shaoxing remained in the conference room. Xiang Yan asked, Shaoxing, did the gentleman tell you where he was going? Xiang Shaoxing thought of Lin Moya's words. He didn't say, but I guess the gentleman might return to the Divine City. Xiang Yan shook his head. The Divine City just opened a few days ago. It will be more than half a month before it opens again. Xiang Shaoxing responded, then the gentleman might wander in the star domain. Xiang Yan sighed, it's a pity. I originally wanted to ask the gentleman for advice on cultivation. Although the gentleman looks like a god king, in my opinion, he should be a peak god sovereign. I've been stuck at the 6th rank for hundreds of years, unable to make any progress. Sigh. Xiang Yan sighed heavily, with a sense of helplessness and bitterness. Xiang Shaoxing organized her thoughts. Regarding your cultivation, the gentleman did leave some words. Xiang Yan was stunned and immediately asked, what did he say? Xiang Shaoxing said, the gentleman said, a big fist is the hard truth. A soldier should look like a soldier and not forget their original intention. Only with an unchanged pure heart can one break through to a higher realm. Xiang Yan was struck as if by lightning, stunned on the spot. His brows furrowed, his expression extremely serious, and he muttered to himself, a soldier should look like a soldier, not forget their original intention, an unchanged pure heart. A soldier's appearance, what should a soldier look like? What was I like when I first joined the army? Xiang Yan's voice grew softer until it disappeared, but his expression became more serious, his brows furrowing and relaxing, as if pondering some complex and profound question. Xiang Shaoxing could feel that her father's aura had become very strange, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. She knew her father had entered a peculiar state. She quietly left the conference room, guarding the door, not letting anyone approach. After waiting for half a day, the conference room door finally reopened, and Xiang Yan came out. Xiang Xiaoxing's first reaction was that her father had changed. His posture seemed more upright, his aura sharp as a knife, even somewhat dazzling. Xiang Xiaoxing's memories surged. This father seemed to have appeared in her memories. When she was a child, her father was like this. At that time, her father was already a god sovereign. But after becoming a legion commander, he was no longer the same. But now, her former father had returned. Xiang Yin looked at the starry sky, as if seeing a distant place, Xiaoxing, if you have the opportunity in the future, you can try to follow the gentleman. Xiang Xiaoxing looked at her father and said nothing. Suanmu Star Domain, Life Star System Number 1. Lin Moya left the battlefield and came to the Suanmu Star Domain. Only then did he know that it would be 20 days before the Divine City opened again. His task was completed, and he had already submitted it through the Human Emperor Network. But the Human Emperor Network told him he had to wait until he returned to the Divine City to receive his reward. When he came out, he was directly teleported to the battlefield. But going back, he had to return on his own. As for the return time, there was no restriction. 10 years, 100 years, it didn't matter. Lin Moya just wanted to see his reward as soon as possible. He had overachieved so much. What reward would the Divine City give him? He was very curious. After advancing to the intermediate level, he wanted to go to the intermediate area to find some things. The Divine City had some things that the 4 major star domains didn't have, which he needed. But now he had to wait 20 days for the Divine City to open again. Why not go there and take a look? Lin Moya thought of a place. He had seen other strange stars when he was at the first strange star. The great world was vast, and some strange stars couldn't be specifically identified. But the locations of the strange stars in the human clans area were very clear. One was in the Suanmu Star Domain, one in the White Tiger Star Domain, and another in the advanced area of the Divine City. The strange star in the Suanmu Star Domain was located in the Suanmu 000018 non-life star system. This non-life star system was near the Suanmu 018 star system, within the range of high-level star systems. Let's go there. Lin Moya decided to go there to absorb the power of the strange star and enhance his cultivation. He had already absorbed the power of 2 strange stars and knew it was beneficial to him. He activated the teleportation array and chose the Suanmu 000018 star system. But the feedback was a transmission failure. To go to the Suanmu 000018 star system, you need to accept the corresponding task to enter. Looking at the information from the Human Emperor Network, Lin Moya was speechless. He actually had to accept a task. Chapter 1722. Chapter 1722, 1722. Chapter 1722, The Strange Star That Was Almost Split. Accepting a task is normal, but needing to accept a task to go somewhere is a bit unusual. Lin Moya didn't bother to think about why and directly opened the task list. With his authority upgraded to level 5, the benefits became apparent. After reaching level 5 authority, he didn't need to go to the task center to accept most tasks. Only when submitting tasks, because it required handing over items, did he need to go to the task center for verification. In the 4 major star domains, it was clear that the power of the Human Emperor Network was weaker. The Human Emperor Network couldn't easily interfere with reality here, unlike in the Divine City star domain, where tasks could be accepted and submitted in any area. This aspect showed that the power of the Human Emperor Network was actually limited and not omnipotent. If one day the power of the Human Emperor Network became unlimited, covering a larger area and able to interfere with reality in any region, then the human clan would become so strong that they wouldn't need an army. Wherever the Human Emperor Network reached, all races would flee in panic. Opening the task list, Lin Moya found the task located in the Suanmu 000018 non-life star system. After accepting the task, he obtained detailed information about it. Level 5 task, obtain strange crystals. Located in the strange star within the Suanmu 000018 non-life star system, strange creatures are born inside it. Killing these strange creatures will have a chance to obtain strange crystals. Restriction, only those from God King 5th rank to Minor God Sovereign can accept. Completion condition, obtain 10 strange crystals, task reward 10,000 task points. Note, the strength of the strange creatures ranges from God King 5th rank to Minor God Sovereign. Please be cautious. Extra reward, additional strange crystals obtained will yield extra rewards. It's the same old thing. Having done so many tasks, Lin Moya was very familiar with the task system. Most tasks involved collecting certain items, eliminating specific creatures, or a combination of both. From the initial level 1 authority to level 5 authority, the essence of the tasks hadn't changed. It allowed every cultivator to grow stronger through continuous task execution. At the same time, safety was guaranteed. Until level 5, cultivators began to leave the human clan's star domain and enter the broader world of the starry sky. From then on, they had to rely entirely on themselves. If one was unwilling to leave the human clan's star domain, there were still tasks to do, but the rewards wouldn't be much. Sooner or later, one would have to leave. Just like the task Lin Moya accepted now, it required a minimum of God King 5th rank to accept, which was not a low requirement. But the reward for completion was only 10,000 points, lower than many level 4 tasks. From level 5 onwards, the cost-effectiveness of tasks within the star domain had significantly decreased. Lin Moya understood this well. If he wanted to earn a lot of points now, he had to leave the star domain. He could go to the battlefield or seek out other races, venture into unknown starry skies, and obtain various treasures. This was the correct approach. Often, the greater the danger, the higher the reward. Crossing over a dozen star systems, Lin Moyo arrived at the Suanmu 000018 non-life star system. This star system was not large, with only 5 stars in total. 4 of them were already in ruins, clearly having experienced great battles. At the core of this star system, a star was almost extinguished, its light no longer bright. In such a situation, new creatures couldn't be nurtured. The brightest object in the entire star system was not the star but the strange star located closest to the star, only 1,000,000 kilometers away. The strange star still appeared gray and white, exactly like the 2 Lin Moyo had seen before. The strange star was large, bigger than other ordinary planets, even comparable to some smaller stars. In this dim star system, it was particularly conspicuous. There were many people coming and going in the starry sky, and those who came to this star system had no other purpose but to go to the strange star. As they entered the star system and gradually approached the strange star, they could clearly feel 2 completely different auras. One aura was filled with death, despair, and lifelessness. The laws contained within it were regarded as the laws of death. The other aura was full of vibrant life, making one feel incredibly vigorous under its influence. This was the power of life within the laws of immortality, regarded as the laws of life. As the strange star grew larger in his vision, Lin Moyo's pupils suddenly dilated. There was a crack on the strange star. The crack was right in the gray and white area, extending deep into the star. The crack almost split the entire strange star in 2. To crack a strange star, how strong must one be? In the Divine City Star domain, ancient swordsmen and ancient giants once had a great battle. Their strength was undeniable, shattering entire star domains and destroying countless stars and star systems. But the strange star remained intact, unscathed. This alone proved the strength of the strange star. Lin Moyo felt that even the black materials he had seen in the mysterious manner, reinforced with ancient symbols from ancient times, were not as sturdy as the strange star. But now, the strange star before him was cracked. This discovery was incredibly shocking. It indicated that the ancient swordsmen and ancient giants were not the strongest, there were even more powerful beings. The path is endless. Lin Moyo couldn't help but exclaim. The higher the realm, the stronger the power, the more one felt insignificant. The road ahead was still long. He didn't enter the strange star immediately but flew around it, observing the crack. The crack was like a Grand Canyon, with rough edges. It didn't look like it was cut by a sharp weapon but more like it was smashed out by some blunt object. Besides this, in the power of life and death within the laws of immortality, he sensed another aura. This aura was faint and ancient, as if it had existed for countless years. Lin Moyo judged that it was the owner of this aura who caused the crack on the strange star. In the gray and white areas of the strange star, there were 2 different states. In the gray area representing death, there was no one. In the white area representing life, many people were sitting. They were motionless, seemingly cultivating there. After observing for a while, Lin Moyo finally understood what they were doing. They are healing. Without exception, these people were all injured. The injuries were not to their bodies but to their souls. Soul injuries were the hardest to heal, but the power of life happened to have the ability to heal souls. However, without anyone controlling it, the effect was minimal. Perhaps this was the last straw for those with soul injuries. Lin Moyo could understand this mindset and didn't disturb them. He first entered the gray area filled with death. Based on previous experiences, Lin Moyo searched for the extreme point in the death area. In a place full of death, there was an indestructible point of life. It was the extreme yin within yang, the extreme yang within yin, a point where extremes reversed. But after searching for a long time, Lin Moyo couldn't find this point. It's different from the previous 2 times. Moreover, the power of death in this strange star is extremely strong, far surpassing the previous 2 strange stars. An ordinary god king 5th rank couldn't last half a day here. Even a minor god sovereign could only last 3 or 4 days at most. Thinking this, Lin Moyo left the gray area and entered the white area filled with the aura of life. Chapter 1723. Chapter 1723, 1723. Chapter 1723, The Disappearing Extremes, Entering the Crevice. The power of the strange star varies in strength, as Lin Moyo already knew. The strange star on the battlefield was already stronger than the one in the Vermilion Bird star domain. The one in the Suanmu star domain was even stronger. In the area filled with the power of life, Lin Moyo felt a sense of comfort. Threads of life force penetrated his body, spreading into every inch of his flesh and blood, and finally slowly reaching his soul world. It indeed helped the soul, but the effect was not strong. Compared to the life force he controlled, it was much weaker. He couldn't find the point of vitality in the area of death. Lin Moyo was mentally prepared for this and thought he wouldn't find the point of death in the area of life either. Sure enough, after searching for half a day, he found nothing. As a master of the laws of immortality, he was extremely sensitive to the forces of life and death. As long as the extremes existed, he would inevitably find them. After searching fruitlessly, Lin Moyo fell into deep thought. Now there are 2 possibilities. One is that someone got here first and absorbed the power of the strange star. If that's the case, it means I'm not the only one who controls the laws of immortality, but this possibility is not very high. If someone really controlled the laws of immortality, the Human Emperor Network should have information on the laws of immortality, and they wouldn't mistake my laws for the laws of death. The second possibility is that the Great Battle back then almost split the strange star, causing some changes to it. The extremes are actually the balance points of the 2 forces, the core of the laws of immortality. If the strange star was damaged, it might have caused the balance point to change and move to another place. Then let's check the crevice, maybe there will be some discoveries. After thinking it over, Lin Moyo decided to enter the crevice. While searching for the extremes, he would also complete the task. 10,000 points might not be much, but it was still something. The crevice was filled with an indescribable aura. The power of life, the power of death, and another ancient and vast aura intertwined. They entangled with each other, indistinguishable. Lin Moyo murmured to himself, that strike back then seems to have caused indelible damage to the strange star. After so many years, they are still entangled, neither giving way. The strange creatures inside the star should be the result of the struggle between the two forces. Like ancient obsessions, the evil spirits of ancient battlefields, ancient powers, after years of evolution, eventually give birth to all kinds of strange things. Some can be explained, some cannot be understood. The crevice was deep, like a canyon, with all light disappearing, making the world dark. The deeper he flew, the more it seemed endless, already exceeding 10,000 kilometers, yet still no bottom in sight. There was no one here. 99% of the God Kings who took the task stayed above. Completing the task was not important to them, they just wanted to use the area of life force to heal their soul injuries. Gradually, in the depths of the dark crevice, a pressure appeared. This pressure came from ancient times, thin but oppressive. Even Lin Moya's soul realm was affected. After so many years, the remaining power is still so strong. What a terrifying existence. He had already gone at least 20,000 kilometers deep. Ordinary God Kings wouldn't operate in this area, they would only search for strange creatures at a depth of 10,000 kilometers. Going too deep, this pressure would cause God Kings to collapse. Only minor God Sovereigns were qualified to enter here. Finally, Lin Moya reached the bottom. Here, the vision was completely dark, nothing could be seen. The depth is about 30,000 kilometers. The diameter of the entire strange star is only about 100,000 kilometers. If the power back then was a bit stronger, the strange star might have been split. Lin Moya knew how sturdy the strange star was. Even with all his strength, he couldn't shake it. Suddenly, he felt something approaching him. The next second, the space around him twisted, and the bone hell automatically appeared, blocking the attack. Still, nothing could be seen. The naked eye was useless here. Soul sensing was also suppressed, having no effect. However, the bone hell had already marked the attacker, and Lin Moya could clearly sense the exact position of the opponent. With a thought, the bone hell instantly expanded. The gray bone hell brought a touch of light, but the light was very weak, unable to spread outward, only illuminating the area within the bone hell. The attacker was a strange-looking monster. Its appearance was indescribable, with a head resembling an insect. It had 5 arms, one of which extended from its back, looking very strange and ugly. It was half gray and half white, with a red line running through its body. The 3 colors were distinct, but upon closer inspection, there were red lines within the gray and white. The gray and white were the laws of immortality, and the red line was the power left by the strong who attacked the strange star back then. Seeing the red line, Lin Moya felt a slight anomaly. He thought of the ancient swordsman, whose sword energy and attacks were also this blood-red color. The strong who cracked the strange star and the ancient swordsman are of the same race. This thought suddenly emerged in Lin Moya's mind. Although there was no evidence, Lin Moya instinctively believed it to be true. The strange creature bared its fangs and claws, and the slaves in the bone hell immediately attacked, tearing the attacker to pieces in no time. Ding! After the strange creature died, a crystal stone fell to the ground. Lin Moya picked it up. The crystal stone was also gray and white, filled with red lines. As I thought, the laws of immortality and the ancient power clashed, eventually producing this kind of crystal stone. The Human Emperor Network and those boundary realm big shots want to study what happened in ancient times through these crystal stones. But the possibility of figuring it out is not high. Putting away the crystal stone, Lin Moya felt it had no value other than completing the task. Lin Moya quickly moved through the dark world. The bone hell brought temporary light to the dark world. Along the way, strange creatures kept appearing, but they were all killed by the slaves in the bone hell. Now, the bone hell had 4 minor god sovereign 4th-rank slaves. With them, the strange creatures were no match. Lin Moya easily collected one strange crystal after another, completing the task in just an hour. An hour later, Lin Moya finally discovered something. In the faint light brought by the bone hell, he saw spider web-like branches. 8 paths appeared before him, seemingly leading to deeper areas. A stronger pressure emanated from them. As Lin Moya approached, a powerful force pushed him back. Can't get close. 10 meters from the passage, a gray and white gas ball mixed with red lines floated. In the faint light of the bone hell, space was constantly twisting. Lin Moya felt a power similar to rules. Chapter 1724. Chapter 1724, 1724. Chapter 1724, a passage created by a punch. Power of rules. Lin Moya was slightly surprised, but it didn't quite feel like it. This power wasn't the power of rules, it felt more like the power of an ancient swordsman. But now, it also included the power of the laws of immortality, intertwining to create a new balance. Looking at the gas ball blocking his way, it seemed weak but prevented him from moving forward. The bone hell covered it, and 4 Golden Eagle clan slaves at the 4th rank of God Sovereign charged out, attacking the gas ball. But the attacks had no effect, the gas ball absorbed all the attacks without moving. The power of a God Sovereign couldn't shake this small gas ball. Can't get through. Lin Moya frowned, thinking slowly. At the same time, he opened the Eye of the Soul, carefully observing, not missing any detail. The power of the ancient strong was immense, and even after so many years, it remained strong. But the power of the laws of immortality was also not weak, otherwise, the two sides couldn't maintain balance. Lin Moya tried to approach the gas ball, slowly reaching out to touch it. The gas ball was soft, like cotton. But as soon as Lin Moyo applied force, the gas ball absorbed all the power and rebounded, pushing his hand away. It was the same every time he tried. Lin Moyo stepped back a few steps and took out the ancient talisman jade piece. The ancient talisman jade piece glowed in Lin Moyo's hand, causing the surrounding space to collapse layer by layer. It had been a day since he last used it, so he could use it again. Lin Moyo originally wanted to use his original spell to enhance his realm, but after thinking it over, he decided not to use it. If the power left here and the ancient swordsman came from the same source, using his original spell might trigger some adverse reactions. Ancient strong beings couldn't be confirmed to be alive or dead. Moreover, ancient swordsmen had the ability to traverse time and space and pursued the power of origin. Lin Moyo didn't want to provoke them, at least not now. Lin Moyo injected his God King 6th rank soul power into the jade piece, trying to activate the ancient talisman. The ancient talisman glowed, its power gradually increasing. He then injected his remaining power of belief into it. Now Lin Moyo realized how quickly the power of belief was consumed. It could be used up in just a few moments. The ancient talisman flew out, transforming into a giant fist. The power of rules continuously emanated, and the attacks around the giant fist kept collapsing. However, this time the ancient talisman giant fist was much weaker than the previous 2 times, only equivalent to the 8th rank of God Sovereign. The ancient talisman giant fist flew towards the gas ball, silently merging into it, and then the giant fist disappeared without a trace. Is it over? Lin Moyo was stunned by the unexpected result. It was too surprising. An all-out strike equivalent to the 8th rank of God Sovereign, with the power of rules, should have caused some reaction, but it disappeared without a trace, like a mud ox entering the sea. It seems that forcing through is impossible. Even a boundary realm strong being might not be able to force through. Lin Moyo's eyes showed deep thought, but he didn't plan to give up. The Eye of the Soul continued to observe, rapidly consuming soul power, as he studied the gas ball inch by inch. The gas ball contained the power of life, the power of death, and the red lines, all intertwined in a perfect balance. After a long time, Lin Moyo's eyes flashed with insight. If I break the balance. If it were other types of power, Lin Moyo wouldn't be confident in breaking the balance. But with the power of life or death, he was very familiar. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of pure white life force flew out, entering the gas ball. With the new life force added, the gas ball reacted, starting to churn violently. It works. Lin Moyo was delighted. After churning for over 10 seconds, the gas ball calmed down again. Lin Moyo knew it worked, but the life force he used earlier wasn't enough to completely break the balance. He then released a life force 100 times stronger than before, causing the entire gas ball to boil. It looked like water poured into boiling oil, reacting extremely violently. The balance was broken, and the gas ball kept deforming. A few seconds later, a powerful pressure burst out from behind the gas ball. A strong wind accompanied the pressure, like a place that hadn't seen daylight for countless years suddenly connecting to the outside world. A hole appeared in the gas ball, and Lin Moyo quickly slipped through it. The gas ball continued to deform behind him, and an ancient, vast aura greeted him. He had entered a place no one had ever been before. Lin Moyo was certain that even boundary realm strong beings hadn't been here. For countless years, he was the first to enter this place. In front of him was the rock body of the strange star, extending upward like a cliff. The wall had huge spiderweb-like cracks, with 8 entrances. 8 entrances, some right and some wrong. What seemed like a difficult choice to others was no problem for Lin Moyo. 80 skeleton god generals appeared, 10 for each path, and they ran in. If there were more forks inside, they could handle it. Mazes were never a problem for Lin Moyo. Through the feedback from the skeleton god generals, Lin Moyo quickly understood the internal situation. The passages were winding and twisting, leading downward, seemingly to the core. Judging by the cracks at the entrance, Lin Moyo felt that someone had punched out these passages. The force of that punch reached the interior of the strange star, creating maze-like paths. The owner of that punch was incredibly strong. Lin Moyo wondered if the one who punched and the one who cracked the strange star were the same. The pressure inside the passages was even stronger, and it grew darker. The interior of the strange star should have light, with the laws of immortality presenting gray and white colors, but it was extremely dark now. Fortunately, the undead vision of the skeleton god generals wasn't affected, and they could still see. The skeletons quickly advanced through the spiderweb-like passages, encountering many strange creatures. All the strange creatures in the passages were at the minor god sovereign level. Unfortunately, they encountered the skeleton god generals, all at the god sovereign level. The strange creatures were quickly killed, turning into crystal stones. Lin Moyo wasn't interested in the crystal stones, he wanted to find what he was looking for quickly. If I'm not mistaken, the 2 extremes of the laws of immortality are inside. With the continuous exploration of the skeleton god generals, the internal situation of the passages became clearer. The 8 entrances eventually converged at one point. This point was over 10,000 kilometers from Lin Moyo's position. The winding paths led to countless passages, ultimately converging at the end, forming a deadly trap. This showed the ancient strong being's incredible control over power. The internal situation of the passages was clear, and there was no danger. Lin Moyo entered the passages, heading towards the end. Chapter 1725. Chapter 1725, 1725. Chapter 1725, Dialogue between the Holy Sovereigns. At the end of the passage, a shrunken strange star was shining brightly. Lin. It was half gray and half white, giving it an indescribable beauty. In front of it, a blood-red giant fist was continuously bombarding it. The strange star shone brightly, blocking all the attacks. Seeing this scene, Lin Moyo immediately understood why the outside was so dark. Most of the strange star's power had been drawn here to resist the ancient strong being's fist. So, the interior of the star had become completely dark. The blood-red giant fist was the same, constantly drawing power from the outside to replenish itself. However, both were continuously drawing power from the great world, which allowed them to remain undiminished for countless years. Seeing the blood-red giant fist, Lin Moya secretly rejoiced that no one had used their original spell earlier. Otherwise, it would have definitely triggered a reaction from the blood-red giant fist. The blood-red giant fist, in essence, was exactly the same as the swordsman he saw in the Maple Forest secret realm. Now he could also confirm that the blood-red giant fist and the ancient swordsman came from the same place. Ancient times hide great secrets. A thought arose in his mind as he looked at the shrunken strange star. The shrunken strange star was actually the two extremes. Only they could withstand the bombardment of the giant fist. Lin Moyo murmured to himself, no wonder I couldn't find it above, it was here all along. Now he naturally knew what to do. He needed to help the strange star eliminate the giant fist. The method was simple, just like what he did in the Maple Forest secret realm. As long as he didn't use his original spell, there wouldn't be any major problems. However, to be safe, Lin Moya still used the Buddha Kingdom Lich. Amidst the Buddha's chants, Lin Moya used the true sight technique to see the future. In the future scene, he confirmed that his method was correct. Putting away the Buddha Kingdom Lich, Lin Moya stood aside and waited quietly. He was waiting for the ancient talisman Jade Piece to recover. The ancient talisman Jade Piece was currently his strongest attack method. Without using his original spell, it could unleash an attack equivalent to the 8th rank of a god sovereign, enough to destroy the blood-red giant fist. Previously, in the true sight technique, he had successfully dealt with the blood-red giant fist using the ancient talisman Jade Piece. Anyway, they had been fighting for countless years, so waiting one more day wouldn't make a difference. In the Divine City Star Domain, at the center of the high-level area, there was a circular city. This city was built in the starry sky, grand, ancient, and majestic. All the words of praise could be used to describe it without any awkwardness. The size of this city far exceeded that of a star, with a diameter of over 1 billion kilometers. At its base, there were 10 stars continuously providing it with energy. This was the Divine City, the city of the human clan. At the center of the Divine City, on the throne of an equally magnificent and ancient palace, a powerful being opened his eyes. Someone has entered the unknown land. Human Emperor, please contact Holy Sovereign how to come over. His voice was not loud, but it carried a terrifying pressure. A few minutes later, Holy Sovereign Wu appeared in the palace and saw the being on the throne. Holy Sovereign Tian, have you finished your spiritual journey? Holy Sovereign Tian on the throne nodded slowly. Holy Sovereign Hao, I sensed someone entering the unknown land. As he spoke, he pointed, and an image appeared in the void. The image showed Lin Moyo passing through the gas ball. Holy Sovereign Hao smiled, it's him. It's normal for him to enter. Holy Sovereign Tian asked calmly, Holy Sovereign Hao, do you know him? His name is Lin Moyo. Holy Sovereign Tian, you can check his information. As a Holy Sovereign, he could access any information in the Human Emperor network. After checking the information, Holy Sovereign Tian's calm eyes also showed a hint of surprise. I didn't expect such a genius to emerge in the human clan during my spiritual journey. Holy Sovereign Hao laughed, this little guy has already created too many miracles, so one more is not surprising. Moreover, I feel he seems to be connected to ancient events, repeatedly encountering them. Holy Sovereign Tian's eyes flashed with brilliance, are you saying he might be the reincarnation of an ancient strong being? Holy Sovereign Hao shook his head, it's not clear yet, but I don't think it matters. There have been reincarnations of ancient strong beings before, but they didn't remember anything and were of no use. Lin Moyu is different. He is not only connected to ancient things but also very curious about them. I think we might be able to gain more information about the ancient world through him. He might even help us. That's why I decided to let him develop freely without any interference. Holy Sovereign Tian thought for a moment and then said calmly, you're right, no strong being can be interfered with. Wisdom, talent, luck, all are indispensable. If he needs our help, we can assist him. If he doesn't ask, we do nothing. The two Holy Sovereigns' thoughts aligned, and they agreed. Holy Sovereign Hao asked, how was your spiritual journey of 100 years? Did you discover anything? Holy Sovereign Tian said in a low voice, I did find some things. I'm still organizing them. I'll tell you once I'm done. But during these 100 years, has anything changed in the human clan? Holy Sovereign Hao's smile grew brighter. There have been changes, but for the better. Another Holy Sovereign has emerged in the clan, and he has entered the path of the talisman. Finally, someone can create ancient talismans. Holy Sovereign Tian's eyes lit up with indescribable joy. Entering the path of the talisman is indeed a great joy. Tell me more. Holy Sovereign Hao recounted the story of the ancestor of the Su family, who entered the path of the talisman and became the talisman Holy Sovereign. Holy Sovereign Tian marveled, not expecting it to be related to Lin Moyo. Holy Sovereign Hao also mentioned Lin Moyo's sister, Lin Mohan, whose talent shocked him. Not only him, but everyone who knew Lin Mohan was also shocked. Holy Sovereign Tian felt the same. Lin Mohan's cultivation speed is unprecedented. Holy Sovereign Tian said solemnly, Lin Mohan reminds me of a legend. Holy Sovereign Hao laughed, we thought of the same thing. If the legend is true, we might really have a chance. The two talked for a long time, discussing matters that only Holy Sovereigns were qualified to know. Lin Moyo waited for a day until the ancient talisman Jade Piece recovered. Soul power surged into the ancient talisman, and the newly gained power of belief was consumed again. The ancient talisman was activated, forming a giant talisman fist, which struck the blood-red giant fist. Fist against fist, the two collided. The blood-red giant fist couldn't withstand the talisman fist and was shattered into powder. The talisman fist continued forward, hitting the rock wall. The cave echoed with rumbling sounds, and the talisman fist disappeared after a few seconds. The talisman fist still couldn't damage the strange star. Lin Moya took a deep breath. Without the obstruction of the blood-red giant fist, the strange star could gradually return to normal. He approached the shrunken strange star and released the laws of immortality. The laws of immortality split into two, falling into the corresponding areas. The shrunken strange star, which was originally the extremes, was now activated upon contact with the laws of immortality. The entire strange star shone brightly, and everyone on it was forcibly driven away by an irresistible force. Chapter 1726. Chapter 1726, 1726. Chapter 1726, the mysteries will eventually be unraveled. Those who were originally inside the strange star were forcibly expelled at the same time. No matter what realm they were at, be it God King or even God Sovereign, they could not resist this force. They were driven away to a distance of 100 million kilometers, unable to approach any closer. The strange star radiated a dazzling brilliance, outshining the stars at this moment as the entire star system was reduced to shades of gray and white. Witnessing this spectacular scene, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Does anyone know what exactly happened? It is said that the strange star contains powerful laws, but for countless years, no one has been able to comprehend them. Could it be that someone has comprehended the laws within and truly activated the strange star? As far as I know, the strange star is extremely peculiar and has never undergone any changes before. This anomaly must have a reason behind it. A pale-faced God Sovereign whose soul had been injured growled, "I don't care about the reasons, as long as the strange star remains." His soul was injured, and only within the strange star could his soul recover. For the sake of survival, he would not allow anyone to take away the strange star. There were many who shared the same thought as him, willing to disregard rules for the sake of survival. But now, the strange star's transformation had not yet ended, so they could only watch helplessly. The brilliance of the strange star grew brighter and brighter, making it impossible for the God Sovereigns to look directly at it. Immense waves of power swept over them, pushing them further away. The laws of immortality stirred the starry sky, even pushing away the nearby stars. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the strange star began to change. Originally, the gray and white colors within the star were distinct, with a massive crevice in the middle that almost split the star in two. The gray represented death, a hellish realm. The white represented life, a realm of hope. Now, the two colors were crossing over and merging with each other. The boundary between gray and white disappeared, creating a bizarre yet seemingly natural scene. Once the merging began, it became irreversible, rapidly blending until there was a bit of each within the other. The pure gray of death and the pure white of heaven were no longer pristine. The crevice in the middle also underwent changes as it began to heal. The wound that had plagued the strange star for countless years was finally mending. Everyone watched with eyes wide open and mouths agape, even the well-traveled God Sovereigns unable to explain the changes unfolding before them. Many had researched this crevice but never gained any insights. Now, it was disappearing. At the core of the strange star, Lin Moya used the ancient talisman fist to shatter the blood-red giant fist, then activated the strange star. Immense power surged into his soul world, with various insights about the laws of immortality rushing in like tidal waves, churning within. His comprehension of the laws of immortality rapidly ascended, and his realm was elevating. At the same time, he witnessed scenes recorded within the strange star. In the distant past, a powerful being wielding a staff appeared above the strange star. The staff grew larger in the starry sky, like a pillar striking the heavens, and smashed into the strange star, creating a massive crevice that nearly split it apart. Space shattered, and the strange star was knocked into a spatial vortex, flying towards a distant world. At this moment, another ancient strong being broke through the void, charging into the crevice and reaching the core of the strange star, unleashing a fierce punch. The strange star violently shook, erupting with gray and white light that forcefully repelled him. Then, at an unimaginable speed, the strange star shattered through layers of space and disappeared. The strange star flew through a bizarre world, absorbing energy from the outside while resisting the invading force during its journey. Lin Moya didn't know how long it flew, only that its speed far exceeded that of light. Finally, it arrived in the current Suanwea star domain and came to a stop. The crevice on it had also stabilized, unable to recover but no longer worsening or shattering completely. At that time, the Suanwea star domain contained numerous planets. The strange star, an outsider, caused chaos in the star system upon its arrival. Countless planets were shattered by the strange star's impact, and even a star was struck. The reason the star appeared so dim was because part of its energy had been absorbed by the strange star. The scene faded, and Lin Moya's consciousness returned to reality. The lengthy vision he witnessed had only lasted a few seconds in the real world. Lin Moya murmured, "It's pretty much as I expected, that's how it happened." Two ancient strong beings, one after the other, launched attacks on the strange star. The one wielding the staff was stronger than the one who punched it. Those two ancient strong beings should be from the same faction as the ancient swordsman in the Divine City star domain. Judging from this, the great battle back then had an astonishingly wide range of impact. But why did they target the strange star? It's just a star, does it have some special property? Lin Moya recalled the scenes he had witnessed in the secret realm, where the ancient swordsman and the ancient giant had also attacked the strange star during their battle. At the time, he didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a side event during the fight. But now, it seemed the strange star was also one of their targets. Another unsolved mystery. Lin Moya sighed inwardly, feeling that the things he encountered were becoming increasingly mysterious. Although the mysteries kept piling up, Lin Moya felt he was getting closer and closer to the truth. Perhaps one day, when one mystery was unraveled, all the mysteries would be solved. When all the mysteries were solved, Lin Moya felt he might be strong enough to defy the heavens and alter the fate of his wife. The hope of doing so had never left his heart, and it was the driving force that propelled him forward. The insights into the laws of immortality continued to deepen, and his realm rapidly elevated. Soon, he reached the pinnacle of the 6th rank of God Sovereign, shattering through the bottleneck. Lin Moya's aura surged as he officially stepped into the 7th rank of God Sovereign. Behind him, the illusory image of a strange star, half gray and half white, rose majestically. His domain of laws naturally unfolded, with the gray and white colors constantly shifting, life and death under Lin Moya's control. For others to cross a single God Sovereign rank, it would take hundreds of years. Yet Lin Moya accomplished it in less than a day. Such an opportunity existed in the great world but was exceedingly rare. To encounter one was an immense stroke of luck. As he entered the 7th rank of God Sovereign, the power of the strange star no longer flowed into him. The core's extreme points dispersed, returning to the surface of the strange star. Lin Moya was also sent back to the surface. In less than a day, those 100 million kilometers away witnessed a spectacle. The crevice on the strange star completely disappeared, and the gray and white areas, which were once distinct, merged and became indistinguishable before separating again. The two extremes reversed positions, swapping places. No one could explain this phenomenon. Suddenly, someone exclaimed with wide eyes, "There's someone up there." Chapter 1727. Chapter 1727, 1727. Chapter 1727, Don't you feel ashamed? Lin Moya was bathed in the gray and white light, almost merging with the strange star. Lin. If one didn't look closely, it was almost impossible to notice him. At the moment they saw Lin Moya, everyone had the same thought in their minds. Did he comprehend the mysteries of the strange star? A God Sovereign whispered, "A little guy at the God King realm, he looks very young, must be a genius." Another God Sovereign snorted lightly, "If the strange star is unharmed, then let him be. I would be happy to see more talents in the human clan." Everyone understood the implication of his words. Among the 10 people who came here, 8 were here to stabilize their souls using the strange star. If anyone tried to do something to the strange star, it would be a matter of life and death for them, and they wouldn't allow it. The God Sovereigns exchanged glances and made a decision. Before confirming that the strange star was unharmed, they wouldn't let Lin Moya leave. Lin Moya suddenly left the strange star and flew towards the crowd. With the help of the Lich of Light, Lin Moya's speed reached 150,000 kilometers per second. All the God Kings present, including the minor God Sovereigns, were taken aback. Lin Moya's speed was far beyond theirs. A God Sovereign whispered, "Very fast, indeed a genius." Although speed doesn't fully represent strength, it does indicate something. Lin Moya's speed far exceeded that of the God King realm, at least showing that he could advance and retreat freely within the God King realm. Such individuals were generally considered geniuses. When he was still 1,000 kilometers away, Lin Moya stopped. His gaze swept over the crowd, the gray and white light intertwining around him, and a gray and white star shadow rose behind him. The domain of the laws of immortality unfolded, instantly enveloping everyone. At the same time, Lin Moya's voice rang out clearly, "I will heal your injuries, please do not resist." Being enveloped by someone else's domain of laws, everyone instinctively wanted to resist. But upon hearing Lin Moya's voice, they suppressed their instincts. They all believed Lin Moya's words, as they were all from the human clan, and with the human emperor network present, they weren't afraid of Lin Moya doing anything. The domain of the laws of immortality was gray and white, filled with the power of death and life. With a thought, Lin Moya quickly transformed the power of death into the power of life. The domain of laws was filled with vibrant life force, making everyone feel extremely comfortable. Everyone's faces lit up with joy as they felt their souls rapidly recovering. They all actively opened their soul worlds, allowing the life force to enter. Previously, within the strange star, their souls were nourished by the life force, but the recovery was very slow. It would have taken hundreds or even thousands of years. But now, it only took a moment. A moment's time was equivalent to hundreds or thousands of years. How could they not be overjoyed? The life force controlled by someone was vastly different from the life force without control. In just an hour, everyone's souls had fully recovered. Their auras surged, especially the God Sovereigns, whose pressure was astonishing. Some roared with joy, their voices echoing through the starry sky. Some growled, their long-standing pains now completely gone. When they came to their senses, they found that Lin Moya had already left, not even giving them a chance to thank him. The God Sovereigns looked ashamed, their faces red. "Sigh, I've lived so long, yet I still judged a gentleman with a petty heart, how shameful." Indeed, despite our years of cultivation and reaching the God Sovereign realm, we are not as good as this young man. Our human clan has such a talent, it is the fortune of our clan. But we don't even know his name, we can't even thank him. Perhaps we will meet again if fate allows. Lin Moya left silently, not because he wanted to do good deeds without leaving a name, but because he hated trouble. He knew that once these people recovered, they would definitely surround him. Perhaps he could gain some benefits, but it was too troublesome and unnecessary. He took the teleportation array outside the star system and returned to the Suunmu number 1 life star system. At this moment, there were still half a month left before the Divine City opened. The journey to the strange star only took a few days. Lin Moya decided to go to the White Tiger Star domain, where there was another strange star. To go to the White Tiger star domain, he first had to go to the Suunmu number 3000 life star system. Only there was a star domain level teleportation array leading to the White Tiger star domain. The distance between the Suunmu star domain and the White Tiger star domain was as much as 100,000 light-years. 100,000 light-years referred to the shortest distance between the two star domains, the distance between their edges. This vast space of 100,000 light-years did not belong to the human clan. There were no human clan inhabitants, it was a paradise for star beasts. In the dark void of 100,000 light-years, there were no stars, no light, filled with the unknown and danger. Besides star beasts, there were countless mysterious realms and various dangers. Danger often came with opportunities, and some had gained great opportunities within. The best opportunities came from ancient inheritances. Some had obtained ancient inheritances within. Lin Moya first thought of the Lan Sword of the Sword Orchid God Sovereign and the Eternal Green Sword of the Green Sword Deist, both ancient inheritances. Many God Kings and God Sovereigns with level 5 authority would venture into the Dark Void, hoping to gain opportunities and rise to prominence. Upon arriving at the Suunmu number 3000 Lifestar system, he immediately felt a different atmosphere. The place was filled with powerful auras, the auras of God Kings and God Sovereigns, intertwined in large numbers. In the Suunmu number 3000 star system, all were cultivators, no ordinary people. Even the weakest were God Kings, as only those with level 5 authority were qualified to come here. God Kings were everywhere, and there were many God Sovereigns. A powerful army of millions was stationed here, ready to deal with star beasts that might enter the human clan's territory. After leaving the teleportation array, Lin Moyo proceeded along the road. Flying was not allowed here, only the army could fly in the air. Even God Sovereigns had to follow this rule. To reach the star domain level teleportation array, one had to take a military warship. Star domain level teleportation arrays were difficult to craft, and the human clan had a limited number, considered strategic resources, all managed by the military. Lin Moyo was not in a hurry and followed the crowd. The place was bustling, with many people coming and going. Stalls lined both sides of the street, but there was little shouting, maintaining a quiet atmosphere. Communication was done through soul transmission. This was a simple market, selling various materials. Many items were obtained from the Dark Void, including star beast bones and other strange things. Some items could be identified using detection techniques, but some couldn't even be identified by detection techniques. Such items, even the trading center might not want, so they were sold here. Buyers and sellers had to negotiate prices themselves. The Human Emperor Network managed the place, prohibiting conflicts and forced transactions. Once a deal was made, it couldn't be reversed. Lin Moyo found it interesting. Despite being at the edge of the star domain, the power of the Human Emperor Network was strong, even stronger than in many lower star systems. Chapter 1728. Chapter 1728, 1728. Chapter 1728, Fragments of the Ancient Strong's Weapon. Lin Moyo felt the power from the Human Emperor Network. His soul was so sensitive that he could sense things others couldn't. There was a reason for the enhanced power of the Human Emperor Network here. Using the Human Emperor Network to monitor the starry sky was more effective than some formations and magical treasures. Once a battle occurred, the Human Emperor Network could command and dispatch in real time, making it very useful. Shu Kaiwa once mentioned that if one day the power of the Human Emperor Network could fully cover the battlefield, then wars would become a foregone conclusion. Lin Moyo always felt that the Human Emperor Network was a very magical existence. Along the way, Lin Moyo used the detection technique over 100 times. He obtained a lot of information about various items, and in most cases, the detection technique provided the correct answers. Only a few times did the detection technique return an answer of unknown substance. These items were strange and peculiar. Some might be real treasures, while others might be ordinary trash, nothing special. As he was about to reach the end of the road, a giant warship appeared in his sight. This was his destination. Entering the warship, he would head to the star domain level teleportation array. Suddenly, Lin Moya's pupils contracted. He saw a bloodline flying into the starry sky and disappearing. A familiar bloodline, exactly the same as the one he had seen in the Maple Forest Secret Realm and the Strange Star. Not only did it look the same, but even the aura was identical. An ancient strong being. Lin Moya silently thought to himself, knowing he wasn't mistaken. The aura of an ancient strong being was very unique, carrying a distinct ancient and desolate feel, completely different from the current era. Moreover, this aura could only be sensed by someone with a soul at the boundary realm. Even a peak god sovereign couldn't sense it. Following the direction of the bloodline, he saw a stall. 8 items were scattered on the stall. The bloodline came from a fist-sized black iron piece. Lin Moyu approached the stall. The stall owner was a minor god sovereign named Du Tao. He slightly raised his head and glanced at Lin Moyu. Feel free to look. If you fancy something, ask for the price. Lin Moya flicked his fingers, casting 8 detection techniques in succession. 5 of the detection techniques returned information about the items, all materials at the God King realm, and of high quality. The other 3 items returned no results. The black iron piece emitting the ancient aura looked about the size of a fist, pitch black like ink, indistinguishable from an ordinary iron piece. The other 2 items also looked like black iron, but their shapes were slightly different. However, Lin Moya knew that these 3 items were completely different. The other 2 were likely useless trash. This is a fragment from the weapon of an ancient strong being. Lin Moya speculated in his heart and calmly asked, "Do you want points or a trade?" Du Tao replied in a calm tone, "Either is fine." Lin Moya nodded and asked, "Can I touch them?" "Go ahead." Lin Moya picked up the 3 unknown items and examined them. All three items looked like iron pieces, but their weights were different. The material from the ancient strong being was noticeably heavier. As Lin Moya picked it up, it flashed with a red light, and another bloodline flew into the starry sky and disappeared. This bloodline could only be seen by someone with a soul at the boundary realm. From the feel, he couldn't distinguish the differences among the three items. Lin Moya put down the three items and said, "I want these three unknown items. Name your price." Du Tao looked at Lin Moya, his eyes flashing with a thoughtful expression. He was clearly considering what price to ask for. Lin Moya seemed like a novice but was eerily calm, making it hard for Du Tao to gauge him. After a moment of thought, Du Tao said, "One piece of material at the God Sovereign realm, or 50 million points." To be honest, Du Tao's price was quite reasonable. Lin Moya didn't haggle. He took out a piece of crystal jade. The crystal jade was a material at the God Sovereign realm, obtained from the Golden Eagle clan's army during the battle at the Suanmu battlefield. Du Tao recognized the crystal jade, his pupils contracting. "This piece of crystal jade is too large, I can't find a match." The crystal jade Lin Moya took out was about half a meter in diameter, far more than a single piece of material, enough to be cut into 5 pieces. Although it was the lowest grade of God Sovereign material, it was still valuable. Du Tao only wanted a normal piece of God Sovereign material, not expecting so much. Lin Moya tossed the crystal jade to Du Tao and took the 3 unknown items. Lin Moya said, "This piece of crystal jade is not just for these 3 unknown items, I also want to buy some information from you. Of course, if you don't want to tell me, that's fine too." According to the rules, once Du Tao accepted the crystal jade, their transaction was complete. So if Lin Moya wanted to buy information, it would be a separate transaction. If Du Tao didn't want to answer, Lin Moya couldn't force him, nor could he go back on the deal. No matter what, Du Tao wouldn't lose out. Du Tao didn't hesitate and put away the crystal jade. "What information do you want to buy? Where did you get these 3 unknown items? I want specific location information, preferably with a star map." Du Tao thought for a moment. "I can tell you the location, but I must warn you, it's very dangerous there." Lin Moya smiled, "No problem, just tell me." Du Tao threw a jade token to Lin Moya. "All right." The jade token contained the star map. The star map itself wasn't valuable, the information within it was. Lin Moya didn't check it immediately, trusting that Du Tao wouldn't deceive him. Du Tao reminded him again, "I must warn you, it's really dangerous there. I didn't dare to go in. These 3 unknown items were obtained from the outside. I saw a God Sovereign level star beast go in, and only its head came out." Lin Moya chuckled, "Thanks for the warning. If I go, I'll be careful." After speaking, Lin Moya prepared to leave, but suddenly a voice called out, "Wait." The voice was clear and lively. Lin Moya saw a beautiful female cultivator running towards him. In her hand, she held something like a mirror. The mirror was glowing faintly, likely a magical treasure. Lin Moya looked at the woman's appearance, which seemed somewhat similar to Yu Zhu, not only in appearance but also in attire. A member of the Yu family. Although she had hidden her information, Lin Moya was 90% sure she was from the Yu family. The woman quickly reached the stall, first glancing at Du Tao's stall with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She then looked at Lin Moya. "Junior brother, did you just buy something?" Her voice was clear and polite. She was a minor God Sovereign, and seeing that Lin Moya was only at the God King realm, calling him junior brother was appropriate. Lin Moya smiled, "Senior sister, are you looking for this?" Lin Moya took out the 3 unknown items, and the mirror in the woman's hand immediately shone brightly. The woman nodded, "Yes, that's it. Junior brother, can you sell it to me?" Lin Moya shook his head, "No." The woman said urgently, "The price is negotiable, but I really need this item." Lin Moya asked with a smile, "Do you know what this is?" The woman shook her head, "I don't know, but an elder in my family is looking for it. Also, junior brother, your realm is not high enough. This item is more harmful than beneficial to you." Lin Moya's eyes flickered, having a rough idea of who wanted this item. Chapter 1729. Chapter 1729, 1729. Chapter 1729, The problem itself is you. Lin Moya looked at the woman. "You are from the Yu family, right?" The woman was slightly taken aback, then smiled. "It seems junior brother is also a frequent visitor to the trading center." She thought Lin Moya had guessed her identity through the trading center. As a member of the Yu family, they had many similar traits, so it was normal to guess correctly. Lin Moya smiled, "Send my regards to Madame Yu. I need this item for now. If she needs it, she can come to the Divine City to find me, and I will hand it over." After saying this, Lin Moya turned and left without further words. He still needed to study the fragment of the ancient Strong's weapon, so there was no way he would hand it over now. The woman stood frozen, her eyes wide open, unable to speak. Lin Moya mentioned Madame Yu, who was the ancestor of the Yu family, and this order was given by Madame Yu herself. Madame Yu was an extremely noble existence, unknown to ordinary people. Yet Lin Moya could casually mention Madame Yu's name, clearly indicating they knew each other. Only then did she realize she had completely misjudged Lin Moya. He is not some junior brother but a senior hiding his aura. Maybe he is on the same level as the ancestor. No wonder he could recognize this item. Du Tao, standing nearby, was utterly confused, not understanding their conversation. He had no idea who Madame Yu was, but he heard about the Divine City and knew Lin Moya came from there. Clearly, Lin Moya was not simple. Lin Moya had already walked far away, and the woman finally came to her senses. She turned to Du Tao. "I want to buy some information from you, name your price." Lin Moya boarded the warship, playing with the weapon fragment he had just obtained. This piece, which looked like a black iron block, occasionally emitted a bloodline that disappeared into the void. The eye of the soul at the boundary realm opened, carefully observing. The lines of laws became visible, and it was clear that when the lines of laws touched it, they broke. Normally, lines of laws either pass through or bend and twist, but breaking was very rare. Lines of laws are omnipresent, the fundamental force that constitutes the world, extremely sturdy. A god sovereign indeed has the ability to break lines of laws, but it would require the power of the river of laws. Yet now, this mere fragment could directly break the lines of laws. Lin Moyo carefully sensed it, scanning it repeatedly with the eye of the soul. It feels out of place. It doesn't seem to be a product of the great world. Could it be from another world? Outside the great world, there are other worlds. For example, the soul spirit world and the Tulu world. Their power systems are different from the great world. Lin Moyo believed that the ancient strong beings might not be from the great world. That's why their items could easily break the lines of laws of the great world. Cultivators in the great world grow up wrapped in lines of laws, becoming one with them. But the ancient strong beings are like foreign invaders, causing great destruction to everything in the great world. It should be like this. These guys come from other worlds. The ancient giants should belong to the great world. They use ancient symbols in battle, and the core of the great world is the great world runes. I felt a familiar aura from the ancient symbols, which should share the same origin as the great world runes. Lin Moyo cleared his thoughts and inexplicably felt a killing intent towards the so-called ancient strong beings. Ancient strong beings might be better called ancient invaders. At this moment, Lin Moyo suddenly realized another possibility. He recalled the appearance of the Great World Runes, which he had once seen. The Great World Runes were severely damaged, on the verge of collapse. Following this reasoning, could the ones who severely damaged the Great World Runes be those ancient invaders? The possibility is very high it should be so. Which world are they from? Could it be the world of that mysterious master? The Tulu world and the Soul Spirit world seem to have been destroyed by them. If it is indeed them, then when their master revives. A chill rose in Lin Moyo's heart. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong and shook his head. It's not them. That mysterious master should be the owner of the mysterious manor and the ancient tomb. Whether it's the mysterious manor or the ancient tomb, the materials used are ancient symbol materials. Ancient symbol materials come from the great world, while the ancient invaders use another material. The two are completely different, so the mysterious master belongs to the great world. And the ones who destroyed the Tulu world are from our great world. Could it be that we are the invaders? Lin Moyo felt a headache, unable to figure it out for a moment. The information he had was too little and very chaotic. No matter how strong his reasoning ability was, he couldn't get the real answer for now. Junior brother, are you alright? Lin Moyo felt someone push him and heard a loud voice. A middle-aged man with a slightly kind face was looking at him, his eyes filled with concern. His name was Hong Guanliang, a 9th-rank god king, but he looked quite old. Lin Moyo smiled slightly. I'm fine. Hong Guanliang nodded. That's good. Just now, I saw you nodding and shaking your head, frowning from time to time. I thought you had some problem comprehending the laws. Lin Moyo smiled. I was just thinking about some very troublesome problems, not comprehending the laws. Thank you, senior brother Hong. Hong Guanliang was relieved and turned to look at the starry sky outside the warship. Actually, there are no problems in this world that are truly troublesome. The real problem is not the problem itself but ourselves. The reason we find it troublesome is that we don't have the ability to solve it. Once we have enough ability, the problem will no longer be a problem. Lin Moyo listened to his words, his expression relaxing. Senior brother Hong is right. The reason I can't figure out these problems is that my ability is insufficient, not that the problems are too complex. Senior brother Hong's smile grew brighter. I've lived for thousands of years and see some things more clearly than you youngsters. Do you see the army outside? The warship had already started, heading towards the star domain level teleportation array. The warship was flying slowly, allowing them to see the army in the starry sky. Hong Guanliang said, most of these soldiers are god kings, guarding this place. Most of the time, they are defending against star beasts from the dark void. There are millions of such soldiers. If all these soldiers became god sovereigns, even just 10,000 god sovereigns would be enough to guard this place. He was right. 10,000 god sovereigns would indeed be more effective than a million god kings. But producing 10,000 god sovereigns was not an easy task. Hong Guanliang said, this is the essence of the problem. There aren't enough god sovereigns, so we have to use god kings. If one day we can turn a million god kings into a million god sovereigns, not only could we guard this place, but we could also sweep through the dark void. Lin Moyo nodded with a smile, finding Hong Guanliang's words reasonable. Given his experience, what he said was indeed correct. However, he clearly didn't know that above god sovereigns, there were boundary realm beings, and above boundary realm, there were holy sovereigns. Lin Moyo looked at the army in formation and casually asked, what kind of place is the dark void? Hong Guanliang whispered, a very dangerous place, filled with dark forces. Chapter 1730. Chapter 1730, 1730. Chapter 1730, The Black Tide Surges, The Dark Void. Hong Guanliang's cultivation level was not high, only at the 9th rank of God King, and it was the kind accumulated over time. Unlike many young and talented individuals, Hong Guanliang exuded an air of experience. His words often carried his reflections on life. To Lin Moyo, many of his words were filled with a sense of resignation. He clearly no longer hoped to break through to God Sovereign, yet he still wished he could. This was a very contradictory mindset. Just as he himself said, the problem itself is him. So he came to the dark void, seeking his last chance. The chance was slim. He had been to the dark void many times over the years, spanning thousands of years, visiting many places. Lin Moya could sense that Hong Guanliang really wanted to explain what the dark void was. But due to his limited knowledge and cultivation, there were many places he dared not enter, and much of what he said was hearsay. Some things he said were even contradictory, just like his inner self. The dark void indeed had many mysterious places, and it was also the habitat of star beasts. Some star beasts in the dark void were extremely powerful, using a special force known as the power of darkness. The power of darkness was different from the laws cultivated by practitioners, extremely unique and powerful. Summarizing Hong Guanliang's description, Lin Moya roughly concluded a few points. The dangers of the dark void came from three aspects. First, various mysterious places. These places were ever-changing, sometimes appearing suddenly, not fixed, and hard to guard against. Second, star beasts. There were many star beasts in the dark void, some with special powers and strong combat abilities. Third, alien races. The dark void was not the territory of the human clan. Besides human clan practitioners, there were also alien races. For others, there was a fourth danger in the dark void, which was vision. In the dark void, darkness enveloped the starry sky, and all external light gradually disappeared. Inside, vision was extremely poor, even soul sensing was weakened, affecting practitioners' perception and judgment of danger. But for Lin Moyo, this was not a problem. Whether it was undead vision or the eye of the soul at the boundary realm, both could solve this issue. Putting away the fragment containing ancient power, the warship arrived at its destination. Two huge markers appeared outside the warship, one leading to the star domain teleportation array, the other to the dark void. Junior brother Lin, I'll go ahead. If fate allows, we will meet again. Hong Guanliang smiled and bid farewell to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo also smiled. I wish senior brother Han success in breaking through to God's Sovereign. Hong Guanliang laughed heartily. Thank you for your kind words, junior brother. He stepped onto the marker leading to the dark void and disappeared from sight. Lin Moya knew that this farewell might be forever. Unless Hong Guanliang had some heaven-defying opportunity, it would be hard for him to break through to God's Sovereign, and there was a high probability he would die in the dark void. As he said, this time it was do or die, he had no way back. After thousands of years of struggle, he finally had to risk his life. Lin Moya stepped onto the marker leading to the star domain teleportation array and soon saw the teleportation array. The star domain level teleportation array was incredibly large, with a diameter of over 10,000 kilometers, standing like a planet in the starry sky. In terms of scale, the star domain level teleportation array far exceeded the teleportation arrays in the human clan tower. But in Lin Moya's view, the teleportation arrays in the human clan tower were more powerful than the star domain level teleportation array before him. The teleportation arrays in the human clan tower were based on ancient symbols, containing ancient power. The star domain level teleportation array was purely large. Under the same functional premise, the smaller the teleportation array, the more difficult it was to make. However, the star domain level teleportation array had a unique function. Because it was large enough, it could directly teleport warships, and not just one. It could simultaneously teleport hundreds of warships across star domains, providing rapid reinforcement in case of war. The area in front of the star domain level teleportation array was bustling, with thousands of people standing around. Hearing the discussions, Lin Moya frowned slightly. The teleportation array is closed. Lin Moyo approached and, when he was still 10,000 meters away from the teleportation array, received a message from the Human Emperor Network. Due to the recent appearance of the black tide in the dark void, the star domain level teleportation array is temporarily closed. The reopening time will be announced later. Lin Moyo looked at the message and murmured, what a coincidence, the black tide appeared. The black tide was a unique phenomenon in the dark void. The special energy in the dark void, the power of darkness, sometimes gathered together and surged like a tide, known as the black tide. The black tide did not affect practitioners. According to the human clan's data, the black tide was just a natural phenomenon in the dark void. However, once the black tide appeared, it distorted space, affecting the use of teleportation arrays and various teleportation treasures. The black tide did not appear frequently, usually once every 10 years or so, each time lasting from 3 months to half a year. This black tide appeared 3 days ago. If Lin Moya still wanted to go to the White Tiger Star domain, he could either wait for the black tide to recede or traverse the dark void himself, flying across the 100,000 light years. Some had done this before. God sovereigns, using flying treasures at the God sovereign realm, could indeed traverse the 100,000 light years. Lin Moyo also had the ability to do so. He could use the Golden Eagle Clan God Sovereign as a mount. With the Golden Eagle Clan God Sovereign's space leap ability, it would take about 30 years to cross the dark void and reach the White Tiger Star domain. Lin Moya thought for a moment and then turned to leave. He followed the marker back and then stepped onto another marker, taking out the star map he got from Du Tao. Since he couldn't go to the White Tiger Star domain, he decided to check out the dark void first. Of course, he wasn't planning to traverse the dark void. Lin Moya wouldn't do something so laborious and unrewarding. He wanted to see the place where Du Tao obtained the fragment of the ancient weapon. The fragment of the ancient invader's weapon appeared there, so there might be something unusual. The star map showed that the place wasn't too far. It was about 10 light years from the edge of the dark void. It was in the very outer region. At Lin Moya's speed, it would take just over a day to reach. Reaching the end of the marker, all he saw was darkness, with no light at all. The light from external stars would instantly disappear upon entering. It felt like a black hole swallowing everything. Lin Moya released a ball of white light, filled with abundant light force, and sent it in. The bright white light ball, as bright as a star, quickly disappeared upon entering the dark void. It seemed as if this world disliked light and only embraced darkness. Lin Moya could sense that his life force still existed, but its light was completely suppressed. What a peculiar place. Lin Moya transformed into a stream of light and flew into the dark void. Chapter 1731. Chapter 1731, 1731. Chapter 1731, The Damaged God's Sovereign Worship. Boundless darkness enveloped everything, rendering vision useless. Compared to the pitch-black fog, the dark void seemed even more terrifying. The power of darkness surged from all directions, and Lin Moya felt his soul slightly affected, with his sensing ability weakened by about 10%. Even a soul at the boundary realm would be affected, so one can imagine how much more others would be impacted. Here, human clan cultivators relied on various magical treasures to stay vigilant and explore, checking their surroundings, but the detection range was extremely limited. When he first entered the dark void, Lin Moya could still sense a trace of the human Emperor network's power, but after flying 1,000,000 kilometers, the power of the human Emperor network completely disappeared. Once the power of the human Emperor network vanished, it signaled that he had completely left the human clan's territory. Without any support here, any danger encountered would have to be dealt with alone. The eye of the soul opened, and the scene before him changed instantly. Lines of various laws intertwined and converged, making the dark void no longer dark. The lines of laws emitted a faint light, invisible to ordinary people. Using the faint light from the lines of laws, Lin Moya could vaguely see this peculiar world. Black energy, like mist, continuously surged in this starry sky. It was like waves in the sea, one after another. As the black energy surged, space also experienced slight fluctuations. The surface space remained relatively stable, but the deeper the space, the greater the impact. This was the black tide, capable of affecting teleportation. In this state, unless one mastered the laws of space, teleportation was impossible. The bone hell appeared, and a Golden Eagle Clan God Sovereign slave appeared at Lin Moya's feet. The Golden Eagle Clan God Sovereign accelerated instantly, initiating a space leap. Space leap was not the same as the laws of space, it only touched the surface space and was not greatly affected. While advancing rapidly, Lin Moya also sensed the black energy. It was this peculiar energy, known as the power of darkness, that constituted the unique dark void. After careful sensing, Lin Moya judged that it did not belong to the great world. Like the ancient invaders, this is an external force. And it should be somewhat related to the ancient invaders. From the power of darkness, he sensed a force similar to that of the ancient invaders. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moya had flown over 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers. Using the faint light from the lines of laws, Lin Moya saw a vortex in the distance. The vortex emitted a faint light, bringing a slight brightness to the dark void. But this brightness only radiated within 100 meters, beyond which it disappeared, swallowed by the darkness. If not for the eye of the soul at the boundary realm, Lin Moya would have had difficulty discovering it without getting closer. Lin Moya stopped and watched from a distance. Switching to undead vision, the dark void turned into a gray world. The lines of laws disappeared in the undead vision, and everything turned gray, with soul flames appearing in his sight. Several people surrounded the vortex. This is the mysterious place. The entrance to the vortex is very similar to the entrances of dungeons and secret realms, yet different. The aura emanating from inside is somewhat different from that of the great world. Switching back to the eye of the soul, he could see lines of laws flowing into the vortex, passing through it. From this, he could judge that the world inside the vortex was also filled with the power of the great world. Lin Moya had some understanding in his heart. The power of the dark void and the power of the great world came from two different sources, intertwining here to form a unique pattern where each contained a part of the other. After watching for a while, Lin Moya set off again. He passed by the vortex at a distance of only a few kilometers, unnoticed by anyone. Here, the cultivators' sensing abilities were greatly suppressed, and their perception of danger was significantly reduced. The Golden Eagle Clan God Sovereign advanced at a speed of over 1,000,000,000 kilometers per second, with the surface space rolling like waves, resonating with the space waves brought by the black tide. Whoosh! Lin Moya's heart tightened, and the bone hell enveloping him suddenly twisted, with a tremendous force acting on him. The Golden Eagle Clan God Sovereign was knocked away, taking Lin Moya with him. The speed of flight was too fast, and this collision made Lin Moya very uncomfortable. The Golden Eagle Clan God Sovereign's body was covered in wounds, with most of its bones broken, looking very miserable. Fortunately, it was no longer a living being, and the power of the bone hell continuously flowed out, healing its injuries. Using the faint light from the lines of laws, Lin Moya saw what had knocked him away. It was a warship, a damaged warship. The warship was not large, only about 100 meters long, a small warship. But its level was not low, it was a God Sovereign level warship. Compared to the warships used by Zhu Kaiwu and Zhu Tian, it was slightly inferior, at least a mid-level God Sovereign warship. Such warships were generally controlled by a few high-level God Sovereigns. But now, it was damaged and drifting aimlessly in the dark void. As for its owner, the outcome was self-evident. With a thought, several skeleton god generals appeared. A glimmer of light appeared in the dark void. The skeleton god generals, glowing white, surrounded the warship, allowing Lin Moya to see the entire warship. After a thorough inspection, Lin Moya confirmed that the warship was completely damaged. The front of the warship was completely deformed, with a third of it caved in, twisted like a pretzel. It was damaged by a collision. To damage a God Sovereign level warship like this, whatever hit it must have been incredibly hard. Lin Moya found the entrance to the warship, which was also completely blown apart. Judging by the damage to the entrance, someone must have rushed out from inside. The warship must have collided with something while traveling, and then the God Sovereign inside rushed out. But now the God Sovereign is nowhere to be found, leaving the warship to drift here, likely meeting a grim fate. A God Sovereign level warship, made entirely of God Sovereign level materials. Its value far exceeded that of ordinary God Sovereign level magical treasures. Even though it was damaged, its value was still incomparable to ordinary magical treasures. If its owner had not met with an accident, they would have come to retrieve it. Lin Moyo entered the warship, finding the internal damage even worse than the external. All decorations and arrangements were scattered. The internal structure of the warship was also destroyed, with the God Sovereign level materials used to build it shattered and cracked. The force of the collision directly transmitted to the interior, causing immense damage to the warship. This powerful force made Lin Moya slightly apprehensive. The warship had collided with him earlier, and the Golden Eagle clan God Sovereign was instantly broken, showing how hard the warship was. Yet this hard warship was still shattered by an even stronger object. Finally, Lin Moya found the core of the warship. The core had turned into fragments, and the array maintaining the core had also collapsed. No traces were left. Lin Moya was slightly disappointed. If the core had been intact, he could have checked what had happened. The core of the warship had a recording function. He continued searching inside the warship, hoping to find something useful. Chapter 1732. Chapter 1732, 1732. Chapter 1732, The Stick in the Mysterious Space. The 1,000-meter warship had many rooms. Most of the rooms were empty, with only a few showing signs of habitation. Through these traces, Lin Moya discovered that this warship had been drifting in the dark void for at least several thousand meters. The ordinary items in the rooms were all old, with only a few still intact. Some rooms still had the aura of a God Sovereign, indicating that the owner's friends had once stayed there. Finally, he found the owner's room and learned the owner's identity. 9 Emperor God Sovereign. It turned out to be him. This name, he had seen before. Lin Moya searched his memory for information about the 9 Emperor God Sovereign. Like himself, he came from a small world and was once a prince in that small world, ranking 9th in his family. Later, he stepped into the great world from the small world, overcoming numerous obstacles and shining brightly. In his era, he was very dazzling. His name was on the 4-star domain's grand competition, and he was also part of the 407 Secret Realm strategy group. He had cultivated to a high-level God Sovereign and then suddenly disappeared. No one expected that he would end up in the dark void. The 9 Emperor God Sovereign disappeared 2,600 years ago. Did he die, or is he trapped somewhere? Someone like him shouldn't die so easily. Lin Moyo pondered in his heart and suddenly saw a black jade tablet in the corner of the room. The jade tablet was ink-colored, similar to the color of the warship, making it hard to notice without careful observation. He reached out and absorbed the jade tablet, and his soul moved to read the information. A majestic voice emanated from the jade tablet. My name is 9 Emperor. After stepping into the high-level God Sovereign, I felt my cultivation becoming increasingly difficult. The boundary realm seemed out of reach, so I sought opportunities everywhere. I met the calculating God Sovereign and discussed the Tao for 100 years. The calculating God Sovereign did not hesitate to expend his lifespan to calculate for me. My path is not yet ended, the way forward lies in the dark void. Today, I step into the dark void and encounter a strange beast. I fight it. The record on the jade tablet ended here, explaining why the 9 Emperor God Sovereign came to this place. He came seeking a path, looking for a way to the boundary realm. For a high-level God Sovereign, knowing the existence of the boundary realm but finding it an unattainable dream was a feeling Lin Moya could fully understand. For someone like him, who would be content with mediocrity, he would naturally strive to ascend continuously. Knowing that there was a way forward in the dark void, how could he not come? But now, the warship was destroyed, and his life or death was unknown. Lin Moya sighed. The path of cultivation is fraught with dangers, and every step is fraught with uncertainty. Leaving the warship, he waved his hand and put it away. The warship was completely damaged, its core shattered, making it an ownerless object. Putting it away, there might be a chance to repair it. Compared to the Golden Eagle clan God Sovereign mount under his feet, a mid-level God Sovereign warship was much more useful. Resuming his journey, Lin Moyo became even more cautious. The dark void was full of dangers everywhere. The 3 points of danger he summarized seemed far from enough. Fortunately, he did not encounter any more accidents this time and reached his destination smoothly after a day. This place was already far from the human clan's territory, and no reinforcements would come no matter what happened. Lin Moya searched in the darkness but did not find the entrance marked on the star map. Du Tao discovered this entrance 10 years ago. The entrance to the dark void moves, but it shouldn't have moved too far in 10 years. Let's search. With a thought, Lin Moya summoned over 100,000 skeleton god generals, sending them flying in all directions. Half a day later, Lin Moya suddenly lost contact with one of the skeleton god generals. Found it. With a thought, he immediately flew over. With the skeleton god general's positioning, Lin Moyo had already locked onto the exact location. Soon, a huge vortex appeared in his sight. Seeing the vortex, Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. Blood-red threads danced within the vortex. These blood-red threads were the power of the ancient invaders. Taking out the weapon fragment, he waited for a few minutes, and a blood-red thread flew out from the fragment, entering the vortex and merging with the blood-red threads within. Is it summoning? Or is it looking for a way back? Inside the vortex, there should be more fragments or even a complete weapon. High-level magical treasures often have self-repairing abilities. As long as the damage is not too severe, they can repair themselves. The weapons of the ancient invaders were naturally very powerful, and it was not surprising that they had self-repairing abilities. As for the ancient invaders, Lin Moyo did not believe they still existed. According to Du Tao, a god-sovereign level star beast once entered, and only its head came out. There should be dangers inside, but not absolute dangers. The ancient invaders were incredibly powerful, and a god-sovereign encountering them would have no chance of escaping. At this moment, the skeleton god general that had just lost contact suddenly reconnected. Lin Moyo instinctively communicated with the skeleton god general and activated the undead vision. In the gray world, Lin Moyo saw a thick gray object falling, like a stick. Boom! The skeleton god general had no time to dodge and was killed on the spot. The next second, the skeleton god general revived in place, and Lin Moyo activated the undead vision again. This time, he saw clearly that it was indeed a stick that was already badly damaged. The stick should have been black, but in the undead vision, it appeared as a dense gray. The stick fell again, killing the skeleton god general for the second time. Upon the second revival, Lin Moyo did not look at the stick again but used the undead vision to observe the surrounding environment. At the same time, he sent a large number of skeleton god generals into the vortex. The environment inside the vortex was somewhat desolate, resembling a plain. In the distance, there seemed to be mountains, but they were faint and unclear. The undead vision had its limitations, but Lin Moyo did not see any souls, which reassured him. No souls meant no living beings. No living beings meant his guess was correct, at least there were no living ancient invaders. This greatly increased the safety. After several attacks, Lin Moyo felt the stick's attack power should be between the 6th and 7th ranks of God Sovereign. There was danger, but it was not too high. Moments later, a large number of skeleton god generals entered the mysterious space on the other side of the vortex. Under Lin Moyo's command, they quickly dispersed, flying in all directions. Lin Moyo continued to use the undead vision to monitor the situation inside. The stick, which was almost broken, continued to relentlessly pursue and kill the skeleton god generals. Each attack killed several skeleton god generals. But as the skeleton god generals spread out, its efficiency rapidly decreased. It tirelessly pursued the skeleton god generals, flying farther and farther away. As a result, the later entering skeleton god generals became much safer. Throughout the process, there was only this one stick, no second one appeared. Only then did Lin Moyo feel at ease and officially entered the vortex. His whole body spun and flew within the vortex, and 2 minutes later, Lin Moyo officially entered the mysterious space. The eye of the soul opened, seeing the omnipresent lines of laws, intertwined with blood-red threads. The power of the great world and the power of another world were entangled here, indistinguishable from each other. Lin Moyo did not stay, quickly flying in the opposite direction. Chapter 1733. Chapter 1733, 1733. Chapter 1733, Fighting with the Coffin, Star-Shattering Supreme. Using the skeleton god generals to draw away the stick, Lin Moyo could carefully explore this space. But plans never keep up with changes. Just as Lin Moyo was about to move, the eye of the soul suddenly saw a large number of red lines converging in the sky above him. Lin Moyo was startled, feeling a sense of foreboding. He immediately flew into the distance, and the red lines followed, not leaving him an inch. The sky was torn apart, revealing a blood-red vortex. The stick, which had been far away, suddenly disappeared and reappeared in the red vortex the next second. The stick aimed to smash Lin Moyo into pulp. What must be faced, must be faced. Lin Moyo was not flustered. Such a change was within his expectations. With a point of his finger, the undying flame burned fiercely, and the skeleton king appeared beside him. Before the stick could fall, the skeleton king had already swung its giant bone sword, striking the stick from below. With a bang, the skeleton king was forced to retreat. The immense power of the stick made it impossible for the skeleton king to control its retreat. In terms of pure strength, the skeleton king was no match for the stick. But the stick was also knocked back into the sky by this strike. After flying tens of thousands of meters, it fell again, still targeting Lin Moyo. At this moment, the skeleton king charged back. The bone sword clashed with the stick again, and the skeleton king was sent flying a second time. Lin Moyo took out a piece of black stone and threw it to the skeleton god general beside him. The stone, constructed with ancient symbols, was incredibly hard. Even a god sovereign couldn't damage it, and the current stick couldn't either. The stick was already heavily damaged and on the verge of breaking, with very limited power. The skeleton god general wielded the stone and met the stick head-on, striking it repeatedly, not giving it a chance to fall. The ancient symbol stone was indeed incredibly hard, showing no damage when it struck the stick. On the contrary, the cracks on the stick were gradually expanding. The stick, like a stubborn child, ignored the skeleton god general, its target fixed on Lin Moyo. The skeleton king charged back, extending its giant hand and pinching the stick with 2 white bone fingers. The stick struggled continuously but couldn't break free from the skeleton king's grip in a short time. The skeleton god general struck even more frantically, the sound of impacts echoing nonstop. Every second, it struck hundreds to thousands of times. Finally, after an unknown number of strikes, the already fragile stick shattered with a boom. Lin Moyo faintly heard a wail, and the blood-red vortex in the sky disappeared, leaving the stick completely motionless. Looking at the completely shattered stick, Lin Moyo collected the fragments one by one. He was too lazy to study it. It wasn't something he could fully understand at the moment. Handing it over to those boundary realm big shots to worry about was the right choice. With the threat gone, he could finally explore this space with peace of mind. 10,000 skeleton god generals were reporting back on the various conditions of the space. Lin Moyo discovered that as the stick was shattered, the blood-red lines in the space were gradually dissipating. The lines of the Great World's laws were becoming stronger, starting to dominate this mysterious space. Because of Lin Moya's actions, after countless years of entanglement, the forces of the two worlds finally had a victor. Finally, Lin Moya saw something different. This space had mountains, and not just a few, but entire mountain ranges. At the center of the mountain range, there was a tall mountain. The tall mountain stood out, several times higher than the other mountains. Its height exceeded at least 100,000 meters, which, although common in the Great World, was unique here. Its peak was extremely sharp, like a blade. At the tip of the blade, there was a giant coffin, and on the coffin, a person sat cross-legged. Through the eye of the undead, Lin Moya knew the person was already dead. The soul had dissipated, leaving only the body. The body exuded an ancient aura, containing traces of ancient times. This was a strong being from ancient times. His realm was so high it was hard to estimate. From ancient times to now, countless years had passed, yet the body remained intact, almost lifelike. Lin Moya watched from a distance, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He is definitely not at the boundary realm. A boundary realm body couldn't be preserved for so long. Why did he die here and not in the coffin? The undead vision couldn't penetrate the coffin, unable to see inside. Lin Moya reopened the eye of the soul, and his whole body trembled. Through the eye of the soul, he saw ancient symbols. On the body of the ancient strong being, ancient symbols still existed. However, these ancient symbols were already broken, no longer complete. It seemed that with his death, the ancient symbols also lost their vitality. But the presence of ancient symbols indicated that he was from the Great World. The coffin also had ancient symbols, indicating it was also a product of the Great World. At the same time, Lin Moya saw that his body was connected to the coffin by ancient symbols. He didn't refuse to enter. He was suppressing the coffin. What's inside the coffin? Lin Moya cautiously approached, and suddenly, an ancient symbol on the forehead of the ancient strong being lit up. Lin Moya was startled and wanted to retreat but found himself unable to move. The ancient symbol seemed to have sealed the space. The ancient symbol rose, projecting a cyan light, and an old man in cyan robes emerged from the light. The old man looked very similar to the human clan, almost indistinguishable. An ancient human clan. So, the human clan existed in ancient times. Lin Moya thought of another name for the human clan, the Starry Sky Divine Human Clan, one of the 4 original clans. At this moment, he had a deeper understanding of the concept of the original clans. The original clans might refer to those that existed since ancient times. Their history was long and ancient. The old man in the cyan light quietly watched Lin Moya without speaking. The old man's appearance was somewhat illusory, but Lin Moya could feel that his gaze was not malicious, more like he was examining a junior. Lin Moya said loudly, "Human clan, Lin Moya, greets the senior." The old man's gaze softened, and he gently pointed. A beam of light shot out, entering Lin Moya's forehead. His soul world was immediately enveloped in cyan light, and then Lin Moya heard a majestic voice. "My name is Star Shattering, ranked as supreme. The Black Blood Great World invaded, and various slave worlds betrayed us. Our world fought a bloody battle. Yin and Yang emerged within the world. Though the enemy was strong, we fought to the death without retreat. By the command of the World Lord, I fought with the coffin, defending one side to the death. If we lost, all would be over. If we won, I ask future generations to bury me in the coffin." The voice was filled with desolation and determination. Fighting with the coffin, placing oneself in a deadly situation with no hope of survival. The voice carried various emotions, but not a hint of retreat. This battle was only about life and death. The loser would die, and the winner might not survive. Star Shattering Supreme completed his mission, defending this place. Even in death, he did not bury himself. Sitting on his coffin, he continued to guard. The entire war ended in victory for the Great World, without perishing. Lin Moya was moved by Star Shattering Supreme's emotions, filled with respect. This was a senior of the human clan. Without them, there would be no us. Lin Moya's soul stood up and saluted. "Please open the coffin, senior." Boom! With a roar, the coffin, closed for countless years, opened with a bang, and a cyan light shot out from the coffin. Lin Moya found himself able to move and immediately helped Star Shattering Supreme into the coffin. Chapter 1734. Chapter 1734, 1734. Chapter 1734, Inheritance from the Ancient Supreme. Star Shattering Supreme lay in the coffin, and Lin Moya bowed again. "The human clan is safe, senior, rest in peace." After saying this, Lin Moya closed the coffin. Lin. At the moment the coffin closed, the green light in his soul suddenly changed, condensing into a green ancient symbol. The ancient symbol was extremely complex, and Lin Moya couldn't look at it directly. Just a glance almost consumed his entire soul. This ancient symbol was even more powerful than the one from the ancient giant in the Divine City Star Domain. The green ancient symbol continued to change, eventually turning into a green jade tablet. The soul reached out, and the green jade tablet came into the soul's hand, simultaneously transmitting a stream of information into the soul. Lin Moya trembled suddenly and involuntarily recited, "Star Shattering Rule." This green jade tablet recorded a method for cultivating a rule. The predecessor of the Star Shattering Rule was the Star Shattering Law. Only those who had cultivated the Star Shattering Law and reached the boundary realm could cultivate it. This jade tablet was useless to Lin Moya, but to another person, it was an invaluable treasure. Among all the people he knew, only Zhu Kaiwa cultivated the Star Shattering Law. There were originally very few people who cultivated the Star Shattering Law, and even fewer who could reach the boundary realm. Among the entire human clan, with billions of people, only Zhu Kaiwa had reached this level. After entering the boundary realm, Zhu Kaiwa's Star Shattering Law would need to transform into the Star Shattering Rule. However, cultivating the rule was very difficult, and most of it had to be comprehended on one's own. In fact, the vast majority of Boundary Realm experts had to comprehend it themselves. From ancient times to the present, many inheritances had been lost, and many traditions had disappeared. Lin Moyo had once discussed cultivation with Holy Sovereign Hao and obtained a lot of information from him. Lin Moyo felt that Zhu Kaiwa was quite lucky to have this star-shattering rule jade tablet fall into his hands. Senior Zhu, what do you plan to exchange for this? A sly smile appeared on his face. Naturally, he would give the item to Zhu Kaiwu, but he couldn't just give it away for nothing. He had to get some benefits, and even if he couldn't, he at least wanted Zhu Kaiwu to say a few nice words. Lin Moyo wanted to take the coffin with him but found it impossible to move. He knew this was the will of Star-Shattering Supreme. Even in death, he still wanted to guard this place, never leaving. Lin Moyo knew he couldn't force it and bowed to the coffin again. Suddenly, a green light shot out from the coffin, piercing the sky and tearing through space. The space around them collapsed with a roar, and Star-Shattering Supreme's coffin broke through the space, flying to an unknown place and disappearing in an instant. Darkness swept in from all directions, reclaiming the view, and Lin Moyo had returned to the dark void. The mysterious space had disappeared along with the coffin. As the coffin broke through the space, he caught a glimpse of what seemed to be the Great World Runes. Having seen the space where the Great World Runes resided several times, Lin Moyo was not unfamiliar with that world. This time, he felt he wasn't mistaken. Star-Shattering Supreme's coffin had gone to the place where the Great World Runes were. Could it be that this is the true resting place of the strong? Lin Moyo shook his head slightly, unable to understand with his current realm. At this moment, he turned his head and saw a warship flying towards him. The warship moved quickly, constantly flashing and jumping through space. This method of flight could only be achieved by a God Sovereign level warship. But compared to a God Sovereign level warship, this one seemed much slower. Especially with each jump, there was a short pause. There was only one explanation for this: the person controlling the warship was not a God Sovereign. The warship seemed to be fleeing in panic, constantly changing direction. Using the faint light from the lines of laws, Lin Moyo saw a star beast chasing the warship relentlessly. If the warship hadn't been constantly changing direction, it would have been caught long ago. The warship was a human clan warship, so Lin Moyo naturally wouldn't stand by and do nothing. 10 skeleton god generals responded to his command, swiftly crossing hundreds of thousands of kilometers and swinging their long swords at the star beast. The brilliant white sword energy briefly dispelled the darkness, bringing a moment of light. The sword energy struck the star beast, creating several huge wounds. Blood spurted from the wounds, and the smell of blood filled the air. The star beast roared in anger, immediately abandoning the warship and charging at the skeleton god generals. The star beast was only at the 2nd rank of God Sovereign, not very strong. After Lin Moyo advanced to the 7th rank of God King, the skeleton god generals had also reached the threshold of the 2nd rank of God Sovereign. One-on-one, they might not be a match for the star beast, but 10 against 1 was a different story. The skeleton god generals wielded their bone swords and engaged the star beast in battle. Sword energy flashed, and the darkness was continuously illuminated. The star beast's blood splattered across the sky, and it howled in pain. Facing 10 times its number, the star beast had no chance of resistance. In the blink of an eye, its body was covered in wounds. If not for its massive size and incredible vitality, it would have been killed long ago. Sensing its impending death, the star beast let out a sharp scream and turned to flee. The skeleton god generals wanted to pursue but found the star beast merging with the darkness and suddenly disappearing. It actually escaped. Lin Moyo was quite surprised. Its attack and defense were average, but its escape skills were top-notch. What a pity! A god sovereign level star beast's materials are quite valuable. Putting away the skeleton god generals, Lin Moyo looked ahead. The warship that had been fleeing earlier had now stopped and was flying towards him. The warship stopped, and someone flew out from it. It turns out to be her. What a coincidence! The person controlling the warship was none other than the Yu family member he had met at the market earlier. The woman didn't seem surprised by Lin Moyo's strength and gracefully bowed to him. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for saving me." Lin Moyo calmly said, "You recognize me?" The woman nodded. "The ancestor told me about you. Oh, by the way, my name is Yulaner. You can call me Laner." Yulaner lowered her posture and seemed to be trying to get close to Lin Moyo, clearly under Madame Yu's instructions. Lin Moyo looked at the smiling Yulaner. "Miss Laner, are you here for that fragment again?" Yulaner shook her head. "I am here under the ancestor's orders to find you." Lin Moyo smiled faintly. "How did you know I would be here?" Yulaner giggled. "I guessed you might be here." As a member of the Yu family, Yulaner bore a 6-point resemblance to Yu Zhu. Especially when she smiled, the resemblance was even higher. Lin Moyo couldn't help but ask, "Do all the Yu family members look alike?" Yulaner laughed even more happily. "You must be talking about me and my sister Yu Zhu. My father and her father are brothers, so we look somewhat alike." Lin Moyo nodded. "So, what does Madame Yu want from me?" Yulaner pointed to the warship. "Why don't we talk on the warship? It's quite dangerous here." The warship was bright inside, and the light fell on Yulaner's face, making her look a bit pale. When the warship's door closed, Yulaner finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her complexion gradually improved. "Please don't mind, Mr. Lin. I have a natural fear of the dark," Yulaner said as she took out a jade tablet and activated it. A star map appeared, along with a projection of Madame Yu. Chapter 1735. Chapter 1735, 1735. Chapter 1735, The Water of Myriad Colors, the ancestor of all waters. Elegant, dignified, and noble. Lin. All kinds of praise were not excessive when used to describe Madame Yu. Yulana knelt respectfully beside her, her eyes filled with admiration and a hint of fear. Madame Yu was the ancestor of the Yu family, an almost supreme existence in the hearts of the Yu family members. Under normal circumstances, Yulana wouldn't even have the qualification to see Madame Yu. Madame Yu looked at Lin Moyu, young friend Lin, long time no see. Lin Moyu also bowed respectfully, greetings, Madame Yu. Although his words were respectful, it was clear that they were interacting as equals. There was no human emperor network here, and Lin Moya didn't know what method Madame Yu used to communicate with him. Madame Yu's voice was gentle and straightforward. There is a black tide in the dark void of the Suanmu star domain, and it happens that young friend Lin is there. I have a favor to ask of you. Lin Moya nodded slightly. Please go ahead, Madame Yu. He had a good relationship with Madame Yu and Yu Zhu, so as long as it wasn't too dangerous, he would agree. Madame Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, as if recalling something, and her voice became more distant. Young friend Lin should know that we have been searching for certain things. When the black tide appears, some hidden things in the deep space will surface. We need these things. Lin Moyu, being very intelligent, immediately grasped the key point. The black tide is a concentrated burst of dark power that can affect space. But this power mainly concentrates in the deep space, affecting teleportation arrays, and has little impact on surface space fluctuations. It looks like an undercurrent in the deep sea, calm on the surface but extremely dangerous inside. Similarly, when the black tide erupts, it will bring out some things from the deep space. As for what these things are, they are mostly related to ancient times. The big shots at the Boundary Realm are pursuing these things. Lin Moya now knew that the Boundary Realm experts couldn't act casually. Outside the human clan's Boundary Realm, there were many Boundary Realm experts from other races watching. The races guarded against each other, seemingly having concerns, and over time, an unspoken rule formed. At this moment, Madame Yu raised her hand, and a cluster of water with brilliant colors appeared in her palm. The water was mesmerizing, exuding an unusual attraction. Yulana's eyes became dazed, unable to look away from the water. Lin Moya looked at the water, and in his vision, the water was not static but constantly changing shape and colors. It was impossible to describe its exact color, very hazy, with an astonishing attraction. Its attraction was enough to capture the soul, making it impossible to resist. Madame Yu looked at the water in her hand. This is what we are looking for. It is called the water of myriad colors, and in ancient times, it was also known as the ancestor of all waters. Normally, it is invisible, only appearing when the black tide erupts, brought out from the deep space. Lin Moyu, with some curiosity, said, with the power of a saint, you should be able to directly enter the deep space to obtain the water of myriad colors. Madame Yu shook her head. Deep space is not so easy to enter. Only a saint who has mastered the power of space rules can enter. You know, we don't have such a saint in our human clan. Lin Moya didn't ask what the water of myriad colors was for. Since Madame Yu wanted him to find it, it must be important. Moreover, Madame Yu said it wasn't for her but for the Boundary Realm experts. Madame Yu continued, this time, with the appearance of the Black Tide, our Yu family, the Su family, and some Boundary Realm family forces, as well as sect forces from the Divine City, have all sent people. We are not the only ones looking for the water of myriad colors, other races are also involved. And the water of myriad colors will attract nearby star beasts. You must be careful and stay safe. Seeing Yulana's reaction, Lin Moya knew that the water of myriad colors was not something just anyone could touch. At least a fourth-rank soul was needed to look at it directly, meaning those searching for the water of myriad colors were at least at the God-Sovereign level. Lin Moya nodded. I will be careful. Is there a quantity requirement? Madame Yu shook her head. The more, the better. Alright, I understand. Lin Moya agreed readily. Seeing Lin Moya agree, Madame Yu breathed a sigh of relief, her smile becoming even more radiant. We have calculated the possible locations where the water of myriad colors might appear and marked them on the star map. You can choose one of them. Don't push yourself too hard. If you can't find it, it's not a big deal. Safety first. Madame Yu gave a few more instructions before ending the projection. At this moment, Madame Yu was in the Divine City, and projecting over was not easy. In the last few seconds of the conversation, the projection became noticeably blurry and started to distort. After ending the projection, Yulana still hadn't fully recovered, remaining in a dazed state. Lin Moya didn't call her, instead, he directly checked the star map. The star map marked 9 locations where the water of myriad colors might appear. The water of myriad colors, also known as the ancestor of all waters in ancient times. It usually exists in deep space and only surfaces when the black tide erupts. Moreover, it is not stationary in deep space, constantly moving. Unless one masters the power of space rules, even a saint cannot enter deep space to find it. The water of myriad colors is a material for the Boundary Realm, useful to the big shots at the Boundary Realm but useless to those below it. Every time the black tide appears, various Boundary Realm families and sects from the Divine City send people to search for it. There are also god sovereigns from other races and star beasts. This time, the search will likely be lively. Lin Moya looked at the star map and memorized the 9 possible locations for the water of myriad colors. The nearest location was about 150 light-years away, while the farthest was over 90,000 light-years away, on the other side of the dark void. He didn't know the rules of space, and under the black tide, teleportation arrays were difficult to use, so he chose one. Since that was the case, he decided to go to the nearest location. A seductive moan reached his ears, and Yulana finally recovered. Yulana looked like she had just woken up from a nap, her eyes hazy. What happened just now? Lin Moya calmly said, you saw something you shouldn't have. Yulanar's memory seemed to return, and she roughly understood what had happened, feeling a bit scared. What was that? It was terrifying. Lin Moya shook his head. When you reach the God Sovereign level, you can ask Madame Yu yourself. Yulanar naturally understood the rules and didn't ask further. Lin Moya said softly, your task is complete. You can go back now. With that, Lin Moya left the warship, turning into a stream of light and quickly disappearing into the darkness. Chapter 1736. Chapter 1736, 1736. Chapter 1736, Becoming a Slave to the Power of Darkness. The bone hell enveloped his entire body, and the Golden Eagle clan God Sovereign slave used space leap to fly towards the destination. 150 light-years, it would take less than 3 days to reach. Along the way, Lin Moya kept the Eye of the Soul open, fearing another collision. Through the Eye of the Soul, Lin Moya had a vision far superior to that of an ordinary God Sovereign. Lin Moya saw a star beast passing tens of thousands of kilometers away from him. He saw it, but it did not notice him. Obviously, the star beast was also affected by the dark void, and its sensing ability was greatly reduced. There are two types of star beasts in the dark void, ordinary star beasts and star beasts that possess the power of darkness. The power of darkness is not a force of the great world itself but comes from another world called the Black Blood Great World. From the last words of Star Shattering Supreme, Lin Moya obtained a lot of information. He learned that the invaders of the Great World came from the Black Blood Great World. From this, he also deduced that the power of the Black Blood Great World has two significant characteristics. One is the blood-colored energy displayed by the ancient invaders, and the other is the power of darkness in the dark void. These two forces, completely different from those of the Great World, can exert astonishing destructive power under certain conditions. Once a star beast possesses the power of darkness, its combat power will be greatly enhanced. But at the same time, it will lose its sanity and become brutal and bloodthirsty. Star beasts with the power of darkness are no longer affected by the dark void. They will attack passing cultivators. One side is unaffected, while the other has greatly reduced sensing ability, putting cultivators at a disadvantage. Often, cultivators die from sudden attacks by star beasts. Lin Moya also kept an eye on the movements of the star beasts. Fortunately, the dark void is vast, with a diameter exceeding 100,000 light-years, so encounters are not common. The previous collision with the warship was an extremely rare occurrence. 2 days later, Lin Moya was getting closer to his destination. He sensed a strange aura. With the appearance of this aura, the dark void seemed to become moist. It felt like he had entered a world of water, and under the Eye of the Soul, the lines of laws related to water became thick and active. Not just one, but all the lines of laws related to water were becoming active. Lin Moya was slightly shocked. Previously, he had only seen Madame Yu's projection and had not felt the true power of the water of myriad colors. Now he truly felt it. Even from tens of light-years away, it could affect all water-related laws. The water of myriad colors, worthy of being the ancestor of all waters, has such a great influence. It could affect tens of light-years. This level of power was something Lin Moya was witnessing for the first time. Materials at the boundary realm level were indeed extraordinary. Within its range of influence, cultivating water-related laws would be very easy. Compared to the Time House and the Human Emperor's training grounds Lost RC, it was not inferior at all. Just this point alone was enough to classify the water of myriad colors as a supreme treasure. As he got closer, the influence of the water of myriad colors became even stronger. The water-related laws were almost materializing, and Lin Moya vaguely heard the sound of water, as if invisible waves were crashing. Lin Moya felt like he had truly entered an invisible water world, no different from entering the sea. The dark void took on a different color, no longer just darkness. Lin Moya suddenly felt a tightness in his heart, and the bone hell instantly expanded to cover 100,000 miles of the starry sky. 3 God Sovereign 4th-rank Golden Eagle clan slaves shot out like lightning, drawing 3 golden lights. The golden light shone brightly, and the starry sky suddenly turned golden. The Golden Eagle clan God Sovereigns had already collided with the enemy. It was a star beast possessing the power of darkness. It looked like a linzone fish, over 10,000 meters long, exuding the aura of a God Sovereign. Although its aura was only at the 1st rank of God Sovereign, due to the presence of the power of darkness, its combat power could not be simply measured by its rank. The golden light turned into a golden battle blade, creating a huge wound on the star beast. Blood spurted from the wound, along with thick black gas. Under the golden light, the black gas was extremely conspicuous. Roar! The star beast let out a fierce roar, its eyes turning red and emitting terrifying bloodlight. Black gas surged from all directions, and its wounds quickly healed. Roar! The star beast continued to roar, its sound waves spreading layer by layer. The surrounding area of millions of miles was swept by the sound waves, causing the space to tremble as if it were about to collapse. The Golden Eagle clan God Sovereigns swam against the sound waves, retracting their wings and turning into sharp arrows, cutting through the waves and returning. After becoming Hell Slaves, the Golden Eagle clan God Sovereigns had lost most of their spells, retaining only a few. However, their combat instincts were perfectly preserved. They knew exactly what tactics to use at what time. After returning, their golden wings spread again, quickly transforming. Feathers flew out, turning into countless sharp blades, forming a storm in the starry sky, densely falling on the star beast. The star beast swung its massive body, creating huge waves with its roars. A brilliant star river appeared above its head, and the Lost Star River emerged, making the waves even more turbulent. The Golden Eagle clan god sovereigns were once again pushed back by the waves, unable to get close. The waves turned into giant hands, slapping at the Golden Eagle clan god sovereigns. The black power in the giant hands was extremely powerful, repeatedly sending the Golden Eagle clan god sovereigns flying. The Golden Eagle clan god sovereigns flapped their wings, turning their feathers into sharp blades, shattering the waves. The two sides were in a stalemate, neither able to overcome the other. 3 god sovereign 4th rank slaves could only fight a god sovereign 1st rank star beast to a draw. Lin Moya noticed something. After gaining the power of darkness, the star beast's strength indeed increased, but its sanity decreased correspondingly. Moreover, it seemed to have only the most basic combat instincts left. In this respect, it was similar to the Golden Eagle clan god sovereigns that had become hell slaves. Thinking of this, Lin Moya felt a chill. The dark void is like the bone hell, using a unique method to infect the star beasts. The star beasts don't possess the power of darkness, they are controlled by it, becoming slaves to the power of darkness. The struggle between the two worlds was far more brutal than imagined. The ancient war seemed to have ended, but it was still ongoing. The dark void was the best representation, with the power of the black blood great world still affecting the great world. Having seen enough of the battle, Lin Moya also understood the star beast's strength. A god sovereign 1st rank star beast, after being controlled by the power of darkness, had its attack power increased to about the 4th rank of god sovereign. However, its spells weakened, and its defense remained unchanged, resulting in an overall increase in strength by 1 to 2 ranks. The Golden Eagle clan god sovereigns, although at the 4th rank of god sovereign, had lost most of their spells after becoming hell slaves. Cultivators are powerful because they have various spells to enhance their combat power. Without spells, their combat power was greatly reduced, dropping by at least 1 rank. Becoming hell slaves had the advantage of being hard to kill. Even if they died in battle, they could be revived in hell. But their combat power was indeed inferior to when they were alive. The star beast also had a massive body, and this was its home ground, with endless dark power. As a result, the two sides were in a stalemate. Having gathered enough information, Lin Moya no longer delayed and summoned the undead army. In the next second, countless sword lights illuminated the starry sky. Chapter 1737. Chapter 1737, 1737. Chapter 1737, truly fated with the great sun Buddha. Millions of sword lights engulfed the starry sky beast. Lin. Its defense had not strengthened and could not withstand the sword energy of the skeleton god generals. With a wail, it was completely shattered. Flesh and blood flew across the starry sky, and the bone hell expanded, attempting to absorb it into hell. Lin Moya's pupils contracted slightly as black gas emanated from all the fragments, and the blood boiled like water, sizzling and bubbling. In the end, they all turned into masses of black gas, completely dissipating, leaving no residue. The bone hell could not retain them, nor could it turn the starry sky beast into a hell slave. Lin Moya watched this scene with a thoughtful look. The bone hell belongs to the power of the great world. The dark power belongs to the black blood great world. The two are incompatible. The starry sky beast, tainted by dark power, strictly speaking, no longer belongs to the great world, it belongs to the black blood great world. The bone hell cannot convert beings from the black blood great world into hell slaves. Lin Moya quickly sorted out his thoughts and understood the cause and effect. Even though the war had ended, the black blood great world continued to invade the great world in another way. Lin Moya made a decision in his heart. In the future, whenever he encountered beings controlled by dark power, he would kill them directly. Such beings, which no longer belonged to the great world, did not deserve to exist in it. He set off again, continuing towards his destination. The light in the starry sky grew stronger and brighter. In his vision, colorful lights appeared, the light emitted by the water of myriad colors. The light penetrated through space, shooting from all directions, covering an area of over 10 light years. When he was less than 1 billion kilometers from his destination, Lin Moya sensed powerful auras. These were the auras of god sovereigns, numbering over 100. These god sovereign auras were varied, coming from different races. Just as the human clan could calculate the area where the water of myriad colors would appear, so could other races. No boundary realm experts had moved, only god sovereigns had come. Lin Moya was the only exception, a god king among them. In his vision, golden light flickered, and a giant Buddha statue over 100,000 meters tall appeared out of thin air. Amit Ba. The solemn Buddha's name echoed through the starry sky. The Buddha clan had also arrived. Lin Moya's heart tightened. He had no good feelings towards the Buddha clan. More than one member of the Buddha clan had died at his hands. The Buddha clan claimed to be non-contentious, but the truth was well known to all races. The golden Buddha statue suddenly appeared, and at the same time, a giant Buddha eye looked towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya also looked back at the Buddha blocking his path. A Buddha from the Golden Eagle clan. Lin Moya muttered softly. Many members of the Buddha clan were converted from various races. Among them were many from the Golden Eagle clan. After joining the Buddha clan, they all identified as members of the Buddha clan, claiming to have no connection with their original race. As for their appearance, the Buddha clan claimed it was just a shell. They cultivated the Buddha's heart. Which race they came from was unimportant. What mattered was their devotion to Buddha. But was it really unimportant? Not necessarily. Lin Moya saw the answer in the eyes of the golden Buddha before him. He was not truly staring at Lin Moya but at the Golden Eagle clan god sovereign under Lin Moya's feet. There was a hint of anger in the Buddha's eyes. Using a Golden Eagle clan god sovereign as a mount had clearly angered him. Although he was now a member of the Buddha clan, he still bore the appearance of the Golden Eagle clan, and Lin Moya's actions were an insult to him. Lin Moya looked at the golden Buddha. What do you want? Lin Moya's attitude was completely impolite. There was no need to be courteous to a race that had once tried to kill him. There is a term called transferred anger, and Lin Moya was exactly that. Human clan god king, do you know who I am? I am the great golden Buddha. How dare a mere god king disrespect a Buddha? What should be done? The great golden Buddha's voice boomed, creating sound waves like the starry sky beast he had just killed. If Lin Moya were truly just a god king, he would have been severely injured by this sound. Lin Moya glanced at him. I don't care who you are. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't move, I'll kill you. Although the opponent was a god sovereign, he was only at the 2nd rank, and killing him wouldn't be difficult. Audacious. The great golden Buddha was furious, and his 100,000-meter golden body shone even brighter. Behind him, a great sun rose. The great sun shot out thousands of golden rays, each like a sharp sword, cutting through space. Lin Moya sneered, still cultivating the great sun Buddha lineage. It seems this lineage and I are truly incompatible. In the Buddha clan, a Buddha was equivalent to a god sovereign, an ancient Buddha was equivalent to a boundary realm expert, and a Buddha lord was equivalent to a saint. Once, the Kongwon Buddha had invited the great sun Buddha lord to descend, intending to kill Lin Moyo, but Lin Moyo had killed him instead. Since then, he had formed an unbreakable enmity with the great sun Buddha lineage. Later, an ancient Buddha had pursued him, deepening his hatred for the Buddha clan. Countless Buddha clan characters appeared on the great sun. A peculiar aura spread, enveloping Lin Moyo. The sea of bitterness has no bounds turned back to the shore. Take refuge in my Buddha and enjoy eternal bliss. The great golden Buddha chanted scriptures, attempting to convert Lin Moyo. With a 5th-rank purple jade soul, how could Lin Moyo be affected? He sneered, 3 seconds are up. The bone hell suddenly expanded, instantly enveloping the golden Buddha. The undying flames in the hell surged out, burning the golden body. 3 Golden Eagle clan god sovereign slaves charged out, heading straight for the great golden Buddha's true body. You turned Golden Eagle clan god sovereigns into puppets, you are guilty. The great golden Buddha's anger intensified. He chanted the Buddha's name, and his 100,000-meter golden body pressed down with one palm. Golden light rained down like swords, shooting down rapidly. The Golden Eagle clan god sovereign slaves, relying on their combat instincts, dodged the golden swords and quickly approached. Buddha clan characters on the great sun suddenly came to life, flying out like mountains, pressing down. The Buddha clan characters generated immense suction, enveloping the starry sky, slowing down the Golden Eagle clan god sovereign slaves. So-called Buddha clan characters are actually runes. Lin Moya saw through the essence of the Buddha clan characters at a glance, with a hint of disdain. He pointed 3 times, and 3 golden runes flew out, landing on the 3 slaves. Golden armor appeared, blocking the Buddha clan characters. The great golden Buddha's face changed slightly, and he shouted, Dao soldiers, attack. In an instant, 1,000 Buddha clan Dao soldiers flew out from the great sun. Buddha clan Dao soldiers were a secret technique of the Buddha clan. When a Buddha used it, they could summon a group of Dao soldiers 1 rank lower than themselves. The number ranged from 100 to 1,000. Although the number of Dao soldiers was large, they could only be maintained for a short time, just 1 minute. If one could hold out for a minute, the Dao soldiers would naturally disappear. But Lin Moyo had no intention of waiting for that minute. More people. In an instant, over 1,000 skeleton god generals appeared in the starry sky, charging at the great golden Buddha. The brilliant white sword energy streaked across the starry sky like meteors. The sword energy struck the golden Buddha, dispersing his golden light and covering his body with countless cracks. The sword energy struck the great sun, causing it to waver. Lin Moya shook his head and laughed. What a joke, not worth anything. Audacious. Disrespecting the Buddha Lord, you are guilty. The great golden Buddha roared. The Dao soldiers turned and charged at the skeleton god generals. But before they could reach the skeleton god generals, they were already cut down by the sword energy. Lin Moyo coldly said, created by runes, virtual puppets, what Buddha clan secret technique, still worthless. The great golden Buddha's eyes widened in anger, a mere god king, today I will kill you. Lin Moya chuckled, you are also doomed. Chapter 1738. Chapter 1738, 1738. Chapter 1738, your brain isn't working well. The blazing sun fell from the sky. Lin. The sun emitted a terrifying power, roaring as it fell, and the skeleton god generals were all sent flying. Amitabha, I respectfully invite the great sun Buddha. The great golden Buddha chanted scriptures, his eyes filled with devotion. Within the great sun, a Buddha's shadow appeared. Lin Moya sensed a powerful soul. Unlike when Kongwon Buddha invited the great sun Buddha, which was just a shadow with weak combat power, this time, it was a fragment of the great sun Buddha's soul. Equivalent to a fragment of a saint's soul, its power was beyond words. In Lin Moya's perception, this soul fragment was no weaker than a high-level god sovereign. Interesting. Lin Moya remained unafraid. Although the great sun Buddha's soul fragment was powerful, it was far away and couldn't exert its full strength. If it truly used the power of the boundary realm, did they think the boundary realm experts of other races were just for show? Holy Sovereign Hao was so powerful that he dared to single-handedly charge into the Buddha clan, forcing them to compromise. Even if the Buddha clan wasn't afraid of Holy Sovereign Hao, it at least showed that Holy Sovereign Hao was incredibly powerful, even among saints. Within the great sun, the shadow of the great sun Buddha quickly solidified. He sat within the great sun, his gaze sweeping over Lin Moyo. Do you know your crime? Lin Moyo frowned. The same words again, aren't you tired of it? Lin Moyo felt that the Buddha clan members' brains weren't working well, repeating the same words countless times. Or perhaps they were used to being domineering, always accusing others before a fight. But to Lin Moyo, it didn't matter. Because he was equally domineering and wouldn't waste words. With the ancient talisman jade piece in hand, he activated it directly. No need to use his original spell, nor consume all his belief power. Just using his own power and 1,000 units of belief power was enough to make the ancient talisman jade piece unleash an attack equivalent to the 8th rank of a god sovereign. More than enough to destroy the soul fragment of the great sun Buddha that had come from afar. A giant fist appeared in the starry sky, flying towards the great sun Buddha. Ancient talisman. The great sun Buddha exclaimed. His first reaction was to flee. But at this moment, he was already locked by the giant fist of the ancient talisman, which generated immense suction, giving him no chance to escape. The suction targeted not only the great sun but also the soul. Under the suction of the giant fist, the great sun quickly deformed, stretching into a noodle-like shape. The moment the great sun touched the giant fist, it silently collapsed. The great golden Buddha was stunned, unable to speak. Lin Moyo had long known the outcome and wasn't surprised. He smiled faintly. Your turn. The great golden Buddha snapped back to reality. His first reaction was to flee. His vision was enveloped by white light, and he realized he was already surrounded by skeleton god generals. At some point, at least 100 skeleton god generals had appeared in the starry sky, each exuding a murderous aura, each at the 2nd rank of god king. He roared in anger, his body exploding. Golden light shone brightly, and all his golden feathers exploded. At the brink of life and death, he used the life-saving technique of the Golden Eagle clan. Space began to ripple like waves, and after shooting out all his golden feathers, he used space leap. The combination of the two was enough to escape most dangerous situations. But not this time, as space leap failed. A formation disc unfolded beside Lin Moyo, locking the space around them. Lin Moyo shook his head lightly. I didn't expect that a Buddha of the Buddha clan would rely on the Golden Eagle clan's techniques to save his life in the end. What a pity, I guessed it. I want to ask, are you a member of the Buddha clan or the Golden Eagle clan? The great golden Buddha's face turned extremely ugly. At this moment, all his golden feathers had exploded, leaving him bare and extremely ugly. Lin Moyo waited for a second. Since you won't answer, I won't ask. I'll send you to the Pure Land for eternity. The great golden Buddha's face twisted in rage. How dare you kill me? Lin Moyo sighed. Your brain isn't working well. Stop. A furious roar came from afar, accompanied by a powerful aura. Lin Moyo didn't stop, snapping his fingers. The skeleton god generals unleashed countless sword energies, almost instantly engulfing the great golden Buddha. Amidst the screams, the great golden Buddha's flesh and bones were separated, cut into pieces by the sword energies. The bone hell enveloped him, turning the great golden Buddha into a hell slave. The powerful aura from afar quickly approached, revealing another Buddha. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? This Buddha had a bad temper, wielding a Vajra pestle, charging at Lin Moyo. Boom! With a loud bang, the Buddha who had just flown over was blasted back, screaming in pain. Your life is tough, you didn't die from the blast. Let's see how long you can last. Before Lin Moyo finished speaking, the skeleton god generals had already charged. Sword energies flashed in the starry sky, and the Buddha wielded the Vajra pestle, summoning a giant Vajra pestle in the starry sky, blocking most of the sword energies. Only a few sword energies hit him, tearing his flesh and causing him to scream in pain. He was a 3rd-rank Buddha, equivalent to a 3rd-rank god sovereign, very powerful. But being caught off guard by Lin Moyo, he was at a disadvantage. The skeleton god generals surrounded him, and with a thought from Lin Moyo, the bone hell enveloped him like a teleportation. The Golden Eagle clan god sovereign slaves immediately attacked fiercely. To his horror, the great golden Buddha, who had just died, was resurrected before his eyes and attacked him. He had come to save the great golden Buddha, but now he was being attacked by him. Who could he complain to? Ah! He roared in anger, his body engulfed in flames. A lotus of fire rose, scattering endless flames, almost instantly burning through the bone hell. The bone hell collapsed and disappeared. Lin Moyo was slightly surprised. A good treasure. The lotus of fire was at least a mid-level god sovereign treasure, making the bone hell extremely fragile in comparison. The lotus of fire spun continuously, scattering flames. The skeleton god generals were engulfed in flames, all severely injured. Lin Moyo summoned the 860th Regiment commander to heal the skeleton god generals. The skeleton god generals' heads were surrounded by the Law Star River, making their attacks even more fierce. A strange star rose behind Lin Moyo, and the Law Domain unfolded, covering a large area of the starry sky. The Law of Immortality surged, enhancing the skeleton god generals. The skeleton god generals already had the Law of Immortality, but now they were even stronger. The Buddha chanted scriptures, and the flames from the lotus of fire quickly shrank, only covering himself, unable to counterattack. The lotus of fire could both attack and defend, indeed a good treasure. With the protection of the lotus of fire, the skeleton god generals needed more time to kill him. At this moment, more auras approached, all from the Buddha clan, at least 4 of them. Lin Moyo snorted lightly, and the soul shooting bow appeared above his head. Soul power was injected, forming an arrow. Stop! Show mercy! The soul voices came from afar, but Lin Moyo remained unmoved. He never showed mercy to enemies. The soul shooting bow flashed, and the soul arrow flew out. The Buddha screamed in pain, his body exploding. The lotus of fire quickly flew in another direction. Still not dead. Lin Moyo sensed that the opponent was still alive. The one who exploded was just a substitute he had used to treasure to save his life. The Buddha clan has many treasures. Should I rob them someday? Chapter 1739. Chapter 1739, 1739. Chapter 1739, Do you believe a saint will charge into the Buddha clan? This Buddha wielding a Vajrapesal, with a lotus of fire on his head, came over angrily but ended up fleeing in embarrassment, not even daring to fart. Although his life was spared, he lost a precious substitute treasure. Such treasures are rare and valuable. This time, he failed to save the person, but instead lost a priceless treasure, suffering losses on both sides. Finally, the few remaining Buddha clan god sovereigns caught up with him. In total, there were 6 Buddhas, with the strongest one likely reaching the high rank, equivalent to the 7th rank of a human clan god sovereign, not easy to deal with. However, Lin Moya was not afraid. If they really fought, he could slay them all at some cost. Lin Moya's expression was cold. What, are you planning to avenge the great golden Buddha? For the great golden Buddha, the highest-ranking Buddha among the 6 spoke loudly. Amitabha Buddha, why did you kill the great golden Buddha? Lin Moya laughed lightly, he attacked me first. As he spoke, Lin Moya glanced at the Golden Eagle clan god sovereign mount under his feet. The Buddhas basically understood why. Although they had joined the Buddha clan, they still retained habits from their original clans. Seeing their former clansmen being trampled underfoot like a mount naturally angered them. But I told you to stop earlier, why didn't you stop? The Vajrapesal Buddha angrily shouted. Now that he had companions to help, he had the courage to speak up. Lin Moya looked at him like he was an idiot. Did you chant too many Buddhist scriptures and become stupid? You told me to stop, so I have to stop? Who do you think you are? You think you're an ancient Buddha, and I have to stop just because you said so? Have your ancient Buddhas come and talk to me. Lin Moya was extremely domineering, not giving him any face at all. A mere god king dared to ask the ancient Buddhas to come and talk to him. He was slapping the Buddha clan in the face, hard. The faces of the Buddhas showed anger, and the leading Buddha said in a low voice, Sir, have you considered the consequences? Lin Moya laughed coldly, Are you threatening me? Who gave you the guts to threaten me? Do you believe that if you dare to act, a saint will charge into your Buddha clan tomorrow? The faces of the Buddhas changed drastically. Lin Moya had previously mentioned ancient Buddhas, and now he was talking about saints. It was unknown whether this guy was simply audacious or truly had an extraordinary identity. At this moment, powerful auras flew over from afar. Lin Moya glanced over, alright, now it's really impossible to fight. The newcomers were human clan god sovereigns, and there was more than one of them. 7 human clan god sovereigns flew over, with the leading one's aura being stronger than the Buddha's. His pressure permeated the starry sky, firmly suppressing the Buddha's. From the pressure, Lin Moya judged that the other party's strength should be at the 8th rank of God Sovereign, not quite reaching the 9th rank. Forbidden Buddha, long time no see. The newcomer smiled and greeted the leading Buddha. The Forbidden Buddha chanted a Buddha's name, slightly bowing, Benefactor Yu Qingfeng, long time no see. Upon hearing the name, Lin Moya knew that this person should be from the Yu family. Not only was he from the Yu family, but those who came with him were also from the Yu family. They had similar attire, all bearing the same markings. Even their appearances and demeanors were somewhat alike. Yu Qingfeng's eyes were smiling, but they carried a killing intent, as if he would attack the Forbidden Buddha if he said the wrong thing. It was evident that although they knew each other, their relationship was not good. The Forbidden Buddha's eyes flickered, and he shook his head. This is just a misunderstanding. We didn't intend to do anything. We'll take our leave first. After speaking, the Forbidden Buddha led his group away. Watching them disappear from sight, Yu Qingfeng finally looked at Lin Moya. You must be Mr. Lin. Lin Moya bowed. Greetings, seniors. Yu Qingfeng and the others quickly dispersed, avoiding Lin Moya's courtesy. Yu Qingfeng smiled bitterly. I've been instructed that she and Mr. Lin are good friends. How can we accept Mr. Lin's courtesy? Lin Moya felt a bit helpless. Alright then, Senior Yu Qingfeng, why did you come here? Yu Qingfeng said, we sensed the aura of our clansmen and came to take a look. We didn't expect to coincidentally meet you, Mr. Lin. I don't know what happened earlier, but why did you clash with the Buddha clan? Lin Moya briefly recounted the earlier events, leaving everyone present stunned. In their eyes, Lin Moya was a genuine god king. They didn't understand why the ancestor would befriend a god king. Now they realized that this was no ordinary god king but a top-tier genius. The ancestor Yu befriended Lin Moya because she believed Lin Moya would eventually grow to the same level as her. Now it seemed highly possible. A god king slaying a god sovereign, and even a second-rank god sovereign. But looking at Lin Moya's mount, it didn't seem so strange anymore. Yu Qingfeng and the others accompanied Lin Moya. Lin Moya put away his mount, as they were now close to their destination and no longer needed the Golden Eagle clan god sovereign's space leap ability. Moreover, there would be many Golden Eagle clan god sovereigns at their destination. Although he wasn't afraid, there was no need to invite trouble. Those who came here all aimed for the water of myriad colors, not to fight to the death. Even if they had to fight, they should save their energy for competing for the water of myriad colors instead of engaging in meaningless conflicts. There were not only the human clan and the Golden Eagle clan here, but if the two clans fought fiercely, it would only benefit other races. Yu Qingfeng was very polite, introducing the situation here to Lin Moya. The black tide surges, bringing some of the water of myriad colors from the deep space to the surface. The places where it appears are not fixed, but there are usually precursors. In the areas where the water of myriad colors appears, there will be anomalies. We just need to follow the anomalies to find the water of myriad colors. The anomalies affect a wide range, which will attract many competitors, and battles are inevitable. At that time, we will do our best to assist Mr. Lin in obtaining the water of myriad colors. Yu Qingfeng clearly wanted to get closer to Lin Moyu, assisting Lin Moyu in obtaining the water of myriad colors, even willing to give up his own chance to obtain it. Lin Moyu knew that if they obtained the water of myriad colors, they would certainly be rewarded, and the reward would not be small. But now they were willing to give up the reward. Lin Moyu smiled, "Senior, you're too kind. As far as I know, the water of myriad colors often appears in multiple waves." Yu Qingfeng nodded. "Indeed, the water of myriad colors generally does not appear alone. The water of myriad colors will appear in several waves, with each wave containing 5 to 7 drops, totaling around 100 drops. But what we can obtain is only a dozen or so." This was Yu Qingfeng's experience from many years of coming to obtain the water of myriad colors. No single clan could monopolize the water of myriad colors. If they obtained too much, they would be attacked by the others. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. "I have a suggestion. I think the seniors can proceed according to your original plan. I believe you have experience in obtaining the water of myriad colors. With the seniors present, at least we will have a baseline amount of the water of myriad colors. As for me, let me act alone. Whether I can obtain the water of myriad colors or not will depend on my own luck. Even if I can't obtain the water of myriad colors, it doesn't matter. As long as the seniors have a harvest, it's enough. If I do have a harvest, it will just be an unexpected bonus." Chapter 1740. Chapter 1740, 1740. Chapter 1740. You don't understand the difference between saints. Lin Moyu spoke in an extremely polite manner. The god sovereigns of the Yu family all found his words very pleasing. They did have a lot of experience. As long as they took action, they would definitely be able to harvest a good amount of the water of myriad colors. However, Madame Yu had previously said that if they encountered Lin Moyu, they must ensure his safety at all costs. Madame Yu even said that Lin Moyu's safety was more important than obtaining the water of myriad colors. Yu Qingfeng still had some hesitation because the ancestor had instructed them. But if they really had to give up the water of myriad colors, he felt somewhat reluctant. Lin Moyu saw his concerns. "Senior, you don't need to worry about my safety. I have sufficient ability to protect myself. As long as the boundary realm doesn't take action, no one can kill me." Lin Moyu actually had another half sentence that he didn't say. Even if the boundary realm took action, they wouldn't be able to kill him in a short time. He still had the life-saving trump card given by the great figure Song Jia from the Netherworld realm, which could allow him to escape to ascend even from the hands of the boundary realm. Seeing Lin Moyu insist with such confidence, Yu Qingfeng could only choose to believe him. Yu Qingfeng advised, "If there is any danger, immediately call for help. We will rush over at the fastest speed." Lin Moyu smiled slightly. "Rest assured, I wish the seniors a bountiful harvest." In the core of the Divine City Star Domain, the big shots of the boundary realm sat and discussed their cultivation insights. For them, closed-door cultivation no longer held much meaning. The gains from sitting and discussing would be greater than cultivating alone. The principle of a stone from another mountain can polish jade was fully manifested at this moment. Sometimes, through discussion, one could gain insights. A blue ice phoenix flew over from the starry sky, arriving in front of everyone in just a few flashes. Lin Lao laughed. "Madame Yu, has the little friend Lin gone to the dark void?" Madame Yu nodded. "He has gone. I don't know if he will have any harvest." Lin Lao said, "Little friend Lin's purpose in going is not just the water of myriad colors, but that well." Madame Yu said in a low voice, "It's not that easy to obtain. Strength, opportunity, and luck are all indispensable." Lin Lao laughed. "We still have to try. I want to use the water of myriad colors to brew tea and drink it." Madame Yu glanced at him. "Then you can just wait." In the central palace of the human divine city, the conversation between Holy Sovereign Hao and Holy Sovereign Tian was still ongoing. After Holy Sovereign Tian's 100-year spiritual journey ended, he organized his thoughts and needed to share what he had seen and the insights he had gained for discussion with Holy Sovereign Hao. This had happened more than once, and each time, it took a long time. At this moment, Holy Sovereign Hao's ears twitched slightly, and he revealed a faint smile. "Little friend Lin has gone to the dark void." Holy Sovereign Tian asked, "The water of myriad colors?" Holy Sovereign Hao nodded. "It just so happens that the black tide has appeared, and he just so happened to go there, so let him try it out." Holy Sovereign Tian shook his head and sighed lightly. "It's difficult. When we were young, we also went, but we didn't succeed in obtaining it." Holy Sovereign Hao took a sip of tea, his tone slowing down and becoming slightly lower. "Indeed, it's very difficult. Opportunity, strength, and luck are all indispensable. So I'm just letting him try it out, without any demands. We didn't even tell him about that well. Let everything happen naturally." His words were similar to Madame Yu's. "Let everything happen naturally." Holy Sovereign Tian's gaze flickered slightly. "Although we say to let it happen naturally, we still need to make some preparations. Some people's hands are not clean." Holy Sovereign Hao laughed lightly. "Old Kill has already gone. Don't worry." Upon hearing that Old Kill had already gone, Holy Sovereign Tian couldn't help but smile. "Not bad, not bad. With Old Kill there, there's nothing to worry about." In the dark void, Lin Moyu officially entered the area where the water of myriad colors was gushing forth. The gushing area was about 10 billion kilometers in diameter. Compared to the dark void's diameter of over 10 million light-years, the gushing area was just a tiny, insignificant dot. But this small area had an influence spanning dozens of light-years. At the center of the gushing area, countless colors shone through, layer upon layer, like waves rolling and surging. At the same time, springs of water continuously gushed forth from within, with water of various colors that were indescribable. However, whether it was the waves or the springs, they were manifestations of laws, not real existences. They scattered into the starry sky and quickly disappeared, leaving no trace. Within the gushing area, Lin Moya could clearly feel the tremors coming from space. The entire space was twisting, as if something was about to burst out from the deepest layers of space. The power of the black tide was gathering and concentrating here, like a volcanic eruption, squeezing out things from the deepest layers of space. It was said that in the deepest layers of space, there were many strange and bizarre things. Once, a powerful magical treasure had gushed forth from the gushing area. That magical treasure surpassed the god's sovereign realm and even possessed intelligence. At that time, it caused countless people to fight for it. A magical treasure surpassing the god's sovereign realm was extremely rare, its value incalculable, and everyone wanted to obtain it. But in the end, no one could get it. Those who approached the magical treasure were all slain by it, with only one high-rank god sovereign surviving with injuries. In the end, the magical treasure left on its own. Space has many layers. Only those who have mastered the laws of space can freely travel through the various layers of space. To enter the deepest layers of space, one must reach the boundary realm and transform the laws of space into rules. Currently, only the Starry Sky Fish race has the possibility of achieving this. Even with Holy Sovereign House abilities, it is impossible. It seems the deepest layers of space are buried with countless secrets. If there is an opportunity in the future, I must go and take a look. The power of the black tide grew stronger and stronger, and the tremors in space became more and more violent. The water of myriad colors was about to emerge, and the god sovereigns in the gushing area all became vigilant. From various races, over 100 god sovereigns simultaneously focused their attention, and their immense god sovereign auras converged in the starry sky. Lin Moya was among the many god sovereigns, standing out like a sore thumb. A god king among god sovereigns was perplexing. Many god sovereigns' gazes were focused on Lin Moya, looking at this anomaly. Lin Moya didn't care at all. His ability to be here was based on his strength, not his realm. A god sovereign of the demon race was very close to Lin Moya, only 100 kilometers away. With disdain, he said, "Are you human clan out of people? You actually let a god king come here. Are you here to be cannon fodder?" From his aura, he was only at the second rank of god sovereign. From his appearance, his entire body was enveloped in raging flames, likely from the hell lineage of the demon race. Lin Moya looked at him. "Who are you?" The demon race god sovereign arrogantly raised his head. "I am the Crimson Fire god sovereign." Crimson Fire. Lin Moya was stunned. This guy was also called Crimson Fire. He had even impersonated Crimson Fire before. In terms of appearance, Crimson Fire was much better than this guy. The Crimson Fire god sovereign snorted coldly. "What kind of look is that, brat?" Lin Moya shook his head lightly. "Nothing. Crimson Fire god sovereign, I've remembered you. I'll kill you first when I have the chance." The Crimson Fire god sovereign was stunned for half a second before bursting into loud laughter. "Kid, you're so arrogant. It seems you don't know the difference between a god king and a god sovereign. I can kill you with just a flick of my finger." Lin Moya said in a low voice, "It seems you also don't know the difference between god kings." The Crimson Fire god sovereign was so angry that he laughed. "I'll just crush you first. The water of myriad colors hasn't appeared yet, so it won't take much effort to crush you." As he spoke, he was about to take action. Suddenly, he looked towards Lin Moya's back. Colorful hues blossomed in the starry sky, accompanied by strange auras flying out from the gushing area. The colors didn't bloom from just one point but from 7 different places. The laws of water reached their pinnacle, and the starry sky became extremely moist, as if submerged in an ocean. Immediately after, the water of myriad colors gushed forth from the radiant light. Chapter 1741. Chapter 1741, 1741. Chapter 1741, Competing for the Water of Myriad Colors. The water of myriad colors did not slowly emerge but was sprayed out by a tremendous force. Lin. Therefore, this place is called the gushing area, which is quite fitting. The water of myriad colors is only the size of a fist, emitting a hazy glow and an infinite array of colors as it sprays out. At the moment they saw the water of myriad colors, many god sovereigns were momentarily dazed. The real water of myriad colors has a greater impact than the projection cast by Madame Yu. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly, and he instantly transformed into a stream of light, rushing out to grab the water of myriad colors. As he moved, many god sovereigns with powerful souls also took action. A total of 7 drops of the water of myriad colors were sprayed out simultaneously, and the god sovereigns each chose their targets and began to compete. Although Lin Moya's cultivation was the lowest, his reaction was not slow at all. He almost instantly caught up with the water of myriad colors. "Go back." A sharp sword light swept over. If Lin Moya continued to reach out, he would undoubtedly be struck by the sword light. A god sovereign's attack, if it hit Lin Moya, a mere god king, he would surely die. Lin Moya was well prepared. A golden body talisman appeared in his hand, which he activated forcefully. A golden armor appeared, blocking the sword light. With a loud crash, both the armor and the sword light shattered simultaneously. At this moment, Lin Moya took out another golden body talisman and activated it instantly. Just then, a flaming fist came from behind. The golden armor appeared again, colliding with the flaming fist. Once again, both shattered. Lin Moya then took out a third golden body talisman and activated it. At this moment, he was very close to the water of myriad colors, just a step away. "You seek death." A golden light appeared in his vision. A god sovereign from the Golden Eagle clan had arrived before Lin Moya, slashing down with a golden warblade. At the same time, a golden river of laws poured down, transforming into countless golden lights, all slashing down together. This strike reached the 3rd rank of god sovereign, stronger than the previous 2 attacks. The golden body talisman couldn't block it. The space around Lin Moya twisted, and two massive Legion commanders appeared beside him. They swung their war blades, blocking the strike for Lin Moyo. The two Legion commanders were sent flying but were not injured and quickly returned to the fight. Above their heads, a river of laws appeared, with the faint sound of Legion roars coming from within. Before summoning them, Lin Moyo had already placed the Bone Dragon and Death Knight into the river of laws, directly activating the Dominion skill. As the strongest defensive units in the Undead Legion, killing the Legion commanders was not easy for those of the same rank. The Legion commanders entangled the Golden Eagle Clan God Sovereign. However, being blocked by the Golden Eagle Clan God Sovereign, the distance between Lin Moyo and the water of myriad colors increased again. At this moment, the Crimson Fire God Sovereign had already caught up to Lin Moyo. Above his head appeared a river of laws filled with flames. In an instant, the starry sky turned into a sea of fire. Lin Moya's entire body shone with golden light, and the golden body talisman once again transformed into golden armor, blocking the sea of fire. However, cracks quickly appeared in the golden armor. Facing a God Sovereign who had mobilized the power of the River of Laws, the golden body talisman was somewhat insufficient. Burned to death. The Crimson Fire God Sovereign revealed a cruel smile. Lin Moyo ignored the Crimson Fire God Sovereign and continued to rush towards the water of myriad colors. At the same time, a large stack of golden body talismans appeared in his hand. As soon as the golden armor shattered, he activated another one. Each golden body talisman could buy him about 2 seconds. The Crimson Fire God Sovereign was stunned, exclaiming, "How can there be so many?" Lin Moyo ignored him. In front of him, sword light flickered as a God Sovereign stepped on a sword, rushing towards the water of myriad colors. Lin Moyo recognized him. He was the one who had slashed at him earlier, a God Sovereign from the Hundred Faces clan. The Hundred Faces clan was neither strong nor weak. From birth, they possessed 100 different appearances and body types. After reaching adulthood, they could freely switch between these forms, hence the name Hundred Faces clan. At this moment, the God Sovereign from the Hundred Faces clan looked humanoid but was very short, only about a meter tall. He stepped on a flying sword, surpassing Lin Moyo with astonishing speed, rushing towards the water of myriad colors. Just as he was about to touch the water of myriad colors, the sword light suddenly surged, and the God Sovereign from the Hundred Faces clan was sent flying. As the sword light slashed out, a black shadow appeared within it. The black shadow wore a cloak, a God Sovereign from the Shadow clan. Unnoticed, the God Sovereign from the Shadow clan had already reached the water of myriad colors. If not for the arrival of the God Sovereign from the Hundred Faces clan, he would have succeeded. Lin Moyo was not surprised at all. He had already seen the God Sovereign from the Shadow clan. At this moment, he was connected to the undead vision, and the soul flames were clearly visible in his sight, making it impossible for anyone to hide. The God Sovereign from the Shadow clan retreated within the swordlight, temporarily losing the opportunity to seize the water of myriad colors. At this moment, several more God Sovereigns arrived from different directions. The Golden Eagle clan God Sovereign roared, his entire body bursting with golden light. He suddenly broke free from the entanglement of the Legion commanders and rushed towards the water of myriad colors with astonishing speed. Among all the races, the God Sovereigns of the Golden Eagle clan were the fastest. Once he got it, it would be difficult for others to take it back. Lin Moyo pointed his finger, and a red light flashed. Fusion spell, time curse. The Golden Eagle clan God Sovereign let out a miserable scream, his speed suddenly slowing down. The intense pain in his soul was unbearable. Lin Moyo had reached the 7th rank of God King. Although he couldn't harm a God Sovereign, he could make a God Sovereign experience soul-level pain. The water of myriad colors is mine. At this moment, a God Sovereign from the Flying Python clan reached the water of myriad colors and opened his mouth to swallow it. Several white sword lights flashed, fiercely stabbing into his mouth. The sword light pierced through his mouth, and the God Sovereign from the Flying Python clan retreated as if electrocuted. 10 skeleton God Generals appeared beside Lin Moyo, attacking the various God Sovereigns. They didn't aim to defeat the God Sovereigns of other races, just to entangle them for a moment. Lin Moyo accelerated again, rushing towards the water of myriad colors. The Crimson Fire God Sovereign was close behind, his river of laws pouring down a sea of fire, continuously burning Lin Moyo. However, Lin Moyo had too many golden body talismans, one after another, seemingly endless. The Skeleton God Generals blocked the Crimson Fire God Sovereign, swinging their sword energy to shield Lin Moyo from him. Get lost! The Crimson Fire God Sovereign roared in anger, the sea of fire growing even more intense, but it had no effect. The Skeleton God Generals were also at the 2nd rank of God Sovereign, not weaker than him, fearless of death and pain, with extremely fierce sword energy. On the contrary, the Crimson Fire God Sovereign had to be extremely cautious of the bone swords of the Skeleton God Generals. The Skeleton God Generals directly adopted a strategy of trading injuries for injuries, lives for lives, making him extremely frustrated. Lin Moyo got closer to the water of myriad colors again. He only needed to reach out to grasp it. At this moment, a layer of black mist enveloped him. The God Sovereign from the Shadow clan used a secret technique to suddenly appear in front of Lin Moyo. A dagger slashed towards Lin Moyo's neck. The golden armor shattered under the dagger's strike, which was incredibly powerful. Lin Moyo reacted quickly. He was well prepared, and a God Sovereign's head appeared in his hand, instantly turning to ashes. Stellar level spell, Corpse Explosion. Boom! With a loud explosion, the God Sovereign from the Shadow clan was blown away, screaming as he flew back. The Shadow clan was not strong in defense and not good at frontal combat. They excelled at stealth attacks but suffered a fierce counterattack from Lin Moyo. His body was blown apart, losing half his life. With no more obstacles, Lin Moyo grabbed the water of myriad colors. Chapter 1742. Chapter 1742, 1742. Chapter 1742, I said I'd kill you first, so I'll kill you first. The water of myriad colors struggled violently in his palm. As a material of the boundary realm, it was not so easily subdued. Lin Moya knew how to deal with it, using his soul power to suppress the water of myriad colors. At this moment, a yellow light appeared above his head, and a high mountain appeared out of thin air. This god sovereign had been hiding in the dark, waiting until now, when Lin Moya began to subdue the water of myriad colors, to make his move. I've been waiting for you. Lin Moya chuckled, having already discovered him with his undead vision. This was a god sovereign from the Sand Clan, using a treasure that resembled a sand dune. The treasure transformed into a high mountain of sand, pressing down from above. Space twisted and shattered layer by layer. This sand dune was a god sovereign level treasure, its weight immeasurable, even space couldn't withstand it. Lin Moya remained unflustered, and the bone hell expanded rapidly. The bone hell enveloped the surroundings, and upon being struck by the sand dune, it instantly marked it. Lin Moya locked onto the opponent's soul, and 4 Golden Eagle Clan God Sovereign slaves charged out. 2 of the Golden Eagle Clan God Sovereign slaves collided with the sand dune treasure, sending it flying, but they were also knocked back. The other 2 directly entangled the Sand Clan God Sovereign, engaging in a fierce battle. The bone hell almost enveloped all the surrounding God Sovereigns, marking each one. While subduing the water of myriad colors, Lin Moya coldly said, "It's time to start killing. I said I'd kill you first, so I'll kill you first." He looked at the Crimson Fire God Sovereign, and over 100 skeleton god generals appeared beside him. The skeleton god generals almost instantly surrounded the Crimson Fire God Sovereign, their sword energy crisscrossing, tearing him apart. The Crimson Fire God Sovereign screamed continuously, trying to break through multiple times, but was blocked by the skeleton god generals each time. He was only a second-rank god sovereign, facing over 100 skeleton god generals of the same rank. There was no chance of survival. Above the skeleton god generals' heads appeared a river of laws, filled with white bones, looking extremely eerie. White bones fell from the river of laws, covering the skeleton god generals in a layer of white light, further enhancing their combat power. In less than a minute, the seemingly powerful Crimson Fire God Sovereign was torn apart by the 100 skeleton god generals. Lin Moya kept his word. He said he'd kill him first, so he killed him first. The death of the Crimson Fire God Sovereign shocked all the other god sovereigns. In the battle for the water of myriad colors, god sovereigns often got injured, and occasionally one would die. But to die so quickly and so early was very rare. What are those things? Are they human clan puppets? Why are there god sovereign level puppets? How can a god king control so many puppets? His soul is very strong, able to subdue even the water of myriad colors, at least a 4th rank medium soul. This is a top-tier genius of the human clan. Run, those puppets are coming. The god sovereigns quickly discussed. Seeing the skeleton god generals coming after killing the Crimson Fire God Sovereign, they scattered in fear. Several god sovereigns broke free from their entanglements and fled into the distance. The Sand Clan God Sovereign was entangled by the 4 Golden Eagle Clan God Sovereign slaves, unable to escape. The Golden Eagle Clan was known for their speed, and once entangled, they were a headache for any race. The Shadow Clan God Sovereign was about to escape when another explosion occurred on his body. Once again, a corpse exploded on him, this time using the fresh corpse of the Crimson Fire God Sovereign. In the explosion, the Shadow Clan God Sovereign died instantly, without even a scream. The Sand Clan God Sovereign's face changed drastically, despair appearing in his eyes. Lin Moya did not disappoint him. The skeleton god generals had already surrounded him, and the outcome was already decided. The water of myriad colors stopped struggling and was finally subdued. Lin Moya put it away and looked into the distance. This time, 7 drops of the water of myriad colors appeared, and he had taken 1, leaving 6 still being contested. The air was filled with the scent of battle, and powerful energy surged. The nearest battlefield was only 5 million kilometers away from Lin Moya. Judging by their fierce contest, Lin Moya could easily join in. However, Lin Moya did not go there. Instead, he looked elsewhere. At the place where the water of myriad colors had gushed out, there was a faint fist-sized hole. The hole was well hidden, with various colors emanating from it, blending with the starry sky. Even a god sovereign would find it hard to notice its existence. But under the soul eye of the boundary realm, the hole was clearly visible. Soul power surged, and the soul eye fully opened, peering into the hole. Lin Moya saw layers of folds, forming a passage leading deep inside. The space was shattered by the water of myriad colors, exposing the deepest part. What is this? Lin Moya's eyes narrowed as he saw infinite colors inside. These colors came from the water of myriad colors. Looking more closely, he was even more shocked. Inside, there was a well. The water of myriad colors was gushing out from this well. To be precise, the black tide surged, creating pressure in the deep space. The pressure didn't just squeeze out the water of myriad colors but the well itself. The gushing water of myriad colors was just a drop, but the well contained countless drops. It was hard to estimate how many drops there were, at least tens of thousands, maybe even more. If I could get this well. A thought arose in Lin Moya's mind. Although it seemed unrealistic, it didn't seem impossible either. Since seeing this well filled with the water of myriad colors, Lin Moya lost interest in the gushing drops. He began to think about how to obtain the well. Even the nearby Sand Clan God Sovereign, still in battle, was ignored. Killing a god sovereign was a small matter, left to the skeleton god generals. To refine the water of myriad colors, soul power is needed. To refine this well filled with the water of myriad colors, soul power is definitely needed too. I have a boundary realm soul, plus the talent giant tree and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, which can continuously restore soul power. Soul power shouldn't be a problem. The key issue is how to reach the well. The well is in the deepest part of the space, and ordinary methods won't work. It's said that only those who have mastered the rules of space in the boundary realm can reach it. I wonder if the laws of space will work. Maybe I can try. With a thought, the sound of Buddha chants reached his ears. The Buddha Kingdom Lich appeared beside him, and Lin Moya simultaneously used the True Sight technique. The True Sight technique invoked the laws of fate, showing future scenes. Using the well as the focal point, the scene had not fully formed before it shattered. Is the well's existence too mysterious? Even the laws of fate can't depict it. Lin Moyo had a vague understanding of why it failed. The well's existence was mysterious and elusive, but this only strengthened his resolve to obtain the well. He carefully observed the other god sovereigns and found that none of them had noticed the hole where the water of myriad colors gushed out. This indicated that the other god sovereigns hadn't discovered the well's existence. Lin Moyo calculated the time from the gushing of the water of myriad colors to the closing of the hole. The sound of screams reached his ears. After 5 minutes of resistance, the Sand Clan god sovereign finally died under the siege of the skeleton god generals. Lin Moya didn't care. He continued calculating the time. As time passed, the remaining 6 drops of the water of myriad colors gradually found their owners. Chapter 1743. Chapter 1743, 1743. Chapter 1743. If you don't escape now, there won't be another chance. The Yu family obtained a drop of the water of myriad colors, while the Demon Clan, Golden Eagle Clan, and Buddha Clan each obtained a drop. The other 3 drops also found their respective owners, but Lin Moya didn't care about that. In his calculations, the hole finally closed. 20 minutes, the hole will close in 20 minutes. He wasn't just looking at the hole in front of him but also at the other holes. The closing time for all 7 holes was the same, 20 minutes. Lin Moya pondered his plan. 20 minutes should be enough. To be safe, I'll stay inside for a maximum of 15 minutes. I must return after 15 minutes. I don't know what the deepest part of the space is like, whether there will be other dangers. This is a variable, so I need to be cautious. No matter what, I have to try. Lin Moya took a deep breath and made up his mind. He stood still with his eyes closed, quietly sensing the spatial distortions under the black tide, waiting for the next wave of gushing. The skeleton god generals surrounded him, protecting him. Lin Moya suddenly felt several sharp gazes fall on him, as if they had substance. He felt as if his soul was being locked onto. Opening his eyes, he saw 9 Golden Eagle Clan god sovereigns staring at him with unfriendly eyes. They were still far away and hadn't approached. Lin Moya roughly understood the situation and didn't mind. Among the 9 Golden Eagle Clan god sovereigns, one was a high-rank god sovereign, while the other 8 ranged from the 2nd to the 5th rank of god sovereign. If a fight broke out, it would be troublesome, but there was no need to be afraid. The high-rank god sovereign would be hard to kill, but the others could be dealt with. Lin Moya glanced at them indifferently and said no more. On the other side, the Demon Clan god sovereigns noticed this and sneered. The Golden Eagle Clan and the Demon Clan were enemies. Seeing the Human Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan in conflict, they were happy to watch. They hoped both sides would suffer, so they could take advantage. Lin Moya's previous performance had been noticed by many god sovereigns. A god king possessing such combat power and so many god sovereign level puppets shocked everyone. Whether Lin Moya relied on his own strength or the powerful combat power of his puppets, they had to admit he was a terrifying genius. A truly top-tier, terrifying genius. If possible, everyone present, except for the Human Clan, wanted to kill Lin Moyo. No one wanted to see such a genius rise in the Human Clan. The intentions of the god sovereigns from various races were clear, and an invisible killing intent was spreading. The Yu family members looked worried, concerned for Lin Moyo. Yu Qingfeng whispered, "No matter what, we must protect Mr. Lin." "Understood, we will protect Mr. Lin with our lives." Mr. Lin said he has a trump card, so we don't need to worry too much. The gushing temporarily calmed down, but beneath the seemingly calm surface, a more dangerous crisis was hidden. For now, all the races were waiting for the water of myriad colors to appear. Once the battle for the water of myriad colors ended, they would undoubtedly target Lin Moyo. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "I know who he is, he's Lin Moyo." Lin Moyo. Dozens of eyes lit up. The name Lin Moyo had been circulating among the various races in recent years. As god sovereigns of various races, they had heard of him. So it's him, the one the Human Clan calls the second war god. I thought the Human Clan was just boasting, but it seems they weren't exaggerating. This guy is indeed strong. If he grows, he might disrupt the balance among the races. If the Human Clan produces a second war god, all the races will be wiped out. Even if they survive, life won't be easy. So I suggest we kill him before he grows. The god sovereigns discussed openly, not caring about Lin Moya's feelings as they debated his life and death. No matter how strong Lin Moya was, he was just a god king. They had seen his puppets, which were only at the 2nd or 3rd rank of god sovereign. Facing a high-rank god sovereign, Lin Moyo had no chance of survival. So they were fearless and unconcerned. Some god sovereigns sneered and retreated. "That's your problem with the Human Clan. We have no conflict with the Human Clan. Even if the Human Clan becomes strong, they won't harm us." "That's right, your enmity with the Human Clan is your business. We don't want to provoke the Human Clan. If you want to act, do it yourselves. Don't drag us into it." The Human Clan was a powerful race, one of the strongest. Many races didn't want to provoke the human clan. Lin Moyo ignored their words, still quietly sensing the darkness and the spatial fluctuations. He heard the God Sovereign's discussions but didn't care. If they really wanted to fight, he wouldn't be afraid. If they wanted to kill him, they had to get past his undead army first. Just the 50 million second-rank God Sovereign skeleton God generals would keep them busy for days. Each skeleton God general had 5 chances to revive, and he could keep summoning them. Once he activated his original spell, the soul-shooting bow could kill high-rank God Sovereigns. In half a day, the ancient talisman Jade Piece could also kill high-rank God Sovereigns. With Yu Qingfeng and others present, combined with his undead army, it was uncertain who would kill whom. The final result would likely be the high-rank God Sovereigns escaping, while all the lower-rank God Sovereigns would die here. The spatial fluctuations under the black tide suddenly intensified, and Lin Moyo could feel a massive force accumulating. It's starting. The second wave of gushing was about to begin, and Lin Moyo began preparing to execute his plan. All the God Sovereigns sensed the spatial fluctuations and fell silent. The immediate priority was not to kill Lin Moyo but to collect the water of myriad colors. In the face of immediate benefits, Lin Moyo's issue was temporarily set aside. Everything would be decided after the battle for the water of myriad colors. The spatial fluctuations under the black tide grew stronger, and colorful lights appeared, marking the specific locations where the water of myriad colors would appear in this wave. All the God Sovereigns moved towards their chosen positions. Yu Qingfeng and his group also targeted a position. With their combined strength, their chances of obtaining the water of myriad colors were high. The God Sovereigns from various races made similar moves, and another battle was about to begin. This time, Lin Moyo remained motionless. He was 300,000 kilometers away from the nearest gushing point. From a distance, it seemed like Lin Moyo was the only one left in the starry sky. What is he planning? Is he giving up? Maybe he's planning to run while we're fighting. If he doesn't run now, he won't have a chance later. The God Sovereigns from various races sneered at Lin Moyo, curious to see how he would escape. Yu Qingfeng and his group also watched Lin Moyo, but they believed he wouldn't run. Lin Moyo didn't seem like the type to retreat in the face of difficulty. Instead, he seemed like the type to charge into danger. Given the current situation, Lin Moyo must have anticipated it. He didn't have to come, but he did. And Madam Yu must have anticipated this situation. Clearly, Madam Yu had confidence in Lin Moyo. Since that was the case, they didn't need to worry too much. The light flashed, and the water of myriad colors, with its hazy glow, gushed out again. This time, 8 drops appeared. Chapter 1744. Chapter 1744, 1744. Chapter 1744, Bat Well. The God Sovereigns of various races moved upon sensing the water of myriad colors, and a new round of competition began. Lin. Mixed with hazy and enchanting colors, the God Sovereigns went all out. In the previous round, they might have held back, testing each other, but this time, they were using their full strength. Brilliant rivers of laws appeared, illuminating the starry sky, making this already spectacular world even more dazzling. The pressure of high-rank God Sovereigns swept through, and their attacks now carried a trace of the power of rules, greatly increasing their attack power. The God Sovereigns chased after the water of myriad colors, not giving an inch. Only Lin Moyo did not participate in the scramble. In the eyes of most God Sovereigns, he had already given up and would take this opportunity to escape. But everyone could understand this was the correct choice. After the water of myriad colors gushed out, Lin Moyo kept his attention on the spatial hole. The power of space rolled and surged within the hole, very unstable. He knew it was not yet the right time to enter. He waited for more than 10 seconds until the power of space finally stabilized, forming a stable passage. The scene inside became clear, and the well at the deepest part shimmered with colorful lights. The undead wings suddenly spread, and the original spell was simultaneously activated, causing Lin Moyo's aura to soar instantly. His realm rapidly ascended, breaking through one level after another in an instant. In a flash, Lin Moyo broke through the barrier between God King and God Sovereign, and a brilliant river of laws appeared above his head. The gray and white river of laws shone brightly above his head. The river of laws was vast and beautiful, stronger than those of other God Sovereigns. Behind Lin Moyo, a strange star of the same gray and white color slowly rose, like a bright moon shining on the river of laws. The river of laws, illuminated by the strange star, grew even stronger, and the gray and white aura spread wantonly in the starry sky. The phenomenon attracted the attention of many. The God Sovereigns were all shocked. A phenomenon of laws? What kind of law is this? A river of laws and a bright moon, a phenomenon of laws. Lin Moyo's law is extraordinary. Very few laws can produce phenomena. Lin Moyo's law must be a top-tier law. As expected of a top-tier genius, he actually comprehended a top-tier law. Such a person must not be allowed to live. He used a secret technique to forcibly elevate his realm to God Sovereign. What is he trying to do? The God Sovereigns, experienced and knowledgeable, could see that Lin Moyo had used a secret technique to forcibly elevate his realm. But such secret techniques usually come with a price. Lin Moyo's sudden action was puzzling. Lin Moyo's realm rapidly ascended, breaking into God Sovereign in 1 second, and stabilizing at the 5th rank of God Sovereign in the next second. Then the undead wings vibrated violently, and a peculiar aura spread from them. The aura affected the space, causing it to distort. Everyone was once again shocked, and even the competition for the water of myriad colors became less intense. At this moment, Lin Moyo was the true focus, and the water of myriad colors took a backseat. It's the law of space. Lin Moyo actually possesses the law of space. It's not that he possesses the law of space, but his spell can invoke the law of space. That's still remarkable. If he truly breaks into God's sovereign, he could comprehend the law of space. The law of space is elusive and difficult to comprehend, but he has a chance with his spell. No, we must kill him now. The water of myriad colors can be abandoned, but killing him is urgent. The god sovereigns of the Demon Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan seemed to make a decision at this moment. They tacitly decided to abandon the competition for the water of myriad colors and kill Lin Moya first. If Lin Moya were allowed to grow, he would become a major threat to both clans within 1,000 years. At this moment, Lin Moya suddenly moved. He appeared at the spot where the water of myriad colors had gushed out, as if teleporting, and then plunged into the hole. Boom! The space shook violently, and everyone heard a loud noise, as if something had been broken. Lin Moyo had disappeared from everyone's sight. The god sovereigns who had just decided to kill Lin Moyo looked around but couldn't find him. Even if Lin Moyo wanted to leave, he couldn't have left without a trace. His aura had disappeared, and the soul lock was broken. Where did he go? I don't know, I didn't see. Did he just escape? He used a spell to forcibly elevate his realm to god sovereign, displayed a phenomenon of laws, and showed such an astonishing spell. Was it all just to escape? It doesn't make sense. Lin Moya didn't escape, definitely not. Then where did he go? All the god sovereigns were puzzled, unable to understand. Yu Qingfeng also watched this scene. As a high-rank god sovereign of the Yu family, with an ancestor at the boundary realm, his family had a long heritage. He suddenly realized something, his whole body trembling. Could it be that Mr. Lin went there? His eyes revealed disbelief, but the more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Especially since Lin Moyo had displayed the law of space, it confirmed his guess. His eyes became excited, and he immediately transmitted a message to his clansmen. When Mr. Lin comes out, we must protect him with our lives. We can die, but Mr. Lin cannot. This time, his tone was different from before. Previously, it was to do their best to protect Lin Moyo, but now it was to protect him with their lives. The god sovereigns of the Yu family understood the meaning in Yu Qinfeng's words, nodding with determination in their eyes. A god sovereign of the Golden Eagle Clan suddenly realized something, his eyes changing, and he said with killing intent, when Lin Moyo comes out, we must kill him with all our might. He must not be allowed to live. The Demon Clan also echoed the same sentiment. On the other side, the forbidden Buddha of the Buddha clan suddenly said, if Lin Moyo comes out, find a way to kill him. The Vajra Buddha was puzzled. What about the human clan saint? Lin Moyo had said that if he died, the human clan saint would immediately charge into the Buddha clan. Although they didn't know if it was true, they preferred to believe it. The forbidden Buddha shook his head. Actually, killing Lin Moyo is secondary. The main goal is that well. That well. The Buddhas were puzzled. What was that well? But the forbidden Buddha did not explain further, just instructing them to follow orders. The strong clans knew much more information than the weaker ones. At a certain level, they naturally knew that beneath the water of myriad colors, there was a well that could gush out the water of myriad colors. Competing for the water of myriad colors each time only yielded a few drops, a dozen at most. But if they could obtain the well, the amount of water of myriad colors they could get would be immeasurable. However, both Yu Qingfeng and the forbidden Buddha knew how difficult it was to obtain that well. Their ancestors at the boundary realm, saints, ancient Buddhas, and Buddha lords had all tried in their youth, but all had failed. Even the starry sky fish race, skilled in the law of space, had failed. The possibility of Lin Moya succeeding was not high, but at the same time, they hoped Lin Moya could succeed, as he was a genius. It would be much easier to snatch the well from Lin Moya than to retrieve it from the deep space. The atmosphere in the field began to change. The competition for the water of myriad colors continued, but the god sovereigns of several strong clans were clearly no longer interested. Chapter 1745. Chapter 1745, 1745. Chapter 1745, The Law Lines of the First Tier. Colorful lights swept past like flowing streams, reflecting back. Lin Moyo entered a fantastical passage, heading towards an unknown place. He kept his focus on that well, the well containing the water of myriad colors, incredibly beautiful. It seemed like he wasn't far from the well, but in reality, it was extremely distant. Lin Moya continuously vibrated his undead wings, using them to stir the laws of space, rowing through the ocean of the world with the laws of space as his oars. The well grew larger in his vision. He was getting closer to it. Immense pressure swept in from all directions, compressing the space, making it heavy. His body radiated golden light, and the God King golden body automatically activated, resisting the immense pressure. The pressure targeted both his body and his soul. His soul world also endured immense pressure, even greater than that on his body. The soul world radiated purple light, noble and majestic, keeping the pressure at bay. Lin Moyo felt relatively relaxed, but if it were another god sovereign, the result would be different. Just the physical pressure alone was unbearable. Even a god sovereign's body might not reach the God King level. Even if they reached the God King level, they might not have the God King golden body. In this aspect, ordinary god sovereigns were far inferior to Lin Moyo. As for the soul level, it goes without saying. A 5th rank purple jade soul is no joke. Although his realm was insufficient and his soul power not strong enough, the quality and realm were there, undeniable. Whether it was physical or soul pressure, it was within Lin Moya's tolerance range. Time passed second by second, and Lin Moya continued to forge ahead, finally approaching the well. It felt like he had broken through a membrane between worlds, with strange auras continuously pouring in, as if entering another world. The world before him was colorful and incredibly beautiful. Looking up, he could see scenes in the dark void. Above his head, many god sovereigns were fighting to the death for the water of myriad colors. Where he stood seemed only a thin line away from those god sovereigns. It was a magical perspective, he could see them, but they couldn't see him. Lin Moya's mind was clear, knowing that he was actually billions of miles away from them. In a short time, he had repeatedly activated his undead wings, stirring the laws of space, crossing countless distances to reach here. The difficulty was something ordinary god sovereigns couldn't achieve. He took one look and then withdrew his gaze. Now, he was in the deepest part of space, with no time to waste. The ancient well containing the water of myriad colors was right in front of him. Just as he was about to reach out to touch it, layers of dark currents surged from the deep space. Not good. Lin Moya sensed the dark currents, but it was too late. He had come too quickly, and an invisible force of space suddenly emerged, pushing him away. His soul power rolled without regard for the cost, stimulating the undead wings, continuously vibrating, using the laws of space to resist. Lin Moya was like a lone sail in a giant wave, fighting against the invisible waves. He collided again and again, retreated again, and then charged back again and again. With the eye of the soul, Lin Moya seemed to see some unusual scenes. New lines of laws appeared in his vision, lines of laws he had never seen before. The lines of laws emitted a faint silver glow, almost transparent, invisible without careful observation. In the faint light of the lines of laws, there seemed to be runes. Runes can interpret laws, but seeing runes within lines of laws was a first. These are the lines of the laws of space. The lines of the first-tier laws actually contain runes. Lin Moya was shocked by this discovery. Suddenly, a wave of weakness came from his soul. The time for his original spell had ended, and his soul realm dropped like a tide, and the lines of laws disappeared from his vision. Lin Moya felt a bit disappointed but also excited. He now knew that the lines of the first-tier laws were not invisible but required specific environments and conditions to appear. Knowing this, Lin Moya had greater confidence in comprehending other laws after becoming a god sovereign. Seeing the lines of laws made a significant difference in comprehending laws. If he could find a way to make the laws manifest, that would be ideal. But manifesting laws is a rare occurrence. Since stepping onto the path of cultivation, Lin Moya had only seen his own undying law manifest. Even in the Lost Star Sea of the human emperor's training ground, there was no manifestation of laws. With excitement, Lin Moya stabilized himself in the giant waves of space. This trip to the deep space, even if he didn't obtain the ancient well, the discovery of the lines of laws was worth it. The invisible waves finally calmed down, and Lin Moya quickly rushed to the ancient well. He didn't immediately reach out. His soul was now weak, his power exhausted, in a depleted state. Lin Moya's eyes flickered, and with the little soul power he had just recovered, he activated his original spell again. His realm soared, reaching the 5th rank of God Sovereign in just 2 seconds, and then breaking through again to the 6th rank of God Sovereign. Forcibly surpassing his limits, reaching the 6th rank of God Sovereign, his soul shattered like a bubble. A flash of purple light, and Lin Moya instantly completed his rebirth. With his soul reborn, his power returned to its peak state. In his peak state, Lin Moya reached out and pressed his hand on the ancient well. Boom! The ancient well shook violently, as if the entire deep space was trembling. His soul world roared like an earthquake. The next second, the water of myriad colors surged into his soul world, turning into giant waves, crashing into his soul world. The purple jade barrier of his soul world lost its effect, and the water of myriad colors directly penetrated the barrier, rushing towards his soul. Lin Moya knew this was a test, just like when he subdued the water of myriad colors. If he couldn't withstand it, he wouldn't be qualified to obtain the ancient well. The water of myriad colors is a material of the boundary realm, and the ancient well that contains it would be of an even higher level. Such a treasure, even without intelligence, wouldn't be easy to subdue. With his boundary realm soul, he might have a chance. At the same time, he was puzzled why those at the boundary realm didn't come to subdue the ancient well. Was it because of the laws of space, preventing them from reaching here? Lin Moya didn't think so. With the means of the boundary realm, they could forcibly change the rules and find a way to get here. Even if the boundary realm couldn't, saints could certainly reach here. But if saints could obtain the ancient well, why would they compete for the water of myriad colors? The mere water of myriad colors wouldn't interest them. This indicated that even saints hadn't obtained the ancient well. That was strange. While Lin Moya was puzzled, he was fully prepared to withstand the impact of the water of myriad colors. The water of myriad colors turned into a water dragon in his soul world, rushing towards his soul. The talent giant tree extended countless branches, whipping at the water of myriad colors. But the water of myriad colors ignored the giant tree's whips, targeting only Lin Moya. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal roared, charging at the water dragon, but was directly knocked away. The gap between them was significant, and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal was ineffective. The soul shooting bow appeared in his soul's hand, and his soul power surged. A purple arrow shot into the water dragon's head. Chapter 1746. Chapter 1746, 1746. Chapter 1746, The Well of Ancestral Water, the starry sky beasts are coming. The soul continuously drew the bow, and for a moment, arrows rained down like a storm. Lin, one soul, one bow, yet it produced the effect of an entire army. Hundreds of arrows flew out every second, striking the multicolored water dragon. The sound of explosions was constant, and water splashed everywhere. No matter how Lin Moya attacked, the multicolored water dragon could instantly heal. The multicolored water dragon got closer and closer, and Lin Moya's soul quickly retreated. Suddenly, the multicolored water dragon accelerated and crashed into his soul with a bang. Intense pain spread throughout his body, and Lin Moyo couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Fortunately, he was already accustomed to soul pain, having experienced it countless times between life and death. Such pain was nothing to him. The multicolored water dragon roared and spewed dragon breath, which turned into ice, as if it wanted to freeze Lin Moyo's soul. Lin Moyo felt a bone-chilling cold, a temperature he hadn't felt in many years. Under the cold, his soul's actions and perceptions began to slow down. Soul power surged madly, and a star of magic shone brightly. Lin Moyo activated his original spell within his soul world. His soul realm rapidly ascended, breaking through the cold. The soul shooting bow became sharper and more powerful. Each arrow could create massive splashes, and the multicolored water dragon seemed to sense a threat, roaring continuously. The ice in the dragon breath shattered, followed by flashes of lightning, and countless water bolts exploded simultaneously. The water bolts struck his soul, sending it flying again. Lin Moyo groaned again, so strong. The lightning continued to flicker, striking Lin Moyo's soul repeatedly. His soul was paralyzed, and Lin Moyo himself trembled uncontrollably, unable to react much. A God Sovereign's soul is no match for it. Lin Moyo temporarily elevated his cultivation to the 5th rank of God Sovereign, and his soul was at the 5th rank, combined with the soul shooting bow. He felt that his soul combat power was enough to contend with an 8th or even 9th rank God Sovereign. Yet, he still couldn't defeat the multicolored water dragon. The multicolored water dragon was not something a God Sovereign could handle. Lin Moyo struggled in the water bolts, trying to avoid them, but with little success. If his soul weren't strong enough, he would have been killed by the water bolts. Failing to obtain the ancient well could result in being killed by the multicolored water dragon. Subduing the ancient well was extremely dangerous. Lin Moyo noticed a layer of earthy yellow light flowing on the surface of his soul. It was this light that blocked most of the water bolt attacks. The Scourge Scepter, the Soul Gem. The earthy yellow light came from the Soul Gem of the Scourge Scepter, rarely used, but its defensive power was astonishing. Lin Moyo had an idea on how to deal with the multicolored water dragon. He struggled to lift the Scourge Scepter, using it as a shield to block some of the water bolts, giving his soul a moment to breathe. Lin Moyo mustered all his strength, wielding the scepter to deflect the incoming water bolts. His small soul charged at the massive multicolored water dragon. The multicolored water dragon seemed provoked, roaring in anger and spewing more dragon breath. Its eyes shone with boundless colors, and 2 beams of light shot towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo swung the Scourge Scepter, deflecting the beams with 2 loud bangs. He then wielded the scepter like a shield, smashing through the dragon breath to create a path. The Scourge Scepter was his last resort. If it failed, he had no other options and would have to give up. His soul, wielding the Scourge Scepter, charged at the multicolored water dragon and struck it hard. Boom! Water splashed everywhere, and the multicolored water dragon was thrown into disarray. Its head exploded and couldn't regenerate, unlike the results from using the soul-shooting bow. Lin Moyo struck again and again, each blow causing the multicolored water dragon to disintegrate further. In just a few seconds, the multicolored water dragon collapsed and completely disintegrated. The multicolored water dragon disappeared without a trace, and a stream of information flowed into Lin Moyo's soul. So, you're called the Well of Ancestral Water. He learned the name of the ancient well, the Well of Ancestral Water. The multicolored water was also known as the ancestor of all waters, and the well that could contain it was the Well of Ancestral Water. This Well of Ancestral Water contained a total of 10,000 drops of multicolored water. Moreover, the Well of Ancestral Water could continuously produce multicolored water, generating 1 drop every 10 days. With it, he would have an endless supply of multicolored water. But that wasn't the most crucial part. The most crucial part was what lay behind the Well of Ancestral Water. However, that was still too distant for him. Lin Moyo suppressed his thoughts. Obtaining the Well of Ancestral Water was already a great fortune. He not only learned the name of the Well of Ancestral Water but also discovered many uses for the multicolored water. Lin Moyo opened his eyes and surveyed the space. This place was located in the deepest layer of the Great World, a chaotic and mysterious world. The space was not static but constantly active. Through countless battles, the space had gone from damaged to repaired, with many things entering the spatial turbulence and eventually arriving here. So, this world was mysterious and chaotic but not desolate. In this chaotic space, energy turbulence was everywhere. Combined with the surging black tide, the space was frequently disturbed, causing massive spatial waves and making this world even more chaotic. Relying solely on the eye of the soul at the boundary realm was far from enough to see this world clearly. Before obtaining the Well of Ancestral Water, Lin Moyo had no way to deal with it. But now, with the Well of Ancestral Water, Lin Moyo lightly tapped his finger, and a drop of multicolored water flew out, splitting into 2 and entering his eyes. The world before him changed instantly. The original chaos disappeared, the fog cleared, and everything became clear. The lines of space laws appeared, and Lin Moyo saw the lines of space laws again. At the same time, he saw something else. Wells of ancestral water lay quietly in this space. There wasn't just one well of ancestral water, there were many. Looking around, there were about 100 wells of ancestral water. They had existed here for countless years, and no one had ever been able to take them away. Lin Moyo was the first. Besides the wells of ancestral water, Lin Moyo saw, in the far distance, god sovereigns fighting and starry sky beasts moving. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He saw countless starry sky beasts flying towards the gushing area of the multicolored water. The multicolored water would attract starry sky beasts, but the situation was different. These starry sky beasts seemed organized and commanded, not chaotic, like an army. Each starry sky beast emitted black gas, tainted by the power of darkness. They were no longer creatures of the great world but slaves to the power of darkness. They're not here to seize the multicolored water, they're here to kill. Someone must be controlling the starry sky beasts. Lin Moya looked further. Using the magical effect of the multicolored water and the unique conditions of the deepest space, he saw even further. Finally, he found his target. Lin Moya felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 1747. Chapter 1747, 1747. Chapter 1747, The Invaders from the Black Blood Great World. Lin Moya's gaze spanned thousands of light years, seeing several other gushing points in the dark void. At each of the 9 gushing points, there were human clan cultivators. Outside the gushing points, starry sky beasts were approaching. The starry sky beasts came from all directions, intending to surround all the gushing points. Their movements were so orderly and organized, like an army. After searching, Lin Moya saw the commander. He felt a chill run down his spine. In the center of the dark void, a starry sky beast tens of thousands of kilometers long lay crouched. Its head was sharp like an arrow, its body covered in scales, its 4 clawed limbs flashing with cold light, and its tail whipped through the starry sky unconsciously, shattering space with each swing. Lin Moya's first reaction was that this was a starry sky beast from the Boundary Realm. Boundary Realm starry sky beasts were rare but did exist. For example, the 047 starry sky tree was from the Boundary Realm. It was born with the laws of space, and even Holy Sovereign Hao couldn't easily kill it. This sharp-headed starry sky beast was emanating black gas, clearly tainted by the power of darkness, becoming a slave to the power of darkness. What made Lin Moya's hair stand on end was not this Boundary Realm beast but the being on its head. It was a figure somewhat similar to the human clan, except for the long, slender tail behind it. Its head was slightly elongated, resembling the crouching starry sky beast. It wore an ancient bronze-colored top and had an unsheathed long sword by its side. An ancient invader. A powerful being from the Black Blood Great World. Lin Moya's heart churned like raging waves. He had seen powerful beings from the Black Blood Great World before, but at that time, he didn't know their true identities and thought they were just ancient powerful beings. Their strength had shocked Lin Moya. They wielded powers not belonging to the Great World, capable of inflicting tremendous harm on the beings of the Great World. He had thought they all died in that ancient war, but it seemed some had survived. To live from that era until now, such beings must be formidable, perhaps even saints couldn't stop them. Lin Moya instinctively felt a sense of dread, but then it seemed unlikely. The ancient war from that period had ended. If this being was truly a survivor from that time, why hadn't he come out all these years? In this world, on the surface, it seemed no one could be his match. Lin Moya observed carefully, the water of myriad colors giving him unimaginable vision. After observing for a while, he was certain there must be something wrong with the being. He couldn't see what exactly, but it definitely wasn't as powerful as in ancient times. Otherwise, it would have come out long ago and run rampant. Now, it was clearly controlling these starry sky beasts, intending to kill the god sovereigns of various races at the gushing points. To the Black Blood Great World, any race in the Great World was their enemy. They wouldn't care about the conflicts between races in the Great World. As long as they were from the Great World, they had only one word: kill. It's controlling so many starry sky beasts to kill god sovereigns. Does killing god sovereigns benefit it somehow? The Black Blood Great World, the power of darkness, the power of blood, could it be? Lin Moya had an ominous guess in his heart. This being from the Black Blood Great World, surviving from ancient times until now, might be trying to use the blood of god sovereigns to recover itself. Lin Moya instinctively had a thought, he couldn't let it succeed. But he immediately suppressed that thought, knowing his abilities were insufficient. He couldn't even save the human clan god sovereigns at the other gushing points. There was no human emperor network here to notify them immediately. Lin Moya wanted to return, at least to get closer to Yu Qingfeng and the others to leave. Seeing the approaching starry sky beasts, Lin Moya vibrated his undead wings, flying directly to another well of ancestral water and pressing his hand down. The well of ancestral water shook, and the same multicolored water dragon appeared in his soul world as before. With the previous experience, this time Lin Moya's soul directly wielded the Scourge Scepter, charging at the multicolored water dragon. The Scourge Scepter struck down again and again, scattering the multicolored water dragon. In just a few minutes, Lin Moya obtained another well of ancestral water. Looking at the remaining wells of ancestral water, Lin Moya wanted to take a few more, but there was no more time. Taking one more would be like snatching a twig from a raging fire, extremely dangerous. The black tide surged again, pushing Lin Moya away. Lin Moya vibrated his undead wings, moving with the black tide. The surging force of the black tide was immense, space heaving like giant waves, a tremendous force pushing him away from the deep space. Lin Moya didn't resist, going with the flow, being forcibly pushed out like the water of myriad colors. The third wave of the water of myriad colors gushed out, this time with only 5 drops, plus Lin Moya. It's Lin Moya, he's out. Attack, don't let him escape. Kill him. The god sovereigns of the Golden Eagle clan and the Demon clan attacked simultaneously, intending to kill Lin Moya. Yu Qingfeng and the others rushed over, trying to protect Lin Moya. Lin Moya snorted lightly, no time to play with you. In an instant, white light flashed in the starry sky, and countless skeleton god generals appeared. The skeleton god generals were densely packed, occupying a vast area of space. Lin Moya summoned 100,000 skeleton god generals in one breath, not only blocking the attacks towards him but also instantly surrounding the other god sovereigns. Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. How can there be so many? 100,000 puppets, and all god sovereigns. Did he obtain some ancient inheritance? How could there be so many god-sovereign puppets? The skeleton god generals attacked simultaneously, sword energy flying wildly, roars and screams echoing endlessly. High-rank god sovereigns fought back, their attacks carrying a trace of the power of rules, instantly killing thousands of skeleton god generals. But the skeleton god generals were not only numerous to the point of despair but could also revive 5 times on the spot. They were simply unkillable. If Lin Moya wished, he could fight them to the end of the world, seeing who would die first. Lin Moya rushed to Yu Qinfeng's side, shouting, "Quick, leave!" Yu Qinfeng understood and immediately threw out a warship, shouting, "Go!" Everyone boarded the warship, turning into a stream of light and flying away. The god sovereigns of various races were surrounded by skeleton god generals, only able to watch helplessly as Lin Moya and the others fled, powerless to stop them. Yu Qingfeng used the power of a high-rank god sovereign, infusing a trace of the power of rules into the warship's form, pushing it to its limits. Although only a low-level god sovereign warship, under Yu Qinfeng's full force, it briefly displayed astonishing speed, no slower than a mid-level warship. Soon, they were far from the gushing point. Lin Moya suddenly said, "Change direction, fly as I say, 30 degrees to the left." Lin Moya's tone was slightly serious, not like a suggestion but a command. Yu Qinfeng didn't take offense and immediately flew in the direction Lin Moya indicated. Lin Moya's gaze was fixed on the starry sky outside the warship. In this area, there was still light from the water of myriad colors, allowing him to see far away. But Lin Moya could see even farther, the effect of the water of myriad colors not yet gone. He stared unblinkingly at the starry sky. Yu Qinfeng and the others didn't know what Lin Moya was looking at but didn't ask. After flying some distance, Lin Moya suddenly said, "Let the warship drift, deactivate all formations, and fully conceal your aura." Chapter 1748. Chapter 1748, 1748. Chapter 1748, Gazing at Death. Although Lin Moya's words sounded somewhat unbelievable, Yu Qingfeng and the others still followed his instructions. Lin Moya did not know what Madame Yu had said to them, but it could be seen from this that Madame Yu's position in the Yu family was unshakable. The execution ability and unity of the Yu family members were also extremely astonishing. Only if each major family and every member of the human race was like this could the human race rise to the top again from the ruins. The formation stopped, and the celestial venerables converged all of their aura. At this moment, their aura was almost completely gone, their hearts no longer beat, and their blood no longer flowed, as if they were all dead people. The battleship instantly became a ghost ship, devoid of any vitality. It was like an abandoned piece of garbage, drifting in the starry void. There were countless such pieces of garbage in the dark void. Time passed minute by minute, but Lin Moya still stared outside the battleship, saying nothing. As celestial venerables, Yu Qinfeng and the others had lived for thousands of years, and patience was something they had in abundance. They were not in a hurry and did not ask any questions. After more than 10 minutes, one of the celestial venerables seemed to have noticed something, and his eyes flickered with an unusual light. The blood that had stopped flowing seemed to have stirred again. Yu Qingfeng immediately looked over, and that celestial venerable immediately converged his aura again. Outside the battleship, huge figures flew past one by one. Their forms varied, with the smallest being thousands of meters long and the largest tens of thousands of meters, or even hundreds of thousands of meters long. Each of them was a celestial beast of the starry void, and the number was astonishingly large. Just within the range of vision, there were thousands of them, and there were probably tens of thousands more that could not be seen. The weakest among them was at the first level of the celestial venerable realm, while the strongest had already reached the higher levels of the celestial venerable realm. Thousands of celestial beasts at the celestial venerable realm, like a formidable army, were flying through the starry void. They passed by about 1,000 kilometers away from the battleship and did not seem to have noticed the existence of the battleship, disappearing into the darkness. Yu Qingfeng looked in the direction where the celestial beasts had gone, and then suddenly realized something. If he had not changed direction earlier, they would have collided directly with these celestial beasts. Facing thousands of celestial beasts at the celestial venerable realm, he was not confident that he could escape. Even if he could escape, the other celestial venerables of the Yu family would most likely die. The celestial venerables exchanged glances, and they seemed to have understood why Lin Moya had done this. After waiting a few more minutes, the celestial beasts had completely moved away, and Lin Moya finally spoke. "Thank you, seniors, for your cooperation." Seeing Lin Moya say this, Yu Qingfeng and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Qingfeng looked puzzled. "Mr. Lin, what is going on?" Lin Moya said, "Someone has controlled the celestial beasts with the power of darkness and wants to wipe out all the celestial venerables in the gushing grounds." Yu Qinfeng's expression changed slightly. "Does Mr. Lin mean all the gushing grounds?" Lin Moya nodded slightly, confirming Yu Qinfeng's words. There were human celestial venerables present in each of the gushing grounds. If these celestial beasts wiped out all the celestial venerables in the gushing grounds, many people would die. Yu Qingfeng felt anxious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Lin Moya said, "We can only hope that they are lucky enough to survive." Yu Qingfeng sighed. They were lucky enough to escape, but it was almost impossible for them to go and rescue others. Here, the human network could not reach, and even if they notified the human network, by the time the experts from the other shore arrived, it would probably be too late. Just as Lin Moya said, they could only rely on luck. If they were lucky enough, there might be a chance of survival. But such a chance was extremely slim. Yu Qinfeng's expression was grave. "Mr. Lin, you previously seemed to have summoned tens of thousands of puppets at the celestial venerable realm. With those puppets, we should be able to fight against the celestial beasts, right? We don't necessarily have to flee." Lin Moya shook his head. The reason I chose to retreat was not because of these celestial beasts, but because of the one controlling the celestial beasts. Yu Qinfeng's expression became even graver. He had already guessed that the one controlling the celestial beasts was in existence at the same level as his own ancient ancestor, and provoking such an existence would mean certain death. So Lin Moya chose to flee, without daring to linger for a moment. Yu Qingfeng sighed slightly. It's a pity about those puppets at the celestial venerable realm, they will all be wasted. It doesn't matter, as long as we can escape. Lin Moya did not seem to mind at all, but he did not explain that they were not puppets, but his summons. Suddenly, Lin Moya felt a sense of unease in his heart, and his body stiffened, feeling as if he was being watched. The myriad-colored water in his eyes flickered, and the effect of the myriad-colored water was still ongoing. His gaze pierced through the battleship, through the void, and looked towards the distant place. In the center of the dark void, that terrifying celestial beast from the other shore was now looking at him. Its sharp head, its huge black jade-like eyes, emitting a horrifying red glow, with countless bloodlines intertwined within. Lin Moya was extremely familiar with those bloodlines. They were the bloodlines of the Black Blood Great Realm, exuding a lethal force. Separated by an infinite distance, they gazed at each other across the void. Lin Moya could even see his own reflection in its black jade-like eyes. When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you. For some inexplicable reason, this sentence surfaced in Lin Moya's mind. Immediately after, he saw the blood in its eyes pulsate, converging into a terrifying word: death. His mind buzzed, and his soul world crackled with lightning, as a terrifying attack, spanning tens of thousands of light years, descended upon him. The attack from the other shore was extremely formidable, like the ancient Buddha's palm strike back then. The ancient Buddha's palm strike still left traces, but this attack was formless and intangible, impossible to grasp. Lin Moya was greatly alarmed, for he was a soul at the other shore realm, yet the opponent's attack was powerful enough to threaten him to this extent. A drop of myriad-colored water flew out from the ancient well of the ancestral water, exploding in his soul world like a refreshing rain. His soul world immediately stabilized. Myriad colors rose in his soul world, a kaleidoscope of colors, blocking the formless attack. Lin Moya felt that after this strike, the connection between the opponent and himself was weakening. Separated by such a vast distance, even beings at the other shore realm could not attack him at will. The image of the celestial beast quickly became blurred and was about to disappear. At the very last moment, its eyes flickered with red light again, and its mouth opened slightly, as if letting out a roar. Lin Moya had a bad feeling and shouted urgently, "Be careful!" Yu Qingfeng also sensed that something was amiss and shouted, "Be careful, defend!" In an instant, the battleship's defenses were fully activated, shining brilliantly in the starry void. Suddenly, a huge claw appeared in front of the battleship, striking down heavily upon it. Boom! The battleship's defenses were torn apart like paper, instantly shattering. Yu Qingfeng and the others were thrown out of the battleship in a wretched state, flying hundreds of millions of kilometers before finally stabilizing. Fortunately, the battleship had taken the brunt of the attack, so they did not die. Yu Qingfeng was a little shaken. This is the power of the other shore realm, too terrifying. Several streaks of white light flew towards them and landed on their bodies. Chapter 1749. Chapter 1749, 1749. Chapter 1749, hit me, you will pay the price. In the previous attack, several celestial venerables were more or less injured. Lin Moya relied on his talent to transfer all the damage to the Undead Legion. Many of the Undead Legion died, but he himself was not injured. He released the life force of the Undying Law to heal the injuries of the celestial venerables. Yu Qingfeng asked anxiously, "What happened just now?" Lin Moya had no time to explain and suddenly looked into the distance. "They are coming." Not only did the celestial beast from the other shore attack them just now, but hundreds of starry void beasts also turned around and chased after them. The faces of the celestial venerables changed slightly, and one of them took out a brand new battleship. This battleship was slightly inferior to Yu Qinfeng's, but it was still at the celestial venerable level and not slow. Yu Qingfeng said, "Let's go." Lin Moya said in a low voice, "Wait for me." As he spoke, he took out the soul-shooting bow, and a drop of myriad-colored water flew out and landed on the bow. At the same time, he injected all his soul power into it, condensing it into a purple soul arrow. Lin Moya did not use his original spell, fearing some adverse reaction. With the presence of the myriad-colored water, it didn't matter whether he used his original spell or not, the difference was negligible. The myriad-colored water amplified his soul power by hundreds of times, making the purple soul arrow incredibly powerful. Lightning appeared on the purple soul arrow, and the space around it shattered and collapsed. Yu Qingfeng and the others were shocked by this scene. Yu Qingfeng felt that this soul arrow was enough to kill him. At the same time, he was shocked by Lin Moya's extravagance. The myriad-colored water was extremely precious, and the fact that celestial venerables fought to the death for it was proof enough. Materials from the other shore realm, yet Lin Moya used it just like that. Using the myriad-colored water to amplify his attack was indeed too extravagant. However, he also realized something else, and his heart trembled. "Mr. Lin, you obtained that well." In his shock, the arrow had already flown out. The purple soul arrow, carrying lightning, instantly pierced through space and disappeared without a trace. Lin Moya didn't even look at the result and turned to board the battleship. "Let's go." This arrow was a gift to the celestial beast from the other shore. In the previous attack, his bone hell was broken. Although they were far apart, the bone hell still left a mark on the opponent. This arrow was aimed at that mark. Lin Moya didn't know if his attack would be effective, but he had to try. He was not the type to take a beating without fighting back. Sometimes, when he couldn't fight back, he would remember it for later. When he could fight back, he would not hesitate. Just like the ancient Buddha's palm strike, Lin Moya remembered it well and would visit the Buddha clan sooner or later. The battleship started, and the celestial venerables fully activated the battleship, flying into the distance. In the center of the dark void, in front of the head of the celestial beast, space suddenly shattered, and a purple light flew out, piercing its head. A sharp cry echoed through the starry void, and the beast's huge eyes showed pain, its body trembling uncontrollably. A few moments later, its eyes emitted a fierce light, reflecting Lin Moya's image. Lin Moya was shrouded in bloodlight, and the beast emitted a killing intent, seemingly wanting to settle the score with Lin Moya. At this moment, the person sitting on its head said in a low voice, "Focus on the task." The beast trembled violently and finally calmed down. It did not dare to disobey this person's command. In the gushing grounds, many celestial venerables were injured or killed. The dead celestial venerables disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace in the starry void. They were all retrieved by Lin Moya and revived in the soul world. Although he could summon them again, Lin Moya didn't want to send the celestial venerables to their deaths. In the battle, many celestial venerables from various clans were also killed or injured. Originally, there were over 100 celestial venerables, but now there were less than 50 left. More than 20 celestial venerables had died, and more than 30 had left at the beginning of the battle. They had no enmity with Lin Moya and did not want to offend the human race, so they left early. Suddenly, the remaining celestial venerables disappeared in large numbers, and in the blink of an eye, only a few were still fighting. Soon, these few celestial venerables were also killed and disappeared into the starry void. In the gushing grounds, only a few celestial venerables from the Demon clan, the Golden Eagle clan, and the Buddha clan remained, along with a few scattered individuals. What's going on? Why did they all leave? These puppets can be remotely retrieved. What kind of puppets are these? Not only are they numerous and powerful, but they can also be remotely retrieved. With these puppets, it won't be easy to kill Lin Moya. The celestial venerables whispered among themselves. Although the Demon clan and the Golden Eagle clan had been temporary allies, they were now wary of each other, as they had always been at odds and had deep-seated hatred. Of course, their hatred for the human race was even greater, as they were mortal enemies. In the Buddha clan, several Buddhas had grim expressions. In the previous battle, 6 Buddhas had died. Compared to the Golden Eagle and Demon clans, their losses were fewer, but they had only come with 7 people. The Great Golden Buddha was killed by Lin Moya, and now 2 more had died, a heavy loss. Amat Ba, the Buddha of Forbidden Knowledge chanted, "Collect the bodies of the 2 junior brothers and take them back to the Pure Land for burial." He looked around, feeling a sense of unease, as if something bad was about to happen. He noticed the expressions of the other high-ranking celestial venerables, who were all frowning, seemingly sensing something was wrong. Celestial venerables had keen senses and could perceive danger, especially high-ranking celestial venerables, whose souls were stronger and their senses sharper. This sense of unease made the Buddha of Forbidden Knowledge want to leave immediately. But the eruption of the myriad-colored water was not over, and there were still several rounds to come. Leaving now would mean giving up the myriad-colored water. Should they stay or go? After collecting the bodies, the Buddha of Forbidden Knowledge made a decision and said in a low voice, "Let's go." The other Buddhas were stunned, were not fighting for the myriad-colored water. The Buddha of Forbidden Knowledge shook his head, no. His sense of unease suddenly intensified, and his face changed dramatically, "Run." At this moment, the other high-ranking celestial venerables also shouted, "Run." The sense of unease reached its peak, far surpassing the feeling when facing the 10,000 celestial venerables. But it was too late, shadows surrounded them from all directions. One by one, starry void beasts covered the sky, surrounding them completely. The terrifying aura shook the starry void, space constantly twisted, and with the roars of the starry void beasts, space collapsed. Everyone's faces were extremely grim, knowing they were in big trouble. The Buddha of Forbidden Knowledge's face was extremely dark. Lin Moya knew all along, that's why he left so decisively without looking back. Now he finally understood why Lin Moya left so decisively. Facing so many celestial venerable level starry void beasts, no matter how many puppets he had, it was useless. Among these starry void beasts, there were dozens of high-ranking ones. The Buddha of Forbidden Knowledge chanted again, "Junior brothers, follow me and break through." He took out a string of prayer beads and threw them into the starry void. "I invoke the great sound ancient Buddha." The other high-ranking celestial venerables also used their ultimate moves, desperately trying to break through. A more intense battle erupted. The same thing was happening in other gushing grounds. Chapter 1750. Chapter 1750, 1750. Chapter 1750. Even the saint is not calm. Lin Moya seemed to smell blood. In the dark void, under the black tide, many gods were about to bleed. Lin Moya sighed slightly in his heart. Human strength has its limits. Unless he has reached the other side, he might still have a chance to save the gods of the human race in other places. But now he is just a god king, with more heart than strength. Yu Qingfeng came to Lin Moya's side, his expression also somewhat serious. Considering the time, those star beasts should have arrived, right? Lin Moya said softly, "They should have arrived, wish them good luck." Besides blessings, they could do nothing. In other eruption sites, there were many gods of the human race, including Yu Qinfeng's friends. Yu Qinfeng's mood was even lower than Lin Moya's at this moment. However, as a high-level god, Yu Qingfeng had a firm will and would not wallow in despair. He also knew that he was lucky this time to have encountered Lin Moya. Otherwise, they too would have been besieged by the star beasts and probably would have died. In the end, it was Lin Moya who saved them. Yu Qingfeng asked, "Mr. Lin must have gained something, right?" Lin Moyo did not deny, yes. Yu Qingfeng showed joy, Mr. Lin is powerful, contact the ancestor immediately when we go back. The two spoke cryptically, and apart from them, no one else could understand. The rules of the Yu family were strict, and although other gods were curious, they would not inquire. If you don't understand, then cultivate hard, and when you reach a higher realm, you will naturally understand. Madame Yu often told them, if you want to know more, you must reach a higher realm. Otherwise, you will remain deaf and blind for a lifetime. The battleship was flying at the fastest speed in the starry sky, covering a distance of over 100 light-years in just 2 days, and they returned to the territory of the human race. Seeing the star domain teleportation array again and feeling the majestic power of the Emperor's network, Yu Qingfeng immediately took out an array disk and activated it. The array disk guided more power from the Emperor's network, and at the same time, Madame Yu's figure was projected from the jade disk. Madame Yu, through the projection, saw Lin Moyo and Yu Qingfeng and showed a hint of confusion. Lin Xiao, why did you come back so soon? She had experienced the black tide and knew that it should not have ended yet. Now they returned early, something must have happened. Lin Moyo got straight to the point, greetings, Madame Yu, may I ask if Lord Hao is here? This matter was too big, talking to Madame Yu was not enough, he had to directly find Lord Hao. Madame Yu seemed to sense the seriousness from Lin Moyo's tone and immediately said, I will contact Lord Hao right away, stay here and don't move, Lord Hao will be here shortly. The battleship stopped and remained motionless in the starry sky. This was the territory of the human race, and the star domain teleportation array was not far away, it was very safe here. They waited only a minute, but Lord Hao didn't arrive instead, the star beasts that had been chasing them did. For a moment, alarms blared, and lightning flashed and thundered in the sky. Powerful battleships from all directions rushed towards the star beasts to attack. At the same time, many gods flew out from the stars and attacked. The actions of the human race were swift, not giving the star beasts any chance to get close. Yu Qingfeng said, leave this to Mr. Lin, we will go out to kill the enemy. Okay. The 7 gods of the Yu family simultaneously left the battleship, leaving only Lin Moyo inside, unmoving. The star beasts, tainted by the power of darkness, had long lost their sanity. Their orders were to destroy this battleship and kill everyone inside. They didn't care if they intruded into the territory of the human race. The human battleships simultaneously launched attacks, lightning-fast strikes causing the star beasts to scream in pain. The defending forces here numbered over 1,000,000, with over 100 god-level battleships. These were not the small god-level ships used for travel, but giant battleships with real god-level combat power. Each battleship, fully armed, could match a god. Moreover, there were over 100 gods here, with more than 10 high-level gods. Dealing with these star beasts was no problem. The battle was fierce, and Lin Moyo waited quietly inside the battleship. In the projection of the array, Madame Yu appeared again. Lin Xiao, Lord Hao is on his way, he should arrive soon. What exactly happened this time? Lin Moyo said, I'll explain when the saint arrives this time. Our human race might lose some gods. For any race, gods were precious. Occasionally losing 1 or 2 was not a big problem. For a powerful race like the human race, even losing a dozen gods wouldn't be devastating. But Lin Moyo said they might lose some gods, indicating a significant number. Madame Yu said gravely, it seems very serious. Is there a mutation in the dark void? Yes, a mutation indeed occurred, and it could be considered a premeditated one. Do you know about the dark blood realm? Madame Yu trembled, her previously calm face suddenly lost its color. Sure enough, you know. From Madame Yu's reaction, Lin Moyo guessed that she indeed knew about the dark blood realm. How much she knew was unclear. She probably didn't know as much as Lord Hao, who had said that some things could only be accessed upon reaching the level of a saint, so he directly sought Lord Hao this time. Madame Yu's expression became extremely serious, it seems. This matter is indeed significant. Explain in detail when the saint arrives. In the starry sky, the battle continued. The number of star beasts was considerable, but the human race was equally powerful. Gradually, the tide of battle was shifting towards the human race, and victory was only a matter of time. 5 minutes later, space outside the battleship twisted, and a figure appeared out of thin air. Lord Hao had arrived, but it was not his main body, just an avatar. His main body was still in the Divine City and couldn't arrive so quickly. Lord Hao had avatars in various star domains of the human race unless it was a matter of utmost importance. The avatars were sufficient to handle the situation. Lin Moyo greeted Lord Hao, greetings, Lord Hao. Lord Hao nodded, speak, what happened? Lin Moyo said, you should know that the dark power in the dark void actually comes from the dark blood realm, right? Even Madame Yu knew about it, so naturally, Lord Hao did too. Lin Moyo continued, the dark blood realm invaded in ancient times, and there are survivors among them. What? Lord Hao was visibly shocked. On the other end of the array, Madame Yu was once again aghast. Survivors from ancient times, living until now, how powerful must they be? This time, even Lord Hao couldn't remain calm. Explain in detail. Lin Moyo quickly recounted what he had seen. After listening, Lord Hao didn't respond immediately but said, I will deal with those creatures outside first. Saying this, he flashed into the battlefield. A vast power swept out, and Lin Moyo sensed the force of rules, faintly seeing an ancient rune. One by one, the star beasts exploded and died. The saint's action, even if it was just an avatar, effortlessly resolved the battle. Lin Moyo witnessed the vast gap between a god and a being from the other shore. It was terrifyingly immense. Lord Hao returned to the battleship, follow me. Chapter 1751. Chapter 1751, 1751. Chapter 1751, there are differences even among saints. Saint Hao was flying rapidly through the starry sky with Lin Moyo. The speed of the saint was incredibly fast, even just a clone's speed was absurdly quick. In almost the blink of an eye, they had traveled over 10 light-years, rushing into the dark void. The power of darkness seemed to have no effect on the saint, as he could still see the distant world. Saint Hao asked, "How did you discover him at that time?" Lin Moya naturally knew who Saint Hao was referring to and immediately took out a drop of myriad-colored water, divide it into 2 and drop it into your eyes. Extravagant. Saint Hao lightly snorted but still took the myriad-colored water, divided it into 2, and dropped it into his left and right eyes. After the myriad-colored water was dropped in, 2 beams of light shot out from Saint Hao's eyes. The beams of light contained myriad colors, breaking through the dark void and reaching infinitely far places. One of the effects of the myriad-colored water is amplification. It can amplify anything. Whether it is laws, rules, soul power, runes, eyesight, or physical strength, it can be amplified. The amplification is very large, often by hundreds or thousands of times. The specific amplification varies from person to person. This is similar to the power of belief, but the power of belief can be infinitely amplified as long as the quantity is sufficient, which is not possible with the myriad-colored water. However, the power of belief can only amplify attack and defense, not eyesight. Overall, each has its advantages and disadvantages and different uses. With the help of the myriad-colored water, Saint Hao finally saw the scene in the center of the dark void. However, at this moment, the center of the dark void had already changed. Saint Hao's expression also became solemn. "The sky is devouring blood." Upon hearing this, Lin Moya took out another drop of myriad-colored water and directly threw it into his eyes. The next second, he also saw it. In the center of the dark void, it was still that giant beast. It remained motionless, from the beginning until now, it had not changed its position. The ancient invader sitting on its head also remained motionless, but the surroundings had changed, they were now enveloped in a blood-red hue. Countless blood was flying from all directions in the void, turning into bloodlines and entering the body of the ancient invader. The ancient invader's body was covered with bloodlines, looking somewhat creepy. Lin Moya saw that he was absorbing the power within the bloodlines. "If I'm not mistaken, he should be injured and is currently healing." Lin Moya expressed his opinion. Saint Hao responded with a hum and said nothing, still observing. At this moment, Lin Moya looked at the other gushing grounds and couldn't help but snort. Each gushing ground was filled with a large number of corpses. These were the corpses of saints. The bodies of saints from various races had been smashed into pulp, all their blood drained and absorbed by the ancient invader. However, there were not many human saint corpses among them. If it was just one gushing ground, it wouldn't be strange. But if every gushing ground was like this, then something was wrong. Lin Moya couldn't help but show a strange expression. Did our saints all escape? What do you think? Suddenly, a voice came, and Lin Moya turned sharply, seeing a burly man standing only 100 meters away from him. Lin Moya was shocked. Someone was so close to him, and he didn't even know. This person's strength was terrifying. Saint Hao said in a low voice, "He is old Sha, one of the human saints." No wonder. Lin Moya saluted Saint Sha. Junior greets Saint Sha. Saint Sha waved his hand. "No need to be so polite, just speak directly in the future, I don't like formalities. I saved most of the saints in the gushing grounds, a few died, they were just unlucky." His voice was loud and heavy, giving an invisible sense of oppression. A saint is indeed a saint, to be able to save everyone from such a distance in such a short time. Lin Moya sighed in his heart, the power of a saint far exceeded his imagination. Saint Hao said slowly, "This guy controls the shadow rules, in the dark void, his speed is comparable to space rules." Lin Moya suddenly understood, it was the shadow rules. The shadow rules originated from the shadow laws, which the shadow race excelled at. The shadow race could hide in the darkness, becoming assassins feared by all races, thanks to the shadow laws. Unexpectedly, there was also a human who mastered the shadow laws, and had reached the level of a saint, elevating the laws to rules. The dark void was filled with darkness and shadow rules. It was indeed Saint Sha's paradise. Saint Sha grinned, showing his white teeth, looking somewhat creepy in the darkness. "You kid or something, killing the great golden Buddha before, almost killing the diamond Buddha, very impressive. When snatching the myriad-colored water, you killed the demon race and shadow demon saints without hesitation, very decisive, I like it. But relying on puppets isn't a long-term solution, your own strength is also important, you can't always rely on puppets." Saint Sha kept talking, first praising Lin Moya without reservation, then pointing out his shortcomings. Lin Moya found this straightforward personality quite likable. Just as Lin Moya was about to explain, another voice came from the darkness. "The skeletons are not Lin's puppets, they are his summoning spells." This time, Saint Sha was shocked, his eyes widened, mouth agape, but it didn't seem exaggerated at all. Lin Moya didn't look at Saint Sha, but at the dark void. There, another Saint Hao was coming, along with a person glowing with golden light, like a shining star. The two Saint Haos merged into one, the main body of Saint Hao had arrived, and the clone naturally merged with the main body. Now, Saint Hao was a true saint, able to fully exert the power of a saint. Saint Hao introduced to Lin Moya, "This is Saint Tian, also the Lord of the Divine City." The name of the Lord of the Divine City was something Lin Moya had heard countless times. He was the most revered figure among countless humans. Almost no human didn't know of the Lord of the Divine City, and everyone's dream was to enter the Divine City. If asked who they most wanted to meet after entering the Divine City, 9 out of 10 would answer the Lord of the Divine City. The Lord of the Divine City represented the highest, strongest, and most mysterious among humans. Lin Moyo, not being from the Great World, was not as influenced by it, so he didn't show much emotion. If it were anyone from the Great World, even a saint, they would be extremely excited at this moment. Lin Moyo saluted Saint Tian. Junior greets Saint Tian. Before Saint Tian could speak, Saint Sha had already said, "There you go again, why be so polite with this big light bulb?" Saint Tian looked at Saint Sha with a half smile. "Old Sha, are you itching for a fight?" Saint Sha laughed. "What, want to hit me? Don't forget where we are, I'm not afraid of you here." Saint Tian chuckled and said nothing. Lin Moyo could clearly feel that Saint Sha's words were somewhat lacking in confidence. Obviously, this guy couldn't beat Saint Tian. There are differences even among saints. Saint Hao finally withdrew his gaze. That guy should be seriously injured, his strength is less than 1/10, now is the best time to catch him. Chapter 1752. Chapter 1752 1752. Chapter 1752 There is plenty of myriad-colored water. When it came to serious matters, even the killing saint became serious. Lin Moya said, he has lived from ancient times to the present, so he must have surpassed the other shore. Even if he is severely injured and his strength is only 1/10, we still need to be careful. The heavenly saint said, we should prepare the myriad-colored water. As long as we resolve the battle quickly, there shouldn't be any problems. The house saint pondered, if we could wait a few more years until the talisman saint's realm stabilizes and he can create ancient talismans, it would be more secure. The killing saint shook his head slightly. We can't wait. This time, he has already recovered a bit of his strength by absorbing the blood of the gods. If we wait a few more years and his strength recovers a bit more, it will be difficult for us to deal with him. The guys from the Black Blood Great Realm have many secret techniques. Even if we can't defeat him, if he wants to escape, it will be hard for us to handle him. Here, I can still restrain him. If he leaves the Dark Void, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress him. If he goes crazy and breaks into the human territory to devour human blood, it will be a big problem. The killing saint analyzed the situation thoroughly. The house saint sighed. Alright then, I have 30 drops of myriad-colored water here. We each get 10 drops. I hope it's enough. The house saint took out 3 bottles, each containing 10 drops of myriad-colored water. However, he seemed a bit pained as he did so. Lin Moyo had never seen the house saint with such an expression before. The saint had all kinds of treasures, yet he was pained by the myriad-colored water. Every time the black tide appeared, the human race could obtain at least 20 drops of myriad-colored water. Over the years, they should have accumulated quite a bit. It seemed that the myriad-colored water was constantly being consumed, otherwise, the house saint wouldn't have shown such an expression. Lin Moyo interjected, 3 saints, I actually have some myriad-colored water. The 3 of them looked at Lin Moyo simultaneously, their eyes widening. Their expressions were all exaggerated, especially the killing saint. The killing saint, with his exaggerated expression, muttered, You really got this stuff? I thought you just got a bit of myriad-colored water when you went in. The house saint's gaze was complicated. How did you do it? That water dragon is not easy to deal with. Lin Moyo held the ancient well of ancestral water with one hand. It was alright, I took it down. The heavenly saint looked at Lin Moyo with admiration. What we couldn't do when we were young, you managed to do. Impressive, really impressive. Lin Moyo pushed the ancient well of ancestral water towards them. With this, we won't have to worry about running out of myriad-colored water. It can condense 1 drop of myriad-colored water every 10 days. 1 drop every 10 days means more than 30 drops a year. Previously, they had to wait for the black tide, and the income of myriad-colored water was very unstable. Now it had become a stable income. Over time, the difference would be significant. The 3 saints looked at each other, but none of them took the ancient well of ancestral water. The house saint said, This well is yours, we can't take it. Just give us some of the myriad-colored water. Lin Moyo could see that the saints really needed the myriad-colored water, but they still didn't want to take his ancient well of ancestral water. This kind of integrity was worthy of their status as saints. Although it was Lin Moyo's first time meeting the killing saint and the heavenly saint, he felt a sense of familiarity. Especially the way they looked at him, like elders looking at a younger generation, reminded him of Bai Yaiwan and others. Back then, Bai Yaiwan and others also treated him with sincerity. When people treat you sincerely, you should also repay them with sincerity. Lin Moyo took out a second ancient well of ancestral water. Please take this, I have another one. The 3 of them widened their eyes again, and the killing saint's voice trembled. What kind of monster are you? Why do you have another one? Lin Moyo said, I could have taken a few more, but I didn't have enough time. If I hadn't left then, I might not have been able to leave. The killing saint said, I was there, how could you not leave? The house saint and the heavenly saint looked at him like he was an idiot. You were there, but you didn't say anything, how would others know? If you had said something earlier, Lin Moyo might have been able to take a few more wells. Then, the human race would have an endless supply of myriad-colored water. Their eyes seemed to say, it's all your fault, why didn't you speak up earlier? The killing saint looked aggrieved and regretful. If I had known, I would have spoken up earlier. The house saint didn't hesitate. Since that's the case, we won't be polite. He reached out and took the ancient well of ancestral water. Lin Moyo also removed his soul imprint, and the house saint imprinted it with his own soul. During this process, the house saint's body trembled slightly, and his eyes closed tightly. An invisible pressure of the saint spread through the starry sky. It lasted for a full minute before dissipating. The house saint successfully dealt with the myriad-colored water dragon. This ancient well of ancestral water now belonged to the house saint and the human race. Lin Moya was puzzled. Saint, the myriad-colored water dragon is not easy to deal with, but it doesn't pose a threat to saints. Why didn't you go for the well? The killing saint answered quickly, we wanted to, but beings at the other shore realm can't enter the deep space unless they control the space rules. The deep space can't support the power of saints. If we force our way in, it will cause a space collapse. At that time, even we would be trapped in chaos, with uncertain life and death. The heavenly saint added, the gods are the limit for entering the deep space, and they also need to master the space laws or use tools that utilize the space laws. But gods find it difficult to deal with the myriad-colored water dragon. We tried when we were young, but we all failed. The best attempt only got us a few dozen drops of myriad-colored water. Lin Moya recalled his battle with the myriad-colored water dragon and found it to be true. With his soul at the other shore realm and the soul-shooting bow, it was still difficult to fight the myriad-colored water dragon. Ordinary gods would be lucky to survive. If it weren't for the Scourge Scepter, he would have been in big trouble. So obtaining the ancient well of ancestral water was indeed extremely difficult. Over countless years, no one from any race had obtained the ancient well of ancestral water. Lin Moya thought to himself that the next time the black tide appeared, he could enter the deep space again and take a few more ancient wells of ancestral water. Such good things could never be too many. The house saint took out several jade bottles and operated the ancient well of ancestral water to extract the myriad-colored water. This time, he was not stingy at all, giving 100 drops in each bottle, truly a generous amount. One ancient well contained 10,000 drops of myriad-colored water, enough to last a long time, and it could replenish one drop every 10 days. With enough myriad-colored water, the killing saint was full of momentum. Let's go, let's fight. The house saint looked at Lin Moya. Do you want to come? It might be a bit dangerous when we fight. Lin Moya thought for a moment. I also want to see the battle between saints. The heavenly saint chuckled. No problem, I'll protect you. The killing saint laughed loudly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. He waved his hand, releasing a mass of dark energy that enveloped the four of them, and they instantly disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 1753. Chapter 1753, 1753. Chapter 1753, Virtual Realm Rules, Golden Rules. The Shadow Rules have unimaginable uses in the darkness. Lin Moya and the others were enveloped by the power of the Shadow Rules, moving silently and at an astonishing speed. Lin Moya couldn't understand this way of moving for a moment, only feeling that the whole world had become very close. It felt as if he wasn't moving, but the distant world was actively approaching him. It was like wanting to get something 100 meters away, but instead of moving, the thing in the 100 meters of ground came to him. It wasn't the space rules, but it worked seamlessly in the dark world. The killing saint laughed. My shadow rules are pretty good, right? Darkness is my domain. Even those Shadow Clan guys have to kneel and call me daddy when they see me. Lin Moya could only agree, though he didn't really understand. The house saint said, rules are actually the sublimation of laws. When you reach the high-level god realm, you can feel them from the Lost Star River. Remember, the Lost Star River is very important, and there are no shortcuts. Any shortcut is trading your future. Throughout history, everyone who took shortcuts at the Lost Star River step couldn't reach the other shore. The most recent example is Dongfang Zi from the 4-star domain competition. His path is cut off, and his highest realm in this life will be the 6th level of the God realm, unable to reach the 7th level. Lin Moya was shocked. Dongfang Zi had cut off his own path, which he hadn't expected. No wonder Elder Lin had such a bad attitude towards him at that time. It seemed Elder Lin had already seen that Dongfang Zi had no future. Dongfang Zi could have become a god, but he forcibly interrupted the baptism of the Lost Star River, keeping himself at the minor god realm. It was like picking up sesame seeds and losing a watermelon, sacrificing the big for the small. Lin Moya nodded slightly. I won't do such a foolish thing. The heavenly saint said slowly, cultivation has always been a step-by-step process. Only by solidifying each step can you go higher and further. Lin Moya listened to the experiences of the saints and remembered them well. The killing saint's speed was incredibly fast, not slower than the space rules. In just an hour, they had reached the center of the dark void. We're here. The killing saint stopped. We can't get any closer, or it will sense us. At this moment, they were still 1,000,000 kilometers away from the ancient invader. 1,000,000 kilometers was just a step away for the saints. Here, Lin Moya could already see the ancient invader and the giant beast at its feet. The heavenly saint's body shone with golden light, and a light ball appeared in his hand. The light ball was like a small star, hot and glowing. The light ball gradually dimmed after leaving the heavenly saint, eventually turning into a small golden ball. Take this, it will keep you safe. The heavenly saint was very confident. Lin Moya took the golden ball. Be careful, seniors. The house saint responded with a hum. I'll go first. As he spoke, he crushed a drop of myriad-colored water, merging it with his right palm. Lin Moya saw an ancient symbol appear on his right palm. In the next step, the house saint took a step forward, appearing in front of the ancient invader as if teleporting. He struck with his palm, and the ancient symbol shone brightly. Lin Moya felt the entire dark void tremble, and the rules of the vast starry sky changed. With his soul eye, Lin Moya saw all the law lines in that area break. The area covered by the ancient symbol had become a world of rules. What rules does the house saint control? Lin Moya murmured. Although he had been with the house saint for a long time, he never knew what rules the house saint controlled. As if hearing Lin Moya's words, the heavenly saint smiled. He controls the virtual realm rules. Virtual realm rules? Lin Moya's memory churned, and he immediately thought of a type of law. Virtual Realm Laws. One of the first-tier laws, a rare and peculiar law. There was very little information about the Virtual Realm Laws, and Lin Moya didn't know the details. But being in the first tier, the Virtual Realm Laws must be strong. The House Saint comprehended the Virtual Realm Laws, and upon reaching the other shore, the Virtual Realm Laws sublimated into Virtual Realm Rules, making him incredibly powerful. The ancient symbol descended mightily, dispersing other laws. The ancient invader didn't move, either stunned or unable to move. However, the giant beast at its feet moved. The beast roared, its massive body trembling, and its eye shot out two red beams directly at the ancient symbol. The ancient symbol shone brightly, confronting the red beams for half a second before shattering them and continuing to descend. The beast's tail suddenly lashed out, sweeping across the starry sky and striking the ancient symbol. Lin Moya clearly saw dense black energy on its tail. This strike contained extremely powerful dark energy. The ancient symbol and the tail collided, shattering the space on the spot. Space turbulence raged in the starry sky, and the beast's tail shattered, bleeding profusely, revealing bones and flesh. But the ancient symbol also shattered in the collision. The House Saint raised his left palm and struck again. Virtual Realm, open. Lin Moya felt a buzzing in his head, momentarily losing his senses. This state lasted for half a second before he recovered. He then saw the beast's eyes become dull, the red light dimming, as if it had fallen asleep. The Heavenly Saint explained, the House Saint dragged it into the virtual realm. It seems to be here, but it's actually detached from reality. The ancient invader, who had been sitting on the beast, finally moved, slowly opening his blood-red eyes. As he opened his eyes, a strong smell of blood filled the starry sky, and the dark power surged. The sword in his hand flew up on its own, slashing towards the House Saint. A blood-red sword energy cut through the starry sky, shattering the space. From all directions, countless dark forces pressed towards the House Saint. It's my turn. The Heavenly Saint snorted, stepping forward and instantly arriving beside the House Saint. His whole body shone with golden light, but the light didn't spread out, instead concentrating in front of him. The golden light turned into a large golden shield, blocking the blood-red sword energy. The golden shield and the blood-red sword energy clashed, producing a violent roar. The sound turned into substance, and the sword energy was instantly reflected back. The ancient invader swung his sword again, canceling out the reflected sword energy. At this moment, a shadow appeared beside him, and a seven-headed spear silently pierced his body. The killing saint moved, manipulating the shadow rules, his actions silent. For assassination, he was even stronger than the Shadow Clan. The seven-headed spear pierced the ancient invader's body but could only go an inch further. The killing saint shouted, and the power of the rules exploded. In the violent explosion, the killing saint retreated, disappearing instantly. A fist-sized hole was blown open at the wound from the seven-headed spear. Blood-red lines emerged, filling the hole instantly, and in the blink of an eye, the hole disappeared, and the wound healed. At this moment, the golden shield pressed down from the sky, shining brightly, illuminating the void. The dark power dissipated under the golden light. The golden shield crushed the space and the dark power, seemingly about to crush the ancient invader as well. Seeing this, Lin Moya suddenly thought of another law. The Golden Law. Chapter 1754. Chapter 1754, 1754. Chapter 1754, Saint vs. Ancient Invader. The Golden Rule also belongs to the first tier. Lin Moya thought to himself, as expected, he is severely injured, with only 1/10 of his strength remaining. He knew that the realm of the ancient invader was actually higher than that of the three saints. However, due to his severe injuries, he could only be on par with the saints now. Space twisted, and the killing saint reappeared. This time, his target was the other shore realm beast. The seven-headed spear struck out, each head glowing with various colors, clearly enhanced by the myriad-colored water. The other shore realm beast, dragged into the virtual realm, had no reaction and was directly pierced by the seven-headed spear. The shadow rules, combined with the amplification from the myriad-colored water, made the attack incredibly powerful. Moreover, Lin Moya sensed the power of belief, which provided a second amplification. With a loud explosion, the other shore realm beast was blown apart, its body shattered into pieces. However, the killing saint did not stop there. He took out another drop of myriad-colored water and enhanced the seven-headed spear again. He appeared below the beast's head and stabbed it. Boom! The beast's head exploded on the spot. The House Saint snorted lightly, and the starry sky trembled again, as if the virtual and real worlds overlapped. The virtual realm disappeared, and the beast returned. But the returning beast had no body left. Lin Moya saw a lonely soul, lost and confused in the starry sky. The killing saint had been waiting for this moment, and the seven-headed spear pierced the soul. The other shore realm beast was completely dead. The starry sky was filled with the beast's flesh and blood. The beast was so huge that its flesh and blood could fill half a star. Without his mount, the ancient invader finally stood up. He spread his hands and clenched them tightly. In an instant, all the flesh and blood withered, and the blood turned into bloodlines, flying into his body. His previously dry body became full again, and his aura surged. The three saints' eyes flickered, realizing that something was wrong. The ancient invader looked at the three saints with his blood-red eyes, shaking his head slowly. "3 of you came, more than I expected. The blood and energy of the gods are too little, but the saints are not bad. By devouring the 3 of you, my power can be restored to 1/10. Your world should not have a supreme, right?" His voice was filled with cruelty and cunning, looking at the three saints like a hunter looking at his prey. As for Lin Moya, he was completely ignored. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. This guy was a supreme, and everything he did was to attract the saints. What he truly wanted to devour was not the blood and flesh of the gods, but that of the other shore realm and the saints. The next second, Lin Moya realized something was wrong. The ancient invader seemed strong but was actually weak. A skeleton appeared beside Lin Moya, and he switched to the undead vision. Sure enough, his soul is more than 2/3 damaged. Now he is actually at the end of his strength and won't last long. Through the undead eye, Lin Moya saw the ancient invader's soul. His soul was severely damaged, full of holes, and only a remnant remained. Moreover, his remnant soul was still deteriorating. Lin Moya was shocked. His soul injury is worsening, so he had to come out. If he can't heal his injury soon, he will die. I don't know what method he used to survive from ancient times to the present, but he has finally reached his limit. At this moment, the three saints' faces were also not looking good. They could feel the opponent's power more deeply than Lin Moya. Although they were all using rules, the opponent's power level was clearly higher than theirs. They now knew they had been tricked. No matter how much godly flesh and blood there was, it was not enough to restore a Supreme's former strength. What the opponent truly needed was the blood and flesh of the other shore realm and the saints. At this moment, Lin Moya's voice came, "He is deceiving you. His soul injury is severe and worsening. He won't last long." The three saints heard Lin Moya's voice, exchanged glances, and the house saint shouted, "Attack!" The ancient invader looked at Lin Moya angrily and snorted heavily. An invisible force swept through the starry sky, but Lin Moya was not flustered. The bone hell opened instantly, blocking in front of him. The bone hell collapsed without suspense, but the golden ball in Lin Moya's hand shone brightly, forming a golden light that firmly protected him. Lin Moya smiled. His goal was achieved. The bone hell was attacked, marking the ancient invader. The starry sky was filled with the remains of the other shore realm beast. Although the flesh and blood had disappeared, the remains were still there. Virtual realm, open. The sound of the heavens echoed again, and the ancient invader was momentarily lost. The virtual realm rules surged, trying to pull his soul into the virtual realm. In the undead vision, Lin Moya clearly saw his soul being pulled, almost breaking. The house saint's attack was like pouring salt on his wound. The ancient invader cried out in pain, his whole body covered in blood, and countless bloodlines emerged from his soul. The bloodlines formed a blood robe, covering his soul, preventing it from entering the virtual realm. A golden sword appeared above the heavenly saint's head, shining with golden flames, setting the entire starry sky ablaze with golden fire. This sword is a treasure of the other shore realm. Lin Moya saw that the sword the heavenly saint had summoned was extraordinarily powerful. At the same time, 5 drops of myriad-colored water flew out, merging into the golden sword. The power of belief followed, making the golden sword even more dazzling. Slash! The voice echoed through the starry sky, and the sword's momentum fell, shattering the star river and collapsing the rules. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers of the starry sky were completely destroyed at this moment. This sword was too powerful. The ancient invader was engulfed in flames, unable to move, and had to endure the sword. He also swung his long sword, and a dense blood-red light shot up, clashing with the golden sword. With a loud explosion, Lin Moya was knocked back by the terrifying force, temporarily deafened, unable to hear anything. The world had turned golden. If it weren't for the golden ball protecting him, Lin Moya knew he would have died. Even with the talent to resurrect, it would be useless, as he would die again instantly, able to die many times. The skeleton beside him was the best example, dying instantly, resurrecting, and dying again. A scream echoed, the voice of the ancient invader. The golden world disappeared, and vision returned. Lin Moya saw the killing saint's 7-headed spear had pierced the opponent's neck. The 7-headed spear glowed with myriad colors, enhanced by the myriad-colored water, making it incredibly sharp. "Did you really think I couldn't pierce you? Explode!" The killing saint roared, and the shadow rules exploded. But this time, it didn't shatter the ancient invader's body. Countless bloodlines surged up, entangling the 7-headed spear. "Old Shah, retreat quickly!" The house saint shouted urgently. In the next moment, the killing saint disappeared without a trace, abandoning the 7-headed spear. The 7-headed spear was now covered in blood-red lines, quickly melting. If he had been a moment later, the bloodlines would have entangled him. The house saint pressed down with his right palm, and the ancient symbol shone brightly, suppressing down. Chapter 1755. Chapter 1755, 1755. Chapter 1755, Bluffing, falling right into the trap. This battle was the most thrilling one Lin Moya had ever experienced. Compared to this, all previous battles seemed like child's play. The three saints used all their means, shattering the starry sky and obliterating the laws. The power of the rules swept across millions of miles of the starry sky, turning everything in it to dust. Lin Moya barely managed to watch the battle with the golden ball given by the heavenly saint. The house saint, who mastered the virtual realm rules, repeatedly tried to drag the ancient invader into the virtual realm. Although he never succeeded, he caused great distress to the invader's soul, severely disrupting his actions. The heavenly saint's golden rules were extremely fierce. A golden sword of the other shore realm slashed through stars and shattered the universe, posing the greatest threat to the ancient invader. The killing saint was elusive, seemingly having an endless supply of 7-headed spears, using one after another. Each strike caused damage, but the damage was not significant enough. The starry sky had been completely destroyed, collapsing again and again, with energy turbulence everywhere. The ancient invader manipulated the bloodline energy, fighting fiercely with the three saints. Although he seemed to be at a slight disadvantage, truly defeating him was not easy. The bloodline energy from the Black Blood Great Realm was extremely strange and elusive. With the long sword in his hand, he could even cut through the rules. Moreover, the ancient invader's physical body was terrifyingly strong. If the killing saint didn't use the myriad-colored water, the seven-headed spear wouldn't even be able to pierce his body. His physical body is strong, and his power is strange. The strong ones from the Black Blood Great Realm are indeed terrifying. In the past, it took supreme beings to deal with such strong ones, but now, there are no supremes in the Great World. If he recovers, the Great World will be in trouble. Lin Moyo had already seen that the power of the Black Blood Great Realm was incompatible with the Great World. The strong ones from the Black Blood Great Realm could devour the blood and flesh of living beings to recover and enhance themselves. Such an existence could not be allowed to live. The saints did not want to kill him but wanted to capture him to obtain information from ancient times. Ancient information was clearly very important to the saints, but Lin Moyo had a different idea. If such an existence could not be killed, it would be a great future threat. Lin Moyo held a piece of flesh in his hand, which came from the other shore realm beast. He knew he only had one chance. The battle became more intense, with the three saints using all their means, coordinating perfectly, giving the ancient invader no chance. After a period of strong aura, the ancient invader's aura finally began to weaken. The three saints were overjoyed and intensified their attacks. The ancient invader tried to break through several times but failed each time. The killing saint firmly restrained him, and the heavenly saint's golden rules ignited a golden sea of fire, trapping him like a cage. The ancient invader's aura weakened, and the situation became increasingly favorable for the three saints. "You underestimated me." The ancient invader snorted coldly, and a blood-red pill appeared in his hand. After hesitating for half a second, the ancient invader swallowed the pill. In an instant, his blood and energy surged, and blood-red energy shot into the sky. His power became even stronger than before. "He wants to escape, stop him. Old Shah, do it." The heavenly saint and the house saint shouted in unison. The killing saint laughed, "I've been ready for this." "Want to escape? No way. Shadow prison." The sound of the heavens echoed, and the starry sky within 100,000 miles instantly solidified. Space, laws, rules, everything was solidified at this moment. The ancient invader's movements slowed down instantly. Shadows appeared in the starry sky, gray and very peculiar. One of the huge shadows came from the ancient invader. The killing saint stepped on the ancient invader's shadow and drew a prison around it. The shadow was stepped on by the killing saint, making the ancient invader's body stiff and unable to move. As the prison was drawn, the control became even more severe. The shadow rules directly controlled the shadow. At this moment, the heavenly saint threw out a large net, a golden net, also a treasure of the other shore realm. The net expanded instantly, large enough to cover stars, and fell on the ancient invader. Virtual realm, open. The house saint once again tried to drag the ancient invader into the virtual realm. With three-pronged attacks, the ancient invader had no chance. In the blink of an eye, the ancient invader was firmly controlled. Lin Moyu, using the undead vision, noticed something wrong. After swallowing the pill, the ancient invader's aura seemed to surge, but his combat power did not actually increase. The pill seemed to be a temporary power-boosting pill with significant side effects, otherwise, he wouldn't have hesitated before swallowing it. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. In the undead vision, countless bloodlines suddenly rose in his soul. The originally broken soul seemed to heal at this moment. Then the entire soul flame turned blood-red. The undead vision could only see gray, but through the depth of the gray, Lin Moya concluded that his entire soul world had turned blood-red. The ancient invader's eyes turned red. "Humph, you are quite good, but saints are still saints, far from being truly powerful. You have no idea what true power is. After devouring you, I will destroy this world." Dark Blood Realm, open. In an instant, countless dark forces surged from all directions like a tidal wave. Blood-red light blossomed from the ancient invader, forming a blood-red world. The starry sky was shrouded in blood-red, forming a large sphere with a diameter of over 1,000,000 kilometers. Outside was thick dark power, and inside was a mix of dark and blood-red forces. The golden light of the golden rules was covered, and the shadows disappeared. The killing saint shouted, he broke free from the prison. Then a rumbling sound echoed, and blood-red sword energy flew everywhere. The heavenly saint also shouted, he broke through the golden net. In the dark blood realm, everything was blood-red, and nothing could be seen. The three saints immediately retreated, trying to leave this world. But they found that the world was already sealed, and the dark power at the edge blocked them. The house saint activated an ancient talisman, trying to break the dark blood realm. The dark blood realm shook violently but did not break. The three saints gathered together, and the heavenly saint set up defenses, raising several shields to guard against any possible attacks. Lin Moyu, using the undead vision, closely watched the battlefield. After activating the dark blood realm, the ancient invader's soul world became empty, and his soul was more broken than before. He still wants to escape. The ancient invader had no intention of attacking the saints. He was bluffing. His real goal was to escape. He was hard to kill, and so were the saints. So this choice seemed right. Suddenly, the ancient invader's soul flame rapidly enlarged in the vision. He's coming for me. Lin Moyu was also in the dark blood realm. Normally, he wouldn't see anything, but with the undead vision, he could see the invader's soul. Seeing the ancient invader rushing towards him, Lin Moya knew he wanted to kill him before escaping. After all, he was just a god king, pathetically weak. But this was exactly what Lin Moya wanted. The myriad-colored water flew out, hundreds of drops at once. All the belief power accumulated over these days was also used, leaving none behind. Stellar level spell, Corpse Explosion. Chapter 1756. Chapter 1756, 1756. Chapter 1756, Dead people are more reliable than living ones. The ancient invader was very strong, surpassing the saints. If only one saint had come this time, the outcome would have been as the ancient invader had planned. The saint would have been devoured, and their flesh and blood would have become nourishment for his recovery. But now, facing 3 saints, the ancient invader could only flee. However, he did not intend to leave without killing someone as insignificant as Lin Moyo. The myriad-colored water emitted various colors, becoming the only bright spot in the blood-red world. The blood-red world could not suppress the brilliance of the myriad-colored water. 100 drops of myriad-colored water turned into bubbles, and at the same time, Lin Moya's remaining belief power was also exhausted. The ancient invader saw this insignificant god king raise his finger and point at him. He can see me. This was his last thought. Boom! A violent explosion rushed into his head, shaking his soul. The soul world shattered in the explosion, and his soul was washed by terrifying energy. His thoughts stopped at this moment, falling into eternal darkness. In the violent roar, the dark blood realm shattered. Lin Moya regained his vision and saw the situation in front of him. A corpse, blown to pieces, floated quietly in front of him. The ancient invader was blown to death. 100 drops of myriad-colored water, combined with belief power, and the explosion of the other shore realm beast's corpse. Lin Moya didn't know how many times the power was amplified, but this strike's power definitely exceeded that of a saint. If the ancient invader had chosen another direction to escape, Lin Moya might not have been able to do anything to him. But he chose to escape towards Lin Moya, which could only be said to be his destined calamity. From ancient times to now, he had been lingering on, but before he could recover his former glory, he died at Lin Moya's hands. What a pitiful end! The 3 saints appeared in front of Lin Moya simultaneously. The killing saint exclaimed, "He's dead." Lin Moya nodded slightly, as it was obvious. The killing saint shouted again, "You killed him." Lin Moya nodded again, as it was also obvious. The killing saint wanted to say more, but the house saint interrupted him. "Lin, did you detonate the other shore realm beast's corpse?" Among the 3, only the house saint knew some of Lin Moya's spells. He knew that Lin Moya had a spell that ignored the gap in realms, and the stronger the corpse, the greater the power. Using the other shore realm beast's corpse, combined with 100 drops of myriad-colored water and belief power, it was indeed possible to kill the ancient invader. But thinking about it, it still seemed a bit insufficient. But the fact was right in front of them, so they had to believe it. The house saint didn't know that Lin Moya's talent could amplify spells. A 400-fold amplification might not be as good as the myriad-colored water, but it wasn't far off. This kind of amplification, the stronger the corpse, the more terrifying the amplification. So under these conditions, killing the already severely injured ancient invader was not impossible. The killing saint said, "What are you guys talking about?" Lin Moyo explained his spell, and the killing saint's eyes widened, showing an exaggerated expression. "You mean, if you have a saint's corpse, you can kill me in an instant?" Lin Moya didn't answer directly, but the answer was clear. Yes, he could. The killing saint muttered in shock, "Such a perverse spell exists." The heavenly saint was also shocked by Lin Moya's spell, but he wasn't as exaggerated as the killing saint. He looked at the ancient invader's corpse and sighed. "What a pity, we wanted to get some ancient information from him." Lin Moyo had already guessed the saint's thoughts and said, "Actually, it's better that he's dead. If he were alive, there might be trouble, and dead people don't lie." Dead people don't lie? That sounded strange. The killing saint didn't understand. Isn't it that dead people don't talk? He was straightforward and asked directly when he didn't understand. The house saint chuckled. "Lin has another spell that can revive the dead and turn them into his subordinates. Then he can ask whatever he wants." The killing saint's shock reappeared, even more exaggerated than before. "Really? Such a spell exists?" Lin Moya nodded. "It's not a complete revival, but a different form of revival with a time limit. Once the time is up, they will die again. And with my current ability, I can't revive him. He would break free from my control." The house saint asked, "Lin, at what realm do you think you can fully control him?" Lin Moya thought for a moment. "At least when I reach the other shore realm, and to be safe, it's best to wait until I reach the saint realm." The experience in the Tulu realm was still fresh in his memory. The revived beings were not under his control at all. Those beings were all at the other shore realm. Lin Moya felt that when he reached the God-sovereign realm, he would be able to control the other shore realm beings. In other words, the revival spell could control beings one realm higher than himself. So when he reached the other shore realm, he could control supremes. Saints also belonged to the other shore realm, just with a different name, under the same major realm. But to be safe, it was better to wait until he reached the saint realm. After all, there was only one chance, and the opponent came from the Black Blood Great Realm. It was uncertain whether his spell could revive him. Based on the experience in the Tulu realm, it should be possible. The house saint looked at Lin Moyo. "We are all waiting for the day you become a saint. When Lin Moyo becomes a saint, perhaps the mysteries of ancient times can be unraveled." Lin Moya smiled slightly. "I will work hard. I also want to know what happened in ancient times." The house saint waved his hand and collected the ancient invader's corpse but did not take the long sword left behind. He looked at Lin Moyo. "If I remember correctly, you need a good sword." Lin Moya smiled. "Yes. Then take this one. Let the heavenly saint modify it for you." The house saint decided for the heavenly saint. The heavenly saint had no objections. He touched the long sword. The long sword hummed softly, gradually covered with a layer of golden light. 10 minutes later, the originally dark red long sword turned into a golden sword. It looked very flashy, like something a nouveau riche would use. The heavenly saint said, "This sword comes from the Black Blood Great Realm and contains a trace of its power, which is useless to us. But it is extremely sturdy. Even we find it hard to destroy. I have infused it with the golden rules and sealed the power of the Black Blood Great Realm. Its grade is about high-level God Sovereign, but its sturdiness far exceeds that. When you use it, you can also unleash a trace of the golden rules power. This sword can be used for both offense and defense, making it quite good." Lin Moya was delighted. A high-level God Sovereign treasure. Being able to wield the golden rules, it was strong in both offense and defense. More importantly, it was sturdy enough, so he wouldn't have to borrow swords from the skeleton god general every time. Taking his subordinate's sword too many times was a bit embarrassing, wasn't it? Lin Moya smiled. "Thank you, Saint." The heavenly saint waved his hand. "Compared to what you've done, this is nothing. Just the ancient well of ancestral water Lin Moya gave was of immeasurable value. Giving his sword was nothing in comparison." The house saint said, "If you have any other requests, feel free to ask. We will try to fulfill them." Lin Moya looked at the killing saint. "Could you please take me to the Vermilion Bird battlefield? I need to find Senior Zhu Kaiwu." Chapter 1757. Chapter 1757, 1757. Chapter 1757. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? In the dark void, the speed of the killing saint was faster than the star domain teleportation array. Lin Moya only took half a day to rush out of the dark void. The path chosen by the killing saint did not pass through the White Tiger star domain. Instead, it directly bypassed the central Divine City star domain and went straight to the Vermilion Bird star domain. From there, he used the teleportation array of the Vermilion Bird star domain to head to the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Even after leaving the dark void, the speed of the killing saint was still astonishing, not slower than the teleportation array. He didn't even need to rely on flying artifacts, just using the shadow rules to move through the dark areas along the way. 2 days later, Lin Moya arrived at the Vermilion Bird star domain. After sending Lin Moya to the Vermilion Bird star domain, the killing saint turned and left, reminding him to focus on his cultivation and not get distracted. Clearly, the saints were very concerned about ancient matters. Feeling the familiar 127 aura, Lin Moya's memories surged. He remembered when he had just left the small world. It seemed like yesterday. At that time, he was only at the super god level, not even a true god, but in the blink of an eye, he had become a god king. He had killed many god kings and quite a few god lords, transforming from an unknown youth into a genius praised by the world. All the changes seemed to have happened yesterday. He thought of Gu Qingxian, a pure and elegant woman. As a direct disciple of a god lord, she had her own pride. With good aptitude and steady cultivation, she dreamed of entering the Divine City. With Gu Qingxuan's ability, entering the Divine City was inevitable, just a matter of time. He also thought of Ren Shang, one of his friends, who was straightforward but a bit silly. When this is over, I can come back and have a drink with Ren Shang. As for Gu Qingxian, whether we meet again depends on fate. Lin Moya was calm and did not force anything. If it was meant to be, they would meet again. The teleportation array activated, and after several transfers, Lin Moya returned to the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Each battlefield had its unique aura, and the aura of the Black Tortoise battlefield was completely different from that of the Vermilion Bird battlefield. The familiar aura brought back memories. Here, he had grown from a true god to a god king, going through a very important stage. In this place, Zhu Kaiwo had helped him a lot. To Lin Moya, Zhu Kaiwo was not just a respected senior but also half a teacher. Without Zhu Kaiwo, his cultivation would not have been so smooth. To repay the favor, Lin Moya, upon obtaining the inheritance of the star fragmentation rule, immediately thought of finding Zhu Kaiwo, without even considering returning to the Divine City. Following the markers, the first fortress of the Vermilion Bird battlefield came into view. Entering the fortress, Lin Moya received a battlefield token again. Holding the familiar token, Lin Moya sent a message to Zhu Kaiwo, informing him of his arrival. After waiting for a few minutes without a response, Lin Moya was a bit surprised. Zhu Kaiwo should have received his message, and he had said he wouldn't leave the battlefield temporarily. Even if he left, as long as there was the Human Emperor network, he should have received the message and at least informed him. After waiting a few more minutes, Lin Moya sent another message. This time, he quickly received a response and immediately headed to the trading center. Familiar with the place, Lin Moya entered the backyard of the trading center and saw the familiar pavilion. In the pavilion, Yuju was sitting gracefully. The familiar person, familiar tea, and familiar setup, everything was unchanged. The scene was so familiar, as if time had turned back to a few years ago, overlapping with his memories. However, not everything was the same. Yuju's eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement, her smile radiant. "Captain, you're finally back. Did you miss me?" Yuju was still as beautiful as ever, with no trace of time on her. Since that mission, Yuju had always called Lin Moya captain, and it never changed. Lin Moya took a sip of tea, still the refreshing and sweet iced tea of the Ice Clan. "I had some matters to attend to." Yuju rolled her eyes at Lin Moya. "Captain, that's not nice." "Just telling the truth," Lin Moya said straightforwardly, fully displaying his blunt nature. Yuju snorted. "Captain, can't you say something nice, like you missed me?" Lin Moya threw the question back at Yuju. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Yuju tilted her head, thinking for a moment, then smiled. "I want to hear both the truth and the lie, as long as it's something nice." Lin Moya chuckled. "The truth is, I did have some matters to attend to and came to find Senior Zhu Kaiwu, but I also wanted to see you." Yuju's smile brightened. "Whether you missed me or not doesn't matter, as long as you remember me." Lin Moya smiled. "I won't forget. After all, we are comrades." Yuju poured more tea for Lin Moyo. Captain, are you looking for Zhu Kaiwu? Lin Moyo nodded. I sent a message but got no reply. Senior Zhu Kaiwu should still be in the battlefield. Do you have any specific information? Yuju shook her head. For someone of Zhu Kaiwu's level, his whereabouts are usually kept secret by the military. It's hard for us to find out. But a few months ago, we received news that Senior Zhu left the 10th fortress. I'll check if there's any latest information. Yuju connected to the Human Emperor network, searching for the latest news. The Yu family had its own intelligence system, which seemed to be connected to the Su family. After all, both families had ancestors at the other shore level, so sharing intelligence was normal. A few minutes later, Yuju left the Human Emperor network. There is news, but it's from a month ago. Senior Zhu left the 10th fortress 9 months ago and has been appearing in various areas, killing godlords of different races. In just 8 months, he has killed over 300 godlords, including 50 high-level godlords. A month ago, Senior Zhu was last seen in the 10th war zone, then disappeared. Lin Moyo listened to the intelligence and began to ponder. Why did Zhu Kaiwu suddenly start killing so many godlords? With Zhu Kaiwu's strength, killing godlords wasn't difficult, but why didn't he do it before and only started now? Lin Moyo recalled what Zhu Kaiwu had said before, that he had something important to do. This was said when he was halfway to the other shore. Lin Moyo also remembered what happened shortly after Zhu Kaiwu arrived at the battlefield. A strong enemy from another race had killed many human godlords until they encountered Zhu Kaiwu, who repelled them. That battle was famous, and the enemy godlord was very powerful, killing several high-level human godlords. Zhu Kaiwu had mentioned that although he repelled the enemy, he was also injured. Connecting the dots, Lin Moyo roughly guessed what Zhu Kaiwu had been doing these past months. Lin Moyo had some understanding but wasn't entirely sure. Would the military know more? Yuju nodded. They should. Do you want me to ask? Lin Moyo shook his head. No need, I'll ask myself. After I'm done, I'll come back for tea and to sell some things. Chapter 1758. Chapter 1758, 1758. Chapter 1758, using killing as a guide, paving the way with blood. Leaving the trading center, Lin Moyo sent a message to Kuyu and Jun, saying he had something to discuss. At the same time, Lin Moyo headed towards the teleportation array. Kuyu and Jun quickly responded and immediately came over. He did not dare to neglect Lin Moyo. As a Legion commander, the information he received far exceeded that of others. Not to mention Lin Moyo's relationship with Zhu Kaiwu, his own disciple also relied on Lin Moyo for treatment. Even the things Lin Moyo did after leaving the battlefield occasionally reached his ears. For whatever reason, he could not afford to neglect such a super genius as Lin Moyo. Just as Lin Moyo arrived at the teleportation array, Kuyu and Jun also arrived. Upon seeing Lin Moyo, Kuyu and Jun's body trembled slightly. For some reason, he felt a powerful pressure emanating from Lin Moyo. Although Lin Moyo was just a god king, he felt stronger than a god sovereign. This was his intuition as a soldier. Lin Moyo got straight to the point. Commander Ke, do you know where Senior Zhu has gone? Kuyu and Jun's face changed. Are you here to find Commander Zhu? Lin Moyo nodded. I can't reach Senior Zhu. I heard some information from the Yu family, but I don't know the details. Kuyu and Jun said, let's go to Fortress number 10. I'll explain in detail when we get there. As he spoke, Kuyu and Jun took out his battlefield token and quickly operated it, granting Lin Moyo access to Fortress number 10. Fortress number 10 was not a place one could go to at will, it required the appropriate permissions. The two activated the teleportation array and headed towards Fortress number 10. As countless streams of light passed by, Lin Moyo's face grew somber while standing in the teleportation array's passage. Although Kuyu and Jun hadn't said anything, his reaction made Lin Moyo feel uneasy. If there was nothing wrong, Kuyu and Jun could have just said so directly. There was no need for such secrecy. The two remained silent along the way, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Kuyu and Jun originally wanted to chat with Lin Moyo to get closer, but seeing Lin Moyo's serious expression, he wisely kept his mouth shut. The teleportation ended in silence, and the two arrived at Fortress number 10. A middle-aged man in a white robe was already waiting in front of the teleportation array. Kuyu and Jun immediately introduced, this is Commander Murong Tua of Fortress number 10. Lin Moyo slightly bowed, greetings, Commander Murong. Could you tell me what has happened? Murong Tua had already received the information from Kuyu and Jun and knew that Lin Moyo had a special relationship with Zhu Kaiwu. Moreover, Lin Moyo was an honored soldier with the rank of captain, so he did not hide anything. Commander Zhu has gone to the core area of the battlefield. Lin Moyo frowned. Why did Senior Zhu go there? Murong Tua asked, Captain Lin, have you heard of the blood path to the other shore? Lin Moyo was slightly taken aback. I have not. Murong Tua explained to Lin Moyo what the blood path to the other shore was. To reach the other shore, one must use killing as a guide and pave the way with blood. Among the beings at the other shore realm, there is an unwritten rule that they cannot easily take action. Therefore, on the surface, god sovereigns appear to be the strongest force. Most people don't even know about the existence of the other shore realm. However, individuals like Zhu Kaiwu, who have one foot in the other shore realm, surpass god sovereigns but are not true beings of the other shore, are not restricted. As long as they don't invade others' territories, beings at the other shore realm from other races won't interfere in battlefield matters. Thus, when such individuals appear, they seize the opportunity to kill god sovereigns from other races. They call this the blood path to the other shore, using the blood of their enemies to pave their way to the other shore, creating a path to the heavens. 1,000 years ago, shortly after Zhu Kaiwu arrived on the battlefield, he encountered such an individual. It was a peak god sovereign from the demon race, with one foot in the other shore realm, causing great destruction. Dozens of god sovereigns from the human race were killed, including several high-level god sovereigns. Eventually, he found Zhu Kaiwu and tried to kill him. After a fierce battle, Zhu Kaiwu repelled him but was severely injured, taking hundreds of years to recover. This battle was neither a clear victory nor defeat, but Zhu Kaiwu claimed he did not lose. 1,000 years later, it is now Zhu Kaiwu's turn to tread the blood path to the other shore. In recent months, Zhu Kaiwu has been moving across various battlefield areas, killing one god sovereign after another. This time, he went to the core area of Zone 10 because of intelligence that several peak god sovereigns from various races had joined forces to counterattack Zhu Kaiwu, trying to prevent him from reaching the other shore. No matter which race, even those without enmity with the human race, they do not want another being at the other shore realm to emerge from the human race. Just because there is no enmity now doesn't mean there won't be in the future. After hearing Mirong Tua's explanation, Lin Moyo asked, "Commander Mirong, do you know where this intelligence came from?" Mirong Tua thought for a moment. Commander Zhu didn't say, but he mentioned it was from someone named Old Su. Old Su, the Su family. Lin Moyo understood that this intelligence came from the Su family. Zhu Kaiwu, being from the Divine City, having connections with the Su family was normal. The Su family is one of the largest intelligence families in the human race, alongside the Yu family. Many of the Yu family's messages also come from the Su family. Just look at the Guanxi Hall in the Divine City. After receiving the intelligence from the Su family, Zhu Kaiwu would naturally not doubt its authenticity and went there. He has been gone for a month without returning, indicating something might have gone wrong. Whether alive or dead, Lin Moyo decided to see for himself. But before going, he needed to make some preparations. To deal with peak god sovereigns, he needed to be well prepared. He immediately activated the teleportation array and returned to Fortress Number 1. Communicating with the Human Emperor Network, he said, "Open the military supply warehouse." He still had 3 military supply points and 16 contribution points. With his current realm, he could exchange for most God King level items. Adding contribution points, he could even exchange for God Sovereign level items. The Human Emperor Network prompted, "Opening the military supply warehouse requires 1 military supply point. This action cannot be undone. Please confirm." Open. Lin Moyo confirmed with his thoughts. Opening the military supply warehouse. 1 military supply point has been deducted. A massive warehouse appeared before Lin Moyo, with the starry sky as the background. All treasures were placed in the starry sky, like stars. Each treasure had a name. After making a selection, detailed information about the treasure, including its level, use, and method of use, would be provided. This was Lin Moyo's second time opening the military supply warehouse, so he was familiar with the scene and knew what he needed. He quickly scanned the God King level treasures and then ignored them. He spoke loudly, "Consume 4 contribution points." The Human Emperor Network prompted again, "Your realm is God King. The maximum exchange level is high-level God Sovereign. Opening the exchange requires 3 contribution points. Confirm to use 4 contribution points?" Lin Moyo wasn't foolish and immediately said, "Consume 3 contribution points." Consuming 3 contribution points. This action cannot be undone. Please confirm. Consume. With his confirmation, 3 contribution points were deducted. The God King level treasures rippled like water and then disappeared. New treasures appeared, exuding powerful auras. Chapter 1759. Chapter 1759, 1759. Chapter 1759, Prepare weapons, prepare to kill. Using 3 contribution points, Lin Moyo directly upgraded to the level of treasures. The treasures at the God Sovereign realm are extremely powerful and rare, with many restrictions. With his God King realm cultivation, using 1 contribution point, he could directly see low-level God Sovereign treasures and materials. For example, the Faith Mirror type of treasure belongs to the low-level God Sovereign realm. Using 2 contribution points, he could see mid-level God Sovereign treasures and materials. Using 3 contribution points, he could see high-level God Sovereign treasures and materials. A faint and chaotic sound reached his ears. It was the sound of the artifact spirits discussing among themselves, but it seemed to be restricted, so their voices were very light. While Lin Moyo was examining the treasures, the artifact spirits were also examining Lin Moyo. With the improvement of his strength and realm, Lin Moyo's knowledge had far surpassed before. At this moment, he clearly realized that he was in a state between reality and illusion. The military supply warehouse actually existed, and what he saw was real, but he himself was virtual. The artifact spirits in the military supply warehouse could see him, and he could see them, but he couldn't touch them. This feeling was very strange. Each item had a corresponding description. Lin Moyo skipped all the treasures. These treasures were of no use to him. For soul attacks, he had the soul shooting bow. For regular treasures, he had the golden sword. For transportation, he had the golden eagle God Sovereign mount. Lin Moyo was very wealthy, surpassing most God Sovereigns, so he didn't need to exchange for treasures. This time, he opened the military supply warehouse to exchange for materials. There were too many items in the warehouse, so Lin Moyo didn't waste time looking for each one. Instead, he directly said, "Show me the corpses of starry sky beasts." The corpses of starry sky beasts are also a type of material. Now, what Lin Moyo could see were all high-level God Sovereign materials, at least high-level God Sovereign starry sky beast corpses. There are millions of types of starry sky beasts, and their corpses have various uses. Some 7th-level God Sovereign starry sky beasts, as materials, are even better than 9th-level God Sovereign starry sky beasts. However, Lin Moyo didn't care about these. He only looked at the level and vitality. most of the treasures in front of him disappeared, leaving only over 100 corpses. These corpses were complete, covered by space formations, looking small. But once they left the space formations, they would reveal their true forms and become very large. Lin Moyo immediately found the corpse he needed. Corpse of the Stellar Fire Vine. Realm Before Death, 9th level God Sovereign. Main use, its corpse is suitable for refining whip-type treasures and is the main material for the high-level God Sovereign treasure, the Sunfire Whip. Other uses, main material for refining the Blazing Fire Pill and auxiliary material for many fire attribute pills. Lin Moyo read the description and silently added, it's also a good material for corpse explosion. The reason he chose the corpse of the Stellar Fire Vine was simple, it was a plant-type 9th level God Sovereign Starry Sky Beast. At the same realm, plant-type starry sky beasts have the strongest vitality, which is common knowledge. The power of corpse explosion is closely related to the vitality of the corpse before death. The stronger the vitality, the more powerful the corpse explosion. After choosing the Stellar Fire Vine, Lin Moyo opened the military supply warehouse a second time, using another 3 contribution points to exchange for another 9th level God Sovereign Starry Sky Beast corpse. This time, he exchanged for a starry sky beast called the Sun Swallowing Beast, which also had strong vitality. With 3 military supply points, he had 1 point left. Lin Moyo didn't use it all. Out of 16 contribution points he used 6, leaving 10. Then he quietly waited. After the exchange was completed, he couldn't leave. The Human Emperor Network would deliver the exchanged items as quickly as possible. Lin Moyo waited in Fortress Number 1 for half a day. A warship flew directly over and delivered the items to Lin Moyo. The 2 corpses were placed in 2 storage treasures. With these 2 corpses, Lin Moyo felt confident. Even if he faced a peak God Sovereign, he could kill them instantly. Moreover, the 2 starry sky beast corpses were just the beginning. The peak God Sovereigns killed would become new weapons. Let's go. Lin Moyo didn't delay and activated the teleportation array again. After several transfers, half a day later, Lin Moyo returned to Fortress Number 10. Miran Tua and Commander Ku Yuanjun were still waiting, seemingly discussing something, both looking serious. After Lin Moyo returned, the 3 of them didn't waste any words and directly headed to the forward base. Miran Tua personally activated the teleportation array for Lin Moyo, sending him off. As a commander, he couldn't leave easily, especially when Zhu Kaiwa was not around. He had to stay in guard. Ku Yuanjun was the same. With his strength, going there would be sending himself to death, so there was no need. After Lin Moyo left through the teleportation array, Mirong Tua whispered, Captain Lin is a true genius. Ku Yuanjun naturally agreed with Mirong Tua but was also worried. But Captain Lin is just a god king. If even Commander Zhu is in danger, Captain Lin might also be in danger. Mirong Tua smiled mysteriously, some things are hard to say. According to the information from our family's ancestor, Captain Lin is on equal terms with those few in the Divine City. Ku Yuanjun couldn't believe it, those few? Are you joking? Mirong Tua shook his head, do you think I'm joking? If it weren't for this, why would I agree to let Captain Lin go? You know, there are at least peak god sovereigns over there, and not just one. Ku Yuanjun understood, so Captain Lin at least has the strength to contend with peak god sovereigns. Mirong Tua thought for a few seconds and then said uncertainly, according to the ancestor, Captain Lin should have a trump card, and he seems well prepared. Anyway, let's hope Captain Lin and Commander Zhu return safely. At this point, they could only hope for Lin Moyo and Zhu Kaiwa's safety. The teleportation ended, and Lin Moyo appeared in the dim starry sky. Using the faint starlight, Lin Moyo found the direction and summoned the Golden Eagle God Sovereign Mount, flying towards the core area. With space leaps, the speed quickly reached 100 million kilometers per second. Lin Moyo held a formation disc, which could sense Zhu Kaiwa's battlefield token within 1,000,000 kilometers. Time passed, and Lin Moyo activated the undead vision, searching for the target. Here, using soul flames as a guide was more effective than the undead eye of the other shore realm. As he got closer to the core area, soul flames appeared in his vision. Each soul flame represented a starry sky beast. The starry sky beasts were scattered in the starry sky, seemingly asleep. Through the soul flames, he could judge the strength of their owners, most of whom were first or second level god sovereigns. The closer to the core area, the stronger the starry sky beasts. Bang! It was as if he had hit an invisible wall. The Golden Eagle God Sovereign Mount suddenly braked, interrupting the space leap. Chapter 1760. Chapter 1760, 1760. Chapter 1760, Searching for a Needle in the Sea, so what? The space leap was interrupted, and Lin Moyo looked at the starry sky in front of him. The starry sky was sealed with something similar to a space-locking formation, causing the space leap to fail. Lin Moyo knew he was in the right direction. Zhu Kaiwa should be here. He had already entered the core area, and although he hadn't reached the central zone, he could feel the aura of the core area. His soul felt a slight burning sensation. In the core area, the soul of the divine beast Vermilion Bird was there, along with that egg. The starry sky was vast and expansive. The sealed space could extend beyond billions of kilometers, and it was a three-dimensional space. If there were hidden treasures or formations, finding Zhu Kaiwa in such a large space would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Lin Moyo believed that those guys, to deal with Zhu Kaiwa, would certainly prevent the human race from rescuing him. Hiding was a natural thing to do, and they might even block the battlefield token, making it impossible to find him using a search formation. However, what was a huge difficulty for others was not difficult for Lin Moyo. A massive number of skeletons appeared in the starry sky. To find Zhu Kaiwu as quickly as possible, Lin Moyo did not hold back and summoned 10 million skeleton god generals. The skeleton god generals turned into streams of light, flying in all directions. Lin Moyo stood still, waiting for the skeleton god general's messages. At the same time, he connected to the undead vision, searching for the target. One by one, starry sky beasts were discovered, and the skeleton god generals continuously sent messages. Lin Moyo switched to the undead vision, seeing clusters of soul flames. The closer he got to the core, the more starry sky beasts there were, and the stronger they became. However, these starry sky beasts were busy absorbing the energy of the vermilion bird and paid no attention to the passing skeleton god generals. It is said that starry sky beasts have territorial awareness, and any intruder would be attacked. But here, there was no such problem. Even if the skeleton god generals flew within 100 kilometers of the starry sky beasts, they had no reaction. It seemed that as long as you didn't disturb them, they wouldn't bother you. Apart from the constant burning sensation in his soul, as if there was the sound of flames burning, the entire starry sky was extremely quiet. Lin Moyo was very patient. He believed that Zhu Kaiwu was not so easy to kill and was most likely trapped somewhere. Half a day later, Lin Moyo had determined that the sealed area had a diameter of about 1 billion kilometers. The purpose of the space seal was to trap Zhu Kaiwu, preventing him from escaping. After all, Zhu Kaiwu had a special warship that could burst out with combat power comparable to the other shore realm in a short time and had astonishing speed. But everything has two sides. The space seal also exposed their location. Once the area was determined, the rest was simple. No matter what method was used to seal the space, the seal would spread from the center point outward. Now it was no exception. Lin Moyo just needed to find the center point of this area. The golden eagle god sovereign mount turned into a golden light and rushed forward. In just half an hour, Lin Moyo reached the center point of the seal. The center point was pitch black, with nothing there. This place was not far from the core area, and the nearby starry sky beasts had reached the 5th level of the god sovereign realm. They still had no reaction to Lin Moyo's arrival. The undead vision found nothing, so Lin Moyo activated the soul eye. The world in his eyes changed, and lines of laws appeared. The lines of laws were continuous, and without external interference, they would not change. The entire great world operated under the interweaving of the lines of laws. But at the center point, the lines of laws were twisted. Some lines were clearly disturbed by external forces, and their trajectories changed. At a fixed position, some lines were clearly disturbed by external forces, and their trajectories changed. At a fixed position, some lines of laws disappeared, as if passing through an invisible but real object, and then reappeared. This object had a diameter of about 1 meter. Finally found it. It really is an independent space. Lin Moyo said softly. In a three-dimensional spherical area with a diameter of 1 billion kilometers, finding an independent space with a diameter of only 1 meter was harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Now Lin Moyo had two options. One was to find a way to enter this independent space, and the other was to break it and let it return to the real world. Not knowing the situation inside the space, Lin Moyo naturally wouldn't rush in and take risks. He chose the simplest and most direct method: break it. A large number of skeleton god generals gathered from all directions, surrounding the 1 meter diameter area in layers. Then, white sword energy illuminated the dim starry sky. All the sword energy accurately fell within the 1 meter diameter area. The starry sky exploded, and brilliant light like a newborn star illuminated the starry sky. An invisible force, carrying violent spatial fluctuations, spread out like a tsunami. The silence was shattered, and many nearby starry sky beasts seemed to wake up and looked over. Their eyes were unfriendly, as if blaming Lin Moyo for disturbing them, and they also issued warnings. Lin Moyo ignored them. Like the starry sky beasts, as long as they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't bother them. If they attacked first, he wouldn't mind killing them, selling their flesh for money, and drinking wine. Lin Moyo stared closely at the center of the explosion. The independent space was shattered and was about to return to the real world. Figures and scenes trembled before his eyes, turning from illusion to reality. There are quite a few people. Lin Moyo saw no fewer than 10 people. In the undead vision, clusters of soul flames appeared, and a vast aura spread out. All were peak god sovereigns, and the starry sky trembled, seemingly unable to bear the pressure. Among the auras, Lin Moyo also felt a trace of the power of rules. It was a very weak power of rules, incomparable to the other shore realm, and even more so to the Saint realm. As the independent space merged with the real world, both people and scenes quickly enlarged, returning to normal. Lin Moyo stood thousands of miles away, quietly watching and searching for Zhu Kaiwu. Who is it? Looking for death. Amid the angry shouts, someone flew out of the independent space first, carrying a golden light. It was a god sovereign from the Golden Eagle clan, moving extremely fast, instantly entering the real world. He was greeted by the sword energy attacks of the skeleton god generals. The dense white sword energy filled his entire vision. His whole body shone with golden light, which turned into armor, blocking all the sword energy. The skeleton god generals were only at the 2nd level of the god sovereign realm, far inferior to the peak god sovereign. You are looking for death. The golden eagle god sovereign roared, his wings vibrating, dropping thousands of golden lights. The golden lights turned into a rain of swords, instantly killing thousands of skeleton god generals. The independent space finally merged with the real world, and Lin Moyo finally saw Zhu Kaiwu. Chapter 1761. Chapter 1761, 1761. Chapter 1761, he is Lin Moyo, of the human race Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo's furrowed brow finally relaxed as he felt relieved. Zhu Kaiwa was safe. He was sitting cross-legged outside a formation. He was trapped inside the formation. Outside the formation, 6 Demon Clan Peak Divine Lords were continuously providing power to stabilize the formation. Besides the 6 Demon Clan Divine Lords who were the first to charge out, there was also a Golden Eagle Clan Divine Lord, making 7 in total. Altogether there were 12 Peak Divine Lords from the Demon Clan, Golden Eagle Clan, Blackrock Clan, and Buddha Clan. 6 were from the Demon Clan, 4 from the Golden Eagle Clan, and 1 each from the Blackrock Clan and Buddha Clan. Lin Moya's brow furrowed slightly as he murmured, "The Buddha Clan, again." Of those present, apart from the Buddha Clan, all the other clans had grievances against the human race. The Buddha Clan had always proclaimed neutrality, claiming to have no enmity with any clan, but their actual actions were quite different. The 15 Divine Lords were all stunned to see Lin Moyu, thinking reinforcements from the human race had arrived and were preparing for a great battle. But they never expected the arrival of just one person, and only a celestial king at that. Although he had many Divine Lord level puppets, they were merely second-tier Divine Lord puppets which were useless. The Demon Clan Divine Lords found Lin Moyu vaguely familiar. The Golden Eagle Clan Divine Lords looked at Lin Moyu, and in the next moment, their eyes burned with rage as they shouted furiously, "You dare use our clan's Divine Lord as a mount?" Lin Moyu smiled, "Can't say it's not useful, just a bit low in realm, not fast enough." "You're not bad, why don't you be my mount instead? A Peak Divine Lord should fly faster than this waste, right?" Lin Moya's casual tone was an unbearable insult to the Golden Eagle Clan Divine Lords. To use them as mounts, this human race celestial king deserved to die. "You deserve to die." Several Golden Eagle Clan Divine Lords charged at Lin Moya simultaneously. For them, this was an insult they could not bear. Their speed was shockingly fast, leaving 4 golden streaks in the starry sky as they arrived before Lin Moya in an instant. Lin Moya remained calm and took out the golden sword. With a flick of his soul, he activated the golden sword, lightly waving it to emanate a golden light that formed a golden shield imbued with the power of rules. Bang! The 4 Golden Eagle Clan Peak Divine Lords attacked simultaneously, their golden claws striking the shield. The shield remained unmoved while the 4 were blasted away. After being reforged by the Celestial Venerable, the golden sword contained immense power of rules. The 4 thrown-back Golden Eagle Peak Divine Lords stabilized themselves, gritting their teeth. A transcendent realm rule artifact. How can a mere celestial king wield the power of rules? Just who are you? Of course, Lin Moya would not answer them. He simply smiled to himself, not bad. As he spoke, he tapped his mount lightly with the golden sword. "Go on, join the battle and scare them with a fierce cry." The obedient mount let out a shrill cry and shot forward. The golden shield flew over, surrounding Lin Moya to become his armor. Lin Moya charged forward like a general going into battle, sword raised. But this further provoked the 4 Golden Eagle Peak Divine Lords. Especially that line, "Scare them with a fierce cry." It was an insult of the highest order. The mount did indeed let out a cry in cooperation, like a slap across their faces. At the Peak Divine Lord realm, face became extremely important. Their fury was beyond words as the 4 simultaneously took out their weapons and unleashed spells, vowing to obliterate Lin Moyo. The brilliance of the lower rivers lit up the starry sky as golden rays converged on Lin Moyo from all directions. The golden shield flashed, rapidly spinning to create countless afterimages that blocked the golden rays. Lin Moyo charged straight ahead, swinging the golden sword. An enormous golden blade appeared in the starry sky, shattering the Golden Eagle Peak Divine Lord's spells as it slashed towards the 4. Imbued with the power of rules, the golden blade tore through the void with incredible might. The 4 changed expression drastically, simultaneously manipulating spells to unleash myriad golden rays at the golden blade. Under the barrage, the golden blade merely paused briefly. Even Peak Divine Lords were so feeble when faced with the Celestial Venerable's power of rules. Realizing they could not withstand it, the 4 scattered in different directions to evade Lin Moya's strike. The blade slashed emptily and dissipated into the starry sky. After scattering, the 4 Golden Eagle Clan Divine Lords instantly returned like flashes of lightning, surrounding Lin Moyo from 4 corners. Their law rivers merged into an ocean of laws that engulfed Lin Moyo. This was a common Golden Eagle Clan technique that combined multiple people's power for immense might. Grey light flashed around Lin Moyo as the Bone Hell Realm appeared, only to be instantly blasted apart along with his mount puppet. The Bone Hell Realm had completed its mission of marking the 4. A smile appeared in Lin Moya's eyes. "You can't escape my lock now." Once marked, not just Divine Lords but even Transcendents could not escape his lock. The golden shield exploded into a golden light enveloping Lin Moyo, protecting him within the ocean of laws. "Refine it." The enraged Golden Eagle Divine Lords vowed to kill Lin Moyo. The golden ocean of laws became viscous and erupted in raging golden flames. It appeared similar to the Celestial Venerable's golden rules, but the power was vastly inferior. Lin Moyo had already tested the golden sword's immense offensive and defensive might, but he could not fully unleash its power yet. To kill a Peak Divine Lord solely with the golden sword would still be difficult. Holding the golden sword in one hand, Lin Moya took out the corpse of the Sun Devourer with his other hand. The Sun Devourer's realm when alive was also the 9th level of Divine Lord, the weaker than Peak Divine Lords who were the strongest at that level. As Lin Moya revealed the Sun Devourer's corpse, the Peak Divine Lords present felt a sense of unease. Cruelty shone in Lin Moya's eyes as he pointed at one of the Golden Eagle Divine Lords. Stellar Realm Spell, Body Explosion. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the ocean of laws churned violently. Without even a dying scream, the Golden Eagle Peak Divine Lord Lin Moya locked onto was instantly blown to pieces. With one person down, the ocean of laws immediately lost balance. The golden flames swiftly extinguished, and though the ocean remained, its might was far diminished. the 3 remaining Golden Eagle Peak Divine Lords' expressions changed drastically. Not just them, the other Divine Lords also looked extremely unsettled. What kind of spell is that? To instantly kill a Peak Divine Lord. Before their thoughts could finish, Lin Moyo pointed at another Golden Eagle Divine Lord. Boom! Another explosion occurred right before their eyes. The second Golden Eagle Peak Divine Lord died on the spot. This time, Lin Moyo used the freshly killed Golden Eagle Divine Lord as the explosive material. Fresh material had equally devastating power. Faced with body explosions, even Peak Divine Lords were utterly defenseless. The ocean of laws collapsed completely as the 2 remaining Golden Eagle Divine Lords were terrified out of their wits and turned to flee. At that moment, a Demon Clan Divine Lord shrieked, "He is Lin Moyo, of the human race Lin Moyo." Chapter 1762. Chapter 1762, 1762. Chapter 1762. If he does not die, there will be clan extermination. A single sentence jolted everyone awake. Lin Moyo, the top ranked on the must-kill lists of all clans. The Divine Lords present were all too familiar with Lin Moyo's name. How could they not know the top ranked on their own clan's must-kill list? Lin Moyo. Even the lone Buddha clansman, the Buddha Pagoda, showed surprise as he lightly uttered Lin Moyo's name. There were many records about Lin Moyo in the Buddha clan as well. The ancient Buddhas had issued an edict regarding this person Lin Moyo to prioritize recruiting and guiding him into the Buddha clan if possible. If not, then try their best to kill him and prevent his growth. If even killing was impossible, then at least avoid offending him. Regardless, the Buddha clan had never openly offended any other clan and maintained decent relations with all clans on the surface. As for what they did in secret, that was another matter. Now it seemed recruiting Lin Moyo was highly unlikely, as the gaze he shot earlier contained killing intent. Strange. The Buddha Pagoda was puzzled, as the Buddha clan did not seem to have offended Lin Moyo, so why did he harbor such intense killing intent towards them? Before the Demon Clan Divine Lord's voice faded, Lin Moyo's finger had already pointed again. The 2 remaining Golden Eagle Divine Lords were terrified out of their wits and turned to flee, not at all behaving like Peak Divine Lords should. But it was too late. Boom! Amidst the explosion, the 3rd Peak Divine Lord died. The last remaining Golden Eagle Peak Divine Lord was completely scared witless and tried desperately to escape outwards. Useless, you can't escape. Just tens of thousands of miles away, the starry sky was densely packed with skeletal warriors. From the very start, over 100 million skeletal warriors had surrounded this area. Though the Golden Eagle Peak Divine Lord was powerful, breaking through the encirclement would take at least a few seconds. Those few seconds would decide his life or death. If spatial lockdown was not in effect, he might have had a chance to escape. The Golden Eagle clan's spatial traversal was hard to block, but now that chance was gone. Under spatial lockdown, even spatial traversal was restricted. It was like being trapped in a cocoon. Get out of my way. Quickly disabled the spatial lockdown. The first shout was directed at the skeletal warriors, just instinctively roaring even if they couldn't understand. The second was aimed at the Demon Clan, as they were enforcing the spatial lockdown. Amidst panicked roars, he charged into the skeletal warrior encirclement, desperately trying to break through. Brilliant golden light shone as he used his Law River to forcibly blast open a path. Golden feathers shot out, killing over 10,000 skeletal warriors. Boom! The 4th explosion arrived right on time. Lin Moyo gave him no chance to escape. With just 4 gestures, he instantly killed 4 Peak Divine Lords, terrifying the Golden Eagle Divine Lord who tried but failed to flee. Lin Moyo brought terror to everyone present. For a mere celestial king to scare Divine Lords witless, who would believe it if told? But it was reality. When Lin Moyo looked over with that demonic smile, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. The 6 Demon Clan Peak Divine Lords made a snap decision. Buddha Pagoda, you control the formation. We will kill this brat. As the Buddha Pagoda wavered over how to deal with Lin Moyo, the Demon Clan made the decision for him. He knew he had no choice now but to kill Lin Moyo. Amit Ba. He chanted the Buddha's name, his body shining brilliantly as he transformed into a giant Buddha statue. His Buddha chants echoed through the starry void as a Buddha pagoda appeared above his head. The pagoda emanated golden starlight, forming a curtain of light that enveloped the Buddha statue and formation. Only then did Lin Moyo notice there was also a Buddha pagoda inside the formation, identical to the outer one. The 2 pagodas resonated with each other, interconnected. Though the principle was unclear, it was evident the pagoda played a role in imprisoning Jukaiwu. The Buddha clan, truly repulsive. Lin Moyo spoke softly as he swung the golden sword through the air towards the Buddha pagoda. Against the miles-high Buddha statue in the starry void, there was no need to lock on an aim. The golden sword manifested a giant sword shadow that fell upon the statue. Golden light exploded, yet the statue remained completely unmoved by this strike. The golden curtain of light shed by the pagoda had blocked the golden sword. Lin Moyo's brow furrowed slightly. A transcendent realm artifact. This artifact's power was internalized rather than externalizing, so Lin Moyo had not detected it earlier. Only when the golden sword clashed against it did he sense the power of rules. Fundamentally, the golden sword was not a true transcendent artifact, but this Buddha pagoda seemed to be a genuine transcendent artifact. It was understandable that the golden sword could not damage it. Currently, the Buddha pagoda had not attacked Lin Moyo. Bone Hell Realm had not completed marking him, so Lin Moyo could not lock onto the pagoda to use body explosion. Suddenly, a peculiar force erupted and Lin Moyo felt his body weighed down, as if an additional lock was placed on him. In the starry void, all the skeletal warriors vanished collectively. It seemed Lin Moyo had lost contact with his spells. Body explosion could not be used, all his spells were sealed. Looking up, a massive formation had appeared in the starry sky. The spell sealing formation. Lin Moyo murmured softly. This was the demon clan's signature formation specifically used against human cultivators. Among the myriad races of the great world, humans could be considered the most mediocre in aptitude, lacking in physical, spiritual, or special abilities. Their only advantage was an extremely strong learning ability. Given enough time, humans could master all sorts of spells that gave other races headaches. So the demon clan invented the spell sealing formation to restrict all spells below the Divine Lord realm. For Divine Lords with their law rivers, the formation's effect would be greatly reduced. Only at the higher Divine Lord realms of touching the power of rules would the formation become almost ineffective. They saw through Lin Moya's realm as just a celestial king. No matter how bizarre and powerful his spells, the spell-sealing formation could restrict and nullify them. As peak Divine Lords, their spells already contained a sliver of the power of rules, rendering the formation useless against them. What they did not expect was that when the formation activated, Lin Moya's skeletal army also vanished. This both shocked and delighted them. The shocking part was that the supposed millions of skeletal puppets were actually spells. Spells were far more terrifying than puppets. No matter how many puppets at the second tier of Divine Lord, they were still just that realm. Spells were different, they would grow according to their master's cultivation. If Lin Moya reached the higher realms of Divine Lord, just how powerful would his skeletal army become? The mere thought chilled the Divine Lords to the bone. By then, the catastrophe that could exterminate their clans might well arrive. The delightful part was that for now, Lin Moya was restricted by them, unable to escape. This brat absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Kill him, spare no cost in killing him. Kill him while he's still weak, or all clans will suffer. He's even more terrifying than Xiao Zhantian. Everyone had the same thought, their killing intent multiplying. The demon clan's bewitching demon Divine Lord spoke in a deep voice, Lin Moyo, give up your resistance. Resisting will only bring you more pain, surrender for happiness. His voice carried thick bewitching power, trying to drag Lin Moya's soul into endless darkness, but it had no effect at all. A transcendent soul could easily ignore such a level of bewitchment. Chapter 1763. Chapter 1763, 1763. Chapter 1763, some spells cannot be sealed. The six-peaked Divine Lords of the Demon Clan took up a peculiar formation, surrounding Lin Moyo. Among them were the Bewitching Demon and the Illusion Demon, two Hellfire Demons from the Hellfire lineage, a Deep Abyss Dragon Demon from the Abyss lineage, and a three-headed Serpent Demon. The Bewitching Demon was responsible for bewitchment and interfering with souls. Even peaked Divine Lords would be affected to some degree. The Demon Clan likely hoped to control Zhu Kaiwu and turn him into their spy within the human race, dealing far greater damage than just killing him. The Illusion Demon probably worked in tandem with the Bewitching Demon for a multiplied effect. Both were rare among the Demon Clan, especially at the peak Divine Lord realm. Losing them would be a huge loss. So the Demon Clan was taking a huge gamble this time. As the bewitching sounds continued invading his soul, Lin Moya scanned the six demons, thinking deeply. It was easier to control him as just a celestial king than Zhu Kaiwu. The Illusion Demon also acted, sending law power waves coordinated with the bewitching sounds to drag Lin Moya into an illusion. But all the invasions were blocked by his transcendent soul's amethyst bulwark. The demons didn't immediately kill Lin Moya because they wanted to control him instead. While the demons tried to control him, Lin Moya contemplated how to deal with them. The Hellfire Demons were the main fighters but prone to anger and stupidity, especially at higher realms, resulting in fewer peak experts. The three-headed Serpent and Deep Abyss Dragon Demons emanated an ominous aura from the Abyss lineage. Lin Moya had dealt with the Deep Abyss Dragon Demon before and knew its might as a royal clan with draconic bloodline, unmatched in the same realm. He had only read about the three-headed Serpent Demon, whose three heads each controlled a different law, making it extremely bizarre. Lin Moya decided to take down the Deep Abyss Dragon Demon first as the biggest threat. As for the Bewitching and Illusion Demons, their main threat was mind control, so he could leave them for last. Just as Lin Moya took out his soul-hunting bow, the formation imprisoning Zhu Kaiwu started rumbling violently. The Buddha Pagoda's chanting stopped. You all act quickly, I can't hold him for long alone. The lone Black Rock Clan Divine Lord said, I'll go. He severed one arm, sending it flying into the formation. The severed arm exploded into black powder that rained down on Zhu Kaiwu. The formation stabilized, but Lin Moya heard Zhu Kaiwu's voice, kill the Black Rock Clan first. Lin Moya immediately changed targets to the Black Rock Clan Divine Lord, but he couldn't soul mark him now with spells sealed and unable to use Bone Hell Realm. Sensing Lin Moya's gaze, the Black Rock clansman shuddered and retreated quickly, the scene of Lin Moya instantly killing 4 Golden Eagle Lords still fresh in his mind. Lin Moya's spells were too powerful and bizarre, but remembering Lin Moya's spells were sealed, he felt relieved. Yet the seed of fear had been planted. The Black Rock Lord roared, you all attack quickly, kill him. Seeing their mind control fail, the Bewitching and Illusion Demons gave up. The Hellfire Demons spewed demonic flames, engulfing a 100,000-mile radius in searing green fire highly corrosive. Lin Moya waved the golden sword, its golden rules forming a defense. The Deep Abyss Dragon Demon breathed black lightning towards Lin Moya. The three-headed serpent's left head emanated gray light, petrifying Lin Moya's body with a layer of ash. The law of stone petrification. With spells sealed, even passive abilities were affected, leaving Lin Moya vulnerable to abnormal states. The situation was highly unfavorable, but Lin Moya remained calm, letting out aurora as his aura exploded. In a blink, he reached the small Divine Lord realm, then broke through to Divine Lord. His aura kept rising until the 5th level of Divine Lord. A gray-white brilliant law river appeared above his head as strange stars rose from his back, merging into the law river. Gray and white starlight rained down, forming the wondrous moonlit river phenomenon. The divine lords present were utterly shocked. A law phenomenon. And it merged into the law river. Wasn't he just a celestial king? How did he suddenly become a divine lord? What secret art is this, so terrifying? Weren't his spells supposed to be sealed? Why wasn't this sealed? Only ordinary spells were sealed, not source spells. Source spells were of too high a level, originating from the source burden containing source power that couldn't be restricted by ordinary means. Using the source spell, Power Concentration, Lin Moya broke through to Divine Lord, greatly reducing the seal formation's effect. Lin Moya regained contact with his spell stars. While offensive spells like Body Explosion and Curses were weakened, summons like Bone Hell Realm were now unrestricted. With a thought, Bone Hell Realm manifested, enveloping the starry sky. Countless slave souls charged out towards the Divine Lords. The 4 Golden Eagle slave souls targeted the Blackrock Lord. Millions of skeletal warriors also reappeared, surrounding the Divine Lords in a sea of white sword chi. What is this? What kind of spell is this? Except for the Buddha Pagoda, the Divine Lords fought back. But the moment the Blackrock Lord acted, Bone Hell Realm completed its marking as Lin Moya locked onto him. An ancient jade tablet appeared in Lin Moya's hand as he poured all his soul power into it along with a drop of prismatic water. The jade tablet shone brilliantly, forming a giant fist that slammed towards the Blackrock Divine Lord. Chapter 1764. Chapter 1764, 1764. Chapter 1764, Is he the illegitimate child of the Holy Sovereign? 1K Water. All the Divine Sovereign's eyes narrowed sharply. At their level, it was impossible not to know about 1K Water. Using 1K Water to enhance an attack, combined with the power of the ancient talisman Jade Fragment, the power of this punch was unimaginable. The Blackstone Clan Divine Sovereign's body exploded on the spot, the stones of his body emitting a harsh grinding noise. Without a second thought, he tried to escape immediately, even abandoning his severed hand. Let alone sealing Ju Kaiwa now, survival was the priority, nothing else mattered. His instinct told him that if he was hit by this punch, he would surely die. Lin Moya shook his head, you can't escape. The ancient talisman giant fist glowed, emitting a terrifying suction that firmly grasped the Blackstone Clan Divine Sovereign. Not only did the Blackstone Clan Divine Sovereign fail to escape, but he was also involuntarily pulled closer to the fist. Lin Moya no longer looked at him. The Blackstone Clan Divine Sovereign was doomed. With the blessing of 1K Water, this punch from the ancient talisman Jade Fragment had surpassed the peak Divine Sovereign level. Even if it wasn't at the Transcendence Realm, it wasn't far off. Hurry, kill Lin Moya. Don't hold back, kill him with full force. The Demon Clan Divine Sovereign roared, his attacks becoming more frenzied. But under the protection of the Golden Sword, they couldn't defeat Lin Moya in a short time. The Blackstone Clan Divine Sovereign's screams echoed in his ears as his body turned to dust under the ancient talisman giant fist. With his death, countless black mists flew out of Ju Kaiwo. The barely stabilized barrier started to tremble violently again. The Tower Buddha gave his all to guard the barrier. The tower above his head scattered starlight, and the tower within the barrier also scattered starlight, enveloping Ju Kaiwo. From his expression, it was clear that it was difficult for him alone to trap Ju Kaiwo. Lin Moya also knew that if he delayed a bit longer, Ju Kaiwo could break free. It was a race against time. The Demon Clan Divine Sovereigns had to kill Lin Moya as quickly as possible, or else they would be the ones to die once Ju Kaiwo broke free. The Abyssal Dragon Demon roared, producing a fierce dragon cry, and spat out a large amount of black blood. The black blood gathered in the starry sky, emitting a pungent blood smell. With my blood, I summon the ancestor. A huge voice rang out as the blood exploded into a blood rain. In the blood rain, a giant dragon eye appeared, followed by the whole dragon body. It wasn't the true body, but a projection of the Transcendence Realm. Lin Moya saw that it was an old acquaintance. The one who came was none other than the Abyssal Dragon Demon whose avatar he had killed. It's you. The Dragon Demon projection roared at Lin Moya. Lin Moya smiled slightly, long time no see. Enemies meeting again, the Dragon Demon projection roared, I will eat you. He opened his bloody mouth and rushed at Lin Moya. Lin Moya completely ignored him, trusting that the golden sword could protect him. He locked onto the real body of the Abyssal Dragon Demon, and a soul-shooting bow appeared above his head. His soul infused into it, forming a purple soul arrow. With his Divine Sovereign level 5 cultivation, even with his Transcendence Realm soul, this arrow could at most deal with a Divine Sovereign level 6. But this arrow was just the foundation. Lin Moya added 5 drops of 1K water into it. The soul arrow was instantly dyed with various colors, becoming dazzling. Then he enhanced the soul arrow with the power of faith. Though his faith power was low, any enhancement was better than none. The Law Star River poured down, integrating a lot of law power into the soul arrow. The soul arrow's gray and white colors flashed, becoming sharper. The space around the soul arrow began to collapse, and wisps of rule power started to emanate. 1K water again. And not just 1 drop, but 5 drops. Where did he get so much 1K water? The old guys from the human race are too generous to him. Is he the illegitimate child of the Holy Sovereign? The Abyssal Dragon Demon grew fearful. This arrow was dangerous. Swish! The soul arrow shot towards the Abyssal Dragon Demon. The middle head of the 3-headed snake demon emitted a dim light, hitting the soul arrow first. In the midst of its scream, the 3-headed snake demon retreated, almost exploding its scales. The middle head spat blood into the sky. But because of this obstruction, the soul arrow's power was reduced by at least 30%. The Abyssal Dragon Demon, alarmed, spat out a gray clock to block the soul arrow. The clock rang in the starry sky, finally stopping the soul arrow. The Abyssal Dragon Demon felt slightly relieved. He couldn't imagine how Lin Moria could launch such a terrifying attack. That arrow could have seriously injured or even killed him. The Dragon Demon projection roared, "I will eat you." He opened his dragon mouth, generating immense suction to swallow Lin Moria. As a Transcendence Realm Abyssal Dragon Demon projection, he could also manipulate rule power. Lin Moria snorted, and the golden sword shone brightly, slashing at the Dragon Demon projection. 5 more drops of 1K water flew out, landing on the golden sword. A giant golden sword appeared in the starry sky, burning with golden flames, slashing towards the Dragon Demon projection. The Holy Sovereign's golden rule. How can you have the Holy Sovereign's treasure? The Dragon Demon projection was struck by the golden sword, igniting instantly and turning to ashes in the golden flames. 1K water again, where did you get so much 1K water? The Abyssal Dragon Demon screamed. His summoned ancestor's projection was easily destroyed. Even though it was just a Transcendence Realm projection, its true power was stronger than his. Lin Moria smiled coldly and didn't answer. After continuous attacks, his soul power was exhausted. He shouted softly, and his aura rose to Divine Sovereign level 6. His soul collapsed instantly. All the Divine Sovereigns were stunned. Did Lin Moria just commit suicide? His soul collapsed, completely dead. But in an instant, their expressions changed. A purple light flashed, and Lin Moria was reborn. Then his origin spell activated, and his aura soared. A second later, Lin Moria was back at his peak, returning to Divine Sovereign level 5 with abundant soul power and strong aura. What trick is this? What did he do? They couldn't understand. What happened before them was beyond their comprehension. Why was Lin Moria's secret method so powerful? Why could he revive? And how did he transform from a divine king to a divine sovereign without any cost? Lin Moria's fierce attacks were the only answer. The soul shooting bow again had a purple soul arrow, with 10 drops of 1K water added. He infused all his remaining faith power into it. The soul arrow shone with purple light, naturally generating rule power, and the space around it began to collapse. The soul arrow emitted a terrifying aura that made the peak divine sovereigns tremble. 1K water again, why do you have so much 1K water? Several divine sovereigns screamed. Even they rarely obtained a drop of 1K water, but Lin Moria had it in abundance. Is he really the illegitimate child of the Holy Sovereign? Even the Holy Sovereign wouldn't use it so lavishly. They were already thinking of retreating. The third head of the three-headed snake demon automatically detached, transforming into lightning and flying towards Lin Moria. A black rule star river appeared on the snake head, and then it exploded, collapsing the starry sky and forming a black hole. Chapter 1765. Chapter 1765, 1765. Chapter 1765, it's over, run away. Suddenly, the serpent head self-destruct, triggering an explosion along with the Lost Star River, possessing immense power comparable to a peak god's self-destruction. The explosion shattered the starry sky, causing a chaotic energy flow. A black hole formed at the explosion's center, swallowing Lin Moria. The black hole seemed to consume everything, even the Golden Rule's light was obscured. A powerful force erupted, creating a fierce shockwave that rushed towards everyone. The treasure tower above the Buddha of the tower scattered starlight, protecting him firmly. The demons also resisted the shockwave with their peak god's power. They stared intently at the explosion center, not blinking an eye. The Buddha of the tower remained expressionless, also watching the black hole caused by the explosion, while feeling a hint of wariness towards the three-headed snake demon. The self-destruction of the three-headed snake demon had reached the true limit of a peak god, elevating the laws to trigger the power of rules. This kind of power was enough to kill any peak god. Is he dead? He should be dead. The three-headed snake demon, now missing one head, showed a slightly weakened aura. I used the abyss black crystal to attract the black hole's law, nurtured it in the serpent head for 2,000 years, and detonated it at once. There's no reason he wouldn't die. 2,000 years of accumulation burst out at this moment, its power indeed astounding. However, the three-headed snake demon paid a great price, losing one head. Regrowing the head wasn't difficult, but restoring it to its previous state was. 2,000 years of accumulation made a complete recovery almost impossible. But considering that Lin Moria might be killed, it seemed worth it. Suddenly, the barrier trembled violently, and Juka seemed to sense the situation outside, starting to struggle madly. The Buddha of the tower's face changed. I can't hold him down anymore, come help me. Several demons immediately flew towards the barrier to regain control. Suddenly, a subtle purple light shot out from the black hole, piercing into the head of the Abyssal Dragon Demon. The Abyssal Dragon Demon froze in the starry sky, unresponsive, the brilliance in its eyes dimming, soul annihilated on the spot. Then, with a loud bang, the three-headed snake demon's body exploded, and the last Golden Eagle tribe god's corpse turned to dust. Everything happened too quickly, even peak gods couldn't react. A soul arrow killed the Abyssal Dragon Demon, whose exploding body then killed the severely wounded three-headed snake demon. Lin Moria accomplished 2 tasks in an instant. Not good, Lin Moria was still alive. As the thought arose, a golden sword light slashed through the black hole, striking the barrier heavily. The violently shaking barrier shattered completely with this sword. It's over. Everyone had the same thought. Crazy laughter echoed through the starry sky. A brilliant Lost Star River appeared. In the Lost Star River, countless stars were shattering, disintegrating. The entire Lost Star River was filled with terrifying destructive power. In the second echelon, it was one of the strongest laws, the star-shattering law. Under this law, stars broke apart, nothing could withstand it. On the Lost Star River, Zhu Qi's figure emerged. Unlike others whose Lost Star River floated above their heads, Zhu Qi's surrounded him, even partially entering his body, inseparable. Run! The remaining 4 demon gods and the Buddha of the tower turned and fled. Zhu Qi laughed coldly, "You can't escape." As he spoke, the Lost Star River expanded suddenly, instantly covering a vast area of the starry sky. The Lost Star River engulfed them all. The 5 suffered simultaneous impacts from the law, groaning in pain. The Buddha of the tower's treasure tower above his head shone brilliantly, protecting his whole body. In his hand was another treasure tower, similar to the one above, but smaller. This was the treasure tower that previously suppressed Zhu Qi within the barrier. The tower in his hand emitted dense lightning, forcibly opening a path in the Lost Star River. Using the treasure tower above to protect himself and the one in his hand to attack, the Buddha of the tower coordinated defense and offense perfectly. For now, he seemed safe, but under the continuous bombardment of the star-shattering law, he couldn't hold out for long. The 4 demon gods were struggling, especially the demons of bewitchment and illusion, who weren't primary combatants. Their defense and attack were far inferior to the main combat demons. In direct combat, they were almost the weakest. They struggled to survive in the Lost Star River. The black hole created by the 3-headed snake demon's self-destruction vanished, and Lin Moyo, shrouded in golden light, flew out unscathed. On closer inspection, his golden sword had dimmed significantly, seemingly running out of power, far less potent than before. Lin Moyo also had a purple light surrounding him, the black hole's self-destruction having not been completely blocked by the golden sword. He died once, but his innate talent brought him back to life. Finally, using the rainbow water to amplify the golden sword, he blocked the subsequent attacks. Lin Moyo felt grateful. "Luckily, I had the rainbow water, otherwise this would have been dangerous." Peak gods are indeed not to be trifled with. If they had been prepared, I might have faced danger. I must be cautious in the future. Seeing Lin Moyo, Zhu Qi laughed heartily. "Kid, you're here. Let's get rid of these pests and then have a good drink and chat." Zhu Qi, in high spirits, unleashed wave after wave in the Lost Star River. Stars exploded within, creating terrifying impacts. Amidst the screams, the weakest demon of illusion finally couldn't hold on and was blown to pieces. Next was the demon of bewitchment, soon following the same fate. In the Lost Star River, only 2 flame demons remained. Knowing escape was impossible, they launched a desperate counterattack. They threw various treasures, which self-destruct within the Lost Star River. The self-destruction of the treasures caused significant tremors in the Lost Star River. "Useless, stop struggling and accept your death." Zhu Qi laughed loudly. The Lost Star River grew more violent, Zhu Qi standing tall within it like a deity, controlling life and death. The Lost Star River, stained with God's blood, gained a tint of red. Lin Moya sensed Zhu Qi's law beginning to elevate, showing characteristics of rules. The starry sky twisted, its power greatly increased. The twisting force hit the flame demons, causing their bodies to crack extensively. Their screams were endless, as if enduring unimaginable torment. The Buddha of the tower also endured the star-shattering law's assault, the starlight from the treasure tower twisting, with cracks appearing on the tower, on the verge of collapse. The Buddha of the tower took out a Buddhist bead, crushing it forcefully, respectfully invite the ancient Buddha of treasures to descend. A Buddha's light appeared out of nowhere, Buddha's voice echoing from a distant place, resonating in the starry sky. In the Lost Star River, an ancient Buddha appeared out of thin air. The ancient Buddha sat on a lotus throne, dignified and imposing. "This is a strand of the ancient Buddha's soul." Lin Moyo immediately realized that the Buddhist bead the Buddha of the tower crushed contained a strand of the ancient Buddha of treasure's soul. Using the soul as a guide, it summoned the power of the ancient Buddha. This was the true power of the other shore realm, causing instability in Zhu Qi's Lost Star River. Zhu Qi laughed heartily. "A strand of the ancient Buddha's soul, excellent. I'll use it as a stepping stone to the other shore." In the next second, a purple light flashed, containing myriad colors, beautifully radiant. Chapter 1766. Chapter 1766, 1766. Chapter 1766 Extreme Ascension? It's useless. The purple soul arrow collapses the space wherever it passes. Lin. Threads of rule power are on the soul arrow. 100 drops of myriad colors water are integrated into it, enhancing the soul arrow's power to an astonishing level, surpassing the God Sovereign, barely touching the other shore. The purple soul arrow flashes and enters the ancient Buddha. The newly appeared ancient Buddha projection disintegrates on the spot before it can make a sound. "You dare kill the ancient Buddha?" The pagoda Buddha exclaimed sharply, with a look of disbelief. Zhu Kaiwa was also shocked, looking at Lin Moyo. "Kid, you act too fast. I was going to use it as a stepping stone." Lin Moya says quietly, "There are plenty of stepping stones. If you want one, just kill your way into the Buddha clan. There should be many ancient Buddhas there." Zhu Kaiwa's expression turned strange. "You are teasing me." Killing his way into the Buddha clan would take more than 10 lives for Zhu Kaiwa. Unless he becomes a holy sovereign, he cannot even dream of entering the Buddha clan. Zhu Kaiwa snorts, "Since you're so capable, this Buddha is all yours." He then focuses on dealing with the remaining 2 flame demon god sovereigns. Lin Moya laughs to himself, thinking Zhu Kaiwo has a small temper for just snatching a stepping stone. He could always find another one. The two of them talk to each other, not caring about the pagoda Buddha's feelings, nor do they take him seriously. Killing has already been done, so asking how they dare seems unnecessary, even to the pagoda Buddha. He is indeed frightened by Lin Moyo. The ancient Buddha's projection was killed without hesitation. The starlight from the pagoda Buddha's pagoda continuously twists under Zhu Kaiwa's Lost Star River, ready to shatter. Lin Moyo points, and the bone hell appears, covering the pagoda Buddha. "Do you have any other tricks? If not, get ready for the Pure Land." The Pagoda Buddha struggles to control the pagoda above his head, his most important reliance. Master Lin, our Buddha clan has always had good relations with the human clan. You Buddha clan people have a problem with your heads. Lin Moyu interrupts him. At this point, they are already at a life and death stage. Talking about the relationship between the two clans is useless. In the Bone Hell, for Golden Eagle clan god sovereigns cooperate with the summoned skeleton generals, bombarding the Pagoda Buddha. In normal times, with the Pagoda Buddha's realm, no amount of skeleton generals would harm him. But now, his pagoda is about to shatter. The Bone Hell and skeleton generals are like the last straw, coming to deliver the final blow. The pagoda trembles under the attacks, its cracks increasing. The Pagoda Buddha realizes Lin Moya's killing intent. Once the pagoda collapses, he will certainly die. His only option is to fight with all his strength to break out. If he fails, he will head to the Pure Land. If he succeeds, he will continue as a Buddha. In a split second, he decides. Amit Ba. The Pagoda Buddha chants and takes out another Buddha bead, swallowing it. The Buddha bead melts in his mouth like a pill, causing his aura to rise sharply. The law power on him gradually transforms into rule power. Using a pill secret technique to forcibly elevate his realm, though not reaching the other shore, surpasses the god sovereign. The Pagoda Buddha's state now is very similar to Zhu Kaiwu's, with 1 foot over the Lost Star River, stepping towards the other shore. But Zhu Kaiwu achieved it through self-enlightenment, while the Pagoda Buddha uses a pill secret technique. To Lin Moyo, this is self-destructive. The Pagoda Buddha may never have another chance to become an ancient Buddha. But now, survival is crucial. His actions are understandable. Without life, becoming an ancient Buddha is impossible. As the Pagoda Buddha completes the secret technique, the Buddha light from the pagoda shatters. The pagoda treasure reaches its limit, covered in cracks, losing its function. The Pagoda Buddha, however, shines brightly, with a golden Lost Star River surrounding him. The Lost Star River circles him, a sign of stepping into the other shore, different from other god sovereigns. Zhu Kaiwu glances over. Kid, need help? No. Lin Moyo is unflustered, holding a golden sword for defense, commanding the skeletons to attack wildly, while the Bone Hell slaves also attack fiercely. The attacks seem intense but barely shake the Pagoda Buddha. Under the protection of his Lost Star River, he remains unscathed. Amit Ba. The Pagoda Buddha chants, looking at Lin Moyo with hatred. Today's cause, tomorrow's effect. Master Lin, Master Zhu, you force me to fight to the death. He holds a small pagoda, which radiates Buddha light, then releases golden lightning. With the elevation of his realm, the treasure's power increases. The golden lightning becomes a sea, merging with the Pagoda Buddha's Lost Star River, carving out space in Zhu Kaiwu's Lost Star River. Seeking flowers. The two Lost Star Rivers clash, neither yielding. The Bone Hell shatters, and the slaves disappear. Lin Moya smiles. Got you. The Pagoda Buddha shattering the Bone Hell allows Lin Moya to complete his mark. Lin Moya's expression makes the Pagoda Buddha uneasy. Lin Moya points again. Stellar level spell, corpse explosion. Boom. A violent explosion arises out of nowhere. Like when killing the Golden Eagle clan god sovereign, it's silent and unavoidable. The Pagoda Buddha feels an unimaginable force hitting him, as if countless terrifying fists strike simultaneously. His body seems to tear apart, the attack affecting both flesh and soul. The corpse of the bewitching demon turns to dust and disappears. Lin Moya was slightly surprised. Not dead? Tough life. With the barrier gone, failing to kill the Pagoda Buddha means the bewitching demon was too weak, reducing the explosion's power. It's also because the Pagoda Buddha has 1 foot in the other shore, making him stronger to withstand the attack. But it's fine, there are more corpses around. The Illusion Demon, Abyss Dragon Demon, and 3-headed Snake Demon's corpses are all weapons. Besides them, Lin Moyo has the Stellar Fire Vine's corpse. Another finger point triggers a second explosion. The Pagoda Buddha cannot dodge or resist. With another loud bang, the Pagoda Buddha is blown to pieces, his Buddha light dimming, and his Lost Star River on the verge of collapse. Zhu Kaiwu's Lost Star River presses down. The Pagoda Buddha is desperate. Lin Moya's attacks are too strange and powerful. He doesn't understand how a mere god king can so easily kill him. He is a peak Buddha, equivalent to a peak god sovereign. Even self-destructing his foundation to elevate his realm is useless, only delaying his demise. Why is it like this? How is Lin Moya so powerful? He has too many questions, but they will never be answered. The third explosion rings in his ears. The Pagoda Buddha feels his body utterly collapsing, his soul disintegrating. His consciousness plunges into endless darkness. Amit Ba. His soul chants the final Buddha name of his life. Chapter 1767. Chapter 1767, 1767. Chapter 1767, the true meaning of the blood path to the shore. After 3 consecutive explosions, the Pagoda Buddha finally went to the long-desired Pure Land. Not far away, 2 screams were heard, and the bodies of 2 flame demons were torn apart, like stars in the law galaxy shattering. Dying under the star fragmentation law naturally meant no intact corpse. As the law galaxy gradually dissipated, the battle finally came to an end. Many broken corpses and pieces of flesh floated in the starry sky. Lin Moya would not waste them and immediately had the skeleton god general collect them. 2 flame demon corpses, 1 abyssal dragon demon corpse, and 1 Pagoda Buddha corpse. After a great battle, he obtained a total of 4 peak god sovereign corpses, plus the stellar fire vine corpse exchanged by his brother. Lin Moya had a total of 5 9th rank god sovereign corpses. This was equivalent to 5 powerful weapons, each capable of unleashing attacks beyond the peak of God Sovereigns. Besides the corpses, there were also storage items left by several God Sovereigns. They are peak God Sovereigns, after all, having lived for thousands of years, they must have collected many good things. There were also 2 pagodas left by the Pagoda Buddha, one large and one small. These 2 pagodas were clearly a pair, the large one mainly for defense and the small one for attack, making them excellent offensive and defensive items. Unfortunately, the large pagoda was now full of cracks, severely damaged. But Lin Moria's eyes gleamed it was still useful to him even if it was broken. Zhu Kaiwa came to Lin Moria's side. "Why did you come to find me?" Lin Moria smiled. "I heard you were doing something big, so I came to see if I could help." "Do you think I would believe that?" Zhu Kaiwa looked at Lin Moria with a smile, clearly not buying it. Lin Moria laughed. "I got something good that might be useful to you." Zhu Kaiwa's curiosity was piqued. "Oh, it seems to be something good." Given Zhu Kaiwa's level, there were few things useful to him. Lin Moria chuckled. "No rush, I'm curious why you got trapped here." Zhu Kaiwa frowned slightly, looking a bit annoyed. "Let's not talk about it." Seeing his expression, Lin Moria knew Zhu Kaiwa must have suffered a loss, which only made him more curious. "It's okay, tell me." The implication was, if you have something unhappy, say it out loud to make me happy. Zhu Kaiwa stared at Lin Moria. "Why didn't I realize you were like this before? Is it so fun to hear about others' misfortunes?" Lin Moria giggled. "Tell me, I promise not to laugh, and I might avoid being tricked in the future." Zhu Kaiwa scrutinized Lin Moria. "You? It's good enough if you don't trick others, and you're worried about being tricked." Although he was reluctant, Zhu Kaiwa eventually told Lin Moria. He came here for 2 reasons. One was the intelligence from the Su family that Lin Moria knew about. Several peak god sovereigns from different clans planned to ambush him, preventing him from truly reaching the other shore. Similarly, Zhu Kaiwa wanted to use them as stepping stones to advance further. If Zhu Kaiwa knew about the ambush and chose to retreat, it would affect his Dao heart, slowing or even halting his advancement. So Zhu Kaiwa had no choice but to come. From Zhu Kaiwa's explanation, Lin Moria understood another thing. The so-called blood path to the shore, using killing as a guide and blood as the path, was not just a slogan. Its true meaning was to bathe in blood during battle, to elevate one's power through combat, using the enemy's blood as stepping stones to truly reach the other shore. Even if one foot was already on the other shore, it still took a considerable amount of time to fully enter the other shore realm, ranging from decades to hundreds or thousands of years. Engaging in the blood path to the shore, fighting all the way, boiling blood and battle intent, could effectively shorten this time. Therefore, most god sovereigns, after understanding the true essence of the other shore realm and stepping one foot into it, would choose this path. This reason alone was enough for Zhu Kaiwa to come. The second reason also came from the Su family's intelligence. The Buddha clan seemed to have discovered a way to obtain the vermilion bird egg. This time, the Pagoda Buddha came to try and see if it was possible. If it was feasible, next time the ancient Buddha or even the Buddha himself would come to collect the vermilion bird egg. The vermilion bird battlefield was Zhu Kaiwa's territory, and he naturally wouldn't sit idly by. Zhu Kaiwa came, but didn't expect that the various clans had indeed set a trap for him. First was the barrier, specially modified to target Zhu Kaiwa. The barrier contained the rules of the demon clan's other shore realm, greatly reducing the power of Zhu Kaiwa's star fragmentation law. Next was the Black Stone clan, whose peak god sovereign sacrificed himself to create a black powder prison, trapping Zhu Kaiwa. Then the Buddha clan, with the Pagoda Buddha using his twin pagodas to continuously attack Zhu Kaiwa, depleting his strength. The Golden Eagle clan also used a high-level god sovereign artifact to create an independent space, isolating Zhu Kaiwa from the world, preventing him from sensing the laws. This way, as long as they dragged on long enough, even if they couldn't kill Zhu Kaiwa, they could cut off his path to the other shore. Everything was planned perfectly, and Zhu Kaiwa was indeed trapped. But unexpectedly, Lin Moria came and disrupted the entire plan. None of the 12 peak god sovereigns from various clans escaped, all were killed. Due to the special environment here, the space was sealed in advance, and no message could be sent out. After Zhu Kaiwa finished, he looked at Lin Moria. "That's the whole story, laugh if you want." Zhu Kaiwa admitted he was careless this time, or rather, too confident in his strength, otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into the trap. Lin Moria didn't laugh, but asked in confusion, "Where is your battleship?" Zhu Kaiwa said, "The battleship was naturally handed over. Since I started the blood path to the shore, according to the rules, the battleship must be handed over. When the higher-ups appoint a new guardian, he will bring the battleship." Lin Moria understood. He had thought that with a battleship comparable to the other shore realm, Zhu Kaiwa could attack or retreat, and wouldn't be trapped. Unexpectedly, the battleship had already been handed over. Lin Moria asked again, "Do you know the method to obtain the vermilion bird egg?" Zhu Kaiwa gave Lin Moria a strange look. "Didn't you kill the Pagoda Buddha? Ask him yourself." Alright, it seemed he didn't know. But this matter was not urgent. Lin Moria already understood the cause and effect and was slightly cautious. In the future, if he started the blood path to the shore, he must not be careless. Especially since he had become a thorn in the side of various clans, he had to be even more careful. Zhu Kaiwa asked, "Now can you tell me what good thing you got?" Lin Moria no longer kept him in suspense and threw a jade token containing the star fragmentation law to Zhu Kaiwa. Zhu Kaiwa took the jade token with doubt and checked the information inside with his soul. The next second, he stood still like iron, his eyes wide open, motionless, muttering, "The inheritance of the star fragmentation law. How can it be the inheritance of the law?" Chapter 1768. Chapter 1768, 1768. Chapter 1768, A New Member, the Star Tower Lich. Zhu Kaiwa looked at the jade token, then at Lin Moryu, his voice trembling. How did you get this thing? Lin Moryu recounted his experiences in the Dark Void, mentioning the Star Fragmentation Supreme. Upon hearing the name of the Supreme, Zhu Kaiwa's expression changed again. He murmured, according to this, above the Saint Sovereign is the Supreme. Lin Moryu nodded, it should be. The Other Shore Realm and the Saint Sovereign are actually both part of the Other Shore Realm, with the Saint Sovereign being a more powerful form of the Other Shore Realm, but their essence does not change. The Supreme, however, is another realm entirely, and it seems this realm is extremely difficult to achieve. The invader from the Black Blood Great World once said that there are no Supremes in the Great World now. Clearly, he feared the Supreme, which indicates the Supreme's power and the difficulty of becoming one. A former Supreme could guard the void alone. Even powerful invaders from the Black Blood Great World could not cross the line. Lin Moryu could not yet imagine how powerful a Supreme could be. Perhaps one day, when he becomes a Supreme, he will understand. Lin Moryu looked at Zhu Kaiwa. Senior, is this thing useful to you? Zhu Kaiwa snorted lightly, barely. He said this, but his actions were faster than his words, as he had already put the jade token away before finishing his sentence. With the inheritance of the Star Fragmentation Law, Zhu Kaiwa could not only elevate his law power to rule power more quickly but also advance more smoothly into the Other Shore Realm. Moreover, after entering the Other Shore Realm, he could continue to advance towards the Saint Sovereign. It is known that even within the Other Shore Realm, the strength varies greatly. Not to mention the Other Shore Realm, even among the Saint Sovereigns, there is a significant difference in strength. The killing Saint Sovereign is very strong but cannot defeat the heavenly Saint Sovereign. The battle power of the vast Saint Sovereign is a mystery, with the Void Law being very special. When dealing with opponents stronger than himself, its effect is greatly weakened. But when dealing with weaker opponents, it becomes an ultimate weapon, extremely terrifying. Lin Moryu asked, where do you plan to go next, Senior? Zhu Kaiwa's eyes turned, naturally, to kill. We humans have a saying, courtesy demands reciprocity. Since they prepared a big gift for me, I should return the favor. However, I need your help. As he said this, a murderous intent rose in Zhu Kaiwa's eyes. The murderous intent was almost tangible, causing the newly restored starry sky to crack again like a spider web. Lin Moryu seemed to guess what Zhu Kaiwa wanted to do. I have something to take care of first. Zhu Kaiwa nodded, you go ahead, killing can wait. With that, Zhu Kaiwa stepped aside and began studying the jade token. The inheritance of the Star Fragmentation Law, from a powerful ancient Supreme, was immensely attractive to Zhu Kaiwa. In front of him floated a large and a small pagoda. Lin Moryu guessed that the pagoda Buddha's name was likely due to these two pagodas. From the perspective of magical treasures, this pair of pagodas was indeed very good, reaching the high level of the God Sovereign Realm, surpassing ordinary God Sovereign Realm treasures. Unfortunately, the larger pagoda responsible for defense was now broken, while the smaller one could still be used, but using it solely as an offensive treasure seemed a bit wasteful. The pagodas should have names, but Lin Moryu did not need to know them, it was not important. A flame of immortality ignited in his palm, and a long-unused spell was cast. Stellar level spell, Summon Elemental Lich. Summon Elemental Lich, fusion rate 150%. Use different elemental materials to summon different types of elemental liches. The quality of the materials will determine the level and growth limit of the elemental lich. The elemental lich can also improve its growth limit by absorbing higher quality materials. The elemental lich will not truly die after a fatal attack, it will be reborn in the spell star. Only one elemental lich of the same type can exist at a time. The immortal flame burned fiercely, enveloping the pair of pagodas, refining them. The level of the pagodas was very high, so the refining process with the immortal flame was slow. Lin Moryu was not in a hurry and waited quietly. As long as the spell did not fail, the refining was just a matter of time. Time passed second by second, and after 5 minutes, the pair of pagodas finally began to change. Their surfaces started to soften, following some peculiar law, and they began to transform into another form. After 10 minutes, a cracking sound echoed in the starry sky. The pair of pagodas began to melt, turning into liquid and merging into one with the help of the immortal flame. When the pagoda bodies were completely melted, the immortal flame surged into the sky, and a powerful aura swept across the starry sky. The flame expanded, covering 100,000 miles of the starry sky. Lin Moryu frowned slightly and quickly retreated. Zhu Kaiwa was also startled and retreated quickly. He recognized the extraordinary nature of the immortal flame and did not want to come into contact with it. Watching Lin Moryu's spell, Zhu Kaiwa roughly understood what was happening. Lin Moryu had once used the Summon Elemental Lich spell in front of him, almost blowing up the training room. The commotion back then was already significant, but it was far less than now. If the commotion back then had been like this, the immortal flame would have been enough to engulf the entire fortress. The powerful aura spread wildly in the starry sky, reaching farther and farther. Many star beasts were awakened and looked towards this place. Zhu Kaiwa snorted, and the pressure beyond the God Sovereign Realm erupted. The star beasts immediately fell silent, closing their eyes and no longer paying attention. Just like during the previous battle, none of them dared to come over, all pretending to be asleep. The commotion of the immortal flame grew larger, and its range expanded. Lin Moryu and Zhu Kaiwa retreated again and again, quickly retreating 300,000 kilometers. Zhu Kaiwa said, "Can't you make the commotion smaller?" Lin Moryu was somewhat helpless. "I didn't expect it to be this big either." Lin Morio indeed did not expect the commotion to be this big, indicating that the quality of the pair of pagodas was indeed extraordinary. Lin Morio was also looking forward to what kind of elemental lich would be summoned and what abilities it would have. He did not lack powerful summoned creatures now. Instead, he hoped for a summoned creature with special abilities. The immortal flame burned for an hour, and under Lin Morio's anticipation, an elemental lich gradually took shape. Its appearance emitted a metallic luster, with countless starlights flickering. Compared to other liches, it appeared more slender, less cute, and more sharp. Master! A clear voice sounded in his mind, and Lin Morio received the lich's information. Star Tower Lich. Realm, God Sovereign 6th tier. Grade, High. Growth limit, none. Spell, Transform into Star Tower. Transform into Star Tower. Transform into a star domain, scattering starlight to form a defense that can block all attacks below high tier God Sovereign, while also amplifying one tier of attack. The Star Tower can be applied to the Master himself or to the entire undead army, regardless of the number, with the same effect. Seeing the lich's effect, a gleam of joy flashed in Lin Morio's eyes. It was indeed an auxiliary lich. As the undead army's realm improved, the enemies they faced became stronger, and the effect of the golden armor talisman was rapidly diminishing. The golden armor talisman could at most block attacks of the second tier of the God Sovereign realm. If it could not be upgraded, it would become somewhat useless. But the golden armor talisman's upgrade was not a one-time thing, it required time. The appearance of the Star Tower Lich brought strong defense to the undead army, perfectly replacing the golden armor talisman. Moreover, it amplified attack power, significantly enhancing the combat power of the undead army. Chapter 1769. Chapter 1769, 1769. Chapter 1769, I have arrived, bringing slaughter. Shu Kaiwo approached. Judging by your expression, this guy should be pretty good, right? Lin Morio nodded, both offensive and defensive, very good. Shu Kaiwo didn't ask further but instead commented on Lin Morio's spell. Your spell is truly impressive. When you were using it just now, I felt a peculiar power. It's not a law, nor does it seem like a rule, a very strange power. Lin Morio also felt it, a mysterious power seemingly from ancient times, different from laws and somewhat different from rules. But Lin Morio couldn't pinpoint the true source of this power. Shu Kaiwa's words reminded him of the long absence system. The last time the system appeared, it killed the soul of the Kongwen Buddha. A fourth-tier soul of a god sovereign seemed extremely fragile before the system. The power of the system still shocked Lin Morio when he thought about it. Lin Morio had to consider whether the power of the spell came from the system. But upon careful reflection, it didn't seem quite right, giving a sense of confusion. In the end, it's still a matter of not being strong enough to see clearly. Lin Morio suppressed his thoughts and said to Shu Kaiwo, next, we should get down to business and first inquire about the vermilion bird egg. Saying this, he took out the corpse of the pagoda Buddha. The corpse was already shattered, but that didn't matter. Even a piece of flesh was enough to cast a spell. Stellar level spell, Resurrection of the Dead. The immortal flame burned again, and the flesh of the pagoda Buddha was reborn, with the extinguished soul reappearing under the mysterious power. Shu Kaiwo praised, what a magical spell, resurrecting the dead. I've never heard of such a spell. I highly suspect you possess the bloodline of some ancient powerful being. These spells shouldn't exist in this era. Lin Morio smiled and shook his head, I don't know either. When I find the answer, I'll let you know. Shu Kaiwo chuckled, when you find the answer, I'll have to call you senior. Lin Morio replied without hesitation, that day will come. Shu Kaiwo was momentarily stunned, knowing he had been taken advantage of. You really are impolite, kid. In the flames, the pagoda Buddha transformed into a resurrected being, kneeling quietly at Lin Morio's feet. As Lin Morio had judged, he was a god king, and the resurrection of the dead was enough to revive and control a god sovereign. Even a peak god sovereign could be controlled. However, if it were an Other Shore realm being, it wouldn't work. The Other Shore realm was too strong and would break free from the control of the resurrection of the dead, possibly even attacking the caster. Although the spell would eventually counterkill, even a second of loss of control would be extremely dangerous. Lin Morio asked, tell me how to obtain the vermilion bird egg. The resurrected pagoda Buddha couldn't disobey Lin Morio's command and immediately revealed what he knew. The method was actually simple. They had discovered a material in a mysterious place that they had never seen before. By integrating this material into the soul world, it could make the soul world incredibly strong for a short time. The most troublesome part of obtaining the vermilion bird egg was its flame. The flame not only burned the flesh but also the soul. As long as the flame could be resisted, obtaining the vermilion bird egg shouldn't be difficult. To protect the flesh, the pagoda Buddha had the Starlight Pagoda, which wasn't a big problem. Combined with the newly discovered material, the soul world could ignore the flames burning for a short time. Moreover, his purpose this time wasn't to take the vermilion bird egg but to try to approach the vermilion bird. The one who would actually take the vermilion bird egg wasn't him but another Buddha. Coincidentally, the demon clan had contacted the Buddha clan, intending to ambush Shu Kaiwo in the vermilion bird battlefield. So this matter was also handed over to him. Unexpectedly, the pagoda Buddha died at Lin Morio's hands and revealed the Buddha clan's method. From the storage items left by the pagoda Buddha, Lin Morio found the material. It was a silver liquid, only the size of a fist. It was thicker than water, slightly sticky, and nothing else could be discerned. Detection spells yielded no results, only indicating it was an unknown substance. Shu Kaiwo curiously looked at the silver liquid. What is this? I've never seen it before. Lin Morio hadn't seen it either, but it felt familiar. After thinking for a moment, he said, it seems somewhat similar to the myriad colors water. Zhu Kaiwa nodded. Indeed, it does seem similar. Could it be a treasure of the same level as the myriad colors water? But he wasn't very sure and was somewhat uncertain. He thought for a moment, how about I try it? Lin Moria shook his head, better not. There's only one portion of this material. Once used, it's gone. The resurrected being won't lie. I plan to take it back to the Saint Sovereign for research. Zhu Kaiwa thought it made sense. Alright, take it back for the Saint Sovereign to study. Lin Moria put away the silver liquid and then took out the corpse of the flame demon. He cast Resurrection of the Dead again, reviving the flame demon. Looking at the flame demon and the pagoda Buddha kneeling side by side, Lin Moria couldn't help but sigh. Two peak god sovereigns who had wanted to kill him were now kneeling before him. The great world was indeed cruel, with life and death in an instant. Lin Moria asked, "Tell me the location of the demon fortress in the Vermilion Bird battlefield." This was the purpose of reviving him, to reveal the location of the demon fortress so Zhu Kaiwa could go and kill, paving the way with blood. Reciprocity, as they say. But this time, Lin Moria didn't get an answer. The resurrected flame demon shook his head vigorously. "Master, I swore an oath and cannot say." Lin Moria and Zhu Kaiwa exchanged a glance, immediately understanding why he couldn't speak. He had sworn a great world oath, and even before revealing the location, the oath would backlash. Even a peak god sovereign couldn't withstand it, and his soul would be annihilated instantly. But it didn't matter if he couldn't speak. Lin Moria had other methods. Return to the fortress. A new command was issued, and Lin Moria found a demon clan warship from his storage items. The demon clan's warships were made using methods stolen from the human clan. Their performance wasn't as good as human clan warships but better than Golden Eagle clan warships, sufficient for travel. The group boarded the warship, piloted by the flame demon, heading towards the fortress. The warship jumped and flickered in the void, constantly approaching the demon clan fortress. In the battlefield, once a fortress's location was exposed, it would face full-scale attacks from the enemy. The human clan's number 10 fortress had been exposed once, but Zhu Kaiwa had guarded the starry sky, waiting until the fortress changed location. The human clan had been searching for the demon clan fortress but had never found it due to the vast battlefield. Now, they were finally about to find it. Zhu Kaiwa's arrival also meant the arrival of slaughter. In the Buddha clan star domain, the ancient Buddha was preaching to his disciples. Suddenly, he frowned, and his preaching was interrupted. He then said in a deep voice, "You must comprehend on your own. I have something to attend to." As he spoke, he disappeared, arriving in another space. Here, the aura of ancient Buddhas filled the air, with statues of ancient Buddhas in solemn poses. Even at the highest position, 3 Buddhas sat. Seeing the ancient Buddha, one of the Buddhas spoke, "Ancient Buddha, why did you interrupt your preaching? Is something wrong?" The ancient Buddha bowed. "Indeed, something has happened." Chapter 1770. Chapter 1770, 1770. Chapter 1770, we closed the door to beat the dog. In the Buddha clan world, the mournful sound of bells echoed, and a heavy rain fell from the sky. The fall of the pagoda Buddha brought sorrow to the entire clan, especially since the one who died this time was the pagoda Buddha, a peak Buddha, extremely close to becoming an ancient Buddha. The multi-treasure ancient Buddha, as the master of the pagoda Buddha, had given him a Buddha bead containing a trace of his own soul. In case of danger, the pagoda Buddha could crush the bead, and the trace of the ancient Buddha's soul could save his life. The multi-treasure ancient Buddha was equivalent to a human clan's other shore realm powerhouse. Even a trace of his soul could surpass the combat power of a peak god sovereign for a short time. Normally, saving the pagoda Buddha shouldn't have been a problem, but he never expected Lin Moria's methods to be so fierce. As soon as his soul projection appeared, it was extinguished, and very decisively at that. This wasn't something an ordinary god sovereign could do. He felt it was the work of an other shore realm powerhouse. With his soul extinguished, the Buddha clan's mourning bells rang again, and the heavy rain poured down, signifying the death of the pagoda Buddha. After hearing the multi-treasure ancient Buddha's account, the 3 Buddhas exchanged glances. Each of the 3 Buddhas had a title, the future Buddha on the left, the present Buddha in the center, and the past Buddha on the right. Currently, the Buddha clan was governed by the present Buddha, and the present Buddha had another title in the outside world, the Great Sun Buddha. His spells often involved a great sun above his head, hence the name. Only the high-level members of various clans knew that the Great Sun Buddha in the Buddha clan was actually the present Buddha. The past Buddha held a lotus flower, with a strange color blooming at his fingertips, and a crescent moon rising behind him, like a moon of the past, already gone. A special law was invoked, and the law sublimated into the power of rules. After a moment, the past Buddha said in a low voice, "From the feedback of the time law, the one who killed the pagoda Buddha and extinguished your soul is the same person." The multi-treasure ancient Buddha immediately asked, "Buddha, did you see who it was?" The past Buddha shook his head. The other party has rules protecting them, making it impossible to see clearly, but it can be confirmed that it should be related to the human clan's heavenly saint sovereign. Upon hearing it was related to the human clan's heavenly saint sovereign, the multi-treasure ancient Buddha blurted out, "Could it be that our method was discovered by the human clan's heavenly saint sovereign?" The past Buddha still shook his head. "It's hard to say. I sensed the presence of the demon clan, the golden eagle clan, and the black stone clan from the time law. You can have someone check if the pagoda Buddha had any other tasks." After some thought, the multi-treasure ancient Buddha spoke, "I know about this. I sent the pagoda Buddha on this mission." He then recounted the collaboration between the demon clan and the Buddha clan to ambush Zhu Kaiwa. The pagoda Buddha had 2 tasks, to attempt to approach the Vermilion Bird Egg and to join forces with the demon clan to prevent Zhu Kaiwa from reaching the other shore. He hadn't reported this to the three Buddhas, but an unexpected incident occurred this time. The three Buddhas all showed worried expressions. The present Buddha said in a low voice, if it really was the human clan's heavenly saint sovereign, this could be troublesome. He then looked at the future Buddha, please check the time law to see if our Buddha clan will face retaliation. The future Buddha nodded and closed his eyes to invoke the time law. Slowly, he frowned, I can't see. The future seemed shrouded in a layer of mist, making it impossible to discern. The present Buddha said in a low voice, it seems it really is related to the saint sovereign. The saint sovereign and they are on the same level. If it is related to the saint sovereign, they will be interfered with and unable to obtain specific information from the law. The present Buddha said, multi-treasure, pass my decree, instructing all Buddhas to be vigilant and monitor the human clan's movements. The multi-treasure ancient Buddha was shocked. Buddha, are you afraid of retaliation from the human clan? The present Buddha did not answer, closing his eyes again, and the three Buddhas said no more. The demon warship continued to leap through the starry sky, heading towards the area where the demon fortress was located. After several days of travel, it finally stopped in a desolate star field. This star field was extremely dark, with no stars within 100 light-years. It could be considered extremely barren. Zhukaiwa sighed, I've been to this area before and found nothing. I didn't expect the demon fortress to be here. The star field was vast, so missing it was normal. Lin Moryu also looked at the star field, sensing something amiss. His soul was stronger than Zhukaiwa's, and his senses were more acute. Compared to the past Zhukaiwu, it was even more impossible to miss. Lin Moryu sensed the presence of a star beast. The aura was faint, seemingly left from a long time ago, but very real. Lin Moryu thought for a moment and suddenly remembered a special star beast, whispering, there's a black star beast here. Zhukaiwa looked at Lin Moryu in surprise. He hadn't thought in that direction, but Lin Moryu's reminder made him realize something was wrong. After careful sensing, he confirmed Lin Moryu's words, it is indeed a black star beast. No wonder it wasn't discovered before. I didn't expect the demons to control a black star beast and use it for concealment. The black star beast is a special star beast. It looks like a black cloth and can grow large enough to cover stars, hence the name Black Star Beast. The black star beast has no combat power. To survive, it evolved extremely strong concealment abilities. High-level black star beasts can even cover an entire star, hiding their own aura. As long as they aren't touched, they are hard to find. There was once a black star beast that covered a lonely star, wandering through the starry sky, passing through the territories of various races without being discovered. It was only found when it encountered an other shore realm powerhouse. The demon clan has bewitching demons, so controlling a black star beast isn't impossible. Using a black star beast to conceal their fortress, unless an other shore realm comes, it is indeed hard to find. But they happened to encounter Lin Moryu, who brought them back. This time, there was truly no escape. Zhukaiwa carefully sensed and locked onto the black star beast's position, ready to act but was stopped by Lin Moryu. Lin Moryu said, no rush. Let's make some arrangements and wipe them out completely, leaving none. Zhukaiwa nodded, what's your plan? Lin Moryu smiled, surround them. We closed the door to beat the dog. He then took out 100 drops of myriad colors water and handed them to Zhukaiwa. Zhukaiwa's eyes widened, where did you get so much myriad colors water? He had seen myriad colors water before. It was a precious item, and the human clan could only collect a limited amount each year. Usually, the other shore realm members didn't have enough to share, and he had only seen it, never used it. Lin Moryu gave him 100 drops at once, making Zhukaiwa doubt its authenticity. Lin Moryu didn't answer Zhukaiwa, saying in a low voice, Senior, those at the 4th tier of the God Sovereign realm and above will be your responsibility. I'll handle the rest. Zhukaiwa nodded, no problem. I'll crush them one by one. They left the warship and retreated 10 million kilometers. Then Lin Moryu released all the skeleton god generals. A total of 50 million skeleton god generals densely occupied a large star field. Zhukaiwa was once again shocked. So many? How many can you summon? Lin Moryu honestly replied, 50 million. Zhukaiwa swallowed, 50 million god sovereign second tier skeletons. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Lin Moryu shook his head, not second tier, but third tier. At this moment, the star tower lich flew out, transforming into a tower above Lin Moryu's head. The tower scattered starlight, which exploded in midair and fell on each skeleton god general. The skeleton god general's defense instantly rose to the 6th tier of the god sovereign realm, and their attack power increased by 1 tier, reaching the 3rd tier of the god sovereign realm. Chapter 1771. Chapter 1771, 1771. Chapter 1771. From today on, this battlefield belongs to the human race. Lin Moryu had experience dealing with fortresses. In the Suanmu battlefield, he had successfully annihilated the Golden Eagle clan's fortress, leaving none alive, and not just once. When 50 million skeleton god generals, with attack power reaching the 3rd tier of the god sovereign realm and defense power as high as the 6th tier of the god sovereign realm, were deployed, Zhukaiwa had nothing more to say. He was speechless. With such a lineup, even he would turn around and leave if he saw it. Even if the 50 million skeleton god generals stood still and let him kill them, it would take him a long time, and he wouldn't know if he could kill them all before exhausting his strength. Unless he truly stepped into the other shore realm, he couldn't clear out these skeleton god generals in a short time. Zhukaiwa said, Kid, you seem to be getting more and more monstrous. Lin Moryu, while commanding the skeleton god generals, humbly replied, You flatter me. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Zhukaiwa chuckled, Brat, you've grown bolder over the years. Lin Moria laughed. I learned it from you, to be bold in both actions and decisions. Zhu Kaiwa snorted. It seems you've been through a lot these years. After winning the first place in the 4-star domain competition, you must have gone to the Divine City, right? Lin Moria nodded. Yes, I did. Tell me, how do you feel about the Divine City? Zhu Kaiwu asked with a smile. Watching the skeleton god generals fly into the depths of the starry sky, Lin Moria's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with some emotion, nothing special. Zhu Kaiwu looked a bit puzzled. You don't seem like you felt nothing. Lin Moria shook his head. What I feel isn't about the Divine City, but my small world where I was born. The secret realms in the Divine City star domain are somewhat similar to the dungeons in my small world. Dungeons. Zhu Kaiwo had never heard this term before and didn't quite understand. Lin Moria briefly described the dungeons in his small world. It was the first time he talked about his small world to someone else. Zhu Kaiwo listened to Lin Moria's words and fell into thought. He was born in the Great World, in the Divine City. He had been to the secret realms in the Divine City and the secret realms in the Human Emperor Network. Besides, he had also visited many mysterious places in the Great World. He had even traveled to several small worlds and spent many years there. Having lived for thousands of years, his experiences far exceeded Lin Moria's, and his knowledge was greater. But he had never heard of dungeons. After thinking for a while, Zhu Kaiwa couldn't find a corresponding answer in his memory. I didn't expect there to be such a magical place in the world. It seems your small world is quite unique. Lin Moria nodded. Indeed, it is. The skeleton god generals finally took their positions, enveloping the entire star field. Using his undead vision, Lin Moria accurately located the Black Star Beast. No matter how hidden the Black Star Beast was, its soul flame couldn't be concealed. In the undead vision, the soul flame of the Black Star Beast turned into a thin layer of flame mist, spreading but not dissipating, covering the entire star field. From the intensity of the soul flame, it could be judged that this Black Star Beast was only at the God King level, but its combat power was probably only equivalent to a true god. The 50 million skeleton god generals completed the encirclement with the Black Star Beast as the center, separated by millions of kilometers. Zhu Kaiwa took out a formation disk, the locking space formation disk. Activating the formation disk, a peculiar aura spread from the locking space formation, quickly covering a billion kilometers of the starry sky. Under the locking space formation, teleportation arrays would be unusable, and all teleportation items would lose their effect. The demons in the fortress were now trapped, just waiting for Lin Moria to close the door and beat the dog. Without so many skeleton god generals, Zhu Kaiwa alone would inevitably let some escape. Moreover, Zhu Kaiwa wouldn't have been able to find this place. Half a minute after the locking space formation was activated, changes appeared in the starry sky. A large hole appeared in the pitch-black starry sky, and demonic aura seeped out from the hole. Some demons flew out of the hole to investigate the situation. Lin Moria chuckled. Senior, it's your turn. Zhu Kaiwa's eyes gleamed with cold light, and his killing intent surged. After today, the 10th war zone of the Vermilion Bird battlefield will belong to our human race. As he spoke, a brilliant galaxy appeared around him. Stars in the galaxy of laws flickered and vanished, and a vast power flowed from the galaxy of laws into Zhu Kaiwa's palm. With a palm strike, a gigantic hand appeared in the starry sky, flying towards the hole. The hand was intertwined with the star fragmentation law and accompanied by the power of rules. Wherever the giant hand passed, the starry sky shattered and vanished. Not only the starry sky but also the lines of laws within it were destroyed one by one. Zhu Kaiwa's palm strike was somewhat similar to the fist in the ancient talisman. Although the two had different origins, they achieved the same result. The final outcome was the same. Lin Moria watched and pondered. Laws, rules, ancient talismans, they are all just external manifestations. Their root is the same, all are manipulations of the world's power. Just like when I became the master of my small world, I could manipulate its power. This sudden realization allowed Lin Moria to grasp a bit of the essence of power. The insight was small, but it allowed Lin Moria to make a small step forward, which was significant. It was like a door to the true core had opened a crack. Zhu Kaiwa's voice came to his ears. The star fragmentation palm, although I used it often before, this time, with the inheritance of the star fragmentation supreme, I made some improvements. Lin Moria didn't know how strong Zhu Kaiwa's star fragmentation palm was before, but the one in front of him was indeed very strong. The star fragmentation law had sublimated, with some parts transforming into the power of the star fragmentation rule. The rule destroyed all laws except itself. Within the range of the star fragmentation palm, the star fragmentation rule was the only king. As the giant palm flew through the starry sky, by the time the demons noticed it, it was already too late. The black star beast let out a miserable cry, its soul flame boiling violently, and then it was completely annihilated by the star fragmentation palm. At this moment, the star fragmentation palm was still at least 100,000 kilometers away from the black star beast. The black star beast, a starry sky giant beast with only concealment abilities, was too fragile. With only the god king level and combat power equivalent to a true god, it couldn't withstand even the outermost aura of the star fragmentation palm. With the death of the black star beast, the hidden reality was immediately revealed. A massive fortress appeared in the starry sky. Flames burned fiercely within the fortress, with two distinct colors, black-red, belonging to the hellfire, and dark-green, belonging to the abyssal fire. The two flames were clearly separated, dividing the demons into the hell and abyss factions. The sudden arrival of the star fragmentation palm caught the demons off guard. In their panic, they began to activate the fortress's barrier for defense. Whether they could withstand it was unknown. Countless demons in the fortress were awakened, and powerful god sovereign auras shot out from the fortress. At the same time, a large number of warships urgently took to the sky. Zhu Kaiwa didn't pay any attention to the demons' actions and said calmly, "Among the demons, there are Hell and Abyss factions, each with several royal families. Among the Hell faction, the strongest royal family is the 100-headed lion demon. They rarely take action but are the strongest royal family among the demons. In the Abyss faction, the strongest is the abyssal dragon demon, which you've encountered several times." Chapter 1772. Chapter 1772, 1772. Chapter 1772, The Blood Path completed, about to advance. Zhu Kaiwa was very patient, explaining to Lin Moria the internal structure of the demon clan. Much of the information he shared was not available on the Human Emperor network. Most of it came from his personal experience. Over the years, his main body rarely acted, but his avatars were always out, constantly dealing with the demon clan. They had fought countless battles, and Zhu Kaiwa was very familiar with various demons. Under his explanation, Lin Moria gained a deeper understanding of the demon clan. The giant palm Zhu Kaiwa struck flew steadily across 100,000 kilometers of starry sky, landing on the barrier of the demon fortress. There was no deafening, soul-shaking roar. Not even a dazzling, blinding light. The barrier shattered silently. Under the eye of the soul, the laws forming the barrier were torn to shreds. With the barrier collapsing, the star fragmentation palm fell on the demon fortress. The seemingly indestructible demon fortress shattered on the spot, unable to withstand the blow. The demon fortress was smashed to pieces, and many demons inside died instantly, while many powerful demons escaped from the fortress. Lin Moria's eyes narrowed slightly, wondering if Zhu Kaiwa's palm was too strong or if the demon fortress was too weak. During the invasion of the 100 races, they had stolen a lot of information from the human race. Relying on their innate talents, the various races were not very familiar with refining warships in fortresses. It was only by relying on the stolen information from the human race that they managed to refine warships and other war tools. However, compared to the human race, there was still a significant gap. The demon fortress looked imposing, but compared to the human race's fortresses, it was far inferior. At least Zhu Kaiwa couldn't smash a human race fortress with one palm. Perhaps a true other shore realm could do it, but Zhu Kaiwa couldn't. Zhu Kaiwa sneered, "Trash. They stole so much information from my human race back then, and this is all they could refine." Lin Moria lightly flattered, "Maybe it's because you're too strong." Zhu Kaiwa laughed, "Even though I know you're flattering me, I like to hear it. You can say it more often in the future." Lin Moria earnestly agreed, "Sure, when I'm stronger than you, remember to flatter me too." "Get lost." Zhu Kaiwa snorted and turned into a stream of light, charging forward. The demon fortress was shattered, and many demons died, but those at the God Sovereign realm and above had already escaped. Zhu Kaiwa and Lin Moria had a clear division of labor. All demons at the 4th tier of the God Sovereign realm and above were handled by Zhu Kaiwa. Demons at the 3rd tier of the God Sovereign realm and below were left to Lin Moria. As Zhu Kaiwa acted, Lin Moria also issued orders. The skeleton god generals, who had long completed the encirclement, rushed in from all directions. The resurrected Pagoda Buddha and Flame Demon also joined the fray. A minute later, dense white sword energy illuminated the dark void. The demons screamed, and blood floated in the starry sky. "Human race, how did the human race find us? Buddha clan, why are there people from the Buddha clan? So many skeletons, all at the God Sovereign level. Where did so many God Sovereign skeletons come from?" The demons screamed in madness, falling like straw before the relentless onslaught of the skeleton god generals. Under the dense sword energy, the demons died without leaving a complete corpse, not even a piece of good flesh. Lin Moria watched from a distance, not taking action this time. Dealing with demons below the 3rd tier of the God Sovereign realm didn't require his intervention. His eyes were cold and merciless, his mind churning with memories of the information he had read. The 4-star domains of today were once slaughtered by various races during a great war. The star domains collapsed, and the blood of the human race flowed like a river in the starry sky of the great world. Countless humans died in that disaster, far more than billions, even trillions. Some races even treated humans as blood food, eating human flesh and drinking human blood. Such scenes were unimaginable. Compared to the small world, the humans of the great world had experienced a more brutal and terrifying disaster. Now, the situation was reversed, and Lin Moria felt no pity. His voice echoed in the starry sky. "Back then, the war god Shao only collected a small interest. Today, I am here to collect another insignificant interest. This is what you owe my human race. When I step into the other shore, it will be the day of disaster for all your races." His voice didn't travel far, only he could hear it. His words were more like an oath, spoken to himself. Today's events couldn't be hidden. One of the characteristics of the demon clan was that many demons had avatars. Those here might not be the main bodies. Once the avatars were killed, the main bodies would soon know. The demons probably already knew that it was Zhu Kaiwa of the human race who had come, and with him, a Buddha from the Buddha clan. Lin Moria even wondered if the demons would think the human race and the Buddha clan had joined forces to deal with the demon clan. If it could make the demons and the Buddha clan fight each other, it wouldn't be a bad thing. At this moment, Lin Moria was like a high and mighty observer, watching the slaughter before him. Zhu Kaiwa's attacks were swift and fierce. Under his assault, no demon god sovereign could last more than 2 seconds. There were no peak god sovereigns in the fortress. Even if there were, they probably only wanted to escape now. The battle lasted only a dozen minutes before it was nearing its end. The encirclement of the skeleton god generals kept shrinking. Under the undead vision, the hidden demons were found and killed one by one. The blood of the god sovereign spread in the starry sky, forming a huge blood sphere with immense pressure. Zhu Kaiwa stood on the blood sphere, looking like a god of slaughter. 31. A number was reported, indicating that 31 god sovereigns had died at Zhu Kaiwa's hands. Lin Moryu asked, "Do you want to destroy the demon fortress in the 9th war zone?" Finding the demon fortress in the 9th war zone wasn't difficult. Once these corpses were turned into resurrected beings, they could lead the way. Zhu Kaiwa shook his head. "No time. The blood path is completed." Lin Moryu looked at Zhu Kaiwa. At this moment, Zhu Kaiwa stood on the blood sphere, which was formed from the blood and flesh of god sovereigns, emitting a strange aura. This aura merged into Zhu Kaiwa's body, seemingly triggering some mysterious law. Zhu Kaiwa's aura was rapidly rising. He had entered the final moment of stepping into the other shore. This slaughter had allowed Zhu Kaiwa to complete his sublimation ahead of time, beginning his true step into the other shore. Nothing was more important now than Zhu Kaiwa's advancement. Lin Moryu knew what was important. "I'll clean up the battlefield and then head back." The skeleton god generals, following Lin Moryu's will, began to clean up the battlefield. Lin Moryu wouldn't be polite with the corpses of the god sovereigns, packing them all up. The skeleton god generals also found a large number of storage items and various treasures left by the demons. Regardless of their quality, Lin Moryu collected them all. He also issued new orders to the Flame Demon and the Pagoda Buddha, sending them to the demon fortress in the 9th war zone. 2 peak god sovereigns were enough to give the demons a headache for a while. Chapter 1773. Chapter 1773, 1773. Chapter 1773. Watch carefully and comprehend with your heart. The warship sped through the starry sky. Although it couldn't compare to the one that was on par with the other shore realm, Zhu Kaiwa's warship was still at a mid-level god sovereign standard. At their current speed, they would return to Fortress Number 10 in no more than half a day. Inside the warship, Zhu Kaiwa sat cross-legged, with a blood sphere over a meter in diameter behind him. The blood sphere contained not only the essence of the blood from the god sovereign demons in the fortress but also the essence of the blood Zhu Kaiwa had accumulated from killing various god sovereigns recently. The blood path to the shore, guided by killing and paved with blood. Zhu Kaiwa said to Lin Moryu in a deep voice, "When we arrive, I will begin the blood path, cross the Star River, and step onto the other shore. Watch carefully and comprehend with your heart, it might be useful to you in the future." Zhu Kaiwa spoke very seriously, while Lin Moryu leisurely sipped his tea and said, "Is this really okay?" Advancing to the other shore realm is a qualitative transformation from laws to rules. The entire process can take as short as a few years or as long as several hundred years, with no fixed duration. The blood path to the shore can significantly shorten this process. However, after collecting enough blood essence, one must complete the final leap, crossing the Star River of Laws to truly step onto the other shore. This leap is crucial, and one usually finds a hidden place to avoid any disturbance. Normally, someone like Zhu Kaiwa should return to the Divine City to complete the final leap, but he wanted Lin Moryu to observe. Such trust, even between master and disciple or father and son, is rare. Lin Moryu understood this in his heart but pretended to be relaxed, smiling as he asked, "Is this really okay?" Zhu Kaiwa felt an urge to punch Lin Moryu and snorted heavily, "Watch if you want, or don't." Lin Moryu quickly smiled, "I dare not refuse the elder's command. Since you have spoken, how can I not listen?" Zhu Kaiwa glared at Lin Moryu, "How did I not realize before that you are so shameless?" Lin Moryu smiled without answering. At this moment, he thought of Antares. He seemed to be just as relaxed and at ease when he was with Antares. Such unreserved trust is rare. With memories flooding his eyes, Lin Moryu continued to sip his tea without speaking further. Zhu Kaiwa continued his final adjustments. For the final leap, he needed to adjust his energy, spirit, and essence to their best state. This leap had to be perfect and flawless to lay a foundation for the future. Zhu Kaiwa had ambitions. The other shore realm was not his end goal. He wanted to become a figure like the Wu Saint Sovereign and achieve the status of a Saint Sovereign. The warship did not return to Fortress Number 10 but stopped in an unknown starry sky. It was pitch black here, with only a faint starlight radiating from a distant place, bringing a bit of light. Not far away, there were many broken stars, forming a ring that spun in the starry sky. The ring had a diameter of over 100,000 kilometers, with countless broken stars within it. Lin Moryu sensed the aura of the star fragmentation law and vaguely had an answer. "Is this where you experiment with the law?" These broken stars were clearly shattered by Zhu Kaiwa, and the number was astonishing, indicating it had been going on for a long time. Zhu Kaiwa nodded. "Whenever I have an insight, I come here to experiment." Lin Moryu smiled, "I understand. Are you planning to break through here?" Zhu Kaiwa responded, "Actually, all preparations have long been completed. This final leap won't take long, a few days at most, or 10 days to half a month at the slowest. I have made arrangements in the star fragmentation ring. Outsiders cannot enter." "I know what you're thinking. Although the Divine City is safe, for me, the battlefield is the best place. The star fragmentation law is a combat law, seeking battle rather than safety. Once the battle intent is lost for the sake of safety, the path ends." Lin Moryu understood Zhu Kaiwa's words. This was why, even knowing he was being targeted, Zhu Kaiwa still pressed forward. It was both a strength and a weakness. If Lin Moryu hadn't intervened, Zhu Kaiwa's breakthrough might not have failed, but the process would have been much longer. Lin Moryu also believed that Zhu Kaiwa must have had a backup plan and wasn't truly reckless. Zhu Kaiwa took out the myriad colors water given by Lin Moryu. "Originally, my star fragmentation ring could only block those below the other shore realm. Now, with the myriad colors water, it can even block the other shore realm for a long time." As he spoke, he scattered 10 drops of myriad colors water to various positions in the star fragmentation ring. The myriad colors water was precious. Lin Morio had given him 100 drops, and he couldn't bear to use them all. If no one came, it would be a waste. Using 10 drops was already the limit. With Zhu Kaiwa's years of arrangements, the star fragmentation ring had become a powerful defensive formation. Now, with the addition of the myriad colors water, the formation was greatly enhanced, capable of blocking even the other shore realm. Lin Morio asked, "Can you use a bit more? If it's not enough, I have more." Zhu Kaiwa shook his head, "It's enough. The myriad colors water is precious and shouldn't be wasted. Even if you add 10 times more myriad colors water, the formation's limit is still there. Besides, I don't have just one arrangement." As he spoke, Zhu Kaiwa took out a cyan gray token. The token had a single character engraved on it. Lin Moria sensed the power of rules from the token and understood it was the token of the House Saint Sovereign. Zhu Kaiwa said, "It contains a full-strength strike from the House Saint Sovereign. The attacked enemy will fall into a void realm, and even the other shore realm will be affected, unable to break free for a short time." He then took out another golden token, identical in shape to the cyan gray token of the House Saint Sovereign. The difference was the character on it, which was. Zhu Kaiwa said, "This is the token of the Tian Saint Sovereign, capable of unleashing a full-strength strike equivalent to the Tian Saint Sovereign. Take these 2 items. If anyone comes to disturb me, use them directly. Remember to pair them with the myriad colors water for greater power." Lin Morio had long guessed that Zhu Kaiwa had a backup plan, but he didn't expect it to be the tokens of the Saint Sovereigns. Each token contained a full-strength strike from a Saint Sovereign, with immense power. If he had used the tokens when he was trapped, those god sovereigns would have died long ago. Lin Moria took the tokens. "If I had known, I wouldn't have come to save you. You had a backup plan anyway." Zhu Kaiwa chuckled, "Life-saving items should be used sparingly if possible. Alright, I'm starting now. Watch carefully. Star ring, activate." With his command, the star fragmentation ring suddenly burst into brilliant light, but it only lasted for a second before all the light disappeared simultaneously. The star fragmentation ring not only stopped emitting light but also began to absorb it. As it absorbed the light, it also concealed the internal aura. In the blink of an eye, this part of the starry sky disappeared from the eyes of the world. To ordinary people, it was as if this part of the starry sky didn't exist. Zhu Kaiwa activated the star fragmentation ring and then gave another light command. The star river of laws suddenly emerged, circling around him, flowing endlessly. In the star river of laws, stars appeared and vanished, and the entire river was filled with the power of destruction. "Open." Another low command, the voice like thunder, exploded in Lin Moria's ears. The star river of laws instantly expanded, transforming into a real great river, flowing endlessly in the starry sky. The laws turned into river water, flowing with a roaring sound. Stars rose from the river, only to be shattered by an invisible force of destruction in mid-air. At this moment, Zhu Kaiwa stood on the star river and said to Lin Morio, "Comprehend with your heart." Chapter 1774. Chapter 1774, 1774. Chapter 1774, taking such a shortcut is wrong. Lin Morio had seen the Lost Star River many times before, but they were usually just illusory images. The higher one's cultivation realm, the more real and vast the summoned Lost Star River would be, and the more power one could mobilize from it. However, to manifest the Lost Star River directly in the starry sky like Zhu Kaiwa did, making it appear like a real long river, only peak god sovereigns could accomplish this. Zhu Kaiwa stood in the Star River, his black robe fluttering in the river's currents. Countless laws rose from the Star River, entwining around Zhu Kaiwa's body. Law baptism. Zhu Kaiwa called out lightly, and the Lost Star River immediately began to boil. Countless laws gushed out like fountains, falling onto Zhu Kaiwa's body. His soul flew out from the top of his head and sank into the Star River. The tiny soul rolled like a lone boat amidst the waves of the Star River. But no matter how violent the waves of the Star River became, they could not submerge the soul. Instead, more and more laws fused into the soul. Zhu Kaiwa's soul was at the peak of the 4th grade, but a purple light had already been born within it, which was the sign of the jade soul turning purple. This was an indication that the soul could continue to improve and advance to the 5th grade. As the soul floated in the Lost Star River, more and more laws fused into it. The soul of a peak god sovereign could already move freely in the Lost Star River, but it could not cross the Lost Star River to reach the other shore. The other shore of the Lost Star River was the other shore realm. Gradually, the star fragmentation law filled the soul, and the star fragmentation law used the soul as a medium to conduct towards the physical body. The physical body also benefited from this, gaining enhancement. However, the enhancement to the physical body was limited. Lin Moria could see that Zhu Kaiwa's physical body was only equivalent to the 1st level of the God King realm, and it wasn't even a God King golden body, inferior to his own. Even after he reached the other shore realm, his physical body would at most reach the 3rd or 4th level of the God King realm. In terms of physical body strength, humans were indeed not very impressive. Lin Moria compared the physical bodies of humans with those of the invaders from the Black Blood Great World, and the difference was enormous. Even among the demon clan, the Hellstone demons who specialized in physical bodies would only have a physical body one level lower at the peak god sovereign stage, at most reaching the 9th level of the God King realm. And after reaching the other shore realm, their physical bodies would still struggle to reach the god sovereign realm. Cultivators in the Great World focused on soul realms and did not pay much attention to physical bodies. Lin Moria vaguely felt this was not right. He believed the importance of the physical body was no less than that of the soul. If possible, he must advance both simultaneously. He saw Zhu Kaiwa's soul enter the Lost Star River, but his physical body did not go in. There must be a reason for this, which he could ask about after Zhukaiwa reached the other shore realm. The soul absorbed the star fragmentation law to its fullest, completely merging with the Law Star River. Then the soul returned to the side of the physical body but did not enter it. Instead, it enveloped the physical body. After the soul completely enveloped the physical body began to sink, entering the Law Star River. The power of the laws in the Law Star River continued to surge forth. At this moment, the soul no longer absorbed external law power but began to resist the power in the Law Star River, protecting the physical body. Lin Moryu understood a bit. After the soul was filled with laws, it needed to provide protection. It wasn't just the soul that needed to cross the Star River to reach the other shore, but also the physical body. Only when both the soul and physical body crossed the Law Star River together could one truly reach the other shore realm. The power of the Law Star River was endless and extremely strong. The soul first absorbed the power of the Law Star River, and now it was resisting it, which was extremely difficult. Lin Moryu watched very carefully and gradually discovered the key. The star fragmentation law absorbed by the soul had already changed, with the power of the law being sublimated and some of it transforming into the power of the star fragmentation rule. In fact, the soul was using the power of rules to resist the Law Star River. At this time, the soul reached out and summoned the blood sphere that had been prepared earlier. The blood sphere contained the essence blood of at least dozens of god sovereigns, holding extremely powerful energy. This energy had been refined and stripped of its law attributes, becoming extremely pure. The blood sphere flew over and crashed into Zhukaiwa's body, exploding with a boom. A blood path made of fresh blood immediately appeared. One end of the blood path plunged into the Law Star River, while the other end extended into the distance, towards the place that was the other shore. So this is the blood path, using killing as a guide and blood to form the path. It's not just a conceptual thing, but a real blood path. This way, the difficulty is much lower. Lin Moryu had some realizations. Just now, when Zhukaiwa used his soul to envelop his physical body, he had tried to move but could only take one step with great effort. If the soul did not envelop the physical body would not be able to withstand the erosion of the Law Star River and would collapse within it, possibly leading to death and the destruction of one's path. Now with this blood path, everything became simple. As long as Zhukaiwa could step onto the blood path and advance along it, he could reach the other shore. This reduced the difficulty by at least several dozen times. Zhukaiwa finally lifted his foot and truly stepped onto the blood path. Then came the second step, the third step, moving forward step by step. Although he was still in the Law Star River, it could no longer stop him. The Law Star River on both sides of the blood path roared incessantly, with huge waves surging to the sky. The blood path swayed amidst the huge waves, seeming as if it might be washed away at any moment. Yet the blood path remained very solid and never broke. Lin Moryu had already understood, but many questions arose in his mind. His intuition told him that this method was not right. This method was equivalent to taking a shortcut. In Lin Moryu's view, the baptism of the Law Star River was not just to baptize the soul, but also to baptize the physical body. Using this clever method, although one could reach the other shore, the physical body did not receive baptism. Perhaps after reaching the other shore now, someday in the future when trying to climb to higher realms, one would face limitations. Could this be the reason why there are no supremes in this era? Lin Moryu thought to himself. In ancient times, there were supremes in the great world, but in the current era, there were none. What was the real reason for this? Lin Moryu watched as Zhukaiwa stepped on the blood path, moving towards the other shore step by step. At this point, he could no longer stop it. But even if he could have stopped it earlier, it would have been useless. Zhukaiwa could not possibly spend another 1,000 years just for the sake of his physical body. That way, he might never reach the other shore in his lifetime. Making the best of a bad situation, no matter what, they had to let Zhukaiwa reach the other shore first. Future matters could be dealt with in the future. Moreover, what Lin Moryu thought was just his own speculation. Zhukaiwa walked very steadily, indeed with the intention of taking it one step at a time, but unfortunately, he had started off wrong, so no matter how steadily he walked afterwards, it was useless. As Zhukaiwa continued to advance, the purple light in his soul gradually grew stronger. The purple light acted like a catalyst, beginning to expand and starting to elevate more of the soul into the purple jade soul. Along with this elevation, the laws were also being elevated, transforming into rules. By the time Zhukaiwa fully stepped onto the other shore, his soul would officially become a 5th grade purple jade soul, and all the law power in his body would transform into rule power. At that time, he would be a genuine other shore realm powerhouse. Based on Zhukaiwa's current speed, Lin Moryu estimated that in no more than 3 days, Zhukaiwa would complete the blood path and reach the other shore. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhukaiwa had been walking very smoothly. Most of his soul had already transformed into the purple jade soul, and his entire body was emanating the power of rules. In another half day, he would complete the blood path. Suddenly, the star fragmentation ring began to shake. Outside the star fragmentation ring, a terrifyingly huge figure appeared. Chapter 1775. Chapter 1775, 1775. Chapter 1775, An Idiot Who Lost His Reason. Terrifying pressure rippled through the starry sky. Lin Moryu heard dragon roars penetrating through the star fragmentation ring, shaking his soul. Found you. A cold voice full of killing intent rang out as abyssal green fire ignited on the star fragmentation ring. The abyssal fire spread at an alarming rate, engulfing the entire star fragmentation ring in just a few breaths. The starry sky was dyed an abyssal green color. Lin Moryu saw a pair of huge, gloomy eyes. The owner of these eyes was no stranger, it was the old acquaintance, the Abyssal Dragon Demon. The Abyssal Dragon Demon was destroying the star fragmentation ring, but his eyes were fixed firmly on Lin Moria. "I've finally found you. This time, you're dead for sure." Lin Moria remained calm and said evenly, "You dare to come here? An other shore realm being openly attacking, doesn't this violate the rules? Aren't you afraid the Saint Sovereign will kill you?" The Abyssal Dragon Demon sneered, "You killed my avatar. Me attacking you doesn't violate any rules. So that's how it is." Lin Moria suddenly understood. There were actually such rules. It seemed there was still much he didn't know. But rules are made by people and can be changed by people. As long as one is strong enough, no rules can restrict them. The star fragmentation ring was burning fiercely, making crackling sounds. One by one, the broken stars were burned to ash. The star fragmentation ring was visibly thinning at a rapid pace. As another shore realm being, the Abyssal Dragon Demon's abyssal fire contained the power of rules, enough to burn away the star fragmentation ring. If Zhu Kaiwa hadn't used 10 drops of myriad colors water, the star fragmentation ring would have collapsed long ago. But now it seemed it wouldn't last much longer either. Lin Moria flicked his finger, and 10 drops of myriad colors water flew out, landing on the star fragmentation ring. The star fragmentation ring, which had been on the verge of collapse, suddenly burst with powerful vitality again. The Abyssal Dragon Demon's dragon eye suddenly contracted. "Myriad colors water? You're actually using myriad colors water on this piece of junk? Have you gone mad?" Lin Moria smiled, "I like using it. What's it to you?" As he spoke, he flicked out another 10 drops of myriad colors water, continuing to enhance the star fragmentation ring. The Abyssal Dragon Demon was about to go crazy. His eyes revealed intense killing intent, along with greed and envy. He could tell that Lin Moria didn't care about wasting myriad colors water, which meant Lin Moria must have a lot more. No matter where Lin Moria got the myriad colors water from, as long as he killed Lin Moria now, the myriad colors water would be his. Lin Moria sensed the Abyssal Dragon Demon's greed and sneered, "You want it? Too bad, I won't give it to you." He flicked out another 10 drops of myriad colors water, continuing to maintain the star fragmentation ring. The Abyssal Dragon Demon was truly going mad. "You lunatic! You idiot!" In his view, even the first drop of myriad colors water Lin Moria used belonged to him. The more Lin Moria used, the less he would get. He frantically spewed dragon breath, and the abyssal flames burned even more intensely. The starry sky was completely enveloped by the abyssal green fire, gloomy and terrifying. The star fragmentation ring shook more and more violently, once again on the verge of shattering. Just as Zhu Kaiwo had said, the star fragmentation ring had its limits. Even with more myriad colors water, the limit was still there. But Lin Moria seemed determined to push it. He took out another 10 drops of myriad colors water and flicked them onto the star fragmentation ring. Then another 10 drops appeared in his hand, ready to be used. The Abyssal Dragon Demon became even more frenzied. "Mine! It's all mine! Don't you dare use any more! It's all mine!" Lin Moria sneered, "You think I won't use it just because you say so? Dream on." He immediately flicked the 10 drops of myriad colors water into the star fragmentation ring. The star fragmentation ring was already on the brink of collapse. Even with the myriad colors water's enhancement, it would only last a few more seconds at most. Wasting 10 precious drops of myriad colors water for just a few seconds was truly unacceptable to most. The Abyssal Dragon Demon was thoroughly enraged. "Bastard! Stop using my myriad colors water. I command you to stop." Lin Moria looked at his state, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. This guy's soul was injured and hasn't fully recovered. His emotions are extremely unstable. He may be able to stay calm normally, but once provoked, he loses his reason. Losing reason might make his combat power even stronger, but it also makes him easier to deal with. At the Abyssal Dragon Demon's level, there were few things that could attract him. Hatred for Lin Moria was one factor, and the other was the myriad colors water that could arouse his greed. Lin Moria knew how precious myriad colors water was, so he deliberately acted as if he had a lot and was wasteful with it. Under the dual stimulation of hatred and greed, coupled with the Abyssal Dragon Demon's own injuries, Lin Moria succeeded. The Abyssal Dragon Demon finally lost his reason. At least, that's how it appeared. Lin Moria pointed his finger, and immortal flames blazed forth. The skeleton throne emerged from the immortal flames. The skeleton king appeared in response, and the skeleton throne transformed into dual bone swords. In the next second, the skeleton king charged towards the Abyssal Dragon Demon. They faced off across the collapsing star fragmentation ring. The Abyssal Dragon Demon laughed madly. "With just a fourth-tier god sovereign thing like this, you think you can stop me?" Lin Moria sneered, "We'll see about that." Dense ranks of skeleton god generals appeared in the starry sky, forming battle formations to shield Lin Moria and Zhu Kaiwo behind them. Then the star tower lich flew out, transforming into a pagoda. The pagoda scattered starlight, forming a defense while also enhancing attacks by one tier. The Skeleton King's attack power could reach the 5th tier of the God Sovereign realm, with defense at the 6th tier. But this still wasn't enough. Lin Moria produced another 10 drops of myriad colors water and dropped them onto the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King's aura instantly increased dozens of times over, its combat power approaching the 8th tier of the God Sovereign realm. The Abyssal Dragon Demon was provoked again. "Bastard! You dare waste more myriad colors water. I'll roast your soul in abyssal fire for thousands and tens of thousands of years." Lin Moria chuckled lightly, "That's if you can kill me first." The star fragmentation ring finally collapsed. The Abyssal Dragon Demon let out a cruel laugh. "You're dead for sure." He spewed dragon breath at the Skeleton King, instantly engulfing it in abyssal fire. Cracking sounds came from its bones. The gap between the Skeleton King and the Abyssal Dragon Demon was too great, it couldn't withstand the attack. The Abyssal Dragon Demon advanced with a smile, his wings shattering countless skeleton god generals that got in his way. No matter how many skeleton god generals there were, they couldn't stop him for even half a second. You're dead. You're dead for sure. The Abyssal Dragon Demon laughed madly. He had Lin Morio firmly locked in his sights, his eyes full of hatred. He hated this person who had killed his avatar to his very core. But what the Abyssal Dragon Demon didn't notice was that when he burned the Skeleton King, there was a layer of grey mist covering the Skeleton King's body. The bone hell had been broken by him. At the same time, Lin Moria completed his marking. The Abyssal Dragon Demon suddenly sensed Lin Moria's aura rapidly increasing, growing stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through the God King realm and reached the God Sovereign realm. In just one breath, Lin Moria reached the 5th tier of the God Sovereign realm. At the same time, he sensed another aura, which made him even more excited. Origin Rune. It's actually an Origin Rune. Ha ha ha. To think it would be an Origin Rune. Once I kill you, the Origin Rune will be mine. He became even more frenzied, his entire body trembling with excitement, roaring one dragon cry after another without pause. Chapter 1776. Chapter 1776, 1776. Chapter 1776, next time my true self will definitely kill you. The Abyssal Dragon Demon became increasingly frenzied, almost to the point of insanity. He already possessed an Origin Rune, which Lin Morio had experienced before. The Abyssal Dragon Demon wanted to kill Lin Morio and seize the Origin Rune, but Lin Morio had the same intention. Origin Rune, such a distant memory. Lin Morio murmured softly. Indeed, when he first obtained it, it was called an Origin Rune. Later, as his realm grew higher, the Origin Rune evolved into Origin spells. Looking at the Abyssal Dragon Demon now, it seemed he still had an Origin Rune, and had not mentioned Origin spells. In the vast Starry Skies spell system, even a single word difference could mean a huge disparity. Laws and rules had a world of difference between them. From the Abyssal Dragon Demon's frantic words, Lin Moria realized something. He had indeed obtained an Origin Rune, but had not been able to transform it into a spell. If the Origin Rune couldn't be transformed into a spell, how could it remain within the Abyssal Dragon Demon's body for so long? This is a bit strange. Why is it like this? Lin Morio expressed his lack of understanding. Perhaps after killing him, there would be answers. The bone hell completed its marking, and the soul firmly locked onto the Abyssal Dragon Demon. Watching him continuously break through the defense line formed by the skeleton god generals, Lin Moria's hand produced an ancient jade tablet, while a soul-shooting bow appeared above his head. 20 drops of myriad colors water flew out, with 10 drops fusing into the ancient jade tablet and 10 drops fusing into the soul-shooting bow. The power of belief was similarly divided in two, with half fusing into the ancient jade tablet and half into the soul-shooting bow. The Abyssal Dragon Demon's eyes bulged, almost popping out. Don't waste my myriad colors water, stop, stop. He became increasingly frenzied, almost completely losing his reason. Lin Moria's lips curled in a cold smile as his soul power surged, instantly activating the ancient jade tablet. A giant fist appeared in the starry sky, with ancient runes glowing on it. The space around the fist instantly collapsed, and the law lines within the space were crushed and destroyed at this moment. The power of rules spread, and no laws could exist near the giant ancient rune fist. Driven by 5th-tier God Sovereign Soul power, plus a full 10 drops of myriad colors water and the power of belief, the ancient rune fist's power officially reached the other shore realm. Lin Moria had some insights. This might also be the limit of the ancient jade tablet. The Abyssal Dragon Demon finally broke through the skeleton god general's obstruction. He said madly, "You're dead for sure, dead for sure. The myriad colors water, the ancient Origin Rune, they're all mine, all mine." As soon as he emerged, what he saw was not Lin Morio, but a giant fist flickering with ancient runes. The fist generated a powerful suction force, making it difficult for the Abyssal Dragon Demon to escape. The Abyssal Dragon Demon's eyes suddenly shrank as he spat out dragon roars, his entire body enveloped by abyssal fire. The abyssal fire was like armor, firmly protecting him. Lin Moria saw a rune appear within the abyssal fire, a fight character rune. It was still the familiar ancient Chinese character, completely different from the current text of the Great World. It was close to the primitive ancient text of ancient times, but with some slight differences. The fight character rune greatly increased the power of the abyssal fire, and the Abyssal Dragon Demon's aura rose accordingly. However, as his power increased, Lin Moria clearly sensed that his soul was under unimaginable pressure, with his reason plummeting to rock bottom. In the Abyssal Dragon Demon's eyes, apart from hatred, madness, and greed, all other emotions had disappeared. Indeed, he hasn't truly obtained the Origin Rune. The side effects are quite severe. If the Origin Rune could be successfully transformed into a spell, not only would its power become greater, but there would also be no major side effects. But now, the Abyssal Dragon Demon's use of the Origin Rune's power made his soul even more unbearable. The giant ancient rune fist collided with the abyssal fire, and terrifying flames swept across the heavens and earth. These dark green flames contained unimaginable power, enough to burn god sovereigns to death. Even peak god sovereigns couldn't withstand it for long. Lin Moria summoned more skeleton god generals and legion rulers to firmly protect the area where Zhu Kaiwa was. After several seconds of stalemate, both the giant ancient rune fist and the abyssal fire collapsed simultaneously. The two sides were evenly matched, with neither gaining the upper hand. The Abyssal Dragon Demon laughed madly. "Your trump card is gone, you." Before he could finish, Lin Moria's body once again surged with an astonishing aura. Origin spell, strengthen troops. The abyssal dragon demon's eyes widened again. You have 2 origin runes. Lin Moria didn't answer. The strengthened troops spell activated, and all his remaining soul power was injected into the soul-shooting bow. A purple soul arrow condensed on the soul-shooting bow, further enhanced by 10 drops of myriad colors water and the power of belief. The starry sky collapsed, and the purple soul arrow broke through the god-sovereign realm, barely stepping into the other shore realm. Because it was a soul attack, its power couldn't be estimated by common sense, especially when dealing with a being like the abyssal dragon demon whose soul was damaged. It posed a greater threat than the giant ancient rune fist. The abyssal dragon demon seemed to sense the threat and once again raised abyssal fire, while simultaneously spewing dragon breath towards Lin Moria. A purple light flashed by as the soul arrow was shot. At the same time, a golden sword appeared in Lin Moria's hand, which he lightly waved. Please vote with flowers. A golden great shield appeared in front of him, blocking the dragon breath. The golden great shield sizzled under the other shore realm dragon breath, as if it might collapse at any moment. Lin Moria flicked out 10 drops of myriad colors water, stabilizing the golden great shield. Lin Moria was already clear about the limits of the golden sword. Perhaps fearing he would rely too much on the golden sword, the Heavenly Saint Sovereign hadn't infused too much rule power into it. The golden sword, modified by the Heavenly Saint Sovereign, could block most attacks below the other shore realm. If faced with an attack like a peak god sovereign's self-destruction, he would still be injured. It also couldn't completely block attacks from the other shore realm, but with Lin Moria's use of myriad colors water, it was no problem to hold on for a moment. The abyssal dragon demon's miserable screams reached his ears as the soul suffered heavy damage. The abyssal dragon demon rolled frantically in the starry sky, screaming incessantly. Lin Moria, with a cold intent, had a huge corpse appear beside him. The corpse was covered in vines, star-like in appearance. It was the stellar fire vine he hadn't used even when rescuing Zhu Kaiwo earlier. As a plant-type stellar fire vine, it possessed astonishing vitality. 10 more drops of myriad colors water appeared at Lin Moria's fingertips, using the myriad colors water to cast a spell. Stellar level spell, Corpse Explosion. Enhanced by strengthened troops and myriad colors water, he detonated the corpse of the 9th-tier plant-type star beast. Boom! A violent explosion occurred in the starry sky, the entire scene resembling a stellar explosion. A huge ball of light appeared in the starry sky, with terrifying shockwaves sweeping in all directions. The undead army quickly formed a race to resist the shockwaves. Lin Moria retreated to the front of Zhu Kaiwo, activating the golden shield to protect Zhu Kaiwo from the impact. Zhu Kaiwo was at a critical moment and absolutely could not be disturbed. The abyssal dragon demon's screams disappeared as the starry sky gradually returned to calm. The abyssal dragon demon was now in a miserable state. His huge body was riddled with holes, dragon scales shattered, flesh flying, bones exposed. There wasn't a single piece of intact flesh on his entire body. His aura had also fallen drastically, no longer at the other shore realm, not even matching a peak god sovereign. But this explosion also blasted away his madness, and the abyssal dragon demon's eyes regained their calm. The abyssal dragon demon said coldly, "It seems I underestimated you." Abyssal fire once again erupted from his entire body, with the origin rune flashing light within the abyssal fire. The abyssal dragon demon's injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed, but at the same time, his aura was weakening. Using the origin rune was not without cost. Chapter 1777. Chapter 1777, 1777. Chapter 1777, forget it, at least it's not a loss. In the blink of an eye, the abyssal dragon demon's injuries had already healed, but his aura was much weaker than before, almost falling below the other shore realm. The only things that hadn't weakened were his killing intent, his hatred for Lin Moria, and his deep-seated greed. The abyssal dragon demon's cold eyes stared fiercely at Lin Moria. "You got lucky this time. Next time, I will definitely kill you." He's trying to escape. Lin Moria's heart stirred, and the skeleton god generals surrounded him again. "Get out of my way." The abyssal dragon demon roared in anger, crashing through the skeleton god generals and flying outward. If an other shore realm powerhouse wanted to escape, Lin Moria indeed couldn't stop him. Once he broke free from the encirclement, the vast star sea would make it difficult to kill him again, and all previous efforts would be wasted, including the myriad colors water. Lin Moria naturally wouldn't allow this. From the moment the abyssal dragon demon appeared, he had used every design possible. How could he let him escape so easily? "I wanted to save this, but it seems I have to use it now." Lin Moria took out the golden token given by Zhu Kaiwo, with the character, Heaven, engraved on it. The token of the Heavenly Saint Sovereign, once activated, could unleash a strike from the Saint Sovereign. Moreover, the power of the Heavenly Saint Sovereign was among the top of the Saint Sovereigns. The abyssal dragon demon saw the token in Lin Moria's hand and felt the aura of the Saint Sovereign from it. He immediately showed fear and screamed, "How do you have a Saint Sovereign's token?" Lin Moria chuckled and immediately activated the token. The token shattered, and the majestic figure of the Heavenly Saint Sovereign condensed in the starry sky. Lin Moria felt the soul aura belonging to the Heavenly Saint Sovereign. A trace of the Heavenly Saint Sovereign's soul was within the token. The shadow of the Heavenly Saint Sovereign, towering 10,000 meters high, looked down on the abyssal dragon demon like a supreme being. He raised his hand, emitting a golden light that gathered into a golden sword. Lin Moria flicked out 10 drops of myriad colors water, sending them to the golden sword. Since he was going to do it, he would do it to the extreme, making the abyssal dragon demon utterly despair. "You can't escape." Lin Moria's words, like the final judgment, sealed the abyssal dragon demon's fate. The golden sword slashed through the starry sky, turning the vast expanse into a golden world. In the golden waves, the abyssal dragon demon's body was shattered and completely annihilated, leaving only a cluster of flames. The dark green abyssal fire burned fiercely in the starry sky, with a fight character within the flames. This was the fourth origin rune Lin Morio had seen. He had the soldier and person characters, while Emoyun had the forward character. Unfortunately, Emoyun hadn't entered the origin secret realm and couldn't transform the character into a spell. Now, Emoyun had entered the coffin of slumber, and the character had long disappeared, returning to the world. There were many origin runes, and the same rune could appear simultaneously. But once an origin rune was transformed into a spell, the same rune would no longer appear. Lin Moria's and origin runes had already become spells, and these runes would no longer appear in the world. The character in front of him had clearly not been transformed into a spell and was still in rune form. The abyssal dragon demon had obtained the character but hadn't transformed it into a spell, yet he could still retain it. This was truly amazing. Lin Moria reached out to grab the character, but the shadow of the Heavenly Saint Sovereign suddenly shouted, "Stop." Lin Moria halted, thinking the Heavenly Saint Sovereign was also interested in the character. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign's voice was low. "This rune is controlled by the Abyssal Demon Sovereign. Outsiders cannot obtain it. If you touch it, you will either die or become a slave of the Abyssal Demon Sovereign." Lin Moria's expression changed slightly. He activated the Eye of the Soul to examine it closely, then switched to the Eye of the Undead, finally seeing a clue. This character was not the main body but a clone of the true origin rune. Each origin rune had its own function. After being transformed into a spell, it could create clones and control others. Creating clones was originally one of the abilities of the demon clan. Moreover, at the core of this character, there was a trace of a soul. This trace of a soul seemed weak but gave Lin Morio an extremely terrifying feeling. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign slowly raised his hand, condensing another golden sword. But compared to the previous one, this one was clearly weaker. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign looked at Lin Morio, myriad colors water. Lin Moria didn't hesitate, immediately flicking out 10 drops of myriad colors water, merging them into the golden sword. The golden sword slashed through the starry sky, cutting into the abyssal fire. The abyssal fire was instantly dissolved, dissipating into the starry sky. After the Heavenly Saint Sovereign slashed the second sword, his body had completely faded, on the verge of disappearing. In fact, if it weren't for the myriad colors water, the Heavenly Saint Sovereign's power would have been exhausted after the first sword. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign looked at Lin Morio, then at Shu Kaiwu, who was advancing on the blood path, nodded slightly, and then completely disappeared. Lin Morio breathed a sigh of relief. There shouldn't be anyone else coming to disturb us, right? Although he said this, he still dispatched a large number of skeleton god generals to guard the star fragmentation ring. In the undead vision, even an othershore realm being couldn't sneak in. Lin Moria murmured, "This battle was a bit of a loss." He had used 100 drops of myriad colors water, exhausted his power of belief, and even used the corpse of the stellar fire vine, yet he had gained nothing. Lin Moria felt a bit unwilling, carefully searching the starry sky. Before the Heavenly Saint Sovereign's sword struck, the abyssal dragon demon's soul had been shattered, leaving no remains. But before that, the corpse explosion he triggered had blasted the abyssal dragon demon into pieces. Maybe, with some luck, something might be left. The starry sky was filled with debris and fragments, making it difficult for Lin Moria to find anything alone. Fortunately, he had enough subordinates. After 10 minutes of diligent searching by millions of skeleton god generals, they finally found something. They found 6 dragon scales, each shattered and lifeless. But that was enough. As long as there were dragon scales, Lin Moria could use them for corpse explosions. The power would be equivalent to an othershore realm self-destruction, enough to make even a Saint Sovereign retreat. It was like having a life-saving trump card. A few minutes later, they made another discovery. In a shattered meteorite, they found a storage item. The storage item looked like a piece of dragon skin but was actually a magical treasure, emitting a unique aura. However, this aura had been concealed, making it very faint. The owner of the magical treasure was dead, and it had become ownerless. Lin Moria's soul easily penetrated it. A vast space appeared in his vision, filled with countless items. Most of them were items used by the demon clan, along with many god sovereign materials. Lin Moria glanced over and found that these materials were also suitable for the demon clan. They were of no use to him and could only be exchanged for points. He didn't find any good magical treasures. The abyssal dragon demon seemed to have never used any magical treasures. Lin Moria guessed that in an ancient battle, not only was the abyssal dragon demon injured, but his magical treasures were also destroyed. The abyssal dragon demon had been healing ever since, disdaining ordinary magical treasures and unable to obtain good othershore realm treasures, becoming a pauper. It seems I can only sell these things and use the points to exchange for magical treasures. Forget it, at least it's not a loss. Lin Moria put away the dragon skin, and the starry sky suddenly trembled. Strange sounds came from the distant starry sky. Chapter 1778. Chapter 1778, 1778. Chapter 1778, what are you waiting for? Get moving. The voice came from an incredibly distant place, resonating within the soul. Not only did Lin Morio hear it, but the entire human race, everyone above the super god realm, heard this voice. The voice was like a beautiful melody, indistinguishable in its composition, yet conveying its meaning clearly. It was a congratulatory voice. The great world was celebrating Zhu Kaiwa's ascension to the Othershore. At the core of the human race's divine city, all the Othershore realm powerhouses simultaneously showed joy. Another one of our human race has reached the Othershore. Who has reached the Othershore? It should be Zhu Kaiwu, the previous guardian of the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Zhu Kaiwu, the disciple of the House Saint Sovereign? I remember he was just half a step into the other shore before. How did he advance so quickly? It must be him. He had already started the blood path to the shore. Considering the time, although it's a bit fast, it can't be anyone else. The House Saint Sovereign has a good eye, taking in 3 disciples. One has reached the other shore, and the other 2 are peak god sovereigns. They might also reach the other shore someday. The other shore realm powerhouses discussed among themselves. In a more mysterious place, the Heavenly Saint Sovereign, the House Saint Sovereign, and the Killing Saint Sovereign stood together. They were studying the invader from the Black Blood Great World. Although the invader was dead, leaving only a corpse, even the corpse had immense research value. Ancient powerhouses were once just legends, but now an ancient powerhouse lay before them, holding great allure for people of their level. The 3 of them also heard the congratulatory voice from the Great World. The House Saint Sovereign smiled. Kaiwo has reached the other shore. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign smiled and congratulated. I didn't expect him to complete the blood path to the shore so quickly. He truly is a talent, with the potential to become a Saint Sovereign in the future. The House Saint Sovereign shook his head slightly. Becoming a Saint Sovereign is uncertain, but he can at least reach the peak of the other shore. Even compared to a Saint Sovereign, he won't be far off. The Killing Saint Sovereign said loudly, Zhu Kaiwa's star fragmentation law, when fully unleashed, is not much weaker than the top-tier laws. The House Saint Sovereign looked into the distance, as if trying to see the distant starry sky. I told him before to reach the other shore as soon as possible, and he really did it. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign smiled. After some time, when the starry sky fishmen visit, we can take action. The Killing Saint Sovereign's eyes filled with killing intent. Our human race hasn't acted for many years. It's time to show our strength. Otherwise, others only know we're a strong race but don't know how strong. At this moment, a faint light flew from afar, ignoring any obstacles, crossing the boundary between the virtual and the real, and entered the Heavenly Saint Sovereign's mind. The House Saint Sovereign's eyes glowed slightly. Your soul has returned. What happened? The Heavenly Saint Sovereign read the memories returned by the soul. I once gave Zhu Kaiwu a protective token. When he was advancing to the other shore, the Abyssal Dragon Demon came for him. The House Saint Sovereign and the Killing Saint Sovereign frowned. Being disturbed while advancing to the other shore was not a good thing. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign smiled. It's fine. Lin Xiao was there and blocked it for Zhu Kaiwu. The Abyssal Dragon Demon was severely injured and tried to escape. Lin Xiao activated the token and killed it. The Killing Saint Sovereign showed a look of shock. Impossible. Lin Xiao's combat power is strong, but compared to the other shore realm, there's still a big gap. The House Saint Sovereign agreed with the Killing Saint Sovereign. Even with the golden sword in myriad colors water, he could at most protect himself. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign laughed. Killing an enemy doesn't always require brute force. One can also use their brain. Lin Xiao is very smart. Although I don't know the entire battle process, it's clear that the Abyssal Dragon Demon suffered a great loss at Lin Xiao's hands. It seems the Abyssal Dragon Demon was previously severely injured, and its soul never recovered, so its strength was at most half of the other shore realm. Although Lin Xiao won, a new problem has arisen. The Killing Saint Sovereign asked curiously, isn't the Abyssal Dragon Demon dead? What's the problem? The Heavenly Saint Sovereign pointed, projecting the image from his mind. In the image, a mass of dark green abyssal fire burned fiercely, with a fight character appearing intermittently. The Killing Saint Sovereign asked curiously, isn't this the Abyssal Demon Sovereign's origin rune? The House Saint Sovereign shook his head. It's not the main body, just a clone. Do you mean the Abyssal Dragon Demon had this origin rune? The Heavenly Saint Sovereign nodded. Yes, and the Abyssal Demon Sovereign should now know that Lin Xiao has an origin rune. If I'm not mistaken, the Abyssal Demon Sovereign will try to seize his origin rune next. The Killing Saint Sovereign's expression changed. That's troublesome. That guy's methods are hard to guard against. The Saint Sovereigns had dealt with the Abyssal Demon Sovereign before and were well aware of his abilities, which they greatly feared. They weren't afraid of a direct confrontation, but the Abyssal Demon Sovereign's underhanded methods were troublesome. They couldn't always stay by Lin Moria's side. The House Saint Sovereign said softly, we need to think of a way. The Killing Saint Sovereign was straightforward. Let Lin Xiao return to the Divine City. As long as he's in the Divine City, that guy can't do anything. The House Saint Sovereign rejected the idea. No, that would interfere with Lin Xiao. The Killing Saint Sovereign snorted. If his life is at risk, what's the point of worrying about interference? The Heavenly Saint Sovereign and the House Saint Sovereign shared the same view. The House Saint Sovereign is right. We can't interfere with Lin Xiao. We've tried similar things before, and our predecessors also tried to cultivate talents to surpass us, but they all failed. Don't forget what the War God said. At that time, the War God saw destiny. The Killing Saint Sovereign fell silent. He knew these principles but also knew that Lin Moria would be in great danger. He gritted his teeth. Then what do you suggest? The House Saint Sovereign said softly, we still have a few destiny stones. I'll refine a protective token for him. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign added, that's not enough. I remember there are a few substitute puppets in the warehouse. Give one to Lin Xiao. The Killing Saint Sovereign said in a low voice, I'll split a part of my soul to protect him once. At this moment, a fourth voice suddenly spoke, I'll draw an ancient talisman to ensure Lin Xiao's safety. The House Saint Sovereign's face lit up with joy. The Talisman Saint Sovereign is here. The former ancestor of the Su family, now the Talisman Saint Sovereign, stepped forward. An ancient talisman rotated and flew around him, exuding an ancient aura, making him look like someone from ancient times. The Talisman Saint Sovereign slightly bowed to the three. Su greets the three Dao friends. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign laughed heartily. Dao friend Su, congratulations on entering the Dao with talismans. Your future achievements will surely surpass ours. The Talisman Saint Sovereign was very humble, it's just a different path to the same goal. I recently comprehended an ancient talisman called the Soul Cleansing Talisman. Although the Soul Cleansing Talisman is only a second-class ancient talisman, it's most suitable for dealing with the Abyssal Demon Sovereign's underhanded methods. If it can be paired with the Heavenly Saint Sovereign's Golden Rule, the Hao Saint Sovereign's Destiny Void Realm, and a substitute puppet, it will be foolproof. The Talisman Saint Sovereign had never dealt with the Abyssal Demon Sovereign but was well aware of some of his methods. After explaining the effects of the Soul Cleansing Talisman, the Saint Sovereigns all showed joy, and their previous worries disappeared. The Killing Saint Sovereign urged, "What are you waiting for? Get moving." Chapter 1779. Chapter 1779, 1779. Chapter 1779. Not wanting to take shortcuts, it's hard. In the ancestral land of the Demon Clan, a rain of fire began to fall. Hellfire and abyssal fire merged, forming a peculiar flame that was green, black, and blood-like. The flames fell, destroying countless buildings, injuring, and even killing numerous demons. The demons were terrified, not knowing what to do. Unlike the celebratory atmosphere in the human world, the demon world was suddenly struck by numerous disasters, and a sorrowful atmosphere swept across the entire demon territory. When a god sovereign falls, it usually just rains. But when an other-shore realm being falls, it brings disaster. Previously, there was a torrential rain, and many god sovereigns died. Now the rain has turned into a rain of fire. Could it be that an other-shore realm being has fallen? How many years has it been since an other-shore realm being fell? Did they die of old age, or were they killed? Many elderly demons, who knew more than the younger ones, had a rough idea of what had happened. In the Demon King's city, a voice roared with anger. Among the demons, two terrifying beings sat on the highest thrones. One was the Hell Demon Sovereign, the supreme being of the Hell faction. The other was the Abyss Demon Sovereign, the supreme being of the Abyss faction. Both were saint sovereigns, possessing immense power. The Hell Demon Sovereign, born from the 100-headed lion demon, had a lion-like appearance covered in fleshy lumps, each resembling an independent head, making him look extremely terrifying. The Abyss Demon Sovereign, on the other hand, was entirely shrouded in dark green abyssal fire. No one knew his appearance or origin. Below them were hundreds of demons, including saint sovereigns and peak god sovereigns, all exuding astonishing auras. The Abyss Demon Sovereign's voice was hoarse, like thousands of worms crawling on the ground, giving a creepy feeling. The Abyssal Dragon Demon was killed by the human race's Heavenly Saint Sovereign. The number 10 fortress in the Vermilion Bird battlefield was also destroyed by the human race. None of the demons inside escaped. The ones who did it were Lin Moryu and Zhu Kaiwu. Zhu Kaiwu should have already become an other-shore realm being. I have heard the human race's celebratory voice. The Hell Demon Sovereign said in a low voice, "Now is not the time to go to war with the human race, but this hatred cannot go unavenged. Pass my order, in the 4 battlefields, all demons are to stop collecting resources and focus on hunting down the human race. Deploy the army to cooperate. I want the battlefield to be drenched in the blood of the human race." He then looked at the Abyss Demon Sovereign, who shook with abyssal fire. "You don't need to worry about me. Do whatever you want, I won't oppose it. Although now is not the time to go to war with the human race, the hatred for the Abyssal Dragon Demon must be avenged. I will personally handle this matter." The Hell Demon Sovereign nodded. "All right, be careful not to touch the human race's bottom line. You know what I mean." The Abyss Demon Sovereign let out a sinister laugh. "Of course I know. Leave the rest to me. I will only seek personal revenge and won't affect you." After speaking, the Abyss Demon Sovereign's figure twisted and disappeared. In the Vermilion Bird battlefield, in the void 100 billion kilometers away from the number 10 fortress, Zhu Kaiwu sat cross-legged, his aura continuously sublimating, with the power of laws fully transforming into the power of rules. His soul had completely stepped into the 5th grade, turning entirely purple, looking like a beautiful jade. The soul had entered the other shore before the physical body. Now, he was just waiting for the laws to fully transform, for the soul and body to merge, and to achieve the other shore. Time passed second by second. After waiting for half a day, the last trace of law finally transformed into the power of rules. Zhu Kaiwu's body emitted a dazzling light, and the starry sky around him collapsed under the pressure of the power of rules. At this moment, his soul re-entered his body, merging with it. A powerful aura shot into the sky, and the Lost Star River beneath his feet quickly shrank, merging into his body. Zhu Kaiwu's body trembled, and his physical body began to strengthen. From the 1st tier of the God King realm, it quickly reached the 3rd tier. In the coming period, his physical body would continue to strengthen until it reached the 6th tier of the God King realm. As his realm reached the other shore, the Lost Star River automatically merged into his body, continuously stimulating and strengthening his physical body. Because of this, cultivators in the great world generally did not actively cultivate their physical bodies. Almost everyone believed that as long as the physical body was strong enough to carry the soul, it was sufficient. As the realm increased, the physical body would naturally strengthen, without the need for deliberate cultivation. The key issue was that physical body cultivation was too slow and yielded little effect. Rather than wasting time, it was better to focus on the soul and reach higher realms. The Lost Star River did not disappear but fully merged into the body, allowing the power of the Lost Star River to be mobilized at any time. Laws are the foundation of rules, and the Lost Star River contains endless power of laws, which can be continuously transformed into rules. the power of the other shore realm would be endless. As long as the rhythm was controlled well, there was almost no need to worry about running out of power. Moreover, various restrictive spells would find it difficult to restrain an other shore realm being. The other shore realm is self-sufficient, not relying on the outside world. Jukaiwa slowly opened his eyes, and Lin Moria sincerely said, "Congratulations, senior, on reaching the other shore. I wish you to soon achieve the Saint Sovereign Realm and possess the power to destroy the heavens and the earth." The first half of the sentence was proper, but the second half was exaggerated. Jukaiwa didn't know whether to thank Lin Moria or scold him. He looked around and frowned. Someone has been here. The star fragmentation ring had collapsed, and the traces of a great battle were everywhere. Lin Moria nodded, returning the House Saint Sovereign's token to Jukaiwa. The abyssal dragon demon came. I used the heavenly Saint Sovereign's token to destroy him. Jukaiwa said in a low voice, the abyssal dragon demon actually attacked us. Other shore realm beings are not supposed to act casually, this is the rule. But the abyssal dragon demon's disregard for the rules exceeded Jukaiwa's expectations. Lin Moria casually said, actually, it's nothing. That guy had a grudge against me and came under the pretext of seeking revenge. Unfortunately, he didn't expect to encounter the heavenly Saint Sovereign's token and was completely annihilated. Jukaiwa laughed. Indeed, he was unlucky. That guy was severely injured before, and his combat power was less than half of an ordinary other shore realm being. Rather than continue to live miserably, it's better to die cleanly. I ask you, after observing my blood path to the shore and reaching the other shore, do you have any insights? Lin Moria hesitated. Senior Zhu, I'm not sure if I should say this. Jukaiwa looked at Lin Moria strangely. When did you become so hesitant? If you have something to say, just say it. Lin Moria thought for a moment and then spoke. I feel that the blood path to the shore is a shortcut. Jukaiwa laughed heartily. I thought it was something serious, but it's this. You're right, it is indeed a shortcut. You're worried that taking shortcuts will affect your future, right? Lin Moria nodded slightly. That was indeed his concern. Jukaiwa explained, perhaps it will have some impact, but it won't affect achieving the Saint Sovereign Realm. As for a higher and farther path, it might be unreachable. Lin Moria trembled. Unreachable. Jukaiwa shook his head. I only heard the House Saint Sovereign mention it once. I don't know the specifics. You'll understand when you reach the Saint Sovereign Realm. The blood path to the shore is indeed a shortcut, relying on external forces. How could it not be a shortcut? But if you don't take this shortcut, achieving the other shore, it's hard. Jukaiwa sighed deeply, with a hint of helplessness. Chapter 1780. Chapter 1780, 1780. Chapter 1780, New and Old Grudges, Settling All Accounts. The old and young sat in the silent starry sky, chatting for a long time. After becoming an other shore realm being, Jukaiwa's strength increased greatly, but his personality didn't change at all. To outsiders, he was silent and aloof, extremely cold and difficult to approach. But once it was someone he approved of, he could talk endlessly. Jukaiwa told Lin Moria a lot. He was very clear that the blood path to the shore was a shortcut, but it was also an unavoidable shortcut. The human race needed other shore realm beings, and even more so, they needed Saint Sovereigns. Even now, the human race was already strong enough, stronger than any other race. In Jukaiwa's words, in one-on-one combat, no race in the great world dared to challenge the human race. Even the current demon race was slightly weaker than the human race. They may seem to cause a lot of trouble usually, but if they really fought with the human race, they would only face defeat. However, the human race's enemies weren't just the demon race, but also other races in the great world. Once the human race and demon race went to war, needless to say, other races would definitely help the demon race and attack the human race. They wouldn't allow the human race to dominate alone. Even to suppress the human race, the disaster from 100,000 years ago might repeat itself. In other words, the human race was very strong, but not absolutely the strongest. If all races united, the human race would still be defeated. Therefore, the human race needed a large number of other shore realm beings and Saint Sovereigns. Saint Sovereigns were currently the top combat force in the great world. As long as there were enough Saint Sovereigns, the human race might truly become the strongest in the great world. If they didn't choose the shortcut of the blood path to the shore, Jukaiwa might need over 1,000 years to complete the Lost Star River, or he might never complete it. That way, the human race would not only lose another shore realm being but might also lose a potential Saint Sovereign. Jukaiwa's goal was to become a Saint Sovereign, to add the strongest combat power for the human race. So even though he knew it was a shortcut, he had to make this choice. Not just the human race, other races made the same choice. The human race feared the repeat of the disaster from 100,000 years ago, while other races feared the human race's domination. Although in recent years, large-scale wars hadn't broken out between races, undercurrents were surging, and all races were competing. The great world was extremely cruel, with natural selection and survival of the fittest. If you didn't advance, you would retreat. Even if you wanted to hide away, without strength, you would eventually be found and eliminated. The higher-ups of the human race always had a sense of urgency. Even Saint Sovereigns were always preparing for the worst, fearing the repeat of the disaster from 100,000 years ago. If it weren't for Xiao Zhantian's sudden appearance back then, the human race might have already been wiped out from the great world. Jukaiwa explained the causes and effects thoroughly, giving Lin Moria a more macro-level understanding of the entire great world and the human race's situation. During the entire narration, Jukaiwa also revealed some information that outsiders couldn't possibly know. Due to his special status, Jukaiwa possessed some special information. He trusted Lin Moria, so he didn't hold back. After the disaster 100,000 years ago, war god Shao Zhantian stood tall, single-handedly cutting off the near-ancient era and opening a new era for the entire Great World. For Shao Zhantian, wiping out an entire race single-handedly wasn't difficult. Shao Zhantian indeed did so, personally annihilating some small races that had invaded the human race back then. Even strong races like the Golden Eagle race and Demon race were beaten into retreat by Shao Zhantian. At that time, it was Shao Zhantian's era. Due to some special reasons, Shao Zhantian didn't completely wipe out the Demon race, Golden Eagle race, and some other strong races. Zhu Kaiwa didn't know the specific reasons. However, Shao Zhantian did make an arrangement, stirring up hatred between various races. At that time, there was no hatred between the Demon race and the Golden Eagle race. Somehow, hatred arose between the two races, and they began to fight each other. As time passed, the hatred accumulated deeper and deeper, evolving into a blood feud. Not just the Golden Eagle race and Demon race, but some other strong races also inexplicably developed hatred for each other and began to fight. This way, various races began to consume each other, giving the human race a chance to rise again. As for how Shao Zhantian managed to do this, no one knew. Zhu Kaiwa's eye showed contemplation. Perhaps the master of the War God Temple knows some inside information, but he wouldn't reveal it. The Saint Sovereigns feel that although hatred has been established between various races, if the human race becomes too powerful, they can still put aside their hatred and unite against the human race. Just like how they can temporarily put aside their hatred and form an allied army to kill you, it's the same principle. Lin Morio agreed with Zhu Kaiwa's words, and indeed, that was the case. When they discovered that the human race truly posed a threat to them, they could completely put aside their past hatred. Even those races that had no hatred towards the human race, like the Ox Demon race, might join the army to attack the human race. Lin Moria said in a low voice, actually, in the end, we need to truly frighten them, cripple them, kill them, only then can this great world be peaceful. Zhu Kaiwa sighed, yes, but it's difficult. Lin Moria's eyes flashed with coldness, it's difficult, but not impossible. I don't know why the war god didn't continue back then. If I can reach the Saint Sovereign level one day, I will definitely raise my blade against various races. New and old grudges, I will settle all accounts. Zhu Kaiwa chuckled, various races have already sensed the threat you bring, so they won't allow you to grow, and you might face even greater threats. Lin Moria didn't care. Since his class change, he had been fighting his way through. The blood path had long formed under his feet, and it wasn't just a blood path, but mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The number of people he had killed far exceeded most god sovereigns in the human race. Zhu Kaiwa sensed Lin Moria's killing intent and couldn't help but smile. I know you're not afraid, but you still need to be careful. To deal with you, perhaps other shore realm beings from various races might shamelessly take action. Keep the House Saint Sovereign's token. You might need it. Zhu Kaiwa tossed the House Saint Sovereign's token back to Lin Morio. Now that Zhu Kaiwa had successfully advanced to the other shore realm, with his combat power, unless a Saint Sovereign personally took action, ordinary other shore realm beings would find it difficult to kill him. If a Saint Sovereign took action, relying on just a Saint Sovereign's token wouldn't be of much use. It was better to give it to Lin Morio, who might be able to make some use of it. Lin Morio didn't stand on ceremony and put away the token. Zhu Kaiwa asked, Kid, where are you going next? Lin Moria thought for a moment, first back to the Vermilion Bird Star domain, might go to the Small World to take a look, then to the White Tiger Star domain. Zhu Kaiwa said, I need to return to the Divine City too. In the blink of an eye, I've been away from the Divine City for over 2,000 years. His voice and gaze carried nostalgia, like an old man who had been away from home for a long time, starting to miss his homeland and the people there. Lin Moria smiled, then we'll meet again when fate allows. I hope you can achieve Saint Sovereign status soon. You brat, you really dare to think. Zhu Kaiwa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had just reached the other shore realm and hadn't even stabilized, yet Lin Moria was already thinking about Saint Sovereign. But he also knew Lin Moria was joking with him. Suddenly, a flame lit up in the starry sky, extremely dim, emitting a deep green color. This green was so dark it made one's heart sink, almost black. Zhu Kaiwa's expression changed drastically. Not good, it's the Abyss Demon Sovereign. From within the flames, a gloomy and hoarse voice flew out. You're not going anywhere. Chapter 1781. Chapter 1781, 1781. Chapter 1781, Abyss Demon Sovereign, Substitute Puppet. The voice of the Abyss Demon Sovereign was extremely unpleasant, yet it contained immense power. Just hearing his voice made Lin Moria's heart involuntarily skip a few beats. The Abyss Demon Sovereign had come personally to kill him. Zhu Kaiwa whispered, I'll hold him off. You head in that direction. He gave Lin Moria a look, signaling him to leave. Lin Moria shook his head, I can't leave, and I won't leave. Zhu Kaiwa's eyes showed clear anxiety. Facing a Saint Sovereign, it made no difference whether Lin Moria was there or not. He could hold off the Abyss Demon Sovereign for a while, and if Lin Moria was lucky, he might escape. Lin Moria, however, smiled and said, a dignified Saint Sovereign attacking a god king like me, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? The sinister voice rang out again, who dares to laugh at me? The abyssal fire instantly expanded, like a prison, firmly trapping Lin Moria and Zhu Kaiwa. Zhu Kaiwa's eyes were resolute, gathering rules, clearly ready to fight to the death. Lin Moria also prepared to act. Regardless of whether he could win, he had to try. He had the scales of the Abyssal Dragon Demon and could use Corpse Explosion. The Abyss Demon Sovereign was indeed a Saint Sovereign, but a Saint Sovereign was also an other shore realm being. In theory, using the corpse of the Abyssal Dragon Demon as material could also injure the Abyss Demon Sovereign. If he added the myriad colors water, there might be a chance to kill him. A god king killing a saint sovereign might sound like a fantasy, but Lin Moria felt it was worth a try. Suddenly, his soul stirred, and he said to Zhu Kaiwu, "It's okay now." A point of golden light suddenly exploded in the flames, followed by countless points of golden light, extinguishing the abyssal fire wherever they passed. Heavenly Saint Sovereign. The Abyss Demon Sovereign let out a low roar, clearly furious, but also a bit surprised. Perhaps he was surprised at how quickly the Heavenly Saint Sovereign arrived. Amidst the myriad points of golden light, a figure gradually solidified. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign, with a gentle smile, looked towards a certain spot in the void. "Abyss Demon Sovereign, after thousands of years, do you want me to act again?" A few seconds later, a low growl came from the abyssal fire, which gradually disappeared as the Abyss Demon Sovereign left. From their conversation, Lin Moria understood that the two had fought thousands of years ago, and it seemed the Heavenly Saint Sovereign had won, as the Abyss Demon Sovereign now dared not fight him again. Zhu Kaiwa was about to speak, but the Heavenly Saint Sovereign waved him off. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign raised his hand, and a golden star appeared in his palm. The star flew out from his palm, like a golden sun, illuminating the entire starry sky. Bathed in the golden light, Lin Moria and Zhu Kaiwa felt as if they were soaking in a hot spring, extremely comfortable. Then, wisps of black gas rose from Lin Moria's body, dissolving in the golden light. Lin Moria asked, "What is this?" With his soul realm, he hadn't even sensed the black gas. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign explained, "This is a mark left by the Abyss Demon Sovereign on you." Just a mark. Lin Moria felt there was more to it. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign further explained, "The Abyss Demon Sovereign's mark is special. He can not only track you through it but also ignore distance and directly attack you through the mark. Of course, such attacks aren't very powerful and won't be fatal, but they can disrupt your cultivation at critical moments, causing your efforts to be in vain." Lin Moria felt a chill in his heart. As expected of the Abyss Demon Sovereign, his methods are indeed insidious and hard to guard against. Killing intent rose in his eyes. When he had enough strength in the future, he would definitely kill him. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign shook his head with a smile. "This is just a minor trick. The Abyss Demon Sovereign's true methods are far more troublesome. Even I find them troublesome, so I came immediately upon learning you had encountered him." As he spoke, the Heavenly Saint Sovereign produced a palm-sized puppet. "This is a substitute puppet. If you encounter a fatal threat, it can die in your place." A substitute puppet was a truly valuable item, more precious than a god sovereign level treasure. Having it was like having an extra life. Lin Moria immediately imprinted his soul mark on the substitute puppet, which then turned into a stream of light and entered his forehead. In his soul world, a puppet appeared beside his soul. The puppet was like a mass of gas, constantly changing, occasionally reflecting Lin Moria's appearance. It emitted a peculiar aura, seemingly connected to some rule of the world. If there was a fatal danger, whether to his body or soul, it would die in Lin Moria's place. Moreover, it could be controlled by Lin Moria or left to act on its own. Being able to control it meant it wouldn't affect Lin Moria's innate abilities. Lin Moria would naturally prioritize using his innate abilities, only using the substitute puppet when his 2 rebirth chances were exhausted. Lin Moria bowed to the Heavenly Saint Sovereign. "Thank you, Heavenly Saint Sovereign." The Heavenly Saint Sovereign waved his hand. "This is just one of the protections. The Talisman Saint Sovereign, the House Saint Sovereign, and the Killing Saint Sovereign are all preparing protective items for you. They will be delivered to you soon. Until you receive these protective items, do not leave the human race's star domain. Do you understand?" The Heavenly Saint Sovereign's tone carried a hint of caution. This also showed that the Heavenly Saint Sovereign was wary of the Abyss Demon Sovereign's methods. Lin Moria became vigilant. "I will be careful." The Heavenly Saint Sovereign nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Zhu Kaiwu. "Kaiwu, you've been away from home for over 2,000 years. It's time to go back and take a look." Zhu Kaiwu sighed with emotion. "Indeed, it's time to go back. Over 2,000 years, things have changed. I wonder how they are now." The Heavenly Saint Sovereign left, but not before reminding Lin Moria once more. Lin Moria and Zhu Kaiwu returned to Fortress Number 10. After formally saying their goodbyes, Lin Moria returned alone to Fortress Number 1. During the long teleportation, countless stars were left behind. After continuous battles, Lin Moria felt a bit tired deep inside. This was unavoidable and something that would be experienced during cultivation. People have emotions, and no matter how firm one's Tao heart is, there are times when emotions fluctuate. That's why, after reaching a certain level of cultivation, one needs to experience life, to go through the warmth and coldness of human relationships, and to use ordinary life to smooth out the ups and downs of cultivation. Many powerful cultivators, whether god kings or god sovereigns, often hide their identities and enter the world of ordinary people. They live with ordinary people, eating, drinking, sleeping, and growing old together. Like Zhu Kaiwu, who once, as a god king, went to several small worlds. In those small worlds, he lived as an ordinary person, fully experiencing birth, aging, illness, and death. Only after such experiences did he transcend again, making his Tao heart even firmer. Lin Moria had once been an ordinary person, climbing step by step to where he was now, so he didn't need such experiences. But he also felt tired at times and needed rest. Fortress Number 1 was still the busiest place in the human race's territory in the Vermilion Bird battlefield. In the backyard of the trading center, Yuju had already prepared tea. Seeing Lin Moria return, Yuju's beautiful face bloomed like a flower, radiant and captivating. Chapter 1782. Chapter 1782, 1782. Chapter 1782, how about we make it a done deal? Captain, tell Yuju about it. What kind of experience did you have this time? Looking at the captain, it seems like you've been through some slaughter. Was it dangerous? Yuju's voice was sweet, and no matter how long you listened to her, it wouldn't be annoying. Lin Moria still had the scent of blood on him, with a hint of weariness between his brows, and a faint killing intent emanating from him. Yuju, having observed many people, knew that Lin Moria must have gone through a dangerous experience. A cup of iced tea went down his throat, the cool tea spreading through his body, dispelling the unease and heat in his blood. Lin Moria exhaled a long breath and then showed a slight smile. Indeed, I went through several big battles. You might hear about it soon. Yuju smiled sweetly. It seems the captain made quite a stir this time. Lin Moria nodded slightly. Indeed, it was quite significant. Seeing that Lin Moria didn't elaborate, Yuju didn't press further. Since Lin Moria said there would be news, she wasn't in a hurry. The Yuju family had timely information, so it shouldn't take long. Yuju's big eyes sparkled with spirit. Captain, do you know? A new guardian is coming to the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Lin Moria nodded. I know. Senior Zhu has advanced to the other shore, so naturally, someone else will take over. Zhu Kaiwa's advancement to the other shore wasn't a secret, and Yuju would soon find out. Yuju wasn't too surprised, perhaps she had already heard the news. She continued, do you know who the new guardian is? Lin Moria shook his head. I don't know. Generally, battlefield guardians are peak god sovereigns from the Divine City. Previously, it was Zhu Kaiwu, and this time it should be the same, someone from a prominent family in the Divine City. Yuju said, it should be someone from the Song family. Lin Moria thought of Song Jie, the ancestor of the Song family, and other shore realm powerhouse, Song Jie. He had once helped Lin Moria and even gave him an ancient talisman jade piece. The ancient talisman jade piece had become one of Lin Moria's trump cards, helping him solve many troubles. Actually, Lin Moria didn't care much about who would come to the Vermilion Bird battlefield as the guardian. However, seeing Yuju's somewhat strange expression, he asked, is there a problem? Yuju whispered, Captain, can you help me with something? Lin Moria looked at her, tell me. Lin Moria didn't agree immediately, and Yuju knew his character, so she said, it's about the new guardian from the Song family. Lin Moria raised an eyebrow. Do you have a grudge against him? Do you want me to kill him? Yuju exclaimed in surprise. No, our Yuju family and the Song family have a good relationship. After thinking for a moment, Yuju finally gathered the courage. It's like this, the new guardian from the Song family is called Song Ren, a peak god sovereign. Song Ren is a good friend of my father and has a good relationship with our Yuju family. Song Ren has a son named Song Yi. Song Yi once proposed to me, but I refused. This time, he will also come, and my father will come too. Lin Moria understood and couldn't help but laugh. What are you thinking? Yuju blushed. I have someone I like, and it's not Song Yi. As she spoke, Yuju's beautiful eyes stared straight at Lin Moria, unblinking. Anyone with a normal mind could see the affection in Yuju's eyes. However, Lin Moria seemed oblivious, sipping his tea, then just refused him directly. Yuju whispered, I can't do that. I can't explain it to my father. Our Yuju family has strict rules. The reason I haven't returned to the Yuju family or the Divine City and volunteered to come to the 4-star domains and enter the battlefield is to avoid him. Facing the family's rules, Yuju chose to escape. Lin Moria understood well. In such prominent families, there were too many rules, and as a family member, one often had no choice. The family's arrangements had to be followed, and as a family member, one had to contribute to the family. There was only one exception, showing extraordinary cultivation talent. In that case, the family would treat you as a treasure, fully nurturing you, and wouldn't let you marry out. Even any external troubles would be handled by the family. But Yuju was clearly not that kind of person. Her cultivation talent was not top-notch, just decent. Yuju might have a high status in the Yuju family, but she couldn't escape such a fate. In a prominent family, sometimes one had no control over their own life. Lin Moria asked, Song Yi's talent is very high, right? Yuju nodded, very high. He became a god king at just 300 years old, one of the outstanding talents of the younger generation in the Song family. Moreover, Song Ren had him late in life, and Song Yi is his youngest son, extremely doted on. Song Ren and my father have a very good relationship. Although my father loves me, he also considers the family. Not only that, Song Ren is a direct descendant of the Song family. His grandfather is the ancestor of the Song family and has a good relationship with the ancestor of our Yuju family. As Yuju spoke, she felt a bit desperate. The status of the family's ancestor was such that if Song Yi sought help from the ancestor, and the Song family ancestor and the Yuju family ancestor spoke, her father wouldn't be able to refuse even if he wanted to. Lin Moria sipped his tea. So, what do you want me to do? Yuju thought for a moment. How about you make a sacrifice, and we make it a done deal, so I don't have to marry him. Lin Moria almost spat out his iced tea. Yuju was really bold to come up with such an idea. He knew that in such families, a woman's chastity was highly valued. Losing one's virginity before marriage would result in severe punishment. Lin Moria shook his head. This method won't work. Yuju sighed, as if she had already anticipated Lin Moria's refusal. How about you propose to my father? If I marry you, I won't have to marry Song Yi. With your status and position, my father will definitely agree. Lin Moria smiled and shook his head. I have a wife. What? Yuju was stunned, her face turning pale. Captain, you're married. Lin Moria smiled. I got married in the small world, and I have more than one wife. Yuju was full of disappointment. After hesitating for a long time, she gathered her courage again. Then can you marry one more? At that moment, Lin Moria found Yuju somewhat cute, a bit naive, and a bit pitiful. She usually imitated the demeanor of her elders, but no matter how well she imitated, she was still an inexperienced young girl. Although she was much older than Lin Moria, she still behaved like a young girl. Seeing Yuju's worried and expectant face, Lin Moria couldn't help but reach out and pat her head. Her soft hair brushed against his fingertips, and Lin Moria's gentle voice followed, "Don't worry, I have a way." Yuju's eyes lit up. What way? She had come to trust Lin Moria's words without any doubt. If Lin Moria said he had a way, then there must be a way. Lin Moria closed his eyes slightly, connected to the Human Emperor network, and sent a message to Lady Yu. Lady Yu was the ancestor of the Yuju family. As long as she spoke, no one would oppose. Since that was the case, there was no need to think of other methods. Just go directly to Lady Yu. Within a minute of sending the message, Lin Moria received a reply from Lady Yu. Lin Moria opened his eyes and looked at Yuju, who was full of anticipation, and smiled. It's resolved. Chapter 1783. Chapter 1783, 1783. Chapter 1783, unconsciously starting to overlook. Yuju's eyes sparkled like stars at this moment. Really? Lin Moria smiled slightly. When have I ever lied to you? From now on, your father won't force you. As long as you don't agree, the entire Yuju family won't force you. Although Yuju believed Lin Moria, her heart was filled with questions. Just a little over a minute ago, Lin Moria had closed his eyes, clearly connected to the Human Emperor network. In her view, a matter as significant as this was resolved so easily by Lin Moria? She knew her father's character well. Her father was stubborn, almost like an old mule. Once he decided on something, not even a dragon could pull him back. Yuju was full of doubts. Captain, what did you do? Lin Moria smiled mysteriously. You should know soon. Come, pour some tea. Yuju's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, but she still carefully poured tea for Lin Moria. Lin Moria didn't say anything more and just waited quietly. In less than half a minute, Yuju suddenly trembled, her eyes naturally closing. Lin Moria knew she had received a message from the Human Emperor network. Yuju's eyes were closed, and her brows were filled with shock. Lin Moria leisurely sipped his tea, no longer just drinking it but savoring it. His state of mind gradually calmed down, unhurried and relaxed. The aura from the previous battle gradually faded, becoming weaker and weaker until it disappeared completely. Suddenly, Lin Moria felt a sense of transcendence. He didn't know when it started, but he could now look down on many things from a higher perspective. Perhaps his realm wasn't high enough, but the people and things he encountered, the enemies he killed, were already different from others. Unconsciously, he began to overlook. What troubled Yuju could be resolved with just a few words, without any difficulty. Some of his small actions could influence others' destinies. It seemed that everything around him was firmly under his control. Power. Countless people are obsessed with power because it brings unimaginable authority. In the mortal world, people yearn for royal power. Cultivators pursue higher realms. In the end, it's all about looking down from above. Unfortunately, this is not what I want. Lin Moria's soul gently touched the coffin of slumber. This coffin, which he had personally refined, held his 4 beloved wives, who were quietly sleeping inside. Time had stopped for them, waiting for him to awaken them. Lin Moria's thoughts returned, and he saw a pair of bright eyes. The eyes were filled with 3 parts admiration and 7 parts affection. Lin Moria had a moment of daze, remembering that Ningyi had once looked at him with such eyes. Captain, how did you do it? Yuju's clear and melodious voice rang out. Lin Moria could roughly guess Yuju's experience just now. Is it resolved? Yuju nodded vigorously. It's resolved. The ancestor personally contacted me and said that from now on, I only need to listen to myself, not even my father. The ancestor's words are absolute in our Yuju family. No one dares to disobey, not even my father. Captain, but how did you do it? Lin Moria smiled. I just told Lady Yu about your situation. She said she would handle it and told you not to worry. Yuju could tell that Lin Moria was being evasive, but she was smart enough not to press further. Now, Yuju's mood was wonderful. The big issue that had been troubling her was finally resolved, and she no longer had to worry. Lin Moria put down his teacup. Alright, it's time to get down to business. I have a batch of items to trade, and there are many of them. Returning to her old profession, Yuju became professional. You always have a lot of items. As usual, give me the most precious ones first, and I'll appraise them for you. Lin Moria didn't know which items were the most precious. He had too many storage items and hadn't checked them all. He took out several storage items, including those of the Abyssal Dragon Demon and some peak god sovereigns. These items should be the most precious. Each storage item carried the aura of its former owner. Lin Moria hadn't had them for long, so the aura hadn't completely dissipated. Yuju was impacted by the aura, her face turning pale, and she was slightly injured. Her realm was too low, a peak god sovereign could kill her with just a glance. Lin Moria flicked a wisp of white light onto Yuju, making her feel better. Yuju, still shocked, said, Captain, these items are terrifying. Lin Moria smiled. Which one do you think is the most terrifying? Yuju carefully examined them and pointed to one. I think this one is the most terrifying. Lin Moria chuckled. Good eye. This is the storage item of the Abyssal Dragon Demon, the strongest among these god sovereigns, and other shore realm being. Yuju looked at Lin Moria with confusion. What is the other shore realm? Lin Moria thought for a moment. It's the realm above god sovereign, the same level as your family's ancestor. Yuju's hair stood on end, as if struck by lightning. She couldn't believe Lin Moria's words. Captain, are you serious? Lin Moria nodded. Yes, it's true. The others belong to peak god sovereigns. Although it was hard to believe, Yuja still trusted Lin Morio. She reached out her small hand and picked up the storage item of the abyssal dragon demon. It was clear she was very nervous, her hand trembling. An other shore realm being, on the same level as her family's ancestor. Now, his storage item was in her hand. What about him? He must be dead. Was he killed by Lin Morio? Was Lin Morio's combat power that strong? Was it possible? But the storage item was right here. If not Lin Morio, who else could have done it? Yuja's mind was filled with countless questions. She looked at the storage item, then at Lin Morio. In her shock, she looked 7 parts cute. Lin Morio couldn't help but reach out and tap her head. What are you thinking? The abyssal dragon demon wasn't killed by me. It was Senior Zhu who killed him. To be precise, it was Zhu Kaiwa's token that killed him. Yuju finally understood. That makes sense. But the captain is still amazing, being able to fight alongside Senior Zhu. Lin Morio smiled, stop talking nonsense and start appraising. Yuju responded, these items are too valuable, beyond my authority. I need to have the elders in my family appraise them together. Lin Morio nodded, do as you see fit. The Yuju family controlled the trading center and had a very complex and strict set of rules for the entire transaction. There were detailed regulations on what level of treasures could be appraised and valued. Not to mention items from the other shore realm, even those from peak god sovereigns were beyond Yuju's authority. In fact, Yuju hadn't expected the items Lin Morio brought to be of such high level. Yuju contacted the elders in her family through the Human Emperor network. A few seconds later, Yuju said, Captain, the elders in my family are on their way. Please have some tea, they should be here soon. Lin Morio nodded, no rush. At this moment, footsteps were heard in the courtyard, and a middle-aged man appeared outside the pavilion. Chapter 1784. Chapter 1784, 1784. Chapter 1784, are you selling your daughter, selling the Yu family's daughter? The middle-aged man was named Yu Qinkong, with cultivation at the 7th tier of the god-sovereign realm. His appearance bore some resemblance to Yuju. Seeing the newcomer, Yuju immediately stood up and called out sweetly, Father. Yu Qinkong snorted, if I didn't come looking for you, you weren't planning to come back, were you? Yuja said in a small voice, that's not true. I just wanted to gain some experience out here. Yu Qinkong snorted again, experience? I think you're clearly trying to run away. His tone was somewhat stern, but Lin Morio could see that he treated Yuju very well. Some emotions, no matter what is said, cannot be hidden in one's eyes. Yu Qinkong didn't enter the pavilion because there was a guest inside. Although the formation hadn't been activated and the transaction hadn't officially begun, rules were rules. When there was a guest in the pavilion, only the trader and the guest could be inside. No one else could enter without an invitation, and only the trader could extend invitations. Yu Qinkong looked at Lin Morio. Lin Morio had concealed his information, but the God King realm aura on his body couldn't fool him. When Yu Qinkong looked at Lin Morio had already shifted his gaze to Yu Qinkong's side. Beside him stood a young man. This young man was none other than Song Yi, whom Yuju had mentioned. Song Yi was handsome and elegant, with an extraordinary demeanor. Although he was only at the 3rd tier of the God King realm, his aura was profound, incomparable to ordinary 3rd tier God Kings. Lin Morio guessed that he probably had the ability to challenge those above his level, truly a genius. After arriving, Song Yi remained silent, but his gaze was fixed on Yuju, his eyes flickering with admiration. Unfortunately, it was a case of unrequited love. In matters of the heart, mutual feelings are necessary. Yu Qinkong spoke again, Yuju, didn't you see that senior brother Song has come too? Why didn't you greet him? Yuju made a sound and gave Song Yi a slight bow. Hello, senior brother Song. Her words were lifeless, and even the etiquette wasn't quite proper. Yu Qinkong frowned, somewhat displeased, but Song Yi had already spoken. Hello, junior sister Yuju. It's been a long time. Yuju made a sound of acknowledgement but said nothing more, instead looking at Yu Qinkong. The implication was clear, you told me to greet him, and I did. As for further conversation, there would be none. Yu Qinkong knew his daughter well. Under normal circumstances, he would have scolded her immediately, but with an outsider present, he still wanted to save face for Yuju. Yu Qinkong looked at Lin Morio, young friend, could you find another trader for your transaction? This old man would like to have a word with my daughter. As a high-ranking god sovereign, Yu Qinkong thought that once he spoke, Lin Morio, a mere god king, would surely agree. However, Lin Morio lightly shook his head. I've grown accustomed to dealing with Sister Yuju over the years. I'm not comfortable with other traders. Yu Qinkong frowned, not expecting Lin Morio to refuse his request. This young man didn't give him any face at all. He had good self-control and didn't argue with Lin Morio, instead saying, then I'll trouble you to complete your transaction quickly. Lin Morio shook his head again, there's no rush. I have many items to trade, and I'm waiting for people to arrive. Yuju chimed in, that's right, we have many items to trade, and they're very valuable. Father, why don't you wait outside for a while? As for how long it will take, we don't know yet. At this point, Yu Qinkong's expression became even more serious. Yuju, you know there are some things you can't avoid. He felt that Yuju and Lin Morio were cooperating to stall for time. He simply didn't believe that a mere god king could have anything so valuable to trade. Yuju smiled brightly, Father, I'm not trying to avoid anything anymore. The ancestor said that I can make my own decisions about my affairs, and you can't coerce me. Yu Qinkong's expression changed, the ancestor. Yuju nodded, if you don't believe me, you can ask the ancestor yourself. Yu Qinkong snorted, do you think you can just ask the ancestor whenever you want? Yuju didn't care what Yu Qinkong said, anyway, the ancestor has spoken. I can make my own decisions. Senior brother Song Yi, let me say it again, I don't like you, and I won't marry you. Please leave and don't come back. Outrageous. Yu Qingkang shouted angrily, instinctively about to rush in. Yuzha snorted, Father, don't forget the rules. Yu Qingkang's raised foot was put down again. By now, Song Yi's expression had become very unpleasant. Yuzha's blunt rejection made him lose face. If it had been in private, that would have been one thing, but there was an outsider present. Lin Moria was leisurely sipping tea with a smile, looking like he was enjoying the show, which made Song Yi extremely unhappy. Song Yi tried hard to suppress his anger. Junior sister Yuzhu, I truly like you. Since things had come to this point, Yuzha completely let go. You like me, so I have to marry you. There are plenty of people in this world who like me. Should I marry all of them? Did you queue up? You think that just because you proposed to my father, I have no choice? Following me around like a stinking bug wherever I go, do you know how annoying you are? Please go find someone who likes you and whom you like, okay? Yuzha spoke rapidly and urgently, revealing her true nature. Song Yi's face grew increasingly unpleasant. Yu Qingkang hadn't expected his daughter to speak like this suddenly and couldn't react for a moment. Clap, clap, clap. Applause suddenly rang out. Lin Moria was clapping his hands. Well said. Matters of the heart should be mutual. How can there be forced marriages? To outsiders, it might seem like the Yu family's daughter has no suitors. Yu Qingkang said in a low voice, Young friend, this is a matter of my Yu family. Lin Moria smiled, I am Yuzhu's friend. Speaking up for a friend seems only natural to me. Song Yi finally couldn't hold back. You brat, do you know the status of the Yu family? Do you know who I am? Lin Moria laughed out loud. If we're talking reason, let's talk reason. If we're talking feelings, let's talk feelings. Why bring up status now? Yuzhu echoed Lin Moria's words. That's right, always talking about status. So what if you're from the Song family? I'm from the Yu family. Is our Yu family inferior to your Song family? Silence. Yu Qingkang shouted sternly. Yuzhu's words had directly raised the issue to the relationship between the Yu family and the Song family. This way, even Yu Qingkang couldn't bear the responsibility. Yu Qingkang's face was full of anger. Do you know what you're saying? Yuzhu snorted. Do you know what you're doing? You're selling your daughter, selling the Yu family's daughter. Yuzhu's words were extremely sharp. Yu Qingkang felt for a moment that the daughter before him was somewhat unfamiliar. In his memory, Yuzha's personality did have a touch of feistiness, but she would never say such things. At this moment, he noticed Lin Moria. When Yuzha spoke, her gaze unconsciously turned to Lin Moria. These words must have been taught by this boy. Yu Qingkang suddenly realized that Yuzha's strong reaction today must be related to the young man before him. Song Yi seemed not to have realized the seriousness of the situation and instinctively said, It's not like that. Junior sister Yuzhu has misunderstood. PDF. Chapter 1785. Chapter 1785, 1785. Chapter 1785, I won't marry anyone except the captain. Lin Moria slightly shook his head, as if to say, so young and naive. Now that the issue had escalated to this point, Song Yi was still trying to argue, which was truly unwise. The accusation of selling the Yu family's daughter was too heavy for even Yu Qingkang to bear. Yu Qingkang's face turned red. You ungrateful girl, do you know what you're saying? Yuzha snorted, I already told you before, the ancestor said I could decide who to marry, but you didn't believe me. So don't blame me. In my view, you're selling your daughter. For the sake of your so-called friendship, you don't care about your daughter's happiness. I'm a member of the Yu family, so you're selling the Yu family's daughter. Unspoken rules are unspoken because everyone knows them but can't publicly acknowledge them. What was originally an unspoken rule of intermarriage between prominent families was now being openly discussed by Yuzhu in a different way, and every word made sense, leaving Yu Qingkang unable to refute. At this moment, Yu Qingkang's face had turned extremely ugly. He glared at his daughter but couldn't say a word in rebuttal. Lin Moria leisurely drank his tea, giving Yuzhu a look of approval. Yu Qingkang said, I'm doing this for your own good. Yuzhu coldly replied, that's too grandiose a reason, but I don't accept it. I have someone I like. If you truly care about me, then don't stop me. Everyone's happiness is something they must strive for themselves. I will strive for my own happiness, without regret. After saying this, Yuzha turned to Lin Moria and smiled beautifully. Their eyes met, and Lin Moria's expression changed slightly, showing surprise, unexpectedness, and a bit of a headache. Some of the words Yuzhu had just said were indeed taught by Lin Moria. He knew that even if Lady Yu's words suppressed the situation, Yu Qingkang would still be dissatisfied, and Song Yi would continue to pester. So he had Yuzha speak decisively and put a heavy label on it. But the last few sentences, he hadn't taught her. Even Song Yi, as dense as he was, now understood that Yuzha was acting this way because she had someone she liked. And that person was the young man in front of him. Song Yi immediately directed his anger at Lin Moria, his gaze like sharp arrows piercing Lin Moria, gritting his teeth. It's you. Good upbringing prevented him from uttering too many harsh words, but his anger was evident. Lin Moria sighed, you're playing with fire. This wasn't directed at Song Yi but at Yuzhu. Yuzhu bit her silver teeth, like a moth to a flame, I'm willing. Lin Moria felt a bit helpless, but he couldn't refuse Yuzha now. Otherwise, it would push Yuzha to a dead end, and Yuzha was one of his few friends. He couldn't do such a thing. Sit down, Lin Moria gestured for Yuzha to sit. Yuzha obediently sat down and poured tea for Lin Moria. This made Song Yi even more furious, his eyes enough to kill. Lin Moria looked at Song Yi, a forced melon is not sweet. You should give up. Song Yi gritted his teeth, who do you think you are? He wanted to rush in and kill Lin Moria, but Yu Qingkang stood in his way. Rules are rules, and they are the bottom line of the Yu family. No matter how angry Yu Qinkong was, the rules couldn't be broken. Lin Moria softly said, "For the sake of your family's ancestor, I won't argue with you." Song Yi sneered, "Who do you think you are? My ancestor doesn't need your respect. Get out here, and I'll teach you a lesson." Lin Moria shook his head, not wanting to waste more words with Song Yi. He turned to Yu Qinkong, "Senior, you are Yuju's father, and I am Yuju's friend, so I respect you. But you should ask Lady Yu about this matter. To be blunt, as long as I'm here, you can't force Yuju. If I want to take Yuju away, you can't stop me." Lin Moria spoke slowly, his voice not loud but full of power. Yu Qinkong felt the aura of a superior from Lin Moria. For a moment, he wondered if he had misjudged something. The young man before him might not be just a god king but a god sovereign, perhaps even stronger than himself. After saying this, Lin Moria said no more, taking the tea Yuju handed him and sipping it slowly. Song Yi was about to explode with anger, wanting to say something, but Yu Qinkong stopped him. Yu Qinkong said, "Don't be hasty. Let me ask the ancestor." Song Yi had to suppress his anger. Yu Qinkong was his elder, and he couldn't argue. Yu Qinkong connected to the Human Emperor network and contacted Lady Yu. As a high-ranking god sovereign of the Yu family, he could indeed contact Lady Yu, but under normal circumstances, they wouldn't contact their ancestor unless necessary. His expression changed from serious to shocked, becoming very complex. Yuja saw this and snorted, "You should have contacted her earlier. You just wouldn't listen." Lin Moria smiled, "People always like to act based on their own experience. They don't pay much attention to the words of those they consider weak." Yuja snorted, "He's always like this, a male chauvinist. He never listens to me or my mother." Lin Moria smiled, "Now it's resolved. Lady Yu will give him the answer. But you, saying such things, aren't you afraid you won't be able to marry in the future?" Yuju gathered her courage, "I won't marry anyone except the captain. If the captain doesn't want me, I'll remain single for life." Her words were firm, and Lin Moria could tell she wasn't joking. At this moment, he couldn't give Yuju any answer. A few minutes later, Yu Qinkong opened his eyes again. His gaze was very complex, looking at Yuju, then at Lin Moria, opening his mouth but not knowing what to say. Song Yi nervously asked, "Uncle, what did Lady Yu say?" Yuju snorted, "What else could she say? I already told you, I will decide my own marriage. I won't marry you, give up." Yu Qinkong sighed, "The ancestor ordered me not to interfere in Yuju's marriage." At this moment, he felt a sense of relief, as if a burden had been lifted. Song Yi trembled, "This can't be. Our families have been close for generations, with many intermarriages. Lady Yu wouldn't disagree. There must be a mistake. I'll go to my ancestor and have him talk to Lady Yu." Yu Qinkong said nothing. At this point, he had nothing more to say. Whether it was the Song family's ancestor or his own, he couldn't defend either. He looked at Lin Moria with a complex expression, unable to see through this young man. At this moment, more footsteps were heard, and someone approached. The newcomer was dignified and elegant, with an indescribable grace in her steps, and her appearance was stunningly beautiful. Song Yi, who had been furious a moment ago, couldn't take his eyes off her. The newcomer seemed to have an irresistible charm, drawing everyone's attention. Lin Moria also looked at her with admiration. She was one of the most charming female cultivators he had ever seen. However, Lin Moria's admiration was purely appreciation, without any other feelings. Yu Qinkong saw the newcomer and immediately bowed. "Qinkong greets and Qing." Yu Bingqing nodded and walked past Yu Qinkong into the pavilion. She gracefully bowed to Lin Moria. "Bingqing greets Mr. Lin." Chapter 1786. Chapter 1786, 1786. Chapter 1786, the transaction has just begun. The words Mr. Lin from Yu Bingqing's mouth were like a thunderclap, leaving Yu Qinkong stunned. Yu Bingqing and Lady Yu were of the same generation, only one generation lower than Lady Yu, and a generation higher than him. Yu Bingqing was at the peak of the god-sovereign realm and was said to be on the verge of breaking through to the same realm as Lady Yu, becoming the second ancestor of the Yu family. For various reasons, Yu Bingqing held an extraordinary position in the Yu family, far beyond what he could compare to. Usually, Yu Bingqing was in charge of the Yu family's transactions in the 4-star domains. When Lady Yu was not present, she was the spokesperson for the Yu family in the 4-star domains. Yet, such a person addressed Lin Moria as Mr. and with a very humble attitude. Yu Qinkong felt disoriented, wondering if he had been in seclusion for too long and the world had changed. He recalled Lin Moria's earlier words about their valuable transaction and waiting for someone. Unexpectedly, the person they were waiting for turned out to be Yu Bingqing. What kind of transaction would require such a person to be present? The formation of the pavilion activated, layers of light screens descended, enveloping the entire pavilion. Yu Qinkong looked at the pavilion with a complex expression. After a moment of silence, he said to Song Yi beside him, "Nephew, you should go back first. As for your matter with Yuju, we will discuss it further." Song Yi's mood was equally complex. He replied in a low voice, "All right, I'll trouble you, uncle." He had already decided to seek out his great-grandfather. He knew that only his great-grandfather's intervention could give him hope in the current situation. Song Yi left, while Yu Qinkong stood still, waiting quietly. Lin Moria was a god king, he couldn't be mistaken. So the issue must lie in Lin Moria's identity. He was eager to know who Lin Moria really was, to be able to speak directly with Lady Yu and be addressed as Mr. by Yu Bingqing. Inside the pavilion, Yuju introduced Yu Bingqing's identity to Lin Moria. Lin Moria stood up and bowed to Yu Bingqing. "Lin Moria greets Senior." Yu Bingqing quickly avoided Lin Moria's bow. "Mr. Lin, you jest. I cannot accept your bow. As a high-ranking member of the Yu family and one of its leaders, she had access to a lot of information. She knew that Lady Yu and Lin Moria were on equal terms, so she couldn't accept such a bow from him. Lin Moria didn't insist and got straight to the point. Then, Senior, please appraise and estimate the value. Yu Bingqing nodded and sat down beside Yuju. She first picked up the storage artifact of the Abyssal Dragon Demon. After carefully sensing it, she said, "This is indeed an Othershore Realm storage artifact. Among the demon clan, only one Abyssal Dragon Demon reached the Othershore Realm. However, he was severely injured in a battle thousands of years ago and never appeared again. I didn't expect him to die at Mr. Lin's hands." Yu Bingqing's words carried a hint of reminiscence, indicating that she had some involvement in that battle. Yuju softly asked, "Aunt Qing, why did that battle happen?" Yu Bingqing lovingly patted Yuju's head. "You weren't born yet at that time. I was only a god king then and only heard about the battle. I didn't participate personally, so I don't know the details." As she spoke, she opened the storage artifact and began to take out and appraise the items inside. Only someone like her, with her level of expertise, could accurately appraise items left by an Othershore Realm or peak god sovereign. Yu Bingqing's movements were swift, and she was very familiar with each item and material, quickly and accurately giving their value. While appraising, she also briefly explained the function and grade of each item, making it clear for Lin Morio. In just over 10 minutes, the Abyssal Dragon Demon's relics were fully appraised. Then Yu Bingqing began to appraise the relics of various peak god sovereigns, maintaining her speed. From the unit prices she provided, it was clear that the collections of peak god sovereigns were far inferior to those of the Othershore Realm. Different realms had access to different things, which was normal. 2 hours later, the relics of over a dozen peak god sovereigns were also fully appraised. Yu Bingqing said, "Most of Mr. Lin's items are from other races. If our human race wants to use them, it will require considerable effort and cost. So their value needs to be discounted accordingly. After my calculations, Mr. Lin's spoils are worth 4.8 billion points. 4.8 billion points was an astronomical figure for most cultivators. Many weaker cultivators struggled for just a few hundred points. Lin Moria's gains were measured in billions. 4.8 billion points were even more than the wealth of some god sovereigns." Lin Moria nodded. "No problem, let's trade at 4.8 billion points." Yu Bingqing smiled. "Alright, I'll have the points transferred to you." Lin Moria stopped her. "Senior, please wait. This is just part of the transaction." Yu Bingqing was momentarily stunned but then sat back down. "Then let's continue and settle everything at the end." Lin Moria lightly tapped the table, and immediately, a large number of storage artifacts flew out. The storage artifacts were of various shapes, piling up into a small mountain, and Lin Moria showed no sign of stopping, continuing to release more. Yuju covered her mouth in surprise. "How can there be so many?" Yu Bingqing waved her hand, and the formation in the pavilion changed, rapidly expanding the space. The formation of the pavilion had multiple functions, including space expansion, though it was rarely used. Lin Moria seemed like a bottomless pit, endlessly producing storage artifacts. Yu Bingqing's gaze grew complex. Each storage artifact represented a powerful being. How many people had Lin Moria killed? She could sense that the owners of these storage artifacts included god sovereigns, god kings, and true gods. Most of them were god kings, and most of them were from the Golden Eagle clan. Yu Bingqing thought of an incident that had occurred not long ago in the Suanwu battlefield. Lin Moria piled up the storage artifacts into a small mountain. When it seemed enough, he moved to another spot and continued piling. In the pavilion's expanded space, a second small mountain appeared, then a third, fourth, and fifth pile. When 10 small mountains had formed, Lin Moria finally stopped producing new storage artifacts. 10 small mountains, each with at least 100,000 storage artifacts. In total, there were over 1 million storage artifacts. Yuju was already dumbfounded, her mouth agape, unable to speak, looking quite adorable. Even the well-informed Yu Bingqing's eyelids twitched. "Mr. Lin, what a grand gesture." Lin Moria smiled. "Sorry to trouble you, senior." Yu Bingqing suddenly lowered her voice. "Mr. Lin, not long ago in the Suanwu battlefield." Before she could finish, Lin Moria nodded. "It was me. Please keep it confidential." Yu Bingqing took a deep breath. "Rest assured, our Yu family will keep it secret." She then issued orders, calling for more appraisers to come. Chapter 1787. Chapter 1787, 1787. Chapter 1787. It seems there are still many poor people. Yu Qingkang, who was waiting outside the pavilion, suddenly looked up towards the end of the backyard. Several figures appeared there, wearing similar attire and having similar appearances, all of them women. In the Yu family, the division of labor between women and men was completely different. The trading center was managed by women, and the traders were all women. Men were responsible for other family affairs. Yu Qingkang knew that those coming now were all traders, a total of 50 traders. The traders passed by Yu Qingkang and then entered the pavilion where Lin Moria was. Yu Qingkang's eyelids kept twitching, his heart pounding. So many traders are needed, how big must this transaction be? He thought again of what Lin Morio had said, that this transaction was not only valuable but also extremely large in quantity. It seemed Lin Morio was telling the truth, but Yu Qingkang couldn't have imagined the quantity would be this large. To actually require 50 traders, this must be all the traders in Fortress Number 1. What kind of transaction is this exactly? Yu Qingkang was very puzzled, his curiosity rising, but unfortunately, he couldn't know. The formation of the pavilion blocked his curiosity. Inside the pavilion, the 50 traders, looking at the 10 small mountains of storage treasures, were all stunned, unable to speak for a long time. Yu Bingqing instructed, the 50 of you, form groups of 5, each group choose one pile. The 50 traders acknowledged the order simultaneously and immediately took action. Yu Bingqing sat with Lin Moryu, drinking tea and chatting about some casual matters. Yu just served them on the side, never interrupting, very obedient. Yu Bingqing's conversation was very skillful, never touching on Lin Moryu's secrets, only chatting about what Lin Moryu had seen and heard. Lin Moryu knew this was truly a master. From seemingly unintentional details, one could deduce a lot of information. Moreover, Yu Bingqing's voice was gentle and wouldn't make people feel annoyed. While answering, Lin Moryu also asked about some things he didn't know, such as the world beyond the star domains. Yu Bingqing had lived for thousands of years, her experiences and what she had heard were far richer than his. There was much to gain from this. Not everything could be queried in the Human Emperor network. Through the conversation with Yu Bingqing, Lin Moryu gained some information about the world outside the human race. The Great World was vast. How vast, no one knew. It was said that no one had ever reached the edge of the Great World. The human race's star domain only occupied a very small area in the Great World. However, most of the Great World was void. Stars were rare, or even non-existent. The light of fixed stars could radiate for countless light years. The farther the distance, the weaker the starlight. In many places of the Great World, even starlight couldn't reach. Such places were not just dark voids, but truly desolate and distant. Yet in this desolate distance, countless dangers and opportunities were hidden. Someone once found a cave dwelling in a remote void. This cave dwelling was from an ancient powerful cultivator. He went through 9 deaths and 1 life in the cave dwelling, and finally obtained the inheritance of that powerful cultivator. When he entered, he was only a god king, but when he came out, he was already a peak god sovereign. He returned to the divine city, established a sect, and soon advanced to the other shore. There were countless such stories. Some people gained opportunities, while others were very unfortunate. Many people disappeared in the vast starry sky and never returned. In the conversation with Yu Bingqing, Lin Moryu also gained an important piece of information. It was said that war god Xiao Zhantian had also traveled the world outside the star domains, and for quite a few years. Later, his ability to soar and save the human race from disaster was also inseparable from those years of travel. Later, when Xiao Zhantian established the War God Temple, he had ordered that people of the War God Temple, after reaching the God King realm, must travel outside the star domains. Yu Bingqing just told this to Lin Moryu like a story. These things were not secrets. Because there was no evidence and no way to verify, it could only be treated as a story. But it was true that people of the War God Temple, after the God King realm, needed to travel outside the star domains. And there was indeed a teleportation array in the War God Temple leading to the outer realm. This was not false. Yu Bingqing had used it once. In the conversation with Yu Bingqing, Lin Moryu gained a new understanding of the world outside the human race, initially experiencing the mystery of the Great World. The Great World was vast, various races were hidden in different parts of the Great World. Apart from the known strong races, whose territories had been locked down, there were more small races, whose star domains were still unknown. In distant places, there might be even more unknown races existing. After 2 full days of joint efforts by the 50 traders, the appraisal and valuation were finally completed. The final price was also summarized to Yu Bingqing. Yu Bingqing said to the 50 traders, "What happened today? Once you leave this trading room, you must all forget. You all know the family rules, I don't need to remind you again, right?" The 50 people immediately responded in unison, "Yes, ma'am." The 50 people left in single file, leaving as quietly as they had come, demonstrating the Yu family's strict rules. The trading room returned to silence, and Yu Bingqing said softly, "Sir, the total amount has come out. Your single transaction amount has exceeded the highest record of our Yu family." Yuju couldn't help but exclaim, "Ancestor Qing, I remember the highest single transaction amount was 15.8 billion points, right?" Yu Bingqing nodded slightly. Yuju remembers correctly, but that transaction record was actually from the Heavenly Sword sect. After a great battle, they gathered all the spoils of the entire sect and conducted a single transaction. Yuju made a no sound. "Ancestor Qing, how much is today's transaction amount?" Previously, each trader had sent the amount to Yu Bingqing through the Human Emperor network, and except for Yu Bingqing, no one knew the specific number. Yu Bingqing smiled slightly, including the previous 4.8 billion, the total is 32.6 billion. When she reported the number, she kept looking at Lin Moryu. To her disappointment, Lin Moryu was drinking tea on his own, and after hearing this shocking number, he had no reaction at all, not even a hint of excitement. She didn't know if Lin Moryu was pretending to be calm, or if he really didn't feel anything. At this moment, Lin Moryu sighed lightly. "It seems there are still many poor people." Not counting the previous 4.8 billion, the million storage treasures afterward only exchanged for 27.8 billion points. On average, the materials and items in each storage treasure were only worth 27,800 points, not even reaching 30,000 points. If the storage treasures of the god sovereigns were excluded, the average for the rest would be even less. It was enough to see how poor those guys were. Just like in the human race, some people would fight over a few hundred points, while his transactions were in billions each time, and this time even broke the record, exceeding 30 billion. This was the unevenness of the world. Absolute fairness doesn't exist in any race. Lin Moryu calmly said, "I have no objection to this amount. Let's proceed with the transaction at 32.6 billion. Also, I want to buy some things." Chapter 1788. Chapter 1788, 1788. Chapter 1788, I'll just wait for the captain. Lin Moryu told her what he wanted to buy. After listening, Yu Bingqing frowned slightly. The items you want may not be easy to find. I'll have the family try to locate them, but it may take some time. Lin Moria smiled. I'm not in a hurry. Just contact me when you have them. Do you need a deposit? Yu Bingqing quickly shook her head. No need. With your credit, even the most expensive items don't require a deposit. Lin Moria smiled slightly. Thank you, senior. The transaction was complete. Lin Moria obtained 32.6 billion points and would also receive 3.26 million military merits. Lin Moria didn't know how many military merits he had now. For this Divine City promotion mission, he had completed it perfectly, killing over 1 million Golden Eagle clan members, including 20 god sovereigns. Later he also killed many demons in the Vermilion Bird battlefield, which should also earn military merits. Due to the promotion mission, his military merits hadn't been tallied yet. They would be calculated together when he returned to Divine City. But even without counting the above military merits, just the 3.26 million from this transaction was enough for him to be promoted to general. However, to be promoted to general, he still needed to complete a promotion mission. Lin Moria didn't know what the promotion mission would be. Outside the pavilion, Yu Qingkang, who had been waiting for 3 days, suddenly saw Yu Bingqing walk out. The formation was still activated, so he couldn't see inside. As Yu Bingqing passed by Yu Qingkang, she stopped and said, Qingkang, Yuju's judgment is much better than yours. Don't interfere with Yuju's marriage anymore. Whatever happens in the future will be Yuju's own choice. This is the ancestors' meaning, you should understand. I know you have a good relationship with Songren, but sometimes the flower may have the intention, but the flowing water is indifferent. By the way, Yuju and the gentleman have already left. You don't need to keep waiting here. As for when they'll return, that's up to Yuju. With the gentleman around, she'll be fine. Yu Qingkang asked in a low voice, and Qing, who exactly is that gentleman? Yu Bingqing said, you'll naturally find out the gentleman's identity in the future. I can only tell you that the ancestor and the gentleman are peers. So if this matter works out, you'll have gained a huge advantage, understand? After saying this, Yu Bingqing left without lingering. The pavilion's formation was removed, revealing an empty interior. The pavilion was a trading room with a teleportation array inside. After completing transactions, one could leave directly. Yu Qingkang let out a long sigh and finally left. As he was leaving, he muttered, my daughter has grown up, I can't control her anymore. Vermilion Bird Star Domain, Life Star System number 98. This was the first star system Lin Moria arrived at after entering the Great World. His initial registration and missions were all completed in this star system. Life Star System number 98 could be considered Lin Moria's starting point in the Great World. Lin Moria and Yuju appeared simultaneously in the teleportation array. Yuju blinked her eyes curiously, so this is the star system where the captain first arrived. Actually, after leaving Divine City, Yuju had spent most of her time in the trading center, then went to the battlefield, but still stayed in the trading center for long periods. She didn't know much about the outside world. The 4-star domains were quite different from Divine City. Lin Moria sent a message to Rinshang, but didn't receive a response for a long time. From the feedback of the Human Emperor Network, Rinshang was still alive. Most likely he was on a mission or in secluded cultivation. Lin Moria had originally wanted to have a drink with Rinshang, but now he couldn't find him. The two flew away from Life Star System number 98, heading towards Small World number 3344. Small World number 3344 was located on the edge of human territory, with nothing else besides the small world. It was basically in a no man's land where even other races could come. As long as they didn't go further in, the humans wouldn't interfere. Lin Moria summoned the enslaved Golden Eagle God Sovereign to use as a mount, activating spatial leaps to travel quickly. Yuja stood on the Golden Eagle God Sovereign, her curiosity piqued. Wow, Captain, you're actually using a Golden Eagle God Sovereign as a mount. Lin Moria calmly said, it's quite useful. Yuja giggled, this is many people's dream, but they can only imagine it. The captain is amazing, turning others' dreams into reality. Lin Moria looked ahead and said, your choice may not be the right one. Yuja fidgeted a bit, whether it's right or wrong, it's my own business. Anyway, I've decided that I won't marry anyone except the captain in this life. I'm not trying to cling to the captain, I just want to follow along and see. When the captain returns to Divine City, I'll go back to the Yu family too. If the captain still remembers me, come visit me when you have time. If you forget, that's fine too. I'll just be waiting at home. Lin Moria felt a bit helpless. Yuju was his friend after all. He had already spoken very clearly, but Yuja still didn't care, which made Lin Moria even more troubled. For Lin Moria, it would be easier to fight enemies on the battlefield. From Yuju's eyes, Lin Moria could feel her deep affection. This time she said she wanted to follow him around for a while, and when he returned to Divine City, she would go back too. Such a request was really hard to refuse. After the two left the pavilion via teleportation array, they first went to the military merit office to claim the merits earned from the transaction points. A full 3.26 million military merits shocked the staff at the military merit office. Then they left the battlefield and returned to the Vermilion Bird Star domain. During this time, Lin Moria wanted to take on the promotion mission to become a general, but was told he couldn't because his Divine City mission wasn't completed yet. Lin Moria wasn't in a hurry about this. Back in the Vermilion Bird Star domain, Lin Moria wanted to take a look at his small world. He wouldn't return to his small world, as Antares had warned him not to come back. Lin Moria just wanted to take a look. In Divine City, he had seen the ancient battlefield and traces left by Meng Yanwen there. It was all like a huge mystery that kept troubling him. From time to time, Lin Moria would recall the scenes he saw in the ancient battlefield. That broken Divine Summer Tower, although he knew it was just a replica, it was still the Divine Summer Tower. Anything related to Meng Anwen weighed heavily on Lin Moria's mind. Lin Moria was lost in his thoughts. Yuzha stood cleverly to the side, not disturbing him. She looked at the rapidly passing starry sky around them. As they sped forward, the starry sky became distorted, creating a scene similar to teleportation but different, which was quite novel. The closer they got to his small world, the clearer Lin Moria's sense became. An invisible aura emanated from his body, connecting to the small world through some special channel. This was an ability unique to him as the world's master. Even though he had left his small world, as long as he was within a certain distance, he could sense it. If he were inside the small world, he could control the world's power and manipulate the world at will. As he got closer to his homeland, he didn't feel homesick, only nostalgic. He missed the people in his homeland, the things and events there, and that unorthodox dragon. Be careful. Yuzha let out a cry of alarm. A dazzling golden light shot towards them. Lin Moria's heart stirred, and the mount beneath him immediately shifted thousands of miles to the side, avoiding the attack. Chapter 1789. Chapter 1789, 1789. Chapter 1789, don't worry, I won't kill you. Seeing the attacker, it was a god sovereign from the Golden Eagle clan. This Golden Eagle clan god sovereign held a sharp bow, aiming directly at him. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent, and Lin Moria knew why he had attacked. Using a fellow clan member as a mount was indeed infuriating. Behind him, further away, there were several other god sovereigns. They came from various clans, including the Ox Demon clan, the Flying Python clan, and the Demon clan, among others. This area seemed to have become a conflict-free zone, where even god sovereigns from clearly hostile clans could coexist peacefully. Lin Moria knew that for some special reasons, there were always god sovereigns surrounding the outside of his small world. They seemed to covet some treasure within the small world. However, they were also wary of the small world and dared not enter. According to the rules of the Great World, god sovereigns indeed could not enter the small world. The power of god sovereigns was too strong. Once they entered the small world, it could easily cause the small world to collapse. The small world could not bear the power of god sovereigns, but Antares could stay inside safely, which was truly strange. It could only be said that his small world was very peculiar, so peculiar that Lin Moria couldn't understand it. Be careful. The Golden Eagle clan god sovereign shot another arrow, this time releasing 100 arrows at once, with 100 golden lights covering the sky. Lin Moria's mount once again flew thousands of kilometers in an instant, avoiding the attack. However, the sharp arrows suddenly turned around, their speed increasing sharply, arriving in front of them in an instant. The arrows carried a terrifying pressure, making Yuzha's face turn pale, her small face as white as a sheet. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Lin Moria's calm tone inexplicably reassured Yuzha. A golden sword appeared in his hand, and with a light wave, it shone with a light even more dazzling than the arrows. A golden shield appeared, blocking the sharp arrows. The pitch-black starry sky was illuminated, and Lin Moria, carrying Yuzha, flew out. At the same time, he pointed a finger at the Golden Eagle clan god sovereign. Fusion spell, Bone Hell. Bone Hell appeared out of thin air, enveloping the Golden Eagle clan god sovereign. The slaves in the hell immediately launched an attack on the Golden Eagle clan god sovereign, while the undying flames fell like meteors. What is this? The Golden Eagle clan god sovereign sneered disdainfully, casually shooting hundreds of arrows. The hell slaves fell one after another under the sharp arrows. The marking was completed, and Lin Moria smiled slightly, a piece of flesh appearing in his hand. The flesh also exuded a strong god sovereign pressure. Its owner had been a third-tier god sovereign, and the Golden Eagle clan god sovereign in front of him was also a third-tier god sovereign. The Golden Eagle clan god sovereign suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Danger! Danger! His soul kept sending signals of danger. His feathers stood on end, each golden feather standing upright. A god sovereign's soul was powerful, and their sixth sense was often very sharp. This time, it also predicted danger, but it was too late. Boom! In a violent explosion, he was blown to pieces, his body shattered, wings broken, and his soul destroyed in the explosion. A dignified third-tier god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan was so easily killed. The faces of those watching nearby instantly changed. They had wanted to see how the Golden Eagle clan god sovereign would kill this human god king, but now, the Golden Eagle clan god sovereign was killed in an instant. The situation reversed too quickly. This guy is not a god king. He must be a high-tier god sovereign, using a special treasure to hide his aura. Definitely, look at his shield, I can feel the power of rules from it. The god sovereigns from various clans watching the scene were all filled with fear. In their eyes, Lin Moria was at least a high-tier god sovereign. Otherwise, how could he have easily killed the Golden Eagle clan god sovereign? Lin Moria put away the Bone Hell. The just-deceased Golden Eagle clan god sovereign had already become a slave of the Bone Hell, but unfortunately, he couldn't retain the ability of spatial leap. Now, there were 5 Golden Eagle clan god sovereigns in the Bone Hell. Originally, Lin Moria wanted to collect some peak god sovereigns as fighters, but unfortunately, their power was too strong. The Bone Hell would be destroyed in an instant, making it impossible to collect them. The spell was still a God King realm spell, and Lin Moria knew he couldn't push it too far. Yuzha's eyes sparkled. The captain is so strong. A third-tier god sovereign was so easily killed, and Lin Moria had only moved his fingers twice. Lin Moria's strength had completely surpassed Yuzha's imagination. This little fangirl had now upgraded to a big fangirl. Lin Moria, carrying Yuzha, flew over to the outside of the small world, his gaze sweeping over the god sovereigns present. There were still 8 god sovereigns present, and when they met Lin Moria's gaze, they felt fear. Even the demon clan god sovereign, who had an undying enmity with the human clan, didn't dare to make a sound, even feeling the urge to turn and flee. Lin Moria looked at them, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. But the premise is, don't fight me." As he spoke, his soul moved slightly, and a soul pressure belonging to the other shore realm naturally spread out. In an instant, all the god sovereigns present broke out in a cold sweat. The soul pressure of the other shore realm made them feel as if they were facing an abyss. They immediately smiled obsequiously, "Rest assured, Senior, we definitely won't seek death. Senior is magnanimous and righteous." They all flattered him, even the demon clan god sovereign. To save their lives, face was not important. Lin Moria said no more and looked towards the small world. Yusha stood quietly beside Lin Moria, not disturbing him. Although surrounded by god sovereigns from other clans, with Lin Moria there, she felt very safe, not afraid at all. In her eyes, Lin Moria's figure was so majestic, enough to shield her from all storms. Lin Moria seemed to be observing the small world, but in fact, he was using the world's power to sense it. He didn't enter the small world, and the world's power wasn't like eyes, unable to see the scene clearly. He could only sense the overall state of the world. The world was running smoothly, indicating that the entire world was in a healthy state of development. The world's power had been severely damaged before, and recovery was slow, taking at least 1,000 years. But recovery was a good thing, and Lin Moria wasn't in a hurry. Then he sensed the aura of the gods. Before leaving, he had allocated a place for the gods to live, separating the gods from ordinary people. Normally, the gods wouldn't interact with ordinary people, but even if they did, it wouldn't have much impact. The gods had good personalities and weren't greedy for power. Then he sensed the aura of the human clan. The human clan's aura was calm and peaceful, indicating no wars had occurred. Unfortunately, he could only sense to this extent and couldn't get more detailed information. Lin Moria tried to sense the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was connected to the main world but was an independent space fragment. The world's power penetrated the ancient battlefield, and in an instant, a deafening voice echoed in his soul, and his connection with the world's power was instantly cut off. "Get out!" Lin Moria recognized Antares' voice. This guy seemed to be in a strange state. Lin Moria's heart tightened, wanting to check again, but suddenly the space in front of him shattered, and a dragon's breath shot out from the space, blasting him thousands of kilometers away. Chapter 1790. Chapter 1790, 1790. Chapter 1790, Unconscious Death. The dragon breath was terrifying, collapsing space wherever it passed, and the dreadful power of rules spread recklessly through the starry sky. The god sovereigns who had been surrounding the small world were all scared out of their wits and fled immediately. Lin Moria was blasted back tens of thousands of kilometers before he finally stabilized. Yusha clung tightly to Lin Moria's back, nervously asking, "Captain, are you alright?" In her view, Lin Moria had shielded her from the attack. She had been so frightened that she lost her ability to react. The sudden attack was far more terrifying than any god sovereign. Lin Moria softly replied, "I'm fine." At this moment, Lin Moria's expression was extremely complex. He was indeed fine, not injured at all. The attack seemed fierce, but when it landed on him, it was just a powerful push, causing no harm. The seemingly terrifying force directly entered his body and then condensed into a dragon head in his soul. Antares' dragon head. Seeing the familiar head, Lin Moria felt a mix of emotions. In his heart, Antares held the same status as a family member and a teacher, no different from Baiyuan, Mengan, and others. The door to his soul world opened for Antares, and Lin Moria's soul smiled, "Long time no see." Antares glanced at Lin Moria's soul and suddenly let out a strange cry, "Kid, you've reached the other shore realm." Lin Moria smiled slightly, "My cultivation realm is still at the God King level, but my soul has reached the other shore." Antares stared at him, "You're really a freak." "Alright, I don't have much time, so I'll keep it short. First, I'm fine, so don't worry. Second, get out of here quickly, as far as possible. It's not safe here. Third, I'll come to find you after I get out. Don't worry about how I'll find you, I have my ways. We'll talk more then. Lastly, when you break through to the other shore realm, don't take shortcuts. Absolutely don't take shortcuts. Your cultivation speed is too fast. Remember, no shortcuts, even if it means death." After saying this, the dragon head dissipated. The previous attack was just a facade. Antares' real intention was to get him away from the small world and then say a few words. Antares seemed to be in a hurry, as if something was happening that made it difficult for him to be distracted. Lin Moria couldn't figure it out for the moment, but he remembered Antares' words, "This place was dangerous." The danger referred to the small world and its surroundings. Lin Moria knew Antares well and understood the deeper meaning of his words. Lin Moria immediately took Yushu and controlled his mount to start a spatial leap, quickly leaving. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moria had disappeared into the darkness. Outside the small world, the god sovereigns who had fled earlier sneaked back. "What just happened? I don't know. We've been observing for so long, trying all sorts of methods without entering, and nothing ever happened." "Well, something did happen. A few years ago, someone came out from inside and was taken away by a human god sovereign. Speaking of which, that person looks a bit like the guy who came today." "That's impossible. How many years have passed? He was just a super god back then, probably not even a true god now. Should we send a few people in to take a look? We've sent people in before, and they all died inside. But we can't just keep guarding like this." As they discussed, the space suddenly twisted, rippling like waves. Their bodies twisted with the space, but they seemed completely unaware of the spatial changes. Their voices elongated, each word stretching for several seconds. Yet they still felt nothing. The spatial distortion grew stronger, layer upon layer. Under the intense spatial distortion, the bodies of the god sovereigns began to break, like iron sheets bent back and forth countless times, directly snapping. But they still felt nothing. After a dozen seconds, the space returned to normal, and there was no trace of them in the starry sky. None of the god sovereigns who had sneaked back survived. In a more distant place, a god sovereign stood dumbfounded, watching this scene. He was one of the 8 god sovereigns from earlier, but because he returned a bit later, he escaped this disaster. He witnessed the bizarre scene, watching 7 powerful god sovereigns die silently. His eyes filled with fear, and he let out a strange cry before turning and fleeing. The starry sky around the small world seemed to have completely returned to peace. At distances of 10,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers, 30,000 kilometers from the small world, points of white light flickered. In the starry sky stood inconspicuous skeletons. Lin Morio had left as Antares advised, but he hadn't completely left. He left some skeletons, one every 10,000 kilometers, to observe the situation outside the small world. He believed Antares wouldn't speak nonsense. If he said it was dangerous, it must be dangerous. Sure enough, danger had indeed arrived. Having flown billions of kilometers away, Lin Moria suddenly stopped. His expression turned extremely shocked, and he murmured, "How could this be? What kind of rule is this?" The god sovereigns were killed without any awareness, even chatting and talking in their final moments. Such an attack was too bizarre to imagine. Yuja sensed Lin Moria's abnormality. "Captain, what's wrong?" Lin Moria sighed, "It's nothing." Yuja didn't press further but chose to change the topic. "Captain, why didn't you go back to the small world to take a look? You're not a god sovereign yet, so you can go back." Lin Moria controlled the golden eagle mount to continue forward while retracting the skeletons. "I'm not going back. I have other things to do." Yuja softly said, "The ancestor said that while cultivating, one should also relax appropriately. And isn't the captain's wife in the small world? Why not go back to see her?" Actually, Yuja wanted to ask why he didn't bring his wife out. With Lin Moria's current ability, whether in the 4-star domains or in Divine City, he could ensure a good life for his wife and family. Yuja's words brought back many memories for Lin Moria. "Let me tell you a story," Lin Moria said softly. Yuja quickly nodded, her big eyes shining brightly. Lin Moria began to tell a story. In the human race's Divine City, at the edge of the central hall, there was a grand palace. Though not as grand as the central hall, it was still magnificent. In front of the palace stood a statue of Xiao Zhantian, towering 10,000 meters high, incredibly majestic. This was the War God Temple, a legacy personally established by Xiao Zhantian, and the strongest legacy within the human race. A person flew out from the temple and entered the central hall. In the central hall, the Heavenly Saint Sovereign sat at the head. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign looked at the newcomer. "War Saint Sovereign, have you received the message?" The War Saint Sovereign nodded. "After 1,000 years, it has appeared again. Go take a look." "All right." A teleportation array appeared in the central hall, and a few seconds later, the two disappeared from the hall. Chapter 1791. Chapter 1791, 1791. Chapter 1791, The Illegitimate Child of the House Saint Sovereign? Outside the small world, accompanied by spatial distortions, the Heavenly Saint Sovereign and the War Saint Sovereign appeared in the starry sky. The War Saint Sovereign sensed the aura in the starry sky. "There is the aura of a god sovereign." The Heavenly Saint Sovereign nodded, "And the smell of blood. There must have been a battle here." The War Saint Sovereign took out an ancient bronze mirror. The bronze mirror was unlike an ordinary mirror, its surface was uneven, as if it had not been polished. "Time reversal." The War Saint Sovereign lightly chanted, and a vast power of rules surged into the bronze mirror, which immediately emitted a bright light. The bronze mirror was activated, casting a beam of light that enveloped the starry sky. A few seconds later, the light disappeared, and the starry sky returned to normal. Then, 9 god sovereigns appeared in the bronze mirror. The 9 god sovereigns came from various clans. After a while, Lin Moriu appeared, and the Golden Eagle clan god sovereign left. A great battle broke out but ended quickly. In just a few seconds, the Golden Eagle clan god sovereign was slain by Lin Moriu. Then Lin Moriu arrived outside the small world. It was clear that those god sovereigns were full of fear towards Lin Moriu. After a while, a sudden attack appeared out of thin air, shattering the space and pushing Lin Moria back, causing many god sovereigns to flee in panic. Seeing this, the Heavenly Saint Sovereign's face changed slightly. "Look at him." The War Saint Sovereign immediately shifted the view to Lin Moriu. After being pushed back tens of thousands of kilometers, Lin Moria stopped. He stayed in the starry sky for a while before quickly turning and leaving. The War Saint Sovereign said, "He seems to be fine, apparently uninjured." The Heavenly Saint Sovereign nodded, "As long as he's fine." The War Saint Sovereign curiously asked, "You seem very concerned about him. Is he your illegitimate child?" The Heavenly Saint Sovereign snorted, "He's the House Saint Sovereign's." "What?" The War Saint Sovereign was stunned, clearly very surprised. That guy actually has an illegitimate child. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign didn't bother to explain and continued to watch the bronze mirror. New images appeared in the bronze mirror. The god sovereigns who had fled in panic returned. However, not all of them came back, only 7 returned. Then, spatial distortions occurred, creating layered spatial waves. In the image, those god sovereigns seemed completely unaware. Until their bodies were crushed by the spatial waves, they still had no sense of it. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign was surprised. "What's going on? The power of space is strong, but it shouldn't make them feel nothing." The War Saint Sovereign's expression was serious. It's the power of time and space. They didn't feel the spatial distortions at all. The power of time and space temporarily separated their consciousness and souls from their bodies. By the time their bodies were completely crushed, their souls returned, and they were killed together. Moreover, I noticed that their speech slowed down before they died. That's because time was acting on them. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign, with a look of shock, murmured, "What a terrifying power. Combining the powers of time and space forms the power of time and space. The power of time and space is legendary, but the legends say it is an extremely terrifying power. Combining two of the most powerful laws, how could it not be strong?" The Heavenly Saint Sovereign asked in a deep voice, "Old War, what do you think?" The War Saint Sovereign shook his head. "I can't make a judgment. Do you remember what happened back then?" The Heavenly Saint Sovereign nodded. "Those people have never been found." The War Saint Sovereign said solemnly, "I suspect it was the power of time and space. They were either killed or sent to another time and space. But this is just my guess. Without truly mastering the power of time and space, it's impossible to know the truth. Even if we knew, what could we do? It's useless." The Heavenly Saint Sovereign frowned. "It's really perplexing. The human race doesn't even have anyone who can master the laws of time and space, let alone the power of time and space. How can we find the truth?" Suddenly, golden light burst from the Heavenly Saint Sovereign's body, and silver light shone from the War Saint Sovereign's body. "Go!" Their faces changed dramatically, and they quickly flew away. In almost an instant, they flew hundreds of thousands of kilometers before stopping. The light on their bodies extinguished, and the Heavenly Saint Sovereign said, "It should be fine now." But in the next second, countless blood lines appeared on their bodies, their skin cracked, and blood flowed. In an instant, they turned into blood-covered figures. At this moment, they looked at each other with fear in their eyes. What a terrifying power of time and space. The War Saint Sovereign, still in shock, said, "If it weren't for our rule power automatically protecting us, we might have ended up like those god sovereigns." Their wounds were healing. After all, they were saint sovereigns with strong self-healing abilities. They discovered it quickly and escaped in time. If they had been a second or two later, it could have been disastrous. What should we do? For a moment, both were at a loss. They didn't dare to go back to that small world, not even to get close. As for the truth, they decided to let it go. With their abilities, they had no right to explore the truth. Being curious can be deadly, and that's not just a saying. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign suddenly muttered to himself, "I wonder if Lin Xiaowa knows something." The War Saint Sovereign curiously asked, "Who is Lin Xiaowa?" The Heavenly Saint Sovereign replied, "The one who was pushed away just now." The War Saint Sovereign was completely confused. "Isn't he the House Saint Sovereign's illegitimate child?" The Heavenly Saint Sovereign laughed awkwardly. "I was joking with you." The War Saint Sovereign, blowing his beard and glaring, said, "Is this something to joke about? If I told the House Saint Sovereign, wouldn't that lead to a fight?" The Heavenly Saint Sovereign shrugged. "Fight then. It's not like you haven't fought before." The War Saint Sovereign ignored him. "Seriously, why do you think Lin Xiaowa knows something?" The Heavenly Saint Sovereign said, "Lin Xiaowa came from that small world. You can check the Human Emperor Network for his information." The War Saint Sovereign, full of doubts, checked Lin Moria's information on the Human Emperor Network. The more he read, the wider his eyes opened, and the more surprised he became. "He's a top-tier genius." "Yes," the Heavenly Saint Sovereign nodded. The War Saint Sovereign said, "I calculated, he has a connection with the War God Temple and should join it." "Get lost." The Heavenly Saint Sovereign angrily scolded. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign said in a low voice, "We old guys have discussed it and decided to let him grow on his own. If he has a connection with the War God Temple and voluntarily joins, we won't stop him. But you can't go recruiting him. Everything must be his own decision. Don't forget what happened before. We've tried several times, and we can't miss this time. If you want to understand, think more about what the War God left behind." The War Saint Sovereign, with a complex expression, thought for a long time before saying, "I understand. This time, I'll follow your lead. Should we go find him?" The Heavenly Saint Sovereign thought for a moment. "Forget it, let's not find him. If he knows something, he'll tell us. This world has too many mysteries. It's hard to uncover them all. Let's just do our own thing. Although we can't be like the War God, we must strive for the future of the human race." The War Saint Sovereign said, "We are almost ready. Now we just wait for the right moment." The Heavenly Saint Sovereign laughed. "It's coming soon." Chapter 1792. Chapter 1792, 1792. Chapter 1792, That Warm Hand. Lin Moria's story was told calmly, without much emotion, just a plain narration. It was the first time Yuja realized how dangerous Lin Moria's small world was. In the great world, people are considered ordinary before reaching the super god realm. They just need to cultivate peacefully every day and can receive abundant resources. But in Lin Moria's small world, one had to fight from level 1, constantly fighting. Because if they didn't fight, they would die, and the human race would be exterminated. Yuju's emotions fluctuated with Lin Moria's story, her eyes gradually moistening. She looked at Lin Moria with a hint of heartache. At that moment, she immersed herself in the story, empathizing deeply. She sighed softly. "I thought the captain was a genius in the small world, admired by countless people. I didn't expect the captain's small world to be so harsh and dangerous. But the captain is truly amazing, being able to fight his way out of such a small world. He is a real genius." Lin Moria smiled. "Every small world is different. My small world is not unique." Yuja sighed again. "You want to defy the heavens and change the fate of your 4 wives. That seems very difficult." Lin Moria smiled. "It is difficult, but not without hope. Yuzha thought for a moment. I seem to have heard that some treasures can enhance cultivation aptitude, and there are also legendary pills that can extend life by tens of thousands of years. When we return to Divine City, I'll look in the family's archives. Maybe I can find something. Seeing her serious expression, Lin Moria couldn't help but pat her head. Thank you. Yuzha smiled sweetly. It's what I should do. Lin Moria and Yuzha returned to the Vermilion Bird Star Domain and then took a teleportation array to the border area, preparing to head to the White Tiger Star Domain. Between the Vermilion Bird Star Domain and the White Tiger Star Domain, there was also a dark void. It should be said that there are dark voids between all 4 star domains. From chatting with Yu Bingqing for a few days, Lin Moria learned that dark voids not only exist in the human race's star domain. In many places in the Great World, there are dark voids. Yu Bingqing didn't know why dark voids exist. She knew their existence but not the reason. Lin Moria, however, was very clear that dark voids were caused by the invasion of the Great World by the Black Blood Great World in ancient times. Every dark void was once a battlefield. Not a battlefield between strong individuals, but a battlefield between 2 worlds, a series of wounds. The Great World once faced the Black Blood Great World head-on, leaving these wounds, which still bleed to this day. Lin Moria had seen the runes of the Great World, which were nearly shattered. From this, he judged that even if the Great World had withstood the invasion back then, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Lin Moria stood at the edge of the Vermilion Bird Star Domain, with a dark void that could swallow light 10,000 kilometers ahead of him. The Star Domain level teleportation array was gathering energy, preparing to send a group of cultivators to the White Tiger Star Domain. Yuzha stood beside Lin Moria, also gazing at the dark void. I used to hear about the dark void from my sisters and elders. So this is what it looks like. Lin Moria smiled. Do you want to take a look inside? Yuzha shook her head. I've heard from my sisters that you can't see anything inside, and it's very dangerous. Then let's not go. Indeed, you can't see anything inside, Lin Moria said honestly. There really was nothing to see. Yuzha said, but the elders in the family also said that there are many opportunities in the dark void. Lin Moria thought for a moment. Opportunities do exist, but whether you can get them depends on your strength and luck. A middle-aged man nearby seemed to have overheard Lin Moria and Yuzha's conversation. Young lady, opportunities often come with danger. Often, when you see an opportunity, you might lose your life. This middle-aged man was a minor god sovereign, with an air of weariness about him. His words were kind but also carried a hint of envy, seemingly envious of Yuzha and Lin Moria's youth. Yuzha politely said, thank you for the reminder, senior. I understand. The middle-aged man said no more, his gaze turning to the dark void, with a hint of sadness and nostalgia in his eyes. This is a man with a story, Lin Moria thought to himself. He had no interest in asking what the middle-aged man had experienced. In the human race, there were too many such people, living for hundreds or thousands of years, who doesn't have a story. The space trembled slightly, creating ripples. Then a light shot into the dark void like an arrow, bringing a moment of brightness to the dark void before being swallowed by darkness again. The star domain level teleportation array had gathered enough energy and sent off a group of cultivators. The distance of cross-star domain teleportation was too far, requiring immense energy for each teleportation. Below the star domain level teleportation array, 2 stars provided energy for the array. Every 10 minutes, the teleportation array could be activated once, each time sending 10,000 people. The queue moved forward, and another 10,000 people entered the teleportation array, waiting quietly. Lin Moria and Yuzha also entered the teleportation array, waiting for the teleportation. Those who could come here were at least God Kings, and they were all above the 3rd tier of the God King realm. Level 5 permissions were not easy to obtain. By the time one reached level 5 permissions, they were usually already at the 3rd tier of the God King realm. Yuzha's cultivation was at the 1st tier of the God King realm, making her the weakest among everyone here. Moreover, she hadn't reached level 5 permissions. She only had the privilege of free movement because she was from the Yu family, came from Divine City, and held an officer rank. A few minutes later, the teleportation array activated. Accompanied by brilliant light, over 10,000 people traversed the dark void, heading towards the White Tiger Star Domain tens of thousands of light years away. The star domain level teleportation array had an extremely fast teleportation speed, creating immense pressure on the body. This pressure required at least the God King realm to withstand. If it were a true god, they might collapse on the spot. Yuzha's face turned slightly pale, gritting her teeth to endure the pressure coming from all directions. She carefully leaned against Lin Moria, her body trembling slightly. But the pressure grew stronger, gradually reaching Yuzha's limit. Her vision darkened slightly, and she seemed to have hallucinations. At this moment, she felt a warm hand on her shoulder, followed by a stream of life force entering her body. All the discomfort was instantly cleared away, and she felt as if she had entered a hot spring, incredibly comfortable. Yuzha looked up and saw Lin Moria's sharp yet gentle face, his eyes filled with a sense of happiness. Thank you, Captain, Yuzha said softly. Lin Moria didn't speak, just nodded slightly. Lin Moria's hand continued to transmit warmth, growing stronger and stronger, making Yuzha feel like she was about to melt. I really like this feeling. If only it could be like this every day, Yuzha thought, enjoying the happiness, her mind filled with random thoughts. Unfortunately, good times always pass quickly. An hour later, the teleportation ended. Lin Moria withdrew his warm hand at that moment. Yuzha felt a sense of loss but knew she couldn't be greedy. She firmly imprinted this feeling in her heart. Chapter 1793. Chapter 1793, 1793. Chapter 1793, Treasures containing the power of life and death. Each star domain has its own characteristics. In the White Tiger Star Domain, cultivators used the white tiger as their totem. There is a legend circulating in the White Tiger Star domain about a divine beast called the White Tiger that once lived and fought here, shedding its blood in the starry sky. Just like the people in the Azure Dragon Star domain, the cultivators in the White Tiger Star domain also believe they possess a trace of the divine beast White Tiger's bloodline. The power of belief is the best evidence. The power of belief originated from the White Tiger Star domain and eventually became one of the human race's fundamental powers. The power of belief is the pride of the White Tiger Star domain. Within the White Tiger Star domain, Lynn Moria could sense the omnipresent power of belief. Unfortunately, these powers of belief were too weak and too scattered. Cultivators were like fencing off territories, cordoning off areas to collect the power of belief for themselves. Of course, they couldn't use forceful means. They had to pay corresponding prices to exchange for the power of belief. For example, to have 10,000 ordinary people contribute their power of belief, one would need to provide extra resources for these 10,000 people. However, the power of belief contributed by ordinary people was extremely limited. Lynn Moria and Yuju passed through several stars and walked through numerous star systems. Lynn Moria wanted to further explore the uses of the power of belief. Unfortunately, ordinary cultivators couldn't access the true essence of the power of belief. Their applications of it were cruder compared to his own. Lynn Moria was slightly disappointed. It seems there won't be much to gain here. Yuja tilted her little head. I remember that the Bai family in Divine City seems to have come from the White Tiger Star domain. I once heard an elder mention that the ancestor of the Bai family is a great figure on the same level as our Yu family's ancestor. If the captain wants to know about the power of belief, why not ask the Bai family directly? Lynn Moria recalled that the domain lord of the White Tiger Star domain seemed to be named Bai Binger, which meant she should also be from the Bai family. Yuju was right. Rather than aimlessly exploring on his own, it would be better to ask the Bai family directly, which would be more convenient and efficient. Lynn Moria smiled slightly. Thank you. Yuju's little face turned slightly red. Captain, you're being too polite saying that. There's no need to thank me. Now that he had a direction, Lynn Moria no longer asked around randomly. He took a teleportation array to another destination. Within the White Tiger Star domain, there was also an unusual star, which was the main purpose of Lynn Moria's journey. The unusual star was located in the core area of the White Tiger Star domain, in the White Tiger 000003 non-life star system. When choosing to teleport, Lynn Moria wasn't stopped. Unlike in the Suanmia Star domain where one had to accept a mission to go there, the teleportation ended quickly, and noisy sounds reached his ears. Before his eyes was a sea of people. The place was very lively. Yuju's eyes held a hint of strangeness. It's so bustling here. There were groups of huge rocks floating here. The rocks varied in size, and each landmass was crowded with people. These people were constantly shouting, selling items. It was clear that a marketplace had formed here. These huge rocks had essentially become individual stalls. This place was still 100 million kilometers away from the 000003 non-life star system, and the unusual star was at the center of the star system, at least several billion kilometers away. The teleportation array was set quite far, and it was strange how a marketplace could form in such a place. Not just Yuju, but Lynn Moria's curiosity was also piqued. This sword contains 500 portions of gray energy. Although it's a true God Realm treasure, its power can rival a God King Realm treasure. Selling price, 5 million points. My axe here contains 2,000 portions of gray energy. Although it's only a low-grade God King Realm treasure, its power is stronger than mid-grade ones. Selling price, 20 million points. My white energy battle armor, mid-grade God King Realm, contains 4,000 portions of white energy. Selling price, 100 million points. Amidst the continuous shouting, Lynn Moria gradually understood some things. The so-called gray energy was the death force within the Undying Law. White energy was the life force within the Undying Law. The cultivators in the White Tiger Star domain had somehow managed to put death force and life force into treasures. And like the power of belief, the cultivators of the White Tiger Star domain had even given them corresponding numerical values for counting. They calculated life force and death force by portions. This calculation method was something even Lynn Moria hadn't thought of. After treasures were imbued with life force or death force, their power would increase significantly. A high-grade True God Realm treasure containing 500 portions of death force would have enough power to rival a God King Realm treasure. Although there was some exaggeration, and the death force would eventually be depleted, but it had to be admitted that the power was indeed greatly enhanced. Lynn Moria curiously bought a high-grade True God Realm treasure containing 500 portions of death force. He tried it out and found that this treasure's power was not far from a low-grade God King Realm treasure. Although it wasn't as powerful as the shouted claims of rivaling God King Realm treasures, it had its own advantages. The power needed to activate it wasn't strong, even a true god could do it. Unlike God King Realm treasures that required a God King to activate. However, with better treasures came higher prices. True God Realm treasures couldn't possibly sell for millions of points, but after being imbued with Death Force, they could. Yuju also tried it and couldn't help but exclaim, "What an amazing treasure!" Lynn Moria had discerned the essence of the treasure and wasn't very surprised. In his view, it was simply that the treasure carried Death Force, so naturally its power would increase. He was curious about how the cultivators of the White Tiger Star domain had managed to do this. The unusual star indeed possessed inexhaustible Death Force and Life Force. The key was how to integrate this Life Force and Death Force into treasures. After thinking for a long time, Lynn Moria couldn't figure it out and had to sigh. The world is vast, and there are indeed many clever people. Having understood the essence, he thought about going to take a look himself. The two flew towards the 000003 non-life star system. Lin Moria slowed down to match Yuju's pace. When they were about to enter the star system, both of them stopped simultaneously. A formation blocked their way. The scale of this formation was enormous, covering the entire star system. It couldn't be seen from afar and could only be discovered when approaching. With Lin Moria's current level, just a glance was enough to understand the essence of the formation. This formation wasn't some defensive formation. If he wanted to break in, there would be no difficulty at all. However, the formation would issue a warning, alerting the Guardians. Setting up such a formation in human race territory was certainly not to prevent enemies, but simply to give warnings. Yuju's eyes brightened. This is a military formation, mainly used for warnings. Lin Moria was slightly surprised. You understand formations? Yuju was a bit embarrassed. When I have nothing to do, I like to study formations. Over time, I've come to understand a little bit. Lin Moria knew she was being modest. Being able to recognize at a glance that this was a military formation meant she understood more than just a little. Yuju said, Captain, I have a way to get in without alerting the Guardians. Lin Moria found that he had underestimated Yuju. Not only did Yuju recognize this as a military formation, but she could also break it. If it were elsewhere, that would naturally be the best. But now in human race territory, doing so would be somewhat improper. Lin Moria smiled, no need. Since the formation is here, let's follow the rules. Chapter 1794. Chapter 1794, 1794. Chapter 1794, Dangerous for others, home for me. Following the formation's veins, Lin Moria quickly found the formation's core. Outside the core, there was a fortress-like building. Without even looking, it was clear that this was a military building. The formation was a military formation, and the managers were also from the military. This made Lin Moria even more curious about the secrets hidden within this star system. From the unusual star in the Vermilion Bird star domain to the unusual star on the battlefield, and then to the unusual star in the Suanmu star domain. It seemed that each unusual star had its unique characteristics. However, one thing was the same: all unusual stars contained the undying law. This was the common point. In front of the fortress, Lin Moria saw a group of people lining up. They were neatly and orderly passing through the fortress and then entering the star system. The fortress was the true entrance. Lin Moria and Yuju exchanged a glance, seeing curiosity in each other's eyes. Soon, they also joined the queue. Listening to the conversations around him, Lin Moria began to understand what was going on. How much belief power did you prepare this time? What level of treasure are you planning to fuse? I prepared 3,000 portions of belief power. This has been my accumulation for several years. This time, I want to make a piece of armor fused with white energy, a God King Realm armor. 3,000 portions of belief power. Even if you succeed completely, at most, you'll get 3,000 portions of white energy. That can only make a low-level God King Realm armor. That's enough. I'm just doing small business. I've calculated the costs. Coming and going, I can earn at least 5 million points. You can try to aim higher. Like me, I'm planning to make a weapon with 10,000 portions of black energy, a high-level God King Realm weapon. Wow, you're going big. Whether I succeed or not depends on luck. This time, I'm planning to choose star number 7. But star number 7 is too close to the unusual star. It might be a bit dangerous. I'm choosing star number 4, it's very stable. Listening to these conversations, Lin Moria finally understood. Collecting life force and death force was related to belief power. The conversations mentioned business, costs, and profits. Lin Moria immediately grasped the whole picture. Yuju suddenly said, I understand now. They first nurture a group of people to provide belief power for themselves, then use the belief power to come here and fuse the power of the unusual star into treasures, and then sell the treasures to earn more points. This idea is good, but the efficiency of earning points is too slow. However, it's safe and basically won't incur losses. As a member of the Yu family, Yuju was very familiar with business. From what she had seen and heard along the way, she finally fully understood. Lin Moria chuckled, it's already quite fast. Calculating it, they can earn hundreds of thousands of points every year. If they invest more, they can even earn millions of points. Yuju said, compared to the captain, it's far too slow. Lin Moria smiled slightly, it's not comparable. They are doing business, I'm robbing. This speed of earning points was not slow among God Kings. The key was that it was safe, without the need to take risks outside or do troublesome tasks. Just now, Lin Moria saw many cultivators from other star domains. They came specifically for these treasures. Some people even prepared corresponding treasures for their disciples and juniors, so as long as the treasures were made, they basically didn't worry about selling them. After queuing for a while, the two finally reached the end and entered a hall. The hall was very similar to a mission center, with 10 mission platforms inside. At this moment, 2 mission platforms were vacant. Lin Moria and Yuju each took one. Communicating with the mission platform through consciousness, Lin Moria immediately saw the corresponding information. Please choose the planet to enter. Entering planet number 1 requires 100 portions of belief power. Entering planet number 2 requires 200 portions of belief power. Entering planet number 3 requires 300 portions of belief power. Entering the unusual star requires 1,000 portions of belief power. Along with the information, a star map appeared, marking the positions of the planets. The entire star system centered around the unusual star, with planet number 9 being the closest to the unusual star. The further out, the smaller the planet number, and the less belief power required. Such a setup was completely understandable to Lin Moria. The closer to the unusual star, the more life and death force one could obtain, the higher the efficiency, and naturally, the higher the price. Pricing with belief power is probably a characteristic of the White Tiger Star domain. Lin Moria smiled. The White Tiger Star domain had already started using belief power as currency, which was quite interesting. He wanted to go to the unusual star, which required 1,000 portions of belief power. For many people, 1,000 portions of belief power might be the accumulation of several years. Just now, he heard those god kings say that they could collect 1 or 2 portions of belief power a day, but he could get 300 portions of belief power every day, so collecting 1,000 portions of belief power was very easy for him. Lin Moria chose the unusual star and took out 1,000 portions of belief power, injecting them into the mission platform. A token flew out from the mission platform and landed in his hand. One side of the token was white, and the other side was gray, looking just like the unusual star. Leaving the mission platform, Lin Moria saw Yuju looking at him with big eyes. He immediately understood that Yuju had no belief power and couldn't go anywhere. Lin Moria smiled. Where do you want to go? I have belief power here. Yuju shook her head. I'm not going. I'll wait for the captain outside. She was very sensible, knowing that Lin Moria came here to find the unusual star. Although she didn't know Lin Moria's true purpose, she knew he must have something important to do. Even if she went with him, she would probably just stand by and watch, and might even become a burden. It was better to wait outside. Lin Moria nodded. Then wait for me outside. I'll come out when I'm done. Yuju said, there is some danger inside. Captain, be careful. Just now, she heard others mention that the closer to the unusual star, the more dangerous it was. Lin Moria smiled. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The unusual star might be dangerous for others, but for Lin Moria, it was like going home. Lin Moria took the token to the hall, activated the formation with the token, and a golden light path appeared in front of him. The golden light path led directly to the chosen star. Stepping onto the golden light path, it automatically carried Lin Moria towards the unusual star. The golden light path moved quickly, carrying Lin Moria swiftly through the starry sky. Stars passed by him, retreating behind. Lin Moria felt the life force and death force in the star system. The life force and death force turned into gray and white mist, floating freely in the starry sky. The closer to the unusual star, the denser the mist, and the stronger the life and death forces. Life force was fine, even prolonged exposure wouldn't cause harm and could even heal injuries. But prolonged exposure to death force would be dangerous. The closer to the unusual star, the stronger and denser the two forces became. No wonder, the closer to the unusual star, the more dangerous it is. Death force can corrode various laws and treasures. Prolonged exposure, even a god sovereign can't withstand it. Chapter 1795. Chapter 1795, 1795. Chapter 1795, a kid who doesn't know his own limits. Lin Moya sensed the aura of cultivators. They sat on stars, collecting the power they needed. These cultivators used the power of belief as a net to separate the power they needed from the mist, then fused it into magical treasures. Throughout the process, the power of belief played an absolute role. The power of belief is truly miraculous, to be able to be used like this. There must be more uses than just this. The power of belief surely has other functions. The power of belief was an extremely miraculous force, able to ignore the corrosion of death force. After cultivating until now, Lin Moya still found it was a force that could ignore the corrosion of death force. Approaching the end, layers of mist appeared before him. The golden light path carried Lin Moya through the mist, slowly coming to a stop. Lin Moya stood at the end of the golden light path, looking at the strange star ahead, unable to help exclaiming in his heart. The 3 strange stars I saw before combined aren't as big as this one. And the life and death forces on it are also very powerful, far surpassing the previous ones. This strange star had a diameter of over 1,000,000 kilometers, larger than many suns. Like other strange stars, its surface was also distinctly gray and white. But in the middle where life and death intersected, the two forces collided like a volcanic eruption, spewing out strange stars and spreading outward. The life and death forces that were like mist in the star system were actually only a tiny part of the strange star. This strange star was so huge that Lin Moya didn't know what level he could reach after absorbing its power. Definitely more than 1 level, very likely 2 levels, or even more. Lin Moya's gaze was thoughtful, even hesitant. He was considering whether or not to absorb the power of the strange star. As long as I don't advance to God Lord, there shouldn't be any problem. But what if I do advance to God Lord? Lin Moya wasn't sure. He couldn't advance to God Lord yet. In his plan, he needed to perfectly advance to God Lord, which meant raising his physical power as well, just like when he perfectly advanced to God King. Leaving no flaws, no regrets, truly achieving a perfect advancement. He had already found a way to continue improving his physical body, but it needed time. For a moment, Lin Moya was caught in a dilemma. In my plan, the best state to improve my physical strength is after reaching small God Lord. This seems to be an opportunity, but the degree is not easy to control. If I give up this opportunity, I may waste 10 or even several decades of time. To go or not to go? As Lin Moya was struggling, a strong voice came from the side. Young man, have you seen enough? Lin Moya turned to look and saw the owner of the voice. This was a God Lord named Guanli, God Lord level 1. He was sitting in the void just 100 meters away, looking at Lin Moya with a smile. Actually, there were several God Lords sitting around, not just him. Not only were there God Lords around, there were also God Lords on the strange star. The closer to the strange star, the higher the realm and cultivation. These god lords were either trying to comprehend the immortal law, or collecting life and death forces to fuse into magical treasures. Those who came here were all god lords, no god kings. Lin Moyo bowed slightly to Guan Li. Greetings, senior. Guan Li said, young man, this is not a place you should come. Just look and that's enough. Don't stay long, it can be fatal. Life and death forces spread through space, and the concentration of life and death forces here was indeed not suitable for god kings to stay long. Over time, their laws would be corroded, and even invaded by death force, causing harm. It's worth noting that death force invades not only laws and physical bodies, but also souls. Once the soul is damaged, that's real trouble. Lin Moya knew Guan Li meant well, so he was naturally very polite. Thank you for the reminder, senior. I know what I'm doing. Guan Li nodded slightly and said no more. Lin Moya was neither a relative nor a friend. Being able to give a reminder was already the limit. He had stayed here for a long time and often saw some young god kings who didn't know their own limits come here. The results were often not good. The smart ones knew when to retreat, while the foolish ones only turned back after hitting a wall. But they generally wouldn't stray far from the golden light path. If there was danger, as long as they returned to the golden light path, they could ensure their lives were not in danger. Not to mention god kings, even god lords like him wouldn't stray too far from the golden light path. After pondering for a moment, Lin Moyo finally made a decision. With such an opportunity right before his eyes, it would be too wasteful if he couldn't seize it. I'll stop immediately after reaching small god lord. If I really break through to the god lord realm, I can only say it's my fate. I'll find a way to remedy it then. If I miss this opportunity, I may waste several more decades. Having made up his mind, Lin Moya left the golden light path and flew towards the strange star like a stream of light. Guan Li's eyes widened. Kid, are you tired of living? Lin Moya said loudly, thank you for your concern, senior. I'll be fine. As he spoke, Lin Moyo had already disappeared from sight. Lin Moyo's actions alarmed several god lords. A few god lords watched with their own eyes as Lin Moyo entered the strange star, their eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Another kid who doesn't know his own limits. Young people, it's understandable to be proud and arrogant, but it's a pity. There are still a few seniors on the star, perhaps they will save his life. Even we don't dare to truly enter the star. He's just a god king, he'll probably die instantly. Under the grey mist, he may be reduced to nothing. Judging by his speed, he should be a genius. What a pity. The god lords spoke, after all they were all human. Although they felt some disdain in their hearts, they still felt sorry for Lin Moyo. On the way to the strange star, the mist thickened again. In the mist, life and death forces came rushing. When fused together they formed the immortal law, but now with no one controlling them, they were two completely different forces of life and death. The two forces touched Lin Moya's body and naturally entered his body, as if returning home. They gathered and fused inside Lin Moya's body, returning to their true form, becoming the immortal law. The death force that could corrode magical treasures and dissolve souls for others had no effect on Lin Moyo. Feeling the life and death forces constantly entering his body, Lin Moyo felt like he was returning home, every part of his body rejoicing and cheering. Lin Moyo couldn't help but let out a long howl, his speed suddenly increasing as he rushed into the strange star. On the strange star, there were still several powerful god lords. They were all sensing the power of the strange star, hoping to comprehend the corresponding laws from it. Lin Moya's long howl drew their attention. They looked up one by one to see Lin Moya descending from the sky onto the star. Someone's come in. And it's a god king. How is this possible? How can a god king enter here? Even with protective treasures, those below God Lord level 3 can't come in, let alone a god king. The god lords simply didn't believe it, but the fact was right before them. They all saw Lin Moyo. Then they saw Lin Moyo again, his whole body enveloped in grey and white mist, flying rapidly through the air. The god lords present were dumbfounded, unable to make sense of it. Chapter 1796. Chapter 1796, 1796. Chapter 1796, we are still too ignorant. Grey and white gases enveloped Lin Moya's entire body, adding a touch of mystery to him. He flew over the unusual star like lightning, leaving a long shadow behind. On the unusual star, several powerful god sovereigns stared in disbelief. What they were seeing exceeded their understanding. Having lived for thousands of years, they had seen too many things. There were few things that could still confuse them, but what they saw now completely overturned their understanding. Lin Moya was just a god king. A god king should have been corroded and killed instantly. How could he move freely here? Even they, relying on their god sovereign power and vast amounts of belief power, could barely linger here. Who is this person? Has he already comprehended the laws here? The grey gas is full of death force, the white gas is full of life force. Looking at him, it seems he has completely fused the two forces together. Impossible. We've tried countless times. Death and life are opposing existences. How could they possibly fuse? That's right. You can only choose one or the other. I've comprehended death force for hundreds of years. How could I not know this? But he really did it. Haven't you noticed? Both death force and life force have entered his body. Could it be that we were wrong? The god sovereigns couldn't explain it. They all frowned in deep thought. Lin Moya flew through the unusual star, searching for the extreme points. This unusual star was the largest he had seen, and the undying law on it was also the strongest. The undying law had begun to take on physical form. The grey and white gases emanating outwards were byproducts of the overly intense undying law. In Lin Moya's perception, these undying laws had already reached the god sovereign level. As Lin Moria searched for the extreme points, he was also constantly pondering and sensing. Large amounts of undying law fused into his body, giving Lin Moria a deeper understanding of the undying law. There seems to be an aura of the Law Star River. This unusual star must have incorporated some power from the Law Star River, Lin Moria thought. He had entered the God-Sovereign realm several times before and mobilized the Law Star River, so he was familiar with it. When the undying law reached a certain level, it would connect to the Law Star River. The unusual star before him was like this, having connected to part of the Law Star River's power, making it extremely powerful. The death force within could corrode various magical treasures and laws, including flesh and soul, which would all be corroded. After incorporating the power of the Law Star River, it was enough to threaten God-Sovereigns. Even weaker God-Sovereigns had difficulty approaching. The life force was not without danger either. Excessive life force would cause life to wither prematurely. This process happened silently, making it even harder to guard against in some ways. When people are hungry they eat, and when they're full they stop. But the existence of life force was like never being able to feel full, eating more and more until your stomach bursts and your whole body explodes. Excessive life force would do this. It wouldn't burst your body, but your soul. Within the laws of life, there was a very destructive spell called life poison. Well-controlled life force could save lives and heal injuries, but uncontrolled life force could cause all things to wither and souls to collapse. Before finding the extreme points or activating the unusual star, Lin Moria had already gained insights. Lin Moria became immersed in contemplation and comprehension of the laws, unknowingly flying round and round. He passed by the God-Sovereign's eyes again and again, making them increasingly confused about what he was doing. Some God-Sovereigns wanted to ask, but Lin Moria showed no signs of stopping. Even God-Sovereigns couldn't move as freely as Lin Moria on the unusual star. Although immersed in comprehending the undying law, he didn't stop searching for the extreme points. Following the veins of the laws, Lin Moria found 2 extreme points in less than a day. In the gray world, there was a white light point the size of a fist. This light point was buried in gray mist, making it hard to discover. Similarly, in the white world of life force, there was also a gray point the size of a fist. The 2 extreme points were truly opposites, and also the foundation for the existence of the undying law. Lin Moria stopped at the center of the 2 extreme points. Coincidentally, his position was right in the line of sight of several God-Sovereigns. He finally stopped. What is he doing? Is he comprehending the laws? I feel the gray and white gases on him have become even denser. He must have truly comprehended something. So gray and white gases can really coexist. We were wrong. We took the wrong path. No wonder we've had no gains for so many years. Let's go ask him how he comprehended it. Just as the God-Sovereigns were about to act, they saw Lin Moria simultaneously throw out 2 balls of law. The life force and death force crossed the long distance, accurately falling into their respective extreme points. The entire unusual star was instantly activated. The previously calm unusual star began to violently shake. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous roars sounded as the gray and white gases collectively erupted. Enormous power surged out like a tsunami. In an instant, all the God-Sovereigns were involuntarily driven away from the unusual star. Even the strongest 6th-tier God-Sovereign among them couldn't resist this sudden force. They were pushed back 100 million kilometers before barely stopping. The mist enveloping the unusual star began to thin. The unusual star no longer spewed new gray and white mist, but instead began to recall the mist it had previously emitted. Countless mists flowed back towards the unusual star against the current, gradually clearing the starry sky. What did he do? He activated the unusual star. How did he do it? What a magical world. We are still too ignorant. The God-Sovereigns looked at the rapidly changing unusual star, their faces filled with bitter smiles. Having lived for thousands of years, they felt they had lived in vain. Not just them, but the few God-Sovereigns by the golden light path also widened their eyes in shock. The mist before them was dissipating at an astonishing speed. As they were surprised by the changes before their eyes, they then saw Lin Moria on the unusual star. Lin Moria stood on the star, his whole body enveloped by gray and white gases, like the Lord of the Star, proudly facing the world. The gray and white mists flowing back from space were rapidly entering Lin Moria's body at an astonishing speed. At the same time, vast amounts of mist also rose from the unusual star, similarly entering Lin Moria's body. Lin Moria's aura was rapidly increasing, growing stronger and stronger. Lin Moria's eyes were tightly closed. At this moment, he was swimming in the world of the undying law. As the undying law poured into his body, countless insights rapidly emerged. His comprehension of the undying law deepened, and his control over it increased dramatically. His realm also began to rise accordingly. After just half a day, he broke through to the 7th tier of the God King realm, advancing further to enter the 8th tier of the God King realm. His aura suddenly increased greatly, bursting out of the star and shaking the starry sky. The God Sovereigns finally clearly sensed Lin Moria's realm, 8th tier of the God King realm. And it's still rising. He's actually using the unusual star to cultivate. His cultivation speed is so fast. Such a figure has appeared in our human race. It's truly fortunate for our human race. Chapter 1797. Chapter 1797, 1797. Chapter 1797, watching helplessly as I become a minor God Sovereign. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Moria's aura continued to rise. After breaking through to the 8th tier of the God King realm, just 2 days later, Lin Moria's aura rose significantly again. He broke through to the 9th tier of the God King realm. What takes others decades to achieve, Lin Moria accomplished in just 2 days. The God Sovereigns outside the unusual star stared at Lin Moria in shock. he broke through just like that. That was too fast, it only took 2 days. When did cultivation become so easy? This is unbelievable. How did he do it? Have we been here too long and become out of touch with the outside world? His aura is still rising. It seems he wants to become a minor god sovereign in one go. Maybe he can directly become a god sovereign. That would truly be a miracle. At the 9th tier of the God King realm, his control over the undying law had reached 100%, nearly perfect. The next step was to control his own law, merging his tributary into the vast river of the Law Star River. This is the necessary process to step from the God King realm into the God Sovereign realm. Once this step is completed, becoming a God Sovereign is just a matter of time. Therefore, this step is also called becoming a minor God Sovereign. In Lin Moria's soul world, the Law Star River had already appeared, with gray and white colors representing the life and death forces of the undying law. Beneath the Law Star River, there was a small tributary. The tributary also flowed with gray and white colors, but compared to the Law Star River, it was far inferior. Although his understanding of the law was complete, the undying law continued to pour in. This unusual star was too enormous, containing an astonishing amount of power. After Lin Morio activated it, the accumulated power of countless years rushed in, all beyond Lin Moria's control. In just 3 days, he had risen from the 7th tier to the 9th tier of the God King realm. Now, this power continued to push the tributary towards the Law Star River. Lin Moria watched helplessly as his tributary moved steadily towards the Law Star River. The force pushing the tributary came entirely from the unusual star. He didn't exert any effort. He felt like a bystander, just watching and waiting to become a minor god sovereign. Lin Moria felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. I wonder what it's like for others to become minor god sovereigns. For others, becoming a minor god sovereign should not be easy, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many stuck at the 9th tier of the God King realm. After all, once you become a minor god sovereign, stepping into the god sovereign realm is a certainty. The real difficulty lies in becoming a minor god sovereign. First, one must have a soul realm strong enough, elevating the soul to the peak of the 3rd grade and touching the 4th grade. Then, one must have 100% control over the law. Only with a perfect tributary can one qualify to enter the Law Star River. Using one's soul power combined with the power of the law, one must push the tributary into the Law Star River. From then on, one's law merges with the Law Star River, laying the foundation for becoming a god sovereign. This is what it means to become a minor god sovereign. Many at the 9th tier of the God King realm are stuck at this step. They cannot push their tributary into the Law Star River. This is a painstaking process, taking decades or even hundreds of years. Many people spend hundreds of years on this step, or even their entire lives. But for Lin Morio, he didn't need to do anything. His tributary was steadily entering the Law Star River. The talent tree also swayed automatically, providing a bit of soul power. It looked like it was cheering for the tributary. At the current speed, it would take less than 2 days for him to become a minor god sovereign. Becoming a minor god sovereign is a good thing, but the key is not to immediately become a god sovereign. Lin Moria still had things to do, and his physical body wasn't strong enough, which would affect his future. Lin Moria felt a headache as he began to think about how to stop himself from becoming a god sovereign. What if he failed to stop it and passively became a god sovereign? What should he do then? Lin Moria had to think of a backup plan in advance. The development of events seemed to be beyond his imagination. Time passed second by second, and Lin Moria watched helplessly as his tributary merged bit by bit into the Law Star River until it completely disappeared. 2 days later, only a complete Law Star River remained in his soul world, with no tributary left. At the moment the tributary fully merged into the Law Star River, his soul shook violently, and he felt an extremely wonderful sensation. Lin Moria felt a connection with the Law Star River, as if he could mobilize its power at any time. At this moment, he knew he had become a minor god sovereign. But it wasn't in the normal sense of becoming a minor god sovereign. Because his soul was too strong, he didn't need to undergo the baptism of the law to directly mobilize the power of the Law Star River. So, although he wasn't a god sovereign yet, he possessed all the qualities of one. It's a wonderful feeling. Compared to before, my control over the Law Star River is much easier, and the power I can mobilize is much stronger. When my soul truly merges with the Law Star River, the power I can mobilize will be even greater. The Law Star River is the power of heaven and earth, the foundation of power. Even the power of rules in the other shore realm is based on the Law Star River. Becoming a god sovereign means continuously merging one's soul with the Law Star River until they become one. Lin Moria recalled what the House Saint Sovereign had said. At that time, he had asked the House Saint Sovereign about cultivation, and the House Saint Sovereign had explained it in detail. The cultivation method for god sovereigns is simple. They no longer need to comprehend any laws. What they need to do is let their soul enter the Law Star River, swim in it, and enhance their fusion with it. As the fusion deepens, their realm will rise, and the power they can mobilize will grow stronger. The Law Star River will continuously enhance the power of their soul and also nourish their physical body to some extent, making it stronger. Until their soul fully merges with the Law Star River, becoming indistinguishable, they can not only swim in the Law Star River but also cross it and reach the other shore. Moreover, there are many treasures in the Law Star River. During their journey, they might occasionally have unexpected gains. Although the cultivation method is simple, it is not easy. Enhancing the fusion of the soul with the Law Star River is not easy. According to the House Saint Sovereign, Lin Moria would only understand after trying it himself. Everyone's experience is different, and it can't be explained with words alone. It requires personal experience. The House Saint Sovereign was right, but Lin Morio had his own ideas. Outside, Lin Moria's aura rose significantly again. A shadow of the Lost Star River even appeared above his head. His aura completely changed, becoming different from a god king, stronger than a god king, somewhat like a god sovereign, but not quite. He has become a minor god sovereign. Another 2 days, from the 9th tier of the god king realm to a minor god sovereign in just 2 days. This speed is miraculous. Old Wu, how long did it take you to become a minor god sovereign? It took me 72 years, and I was considered a genius among my peers. 72 years compared to 2 days, what a difference. I remember it took you 90 years, right? 18 years more than me, and you were considered fast. Old man, are you looking for a fight? Let's fight then, who's afraid of whom? A group of god sovereigns bickered and compared themselves. Compared to Lin Morio, they all felt embarrassed, like fools. Chapter 1798. Chapter 1798, 1798. Chapter 1798, even miracles don't work like this. Lin Moyo was having a headache. After becoming a minor deity, the power of the strange star continued to pour in. This power seemed to know what to do, beginning to envelop Lin Moya's soul, pushing it towards the river of laws. The first step to receiving the baptism of the river of laws is for the soul to enter it. Lin Moya was very clear that once his soul entered the river of laws, becoming a deity was inevitable. His soul quality was too high, merging with the river of laws posed no difficulty. But he didn't want to become a deity now, or rather, he couldn't become one yet. He vibrated his soul, raising his soul power to resist the force coming from the strange star. No matter what he did, it was useless. His soul power actually actively merged with the power of the strange star. The two forces seemed to be one, like hitting your left hand with your right hand. It made a sound but was useless. His soul, like the previous tributary of laws, was steadily approaching the river of laws. Damn it! Lin Moyo couldn't help but curse. Moreover, because this power had no malice, even the innate giant tree and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal did not react. It seemed like these two guys were just watching a show. Seeing the distance to the river of laws getting closer, Lin Moyo began to panic. Since he couldn't resist, he decided to move away. His soul flew in the opposite direction, but it didn't fly far before Lin Moyo felt his soul couldn't move. The power of the strange star kept coming, stopping him, pulling him back. What the hell is this? Lin Moyo was really at a loss. It felt like another self was dragging him to become a deity. But he really didn't want to become a deity now, he still had things to do. Lin Moyo tried to control the innate giant tree and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal. These two guys were confused, not knowing what to do. Fighting against himself? They said they couldn't do it. Lin Moyo had thought of several methods before, but none of them worked. Now there was only one last method he hadn't tried, which was to self-destruct his soul. He could use the original spell to directly raise his realm to the limit and complete the soul self-destruction. In Lin Moya's understanding, if the soul self-destruct, there should be no problem. Watching himself getting closer to the river of laws, Lin Moyo was really at his wit's end. With a ruthless heart, he activated the original spell. In an instant, his soul broke through to the deity realm. Breaking through to the deity realm was still useless, the power of the strange star kept coming, and his soul was still steadily approaching the river of laws. Lin Moya's soul rapidly strengthened, deity 2nd stage, 3rd stage. Outside the star, those deities widened their eyes again, even stopping their arguments. This guy became a deity. Yes, really became a deity. How could it be so fast? No, he reached the deity 2nd stage. A deity let out a strange cry. Becoming a deity was one thing, but reaching the 2nd stage in the blink of an eye was another. But this was just the beginning of the strange cries. 3rd stage. No, 4th stage. Damn, is this guy crazy? Almost every half second, Lin Moya's realm could rise by 1 stage. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moya reached the deity 6th stage. In just a few breaths, less than 5 seconds, Lin Moya completed the breakthrough from deity 1st stage to deity 6th stage. In the eyes of the deities outside, it was beyond a miracle. But they couldn't find another word to describe it. Lin Moya kept raising his realm. He found that as his realm increased, his speed of approaching the river of laws was gradually decreasing. The power of the strange star was strong, and since it was of the same origin as his own power, he couldn't do anything about it. But as his realm increased, the power of the strange star gradually weakened. Lin Moyo had an epiphany. It's not that the power of the strange star is weakening, but that I am getting stronger. Unfortunately, the realm raised by the original spell has many problems. The realm is high, but the degree of fusion with the river of laws has not increased, and the power of the river of laws that can be mobilized is very limited. If I were truly at deity 6th stage, the power of the strange star wouldn't be able to control me, not even at deity 5th stage. When he was at deity king 7th stage, he could push his realm to deity 5th stage through gathering power, but at deity 6th stage, it would exceed the limit, and his soul would collapse. Now he was already a minor deity, which was an improvement of 3 small realms. According to past experience, he should be able to raise his realm to deity 8th stage, and his soul would only be unable to bear it at deity 9th stage. But now, at deity 6th stage, his soul already felt like it was reaching its limit. So Lin Moya stopped, feeling that if he raised one more stage, his soul would explode. Is it because of the power of rules? Once a deity reaches the 7th stage, they are called a high-level deity, and high-level deities will touch the power of rules for the first time. Although it's just a trace of the power of rules, rules are rules, a level higher than laws. My soul quality should be enough, but the real realm is not enough, and the soul has not merged with the river of laws, so it can't bear the power of rules. Lin Moya figured out the reason. Although it was unexpected, it didn't affect his plan. With a light shout, his realm rose again. The power of the undead legion was gathered again, and the powerful force forcibly raised his realm to deity 7th stage. Lin Moya felt a peculiar power. This power was integrated into the laws, born out of thin air, seemingly a sublimation of the laws. Then with a bang, his soul exploded, and the laws collapsed. As his soul collapsed, the power of the strange star lost its target, quickly retreated, and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, his innate ability was activated, his soul was enveloped in a purple light, and in the blink of an eye, it was restructured and reborn. The reborn soul was stable, and the realm returned to a minor deity. Finally, the power of the strange star disappeared. Lin Moya breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could be happy for half a second, the power of the strange star reappeared, wrapping his soul again, pushing it towards the river of laws. Damn! Lin Moya was extremely depressed. The strange star was too persistent. Now he missed Antares very much. If Antares were here, he would definitely have a way. His soul looked at the innate giant tree. With a thought, the giant tree extended a branch to wrap around his soul, trying to pull it back. But the power of the strange star was too strong. The giant tree could only slow down the speed a bit, buying some time. Self-destruction was useless. The giant tree couldn't stop it either. Do I really have to become a deity? I'm really unwilling. Becoming a deity, others would laugh in their dreams, but Lin Moya was full of depression. Although he had already prepared mentally, and it was his own decision, he was still unwilling. Lin Moya decided to fight again, to self-destruct his soul once more. He wouldn't give up easily, dragging it out as long as he could. His innate ability reset every 35 seconds, giving him 2 chances of rebirth each time. Each time he self-destruct his soul, he had about half a second to move away from the river of laws. If he could make good use of these 35 seconds and calculate the self-destruction time well, he might be able to drag it out for a long time. Let's do it this way. Lin Moya decided to activate, gathering power, a second time, and a spell star fell. Chapter 1799. Chapter 1799, 1799. Chapter 1799, a childlike spellstar. The spellstar fell like a meteor, flying past the soul and then quickly circling around it. The soul felt a sudden lightness, and the power of the strange star was forcibly interrupted. You finally decided to move. The soul murmured. The spellstar that fell was the high and mighty, infinite fusion, spellstar. This guy hadn't moved for a long time. Ever since it ate the maple leaf grass in the maple forest secret realm, it hadn't moved. Now it finally moved again. And it brought a big gift, helping to resolve the immediate crisis. It stopped in front of the soul, making squeaky sounds. Lin Moya felt that his spirituality seemed to have increased again, probably related to eating the maple leaf grass. The maple leaf grass came from an unknown place. After entering the maple forest secret realm, it evolved through the secret realm and gained spirituality. It could be considered a spiritual material. Eventually, it became the food of the infinite fusion spellstar. The infinite fusion spellstar called out for a while, and seeing that Lin Moya didn't respond, it came closer and rubbed against the soul. Ya. It called softly, with a hint of affection, moving cautiously, afraid of hurting Lin Moya's soul. The whole behavior was like a little kitten, very cute. Lin Moya couldn't help but reach out and touch it. It immediately flew away, circling around the soul while making joyful sounds. It was like a child who had been praised. Lin Moya once again felt the power of the strange star. The strange star, carrying the undying law, continued to drill into him tirelessly. It wanted to keep pushing the soul into the Lost Star River. Lin Moya whispered, "Help me deal with them." "Ya." The infinite fusion spellstar called out, and the entire star emitted a hazy light. The undying law coming from the strange star was simultaneously absorbed. The infinite fusion spellstar was like a bottomless pit, accepting everything that came its way. At first, Lin Moya was worried that it might absorb too much and overburden itself. After all, it had a history of indigestion. But gradually, he relaxed. The infinite fusion spellstar absorbed happily, occasionally calling out as if to reassure him. Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh. This guy really has a big appetite. Outside the strange star, the god sovereigns looked at each other in shock. In their entire lives, they had never been as shocked as they were today. In their eyes, Lin Moya had raised his realm to the 7th tier of the god sovereign realm in just a few seconds. Then his aura disappeared, as if he had died. But then his aura reappeared, returning to a minor god sovereign. For god sovereigns, time can pass very slowly. Everything that happened in a second can be broken down into many parts. Every detail would be captured without any omission. When Lin Moya's aura disappeared, they really thought he had died. But later, Lin Moya was still intact. Lin Moya's actions once again overturned their understanding. Everyone expressed that they couldn't understand, completely couldn't understand. Some god sovereigns wanted to ask Lin Moya, but they couldn't get close. A million kilometers away from the strange star, it was as if there was an invisible barrier firmly blocking them. While they were puzzled, someone suddenly shouted, "The strange star is changing." On the strange star, the originally distinct gray and white colors began to invade each other's territory. White mist frantically surged into the gray area, and the gray mist also spread into the white area. It looked as if the two mists were about to merge. Are they going to become one? Is this the true face of the law? I wonder what kind of law it will be after merging. But a sharp-eyed god sovereign shook his head. They are not merging, they are swapping places. Swapping places? Hearing this, the god sovereigns noticed that it was indeed so. The gray and white mists were not merging but were swapping their territories. The two poles were reversing. The god sovereigns watched the scene unfold, not knowing what would happen next. but they had a feeling that the changes in the strange star contained the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. If they could comprehend it, it would be of great benefit to them. In the soul world, Lin Moria once again became a bystander. He felt like he was just there to watch the show. Previously, the strange star had pushed him to become a minor god sovereign, and now the infinite fusion spell star was absorbing the power of the strange star for him. Unusual fluctuations came from the outside world, and since the situation in the soul world was the same with or without him, he simply left the soul world. Lin Moria opened his eyes and saw the strange star in the state of polar reversal. Suddenly, he understood. The power of the strange star cannot be entirely supplied to me. As long as I can hold on until the polar reversal ends, the strange star will stop. In the past, after he absorbed the power of the strange star, it always underwent a polar reversal. It was almost certain that after the polar reversal, the strange star would stop. In that case, even if the infinite fusion doesn't move, I can keep self-destructing my soul to drag out the time. But that's too troublesome, and self-destruction is unpleasant. Watching the show and eating snacks is much more comfortable. Lin Moria smiled slightly and focused a bit of his consciousness on the soul world. The infinite fusion spell star worked hard, absorbing all the power of the strange star. After waiting for half a day, the polar reversal finally ended. As Lin Moria had judged, the strange star finally stopped. Yee-yah! The strange star stopped, and the infinite fusion spell star let out a cheer, circling around the soul. It looked like a child seeking praise. The soul reached out and patted it, and it rubbed against the soul a few times before flying back to its original position. It was still high and mighty, still the emperor of all spell stars. Lin Moria noticed that the hazy aura it emitted seemed a bit thicker than before. It seems that absorbing the power of the strange star wasn't without benefits. Lin Moria had an epiphany and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This adventure had ended perfectly. He had reached the minor god sovereign realm, and the combat power of the undead army had greatly increased. Even the basic 3 types of skeletons had reached the god sovereign realm. The bone dragon and death knight had both reached the 2nd tier of the god sovereign realm. His most commonly used skeleton god general had reached the 5th tier of the god sovereign realm. The legion ruler was at the 6th tier of the god sovereign realm. The strongest skeleton king, whether it had reached the high tier god sovereign standard, Lin Moria wasn't sure. He would need to summon it to see. Although the number hadn't changed, such a pure god sovereign level army was enough to make any race tremble. However, Lin Moria also knew that even though he had reached the god sovereign realm, he was still no match for the other shore realm. Just a few other shore realm beings working together could wipe out his god sovereign army. The difference was only in how long it would take, so he still needed to hide his strength. Now that the Abyss Demon Sovereign had his eyes on him, if he attracted a few more other shore realm beings, he wouldn't be able to go out and would have to stay in the Divine City all the time. One day, when he reached the other shore and had the power to confront the Saint Sovereigns head-on, he would bring calamity to all races. Chapter 1800. Chapter 1800, 1800. Chapter 1800, this journey is complete, time to return. The changes in the unusual star stopped, the polar reversal ended, and the forces of life and death collided once again, releasing dense mist. Soon, the unusual star was once again shrouded in gray and white mist. The gray and white mist spread rapidly throughout the entire star system, and it wouldn't be long before the star system returned to its original state. Cultivators in the White Tiger Star domain could continue to use belief power to fuse the forces of life and death, creating powerful magical treasures. Lin Moria felt the changes in the unusual star. This unusual star was incredibly large, and it was unknown how much power it had accumulated over countless years. The amount he absorbed was just a drop in the ocean for the entire unusual star. He could even activate the unusual star again and absorb its power once more. However, Lin Moria knew that doing so was meaningless. What he needed next was to let his soul enter the Law Star River and accept its baptism. No matter how much external undying law he absorbed, it couldn't further enhance his strength. Once he became a god sovereign, he wouldn't need external power anymore. Activating the unusual star again would only push him to become a god sovereign, which would be harmful rather than beneficial. Lin Moria looked at the unusual star beneath his feet and muttered to himself, "Perhaps in the future, I will need you again." He had a feeling that the unusual star's purpose was far more than just this. Otherwise, why would the Black Blood Great World have targeted the unusual star during their ancient invasion? Something that could attract such powerful beings to try to destroy it couldn't be simple. Moreover, the unusual star was so sturdy that even a supreme would find it difficult to destroy. Lin Moria trusted his intuition. Perhaps he would indeed need the unusual star again in the future. Retracting his gaze, he left the unusual star and flew out of the dense mist. In the next second, a group of god sovereigns blocked Lin Moria's path. "Young friend, may we ask you a few questions?" One of them asked. Lu Tianling, a 6th-tier god sovereign, was the highest ranking among the god sovereigns present. High-tier god sovereigns were rare no matter where they were. Lu Tianling had a kindly face, like a benevolent grandfather, and his demeanor was very humble. Lin Moria bowed to Lu Tianling and the others. "Greetings, seniors. Please ask your questions, and I will answer what I can." Lu Tianling smiled. "Young friend, have you comprehended the laws within the unusual star?" It was clear that Lu Tianling and the others had already discussed this and didn't speak over each other. The god sovereigns all perked up their ears, waiting for Lin Moria's answer. Lin Moria straightforwardly admitted, "Yes, I have comprehended the laws within the unusual star." Hearing Lin Moria's affirmative answer, the god sovereign's eyes lit up. They were now certain that the unusual star could indeed be comprehended for its laws, it was just that their aptitude wasn't enough to comprehend it. Lu Tianling continued to ask, young friend, could you tell us what law is contained within the unusual star? Lin Moria replied, this law is called the Undying Law. The Undying Law. The god sovereigns looked at each other, a hint of confusion in their eyes, clearly unfamiliar with this law. Lin Moria smiled, for detailed information about the Undying Law, you can check the Human Emperor Network. I have other matters to attend to, so if there are no further questions, I will take my leave. Lu Tianling immediately said, thank you for informing us, young friend. Please go ahead. They all understood that their question was already somewhat impolite. Even if Lin Moria had refused to tell them, it would have been perfectly normal. Any law is a personal matter, and others have no right to inquire about it. Lin Moria was already being very courteous by telling them the name of the law. Lin Moria turned into a stream of light and stepped back onto the golden path. The golden path immediately carried him back to the fortress from which he had departed. After Lin Moria left, the god sovereigns began to connect to the Human Emperor Network to search for information about the Undying Law. As god sovereigns, they had high-level access on the Human Emperor Network and quickly found that the Undying Law did indeed exist. The Undying Law, it really exists. It's a first-tier law, my goodness. Why isn't there a detailed introduction to this law? On the Human Emperor Network, the Undying Law was indeed listed, but there wasn't much information about it. After some searching, Lu Tianling confidently said, the Undying Law must have been discovered only in recent years. I wouldn't forget this law definitely didn't exist before. There were originally very few first-tier laws, and they were all well-known and could be recited backward. With the memory of a god sovereign, once seen, it couldn't be forgotten. One god sovereign pondered, a new first-tier law appearing is a big deal. How could it be so sparsely recorded on the Human Emperor Network? I feel something is off. I think so too. The Human Emperor Network must have hidden some information, and that person also hid his name. It must be related to him. If even we can't access it, the confidentiality level must be very high. Hold by, why don't you ask the Domain Lord? You and the Domain Lord are from the same family, so it shouldn't be a problem to ask. The god sovereign called Old Bai was Bai Xiantian, a fifth-tier god sovereign, from the same Bai family as Bai Binger, the Domain Lord of the White Tiger Star Domain. Bai Xiantian nodded and sent a message to Bai Binger. A moment later, his expression turned strange. What did the Domain Lord say? The god sovereigns asked in unison. Bai Xiantian replied, the Domain Lord told me not to ask too much and to pretend I don't know about this. Bai Binger's response left the god sovereigns puzzled. Lu Tianling said in a low voice, it seems this young friend's identity is not simple. Standing on the golden path, it didn't take long for Lin Moria to return to the fortress. As soon as he exited, he saw Yuzhu flying over with a smile. Captain, you're back. Yuzhu's voice was as sweet as ever, with a hint of special affection. She came to Lin Moria and looked at him with a bit of confusion. Captain, you seem different. Lin Moria smiled, how am I different? Yuzhu looked closely and even sniffed, I can't say, but you just seem different. Looking was one thing, but sniffing too. Lin Moria was amused by Yuzhu's cute behavior and couldn't help but pat her head. Yuzhu showed a very content expression, feeling very happy at that moment. Lin Moria was in a good mood. This journey had been very fulfilling. Not only had his strength greatly increased, but he also hadn't broken through to God Sovereign. Staying at the minor God Sovereign realm was very beneficial for what he needed to do next. With this matter settled, it's time to leave. Lin Moria took one last look at the unusual star at the center of the star system and then turned to leave. Yuzhu followed behind. Captain, where are we going next? Lin Moria said softly, it's time to return to Divine City. Yuzhu's face changed slightly, showing deep reluctance. She wanted to stay with Lin Moria a bit longer. There was no reason, she just felt happy being with him. Unfortunately, good times are always short-lived. Lin Moria had to return to Divine City, and they would have to part ways. Yuzhu lowered her head, saying nothing, but her eyes were slightly moist. In the core of Divine City, the ancestor of the Song family, Song Jie, approached Lady Yu. Lady Yu, there's something I want to discuss with you. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.